Chapter 3024. Sometimes it felt like 10,000 years had passed. The atmosphere was so tense that even a single breath felt like thousands of years. Qin Shao and His Highness Lan Hua stared at each other like death gods staring at each other. Although Qin Shao had gained the upper hand and did not use his full strength, he did not dare to be careless when facing such a powerful opponent like His Highness Lan Hua. He had to go all out against such a powerful opponent. He had to defeat him before he could breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, any kind of situation could happen. It was unknown how long the two of them stared at each other. The whole world seemed to have stopped in time. Crash! The one who strikes first gains the upper hand, and the one who strikes later suffers. Although the one who strikes first does not necessarily have the upper hand, at least in terms of momentum, he was the first to shoot out the edge. Qin Shao did not hold back, and suddenly took the initiative to strike. It was still the heaven-opening sword technique. He only used the power of 5 laws and the power of his inner world to activate the heaven-opening sword technique. When Qin Shao struck, His Highness Lan Hua did not hesitate and immediately attacked without any delay. The two of them were in a stalemate just now. Someone had to break the stalemate. However, whoever broke the stalemate would not gain the slightest advantage. I'll let you have a taste of a move that I created on my own. His Highness Lan Hua suffered a loss in the previous confrontation, so this time, he also used all his strength. After a cold shout, he slashed his sword at Qin Shao with all his strength. Suddenly, countless swords rushed out from all directions and flew out from the void. Soon, the whole world became a world of swords. Everything was made of swords. Endless swords, endless sharpness, endless turbulence, and endless power. The world of swords, the ocean of swords, completely annihilated Qin Shao. At this time, Qin Shao could no longer see His Highness Lan Hua's figure. However, he felt that he was everywhere and his breath was everywhere. Obviously, this world was no longer a real world. Otherwise, he would not have such a feeling. This world was a virtual world, not the real world. Although the world was an illusory world, all the swords and all the power were real and tangible. The terrifying and endless sharpness was everywhere. The terrifying threat was incomparably intense. It was a very scary thing to be trapped in it. It was like being completely enveloped by death. Qin Shao felt that his sword momentum was being suppressed. Qin Shao, I'd like to see how heaven-defying you are. I want to see how you walk out of this ocean of swords. Come on, let's have a crazy fight. Come, my sword explode. Come on, Qin Shao, prepare to die. His Highness Lan Hua's cold and vicious voice came from all over the void. Just by listening to his voice, one could tell how angry he was. As soon as Royal Highness Lan Hua finished speaking, all the swords in the Sea of Swords suddenly became extremely turbulent. Each and every one of them was like a giant python that had awakened from hibernation. They roared wildly and overturned the rivers and seas. The Sea of Anger was monstrous. Endless swords rushed towards Qin Shao. Endless sharpness roared towards Qin Shao. The terrifying sharpness of the swords and the endless power of the laws were well integrated at this time. Naturally, it became extremely dangerous when it was used with powerful means. Moreover, this means was extremely strange. It made Qin Shao feel like he had fallen into an endless abyss. There was no bottom and no end. He kept falling and being eroded by the terrifying dark power. It was also like he had fallen into the whirlpool of reincarnation. He was constantly being twisted and torn. There were as many as 5 kinds of the power of the laws. In terms of quantity, it was a lot. Not only were there a lot of laws, but the fusion of means was also very clever and powerful. Therefore, the power of the means at this time was extremely terrifying. For a moment, Qin Shao felt like he could not withstand it and was about to be swallowed by this turbulent sea of swords. Qin Shao could not help but frown deeply. What a clever means. The combination of various powers is done very well. It can't be said to be flawless, but at least the fusion is very good and can bring out all the strengths. Not only can it be brought out, but it can also be brought out for a very long time. Therefore, if it is comparable to Zhang, Yi, it will naturally be extremely powerful. It seems that Royal Highness Lan Hua's attainments in the law of space are above mine. And it is not only the law of space, but also the law of darkness is very well integrated. The law of darkness is also used very well by him. The law of great path, the law of sword cultivation, the law of space, the law of darkness, and the law of all things. These 5 kinds of laws have reached the limit of the realm of great accomplishment. In terms of the level of the law, he does have a lot of advantages over me. More importantly, the fusion of the laws is also done very well. The application of the laws is also very good. It can be said to be perfect. This means can bring out all the strengths of the 5 kinds of laws very well. It is also very ingenious and gentle, allowing these laws to be completely integrated. No wonder Royal Highness Lan Hua dares to be so confident in killing me after suffering a little loss previously. It seems that this confidence is not blind at all. Royal Highness Lan Hua has always been ranked first on the heaven selection list and has always been recognized as the strongest person in this batch. It seems that his invincible existence is not just for show. He has long been famous in a large region. He is still very strong. It is probably really difficult to find an existence in the 3-step ancient saint realm who could be compared to him. However, it is a pity that he met me today, so he is doomed to a tragedy. Qin Shao was secretly surprised. However, after the surprise, Qin Shao was still very confident that he could defeat Royal Highness Lan Hua. Even if Royal Highness Lan Hua had other means, he must defeat him. For this battle, Qin Shao had long harbored great ambitions and lofty aspirations. Now, it was just a matter of turning this ambition into a reality. Qin Shao believed that this would not be a difficult thing to do. After all, he had a huge advantage that no one else had. Not to mention the entire Great Thousand World, there was probably no other person in the same realm who was more heaven-defying than him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was rare. Qin Shao still had this confidence. This was not narcissism, but a kind of strong confidence, a confidence that was based on confidence and foundation. The problem now was that the Ocean of Swords seemed to be a little invulnerable and incomparably powerful. The power to destroy and devour everything. The endless surging power was like a monstrous tsunami, fiercely attacking Qin Shao wave after wave. Under the impact of this powerful and terrifying power, Qin Shao felt that he could not hold on any longer. He felt that his defensive power would collapse at any time. This feeling was very bad. Qin Shao also found it very difficult to bear such a terrifying power attack. This was just a terrifying power exerted by the fusion and application of the laws, so there was still a way to break it. While resisting this terrifying attack, Qin Shao was also analyzing the situation of the Ocean of Swords to see if he could find a flaw and then break it in one fell swoop. If he could not break this Ocean of Swords, then he would have to rely on his strength to break it, which was a relatively difficult thing to do. After all, even Qin Shao's powerful strength was suppressed. However, Qin Shao had only used 5 kinds of power of laws. He still had 4 kinds of power of laws that he had not used. Once he used all of them, it might not be impossible to break this Ocean of Swords. Of course, Qin Shao did not want to reveal all of his strength so quickly. After all, His Highness Lan Hua had only used 5 kinds of power of laws for the time being. Who knew if he really only had 5 kinds of power of laws? If His Highness Lan Hua had not only mastered 5 kinds of power, but also had other means of strength hidden, then it was obviously a very unwise move to reveal it so early. Yes, His Highness Lan Hua was arrogant and too complacent, but he was also a very shrewd person. Therefore, he might not really use all of his strength at this time. He had to be on his guard. In this regard, Qin Shao would never be careless. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Shao felt that it was not necessary now. It was not the time yet. Therefore, he could drag it out for a while and see. If it really did not work, then he naturally could not hide his strength. He could only use all of his strength. Now, he had not been forced into that situation yet. Although he was suppressed, Although he was resisting the crazy roaring ocean of swords' devouring power, Qin Shao could still hold on for the time being. Although His Highness Lan Hua's method was extremely powerful, how could it hurt Qin Shao so easily? Although His Highness Lan Hua was incomparably crazy. Space, all things, great way. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly understood, and somewhat understood, what was going on with this ocean of swords. It turned out that the most important thing was the combination of the laws of space, all things, and great way. Only by ingenious use could such an exquisite method be created. Somewhat understanding this, Qin Shao could not help but feel surprised. He sighed that His Highness Lan Hua could create this unique skill. He was really a genius, indeed worthy of admiration. Qin Shao wanted to clap his hands in praise. He was amazed. It was indeed exquisite, incomparably exquisite. This also touched Qin Shao. Wasn't this the path that he wanted to take in the future? The application of the laws had always been Qin Zhao's shortcoming. Therefore, in this aspect, he had to find a way to improve in the future. This was also a direction to improve his strength. When he was touched and had an idea in his mind, his heart was clear. When he understood the situation, it was naturally easy to solve. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He already had an idea. Author, cruel death say, there were too many things to do today. I drove in the afternoon and was busy in the evening. I only finished the second chapter now. I'm exhausted. When I resume updating tomorrow, there should be more outbreaks. Chapter 3025. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and the sword in his hand became even more eerie. Qin Zhao's sword was now infused with the power of the law of all things. In addition to the previous 5 powers of the law, he now used the power of 6 laws. The eeriness of the sword was a kind of application of the law of all things, which burst out with a special power. In fact, the power of His Highness Lan Hua's sword could be seen as him turning the originally calm, flowing water into a terrifying whirlpool. As it turned out, his power should be a slow, flowing river. But suddenly, there was a huge drop. Not only was there a huge drop, but after the drop, it formed a ring-shaped water flow. Therefore, under the superposition of these 2 methods, it finally formed a terrifying, devouring whirlpool. The water flow was still the same water flow, but the difference was that the method of application was different, so the power produced was completely different. How to turn the power of 1 into 9 was a very profound knowledge. Only by understanding the principle could one find a way to break it. Once one understood it, one would find a way to break it. Of course, even if one found a way to break it, it would be useless if one did not have the strength to break it. Qin Zhao's sword moved eerily, stirring up the wind and clouds in this area, causing the universe to tremble and all things to surge. A sword broke the dawn, and joy came after extreme misfortune. With a strike of his sword, he tore a hole in the sea of swords. Qin Shao killed his way out of the ocean of swords, and soon saw His Highness Lan Hua, who dominated everything. When His Highness Lan Hua saw Qin Shao kill his way out of the ocean of swords, his expression suddenly changed, and his face was filled with disbelief and amazement. How is this possible? How is this possible? His Highness Lan Hua was greatly shocked again, and he looked at Qin Shao in disbelief. He really could not believe that Qin Shao could kill his way out of the ocean of swords. This was his ultimate move. This was the strongest ultimate move that he had created. He was so arrogant and confident. This time, Qin Shao had really provoked him and dealt him a heavy blow. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Extremely uncomfortable. How could this be? It didn't make sense. For Qin Shao to be able to break his move so quickly and rush out so quickly was simply inconceivable. His Highness Lan Hua's face turned ugly again. He stared at Qin Shao with cold eyes. Qin Shao stood in the void, staring at Her Highness Lan Hua with disdain. This move of yours is indeed very good, very exquisite. His application of the laws has indeed reached a very high level. Even I can't help but admire your masterpiece. It's amazing and perfect. It took me some time and effort to figure out what was going on and break this move of yours. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Her Highness Lan Hua seemed to be even more irritated. The muscles on his face contorted and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Zhao with hatred. He said angrily, "Are you praising me?" "Sort of." Qin Zhao nodded his head honestly. In fact, he was a little impressed by Her Highness Lan Hua's unique skill. This was a unique move created by Her Highness Lan Hua himself. Naturally, it was very powerful. Humph! Her Highness Lan Hua snorted angrily and said, "You are obviously praising yourself in a roundabout way. And you are praising yourself by stepping on my head. Aren't you disgusting? Don't you have any shame?" "Disgusting? Shame?" Qin Zhao curled his lips, shrugged, and said, "Sorry, I don't understand what you are saying at all. What I said is the truth. It seems that the words of reason are unpleasant to the ears. Or rather, you can't tolerate a grain of sand in your eyes. Forget it. We are not on the same page. There is nothing to say. What other moves do you have? Why don't you show them all?" This was a very normal tone, but in Her Highness Lan Hua's ears, it was extremely arrogant. Therefore, Her Highness Lan Hua was even more enraged from embarrassment. He was extremely mad. Qin Zhao didn't say anything else and directly attacked. It was still the same sword that rushed towards Her Highness Lan Hua. Her Highness Lan Hua's powerful unique move was broken by Qin Zhao. Obviously, she didn't have any better moves to deal with Qin Zhao at this time. This was the consciousness world. All the treasures, as well as the divine powers, couldn't be used. The power of her special physique couldn't be used either. Therefore, in fact, in this consciousness world, for His Highness Lan Hua, his strength was greatly reduced. It was also because of this that Qin Zhao could break Her Highness Lan Hua's strongest unique move by using the power of 6 laws. She could beat Her Highness Lan Hua to the point that Her Highness Lan Hua didn't have much strength to resist. Qin Zhao continued to attack aggressively. The result was obvious. Her Highness Lan Hua didn't have much strength to resist and was completely suppressed by Qin Zhao. Such a situation really drove Her Highness Lan Hua crazy. She felt like dying was better than living. How could this be? Her Highness Lan Hua, the famous Her Highness Lan Hua in the Dafeng territory, who was determined to win this battle, was beaten to such a state by Qin Zhao. She was beaten to such a state by a boy from the immortal realm. Damn it, she hated it so much. In a rage, Her Highness Lan Hua became unprecedentedly crazy. In extreme anger, Her Highness Lan Hua also attacked with all her strength, madly burning her saint power. However, Qin Zhao's powerful strength was enough to suppress everything. Under his suppression, Her Highness Lan Hua couldn't resist at all and had no way to turn the situation around. The general trend had basically been set. Her Highness Lan Hua also knew this, so he was even more frantic, more furious, and more turbulent. But there was no other way. Her strength was completely suppressed by Qin Zhao. Her moves were also seen through by Qin Zhao, and she had no way to counterattack. Humph! Even if I kill myself, I won't die in the hands of Qin Zhao. Her Highness Lan Hua said crazily at the last moment. Sure enough, as soon as she said that, Her Highness Lan Hua really killed himself, self-exploding and being eliminated. Of course, the result was the same. Qin Zhao defeated and eliminated Her Highness Lan Hua, but the final moment of her death was not caused by Qin Zhao. But it didn't mean much. Saint Master Jiusi and the others were eliminated, and Her Highness Lan Hua was also eliminated by Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao, alone, eliminated the entire team of Her Highness Lan Hua and eliminated them. Such an incomparably glorious battle record was truly incomparably shocking. Her Highness Hua was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Qin Zhao dumbfoundedly, and the shock in his heart came wave after wave, unable to calm down for a long time. Admirable, really admirable. He had long admired Qin Zhao to the point of prostrating himself on the ground. A god that's hard to find since ancient times. He's really amazing. I, Huai, have seen countless people, but I've never met such a heaven-defying person. Qin Zhao is really amazing, really amazing. I'm impressed. If I could have 1/10 of him, no, even 100th of him, I'd be satisfied. I'd never achieve such an achievement in my life. I'd probably surpass it. But since that was the case, Her Highness Huai laughed at himself. How could it be so easy to achieve that? He had been cultivating for so many years, and many things had already been fixed. If he wanted to change and improve, it would be too difficult. It was already his lifelong dream to reach the 4th step of Ancient Saint Realm. So how could he possibly go any further than that? That was most likely not very realistic. It was too difficult, too difficult, too difficult. Even his father, Realm Lord Zilin, had worked hard for countless years, but he still couldn't take this step. So, he didn't have any more fantasies. But if he had the talent and potential of Qin Shao, he could still think about it. But it was impossible. After dealing with Her Highness Lan Hua's team, Qin Shao curled his lips and revealed a slight smile. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He had finally gotten rid of this big opponent. Taking care of Her Highness Lan Hua meant that the first place of the Heaven-Chosen list was already in his hands. There was no doubt about it. The first place of the Heaven-Chosen list was finally achieved. As a person, one must have dreams and dare to have dreams. But no matter how far one's dreams were, as long as one persevered, worked hard, and dared to think, there was still a chance to achieve it. Realizing one's dream was a very interesting, joyful, and fulfilling thing. Just thinking about it made one feel happy. Wasn't this the joy of cultivation? But I still have some advantages in the consciousness world. If we were outside, it would probably be impossible for me to kill Her Highness Lan Hua. It would definitely be much harder to defeat him. Of course, I believe that even if we were outside, I would still be able to defeat him. It would just take a bit more effort and a bit more time. But in the end, this won't be a problem. My overall advantage will still be stronger than his, and I can still firmly suppress him. Qin Shao curled her lips as she thought about this matter in her heart. But the confidence in his heart didn't weaken in the slightest. The battle of the chosen by heaven should have basically ended here, right? Qin Shao looked around, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He said to the two shadows, His Highness Zhu Zhua, Saintess Luo Zi, you've been hiding in the shadows. After watching for so long, it's time to come out, right? As soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, two figures walked out from the shadows. One was His Highness Zhu Zhua, the other was Saintess Luo Zi. Both of them were alone. Their team members had all been eliminated. Only a few people were able to stay until now. Seeing them, His Highness Badger Huai secretly rejoiced in his heart. If it weren't for Qin Shao and Yuan protecting him along the way, he would have been eliminated hundreds of times. This point of rejoicing was still very sufficient. His Highness Zhu Zhua and Saintess Luo Zi both looked at Qin Shao with strange expressions. Their expressions were a little strange. Just now, they had witnessed the process of Qin Shao eliminating the three people in His Highness Lan Hua's team. Naturally, they were trembling with fear and shock. Such strength was truly shocking to the point where it could not be any more shocking. His Highness Lan Hua was so strong, but he was eliminated by Qin Shao. What about them? Obviously, if they fought with Qin Shao, they would definitely be eliminated. Therefore, now they looked at Qin Shao as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They felt that they had encountered an expert that they couldn't defeat. If Qin Shao wanted to make a move on them, then they would probably only have a dead end. They could only be eliminated. At this time, His Highness Zhu Zhua and Saintess Luo Zi were feeling very complicated. Chapter 3026. The oppressive and tense atmosphere lasted for a while. Only Qin Zhao's team of 5 were left in the entire Heaven's Choice battlefield. The others were also eliminated. Qin Shao suddenly smiled at His Highness Zhu Zhua and Saintess Luo Zi and said, There are only 3 teams left, so there's nothing to fight. Let's wait until the time limit is up and go out together. There's no need for me to eliminate you again. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, His Highness Zhu Zhua and Saintess Luo Zi gave Qin Shao a deep look. Saintess Luo Zi was fine. Qin Shao did not attack her before, so this was expected. However, His Highness Zhu Zhuo was quite surprised. Qin Shao did not attack him. He did not eliminate him. On the other side, in the central square, those who were eliminated woke up, walked out of the holy light's shroud, and stood aside. Many people were sighing, dissatisfied with their own performance. There were also some whose expressions were unsightly. There were even some who looked at others with hatred and hostility. Among the crowd, the one with the worst expression was His Highness Lanhua. Therefore, there was no one around His Highness Lanhua. The others were consciously respectful and did not dare to get close to him, for fear of being implicated. Around him, there were many voices of discussion. However, they were also whispering in private. Her Highness Lanhua was eliminated from the competition. This was really too shocking. It was really hard to believe. What happened? Why was His Highness Lanhua also eliminated? He was recognized as the #1 person in this year's competition, the undisputed #1. Who on earth dared to shake His Highness Lan Hua's position in the last round and eliminate him? That's right, it's too surprising. It's simply unbelievable. I really can't think of anyone who can eliminate His Highness Lan Hua, who has always been the champion. Who on earth is it? Maybe it's His Highness Zhu Zhuo? Well, if it's possible, it can only be His Highness Zhu Zhuo. After all, His Highness Zhu Zhuo's reputation was only slightly weaker than His Highness Lan Hua's, but not by much. His Highness Zhu Zhuo still has the strength to challenge His Highness Lan Hua. Only he has the strength to do so. I reckon that even Sanus Luo Zi is much weaker than him. His Highness Badger Huai, that lucky bastard, has even less of a chance. That's right. His Highness Badger Huai is just an ordinary person. How could he have the strength to compete with His Highness Lan Hua? Why do I feel that His Highness Zhu Zhuo might not be able to compete with His Highness Lan Hua? Perhaps Prince Lan Hua was eliminated by those sentient beings? That's not possible either. There were no sentient life forms in the last 10,000 years. Her Highness Lan Hua was just eliminated, so it's impossible for her to be eliminated by a sentient life form. If it's not a sentient being, then who could it be? Who is left in the heavens' chosen battlefield? Only His Highness Zhu Zhuo, Saintus Luo Zi, and His Highness Badger Huai are left, right? Then it can only be one of the three. Then it must be His Highness Zhu Zhuo. Other than him, there shouldn't be anyone else. It seems that Qin Shao and Yuan haven't been eliminated yet. There are only 5 of them left in the heavens' chosen battlefield. Hey, do you guys think it could be Qin Shao? Don't joke around. How could it be Qin Shao? What ability does he have? That's right. How could a brat from the immortal domain who has just broken through to the 3rd step ancient saint stage eliminate Her Highness Lan Hua? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? The discussion in the central square was intense. Only Qin Shao and the other 4 had not been eliminated yet. The question of who eliminated Her Highness Lan Hua could be said to be the most intense discussion. The situation was too explosive. It was something that no one had expected. Thinking about it, they all felt that it was impossible. How could Her Highness Lan Hua be eliminated? This was something that no one had ever thought of. Her Highness Lan Hua was a peerless existence of her generation. Even if she didn't leave everyone in the dust, she was definitely the #1 existence who had beaten everyone. Originally, there was no suspense at all for the throne of the heavens chosen list. Everyone thought that it would be none other than Her Highness Lan Hua, and that no one could snatch it from her. However, he didn't expect that something shocking would happen. Her Highness Lan Hua was actually eliminated. Not to mention the crowd. Even the elders in the sky were so shocked that their eyes widened. The white-robed elder insisted on Her Highness Lan Hua getting first place. Elder Li Yin and the gray-robed elder were more optimistic about Qin Shao. This bet had now come to an end. Elder Li Yin pursed her lips and smiled. Looking at the astonished white-robed elder, she said, "Old Bai, although you have lived longer than me, it seems that your eyesight is still not as good as mine. To judge a person, you can't just look at some things on the surface. Although some of the things on the surface are indeed real, they can still confuse people. Miracles will always be created by people. Of course, I'm not completely confident this time. I'm only willing to bet on Qin Shao this time. The white-robed elder came back to his senses and shook his head slightly. I'm old, I can't do it. It's a pity for Lan Hua. If he can get through this, his future achievements will be limitless. There's a high chance that he can become a world god. This defeat should be a huge blow to him. It will be difficult to erase it. Perhaps his future achievements will be limited. Elder Lien nodded and said, Lan Hua was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His innate conditions are very good. His body is also very good, but his good birth made him a little too arrogant and overconfident. Such a temperament may harm him. If he can't get over this hurdle, then he will probably have no fate with the world god in this lifetime. It's a pity, but this is his own good fortune. We can't interfere in this matter. It's up to him. The white-robed elder nodded and could only sigh. The 100,000 years time limit was over very quickly. Naturally, there were no accidents after that. Qin Shao and the other four walked out of the heavens' chosen battlefield under the gaze of thousands of people. Those who could walk out of the heavens' chosen battlefield were clad in peerless radiance. They were incomparably dazzling and beautiful. Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan were both members. Yuan Yuan was also a member of the second step ancient saint realm. Therefore, it was simply a miracle that the two of them could walk out of the heavens' chosen battlefield. It was a matter that made everyone exclaim in admiration. The discussion about who would eliminate His Highness Lan Hua had not dissipated. Everyone was still discussing intensely. After all, whoever eliminated His Highness Lan Hua would be the champion of this 100 Worlds chosen battle. First place in the heavenly chosen tournament of the 100 Worlds was a supreme glory that would be recorded in the annals of history. Naturally, everyone was very concerned about the champion. Judging from the current situation of the discussion, His Highness Zhu Zhuo was the most guessed. After all, His Highness Zhu Zhuo's team had always been ranked second on the Heaven's Chosen list. Apart from His Highness Lan Hua, he was considered the strongest team. Furthermore, His Highness Zhu Zhuo's reputation was indeed extremely great. In that vast region, the two of them were basically compared to each other. Even if His Highness Lan Hua's reputation was slightly greater than His Highness Zhu Zhuo's, there was still a possibility that His Highness Zhu Zhuo would emerge as a new force to be reckoned with. The Heaven's Chosen battle was already over at this point. Now, they only needed to wait for the final result to come out. As soon as Qin Shao came out, His Highness Lan Hua looked at Qin Shao with incomparable hatred. It was incomparably vicious and extremely deep. His murderous intent was monstrous and extremely cold. Such a stance instantly caused everyone to be dumbstruck. Everyone looked at Qin Shao with incomparable astonishment. Various thoughts also rang in everyone's mind. In that case, could it be that Qin Shao really eliminated His Highness Lan Hua? Impossible, right? That's terrifying. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Instantly, the central square quieted down, and not a single sound could be heard. The atmosphere also instantly became oppressive, dignified, and tense. It was as if only Qin Shao and His Highness Lan Hua were left in the central square. The way they looked at each other was too terrifying and too lethal. The terrifying aura exuded made people feel a sense of oppression. From the looks of it, it was basically confirmed that the person who eliminated His Highness Lan Hua was not His Highness Zhu Zhuo, but Qin Shao from the immortal domain. A person who had just broken through to the three-step ancient saint realm and a team member. Unexpectedly, he was able to eliminate His Highness Lan Hua. This was really too unbelievable. However, there were still many people who did not dare to believe this situation. It was simply impossible for them to imagine how Qin Shao could eliminate His Highness Lan Hua. It was completely unreasonable. No matter how they thought about it, they could not figure it out. Look, the heavenly selection list has been updated. Suddenly, someone broke the silence. Everyone's eyes swished to the stone tablet. At this time, only 3 lines of words were displayed on the stone tablet. First place on the heavenly selection list, His Highness Badger Huai's team. Second place on the heavenly selection list, His Highness Zhu Zhuo's team. Third place on the heavenly selection list, Saintess Luozi's team. Only these 3 lines of words showed the top 3 of the heavenly selection list. The rest were not shown. Not being able to enter the top 3 meant nothing to the 100 Worlds chosen battle. The main purpose of the 100 World selection battle was to choose the top 3. The top 3 would directly obtain the qualification to enter the Firmament Academy. This was the heaven stairway to the Firmament Academy. Seeing the heavenly selection list, although everyone had long been mentally prepared, they still sucked in a breath of cold air. The sound of discussion rang out again. His Highness Lan Hua's team, who was the most popular, was eliminated and did not even enter the top 3. Being eliminated was such a tragic fate. His Highness Lan Hua, who was peerlessly brilliant and peerless, actually ended up like this. It really made people sigh with emotion. His Highness Badger Huai's team was a complete dark horse. They rose all the way and finally eliminated His Highness Lan Hua's team and took the throne of first place. It was simply incredible. What they witnessed was a miracle. The biggest winner of the 100 World Selection Battle was obviously His Highness Badger Huai. The biggest loser was obviously His Highness Lan Hua. The most dazzling individual performance was undoubtedly Qin Shao. Everyone was very clear in their hearts that His Highness Badger Huai's team was able to counterattack and take the throne of first place basically because of Qin Zhao's contribution. Qin Shao, with his own strength, repeatedly turned the tide and pushed His Highness Badger Huai's team to the throne of first place. It was a supreme achievement, a supreme radiance. The name Qin Shao was also deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. After this battle, Qin Zhao's name would obviously spread in the Great Path Saint realm. It was no exaggeration to say that his name would shake the Great Path Saint realm. Author, Cruel Death. There are 2 more updates in the evening. Some friends should not be too impatient. At noon, if you say that Cruel Death cannot be updated, it will explode. Chapter 3027. No one had expected the result of the selection battle of the 100 Worlds to be like this. Elderly Yin and the other 2 elders landed on the ground. They looked at Qin Shao with approval and nodded slightly at Qin Shao. Judging from the reaction of the 3 elders, it was enough to convince everyone that the person who had eliminated Lan Hua was none other than Qin Shao. A person from the immortal realm had won the highest honor in the selection battle of the 100 Worlds. From the top of the Duantian Cliff to the first place on the selection list, his brilliance was too dazzling. Such a thing had never been seen in the history of the selection battle of the 100 Worlds. It was the only case. From this point of view, Qin Shao had completely created a new history. Badger Hall, Qin Shao, Yuan, congratulations. You have won the first place on the selection list and made history. Not bad, not bad. And Zhu Zhua and Luo Zi, congratulations to you for winning the quota to enter the Firmament Academy. Keep up the good work. Elderly Yin suddenly said. She spoke very seriously to Qin Shao and the others, but not to His Highness Zhu Zhua and Saintess Luo Zi. In terms of language, there was a big difference, but there was no other way. The first place was definitely the most dazzling. As for the second and third place, there was a big difference. Well, the 5 of you can stay. The others can leave. The 5 of you, come with us. Elderly Yin said to Qin Shao and the other 4. Qin Shao and the other 4 nodded and left with Elderly Yin. After sending off Qin Shao and the others, the central square was in a complete uproar. There was an uproar and the noise was boiling. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a monstrous, heaven-defying genius. He participated in the selection battle of the 100 Worlds as a second-step ancient saint and won the first place in the selection battle of the 100 Worlds. In the history of the selection battle of the 100 Worlds, is there anyone else like him? Yes, he did. According to what I know, in the history of the 100 Worlds Heavenly Selection Tournament, Qin Shao should be the 3rd. Of course, if we're talking about people from the immortal realm, then Qin Shao is the 1st. Ah, there really is. It seems that I am too ignorant. Tell me about it. Yeah, I don't know either. Tell me about it. The first era is too long ago, and the records are not very auspicious. Moreover, there are many versions of the story, and there is no way to verify which one is correct. So, I won't talk about the first one. Let's talk about the second. As for the second one, it's probably something that happened 10,000 years ago. It's not that long ago. Many people should have heard of it. You must be referring to world god Feng Yen, right? Right? It was world god Feng Yen. Back then, he was a peerless figure who had never been seen before. He was a peerless genius who made his name known throughout the ages. To this day, there are still many legends about him. Yes, I've heard many legends about world god Feng Yen as well. I truly am filled with admiration for him. I feel that in all the eras of the universe, there's been no one who can match up to world god Feng Yen. I'm afraid that Qin Shao is a bit weaker than world god Feng Yen, right? He should be a bit weaker. World god Feng Yen, I feel that no one in all the eras can surpass him. How can Qin Shao be compared to world god Feng Yen? He probably isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. That's right. World god Feng Yan's fame is still as resounding as thunder even after 10,000 eras of the universe. How can Qin Shao compare to him? Listening to the discussions of the crowd and watching the departing figures, Royal Highness Lan Hua's face was still as cold as ice. He hated it. He was supposed to be the first, but now he didn't even get into the top 3. Not only was he no longer in first place, he also lost a spot to enter the Firmament Academy. This was a double blow to him. This blow was incomparably huge, and it made him want to die. He, world god Feng Yen, had never suffered such a huge blow in his entire life. But now it was all over. He, Royal Highness Lan Hua, was destined to become a joke. It was a shame that he would never be able to wash away. Qin Shao, you and I can't live under the same sky. Royal Highness Lan Hua's heart was filled with madness. Soon, Qin Shao and the other 4 were brought to a quiet place. This was a forbidden area that no one else was allowed to enter. The other 2 elders left as well. Only Elderly Yin was left. Elderly Yin looked at Qin Shao and the other 4 with a smile and said, "Congratulations to the 5 of you. You've all obtained a spot to enter the Firmament Academy. The old man has already reported this to the Firmament Academy. They will soon send someone to bring you to the Firmament Academy. You just need to wait here for a while. You don't need to worry about the others. I will arrange for them to leave Heaven Choice City. If you have any arrangements, you can go and do it. Come back quickly. If there's nothing important, you'd better stay here and wait. Well, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll bring you to the Firmament Academy when they send someone to pick you up. The 5 of you have all stood out from our Heaven Choice City, so I hope that the 5 of you will be friendly and united when you enter the Firmament Academy." After saying that, Elderly Yin left. The top 3 on the Heaven Choice list were qualified to enter the Firmament Academy. This was an ancient rule that everyone was familiar with. However, Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan were also qualified to enter the Firmament Academy, which surprised Royal Highness Yuzhua and the other 2. Royal Highness Badger Huai was also very surprised. He did not expect that Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan would also be qualified to enter the Firmament Academy. Although Qin Zhao's performance in the 100 Worlds Chosen battle was the most dazzling, and he could be said to be the best in this year's competition. But the problem was that Qin Shao was not the team leader. Logically speaking, he should not be qualified to cultivate in the Firmament Academy. However, both Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan had obtained 2 more qualifications to enter the Firmament College. This was very inconceivable. Something like this had never happened before, right? Of course, after hearing the news and being surprised, Royal Highness Badger Huai immediately became happy. "Ha ha, Brother Qin Shao, Queen Yuan Yuan, congratulations. I didn't know that you were also qualified to enter the Firmament Academy. Then we can fight side by side in the future." "Great, it's really great." "Ha ha." Qin Shao smiled and said, "Yes, we can fight side by side in the future. After entering the Firmament Academy, we will have a companion. It's always better to have more people. Otherwise, it will be quite strange to be alone." Royal Highness Badger Huai nodded. This was indeed true. In fact, he was a little worried and inexplicably guilty before. After all, in terms of strength, he was indeed very weak. Although the 100 Worlds Chosen battle was not completely a competition of strength, there were still some requirements for strength. One's strength had to reach a certain level, right? If he had no strength at all, it would be impossible for him to do so. His Highness Badger Huai relied entirely on Qin Shao to seize the throne of the heavenly selection list's first place. Therefore, his own strength was very weak. At least, he himself was a little weak. Now that Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan also entered the Firmament Academy, he suddenly had more confidence. At least in this way, with two of his own people by his side, he did not have to worry about being bullied and humiliated by others. It would definitely be much better. Royal Highness Zhu Zhui stood there silently, and for a moment he was somewhat at a loss. He was relatively arrogant before, at least he certainly did not put Royal Highness Badger Huai in his eyes. But now that Royal Highness Badger Huai had won the first place, he did not have the slightest arrogance in front of Qin Shao and the other two. Saintess Loisy was still so cold, and people did not dare to get close to her. Therefore, the atmosphere here was still a little awkward. Logically speaking, now that the 100 Worlds chosen battle was over, everyone was the winner and the recipient of glory. Soon, they would enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate together. Logically speaking, everyone would be on the same side in the future. In any case, they had all come out of the 100 Worlds chosen battle. Although the previous competition was very fierce, everyone was each other's opponent. However, there should still be some friendship between them. But now, there was a little awkward feeling. Saintess Loisy's character had always been like that, so she could not be forced. Royal Highness Zhu Zhui's words were caused by the arrogance in his heart. Although he now knew that Qin Shao and the other two were completely worthy of his respect, the arrogance in his heart could not be suppressed for a while. Therefore, Royal Highness Zhu Zhui felt a little awkward. This kind of atmosphere lasted for a long time. Royal Highness Badger Huai broke the deadlock. Royal Highness Badger Huai saluted Royal Highness Zhu Zhui and said, "Royal Highness Zhu Zhui, I have heard of your name long ago. It's like thunder in my ears. I really did not expect that one day I would be able to enter the Firmament Academy with Royal Highness Zhu Zhui to cultivate. It's really a very happy thing. In the future, I hope Royal Highness Zhu Zhui can take care of me." Hearing Royal Highness Badger Huai's polite words, Royal Highness Zhu Zhui seemed to have a way out, and the arrogance in his heart had been smoothly put down. Royal Highness Zhu Zhui also smiled, saluted Qin Shao and the other two, and said, "Royal Highness Badger Huai, Lord Qin Shao, Miss Yuan Yuan, we may not have dealt with each other before, nor have we really met. But in the future, when we enter the Firmament Academy together, we should still take care of each other. Especially Lord Qin Shao, you are the first among us, and you will be our leader in the future." Royal Highness Zhu Zhui still admired Qin Shao very much, so he was willing to regard Qin Shao as a leader. After entering the Firmament Academy, Qin Shao would be the leader. Royal Highness Zhu Zhui's words were tantamount to acknowledging Qin Zhao's position, and he was willing to worship Qin Zhao's position. Yes, Qin Shao, you will be our leader in the future. We will all follow your lead, unite around you, and strengthen our strength so that we can grow quickly in the Firmament Academy. Royal Highness Badger Huai also immediately said. Yuan Yuan smiled and nodded desperately. She completely agreed with this matter. Although Saintess Loisy did not speak, her watery eyes also looked over. In a moment of carelessness, he was pushed to the position of the leader. Qin Shao could only smile awkwardly. To be honest, Qin Shao really did not think about this position, and he really did not care about it. But at this time, everyone was a bit enthusiastic, so Qin Shao did not refute anything. In fact, he really did not think of himself as a leader. Since they were gathered together by fate and also had the opportunity to enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate together, then they should take care of each other. That was all. As for other things, in fact, it was not a big deal. Author Kan Shang said, "Third update, Cruel Death continues to write." Chapter 3028. The deadlock was broken. As for the holy maiden Loisy, there was no solution. After all, she was cold and aloof, and there was no way to change it. Moreover, the coldness of the holy maiden Loisy was special. It was different from the usual coldness. She could be considered to have played the role of aloofness to the extreme, right? His Highness Zhu put down his pride and soon became friends with Qin Shao and the others. Yuanyuan tried to talk to the holy maiden Luozi again, but this time she did not make much progress, so she came back disheartened. It was too difficult to get close to the holy maiden Luozi. If even a naive and cute girl like Yuanyuan could not get close to her, then the others would be even more difficult. Qin Shao and the others did not have to wait for long. 100 years later, elderly Yin brought an elegant and handsome man with an imposing aura with her. This man looked to be about 30 years old. He was extraordinarily handsome and angular. That pair of eyes was especially bright and possessed an intimidating power. However, his eyes did not make people feel afraid and did not make them afraid to look into them. It was just that if they looked into his eyes for a long time, they would feel that they would be seen through. The aura he emitted was not strong and did not make people feel that it was very sharp. This meant that his aura was very well concealed. However, if they felt it carefully, they would know that it was extremely powerful. Qin Shao took a closer look at the newcomer as well. The newcomer should be a 4-step ancient saint, but his strength should be extremely strong. Perhaps he should not be weaker than elderly Yin. This man was sent by the Firmament Academy. Was he a student of the Firmament Academy? Qin Shao, let me introduce you. This is Holy Master Bailey II, a student of the Firmament Academy. He entered the Firmament Academy a few years earlier than you. He also graduated from the 100 Worlds Chosen Battle, elderly Yin said. Bailey too smiled at Qin Shao and the others and said, Junior brothers and sisters, I also came from the Dafeng territory. I'm just a few years older than you. Haha, I'm a very casual person. Therefore, you don't have to be nervous in front of me. Just be casual. Everyone, just call me senior brother from now on. If you have any questions in the future, you can look for me and ask me. Greetings to senior brother Bailey too. Qin Shao and the other 4 looked at each other and then saluted in unison. Qin Shao was also thinking that this senior brother Bailey too was quite easy to get along with. Moreover, he didn't put on any airs. He gave off a very good feeling. This could also be considered a good thing. If you were to meet those senior brothers who were difficult to get along with, it would also be very uncomfortable. This way, everyone could relax a little. Bailey too smiled happily. Speaking of which, this is my first time picking up a newcomer. It feels pretty good. Back then, I also crawled out of this Heaven's Choice city and walked step by step to where I am today. After a few epochs, it feels pretty good to set foot in Heaven's Choice city again, to set foot in this familiar place where I once had beautiful memories. Looking at you guys, I can't help but remember how I was back then, just like how you are now. This feeling is really, really good. Unfortunately, I can't go back to how I used to be. Time flies, it's gone. It's useless to sigh. You can only look for it in your memories. Bailey too sighed. It seemed that he was a very emotional person. Qin Shao preferred to deal with emotional people. Such people were mostly people who valued friendship and righteousness. People who valued friendship and righteousness were actually not bad people. After lamenting for a while, Bailey too waved his hand and said, all right, let's not talk about the past in front of you guys. Let's talk about something serious. This time, I'm here to pick you guys up and take you to the Firmament Academy. We should set off now. If you have any questions, you can ask me on the way. But the journey is not far. I guess we won't talk for long. All right, let's go. Hearing Bailey too's words, Qin Shao and the others were a little excited. They were about to enter the Firmament Academy. Just thinking about it made them excited. Bailey too waved his hand and took Qin Shao and the others away. He turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, quickly disappearing in front of elderly Yan's eyes. The journey was fast. Qin Shao and the others arrived at the boundary of the Firmament Academy. Like the Saint Academy in the immortal realm, the Firmament Academy was very hidden. It did not exist in the real world, but in the ethereal realm. Without the guidance of the Firmament Academy students, there was no way to find this place. It was the same as the Saint Academy, but compared to the Firmament Academy, the Saint Academy was too far behind. Not to mention other things, just the foundation of the Saint Academy was far beyond the Saint Academies. At this time, What appeared in front of Qin Shao and the others was a vast nebula, magnificent and magnificent. And in that vast nebula, there was a huge group of buildings surrounded by the nebula, which looked very sacred, magnificent, and majestic. At a glance, it could give people an unprecedented sense of shock, the kind of extreme shock that went straight to the soul. Looking at it, Qin Shao and the others could not help but widen their eyes slightly, emitting some light. His excitement surged once again. In front of them was the legendary Firmament Academy, the Saint Realm of the Great Path, or even the Great Thousand World, the top academy, the highest academy. All the top geniuses in the whole Great Thousand World were racking their brains to get into the Firmament College to cultivate. As the top academy in the immortal realm, the Saint Academy was too far behind the Firmament Academy. They were not at the same level at all. Perhaps after countless years of development, the Saint Academy would slowly catch up and narrow the gap. But it was estimated that it was impossible to completely catch up. Looking at the Firmament Academy in front of them from afar, they could not help but feel excited, and their blood boiled. Especially for Qin Shao and the others, who were about to enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate, and were about to enter this sacred place. His feelings could not be expressed in words. 5 junior brothers and sisters, we have already entered the territory of the Firmament Academy, and the Firmament Academy is in front of us. Ha ha! This is the first time we have seen the Firmament Academy, and we are about to enter the Firmament Academy. I would like to interview you. How do you feel now? Saint Master Bailey too laughed and said to Qin Shao and the others, "How do I feel?" Qin Shao smiled and said, "Happy, excited, and looking forward to it." Basically, everyone is in the same mood, right? Saint Master Bailey too smiled and nodded. Yes, basically everyone is in the same mood. That's why, when I see how you guys are feeling right now, I'm reminded of how I felt back then too. However, I'm much more excited than you guys. I even screamed directly. Your performance is pretty good. None of you screamed. You're all pretty calm. Your state of mind is pretty good. Let's go, let's go. I will take you to the real Firmament Academy and show you some different feelings. This time, besides the 5 of you, there are some other new students. Some of them are from the Great Way Saint Realm, and some are from other Saint Realms. Hearing Saint Master Bailey II's words, everyone was surprised. This time, there were many new students entering the Firmament Academy together. It was not just the 5 of them. Previously, Qin Shao and the others really thought that there were only 5 of them. They did not expect that the situation was not so. It seemed that the situation was different this time. There were many other people, which made it lively. It was also a good thing that there were many people entering the Firmament Academy in the same batch. They did not know who else would join. Why are you surprised? It's normal. This time, the situation is a bit special. Many things happened just in time. So, there are more new junior brothers and sisters entering the Firmament Academy this time, much more than usual. Our Firmament Academy has not had a situation like this for a long time. You're lucky this time. You are very lucky to have encountered it this time. It will be more lively if there are more people entering the Firmament Academy in the same batch. Of course, there will be more competition. If you want to perform well in this batch, then the pressure will be a lot greater. There will be a lot of people competing with you. It won't be that easy. Haha, but I still think highly of you. After all, you came from the Heaven Choice City. People who come from the Heaven Choice City have always been good. Saint Master Bailey too said again, and continued to lead Qin Shao and the others forward. Soon, he led the 5 of them into the magnificent building complex. The building complex here was very large and incomparably magnificent. It was separated into different parts. It was divided into different areas by the nebula. Some areas were not only separated by the nebula, but also shrouded in a sacred aura. A powerful force enveloped them, isolating them from everything. At first glance, one could tell that those areas were not ordinary. They were definitely not ordinary places. Saint Master Bailey too led Qin Shao and the others to an area and landed on an open space. The open space on the ground was actually not land, nor was it jade. It was a nebula. Stepping on it, it felt a little magical. This open space was very large. Around this open space, there were several areas that were connected to many buildings. The location was good, and there was some elegance in the magnificence. Furthermore, each building felt very unique. They were all different, but they all had their own merits. Qin Xiao and the others looked around curiously, looking at the Firmament Academy along the way. The Firmament Academy was not very big. According to the building area, it was estimated to be only twice the size of the Saint Academy. In terms of the Earth domain, it was bigger. But along the way, it seemed that they did not see anyone. Even though he had landed in the Firmament College, he still hadn't seen anyone else, which was a bit strange. There were new students entering the Firmament Academy, but no one was curious to come out and take a look. There was no one to be seen. Bailey, too, you're quite fast. You've already returned from Heaven Choice City. A voice suddenly came from behind. Qin Xiao could not help but look over. He saw a man as handsome as Bailey, too, coming over with 5 guys and a girl. The person who spoke was obviously a disciple of the Firmament Academy, and the 6 people behind him were obviously the geniuses who had entered the Firmament Academy this time. When Qin Xiao's gaze landed on a man, he was so excited that his entire body couldn't help but tremble. His face was filled with a thick sense of surprise. The other party was even more so when he saw Qin Xiao. Author Can Shang 4th update. More than 13,000 words. This time, no one will scold Can Shang, right? Can Shang begged for flowers. Chapter 3029. Brother Pure. Haha, Qin Xiao, my good brother. After the two of them looked at each other excitedly, they ran over and shouted in unison. The person Qin Xiao saw was none other than Brother Pure. He had not seen Brother Pure for tens of millions of years. Brother Pure had left the Hongmeng universe. Qin Xiao had always been thinking about Brother Pure. He did not expect to see him in the Firmament Academy. What a surprise, what a big surprise. It was completely beyond Qin Xiao's expectation. This sudden turn of events left everyone else dumbfounded. They looked at Qin Xiao and Brother Chuanjia in astonishment. One was from the Great Path Sanctuary, the other was from the Immortal Realm. One was a genius selected from other forces, and the other was a genius from the 100-World Selection Battle. They actually knew each other. Good brother. Qin Xiao and Brother Pure gave each other a bear hug. Such a bear hug between men was enough to prove that their friendship was very deep. Qin Xiao and Brother Pure might have imagined the scene of meeting each other, but they had never thought of this. Since Brother Pure left the Hongmeng universe tens of millions of years ago, the two had not contacted each other. They did not know how each other was doing. After all, Brother Pure was in the Great Path Sanctuary, while Qin Xiao was in the Immortal Realm. The distance between them was too far. When Qin Xiao came to the Great Tao Sacred Realm this time, he had thought about looking for Brother Pure Heart. However, he had quickly participated in the 100 Worlds Chosen Battle, so he had no time to consider this matter. It was a big surprise to meet Brother Pure here. Both of them were pleasantly surprised. Ha ha ha, Qin Xiao, I haven't seen you for tens of millions of years, but you have already grown to the 3rd step Ancient Saint Realm. You have already caught up with me. Your speed, TSK, I have to admire you. You even entered the Firmament Academy to cultivate. However, you were actually sent here from the 100 Worlds Heavenly Selection Battle. I thought that if there were any places in the Immortal Realm, you might come here from the Immortal Realm. I didn't expect this, haha. Brother Pure laughed heartily. He was very happy. Qin Xiao chuckled. Brother Purity was also a 3rd step Ancient Saint, and it was clear that he had broken through to the 3rd step Ancient Saint Realm quite some time ago. Being able to enter the Firmament Academy was enough to show how powerful Brother Chuanjia's strength and talent were. Although Brother Pure was a rare genius in the Hongmeng universe, in fact, he was not particularly dazzling. To be honest, Qin Xiao had never thought that Brother Chuanjia would be able to stand at such a height. Of course, Qin Xiao was also very happy for Brother Chuanjia. Hey, can you guys change the time if you want to have a casual chat? We don't have time to listen to you talk. A dissatisfied voice came. It was the person who came with Brother Pure. Qin Xiao was reminded of Her Highness Lan Hua when she saw her arrogant demeanor. This person was probably the same type as Princess Lan Hua. However, Qin Xiao did not bother to pay attention to this kind of person. Just let her be. Brother Pure gave the man a cold stare and said to Qin Xiao, "Brother, let's talk later." Qin Xiao nodded. Anyway, there was still a long way to go. In the future, they would all cultivate in the Firmament Academy. There would be plenty of opportunities. The two groups walked together. Saint Venerable Bailey II and another Saint Venerable were chatting in the front. They talked and laughed, and the others followed behind. Qin Xiao, that person is Saint Venerable Longya. Grandpa is a world god, and the force behind him is very powerful. He is much more powerful than Princess Lanhua. I heard that this person has a very bad temper. Once you provoke him, you will be in big trouble. His Highness Badger Huai whispered to Qin Xiao. Obviously, he was implying that Qin Xiao should be careful and not provoke this guy. This person was more difficult to provoke than Princess Lanhua. Qin Xiao did not care too much and smiled indifferently. Of course, he would not take the initiative to provoke others. However, the situation was often the case. Therefore, there were some things that could not be avoided even if you did not want to do it. The disaster that was bound to come would come. There was no way to avoid it, and there was no way to escape. As the saying goes, if you don't like it, just do it. Bailey, too, and the senior brother stopped in the open space. Qin Xiao and the others could only follow. It was still very quiet here. Except for them, there was no one else. In the open space, it was very spacious. There was no next move. No one knew what they were waiting for. Qin Xiao and the others came to the Firmament Academy for the first time. They were not officially admitted yet, so Qin Xiao and the others were a little anxious and nervous. They could only wait in silence. Not long after, another group of people came. Haha, Junior Brother Bailey too, Junior Brother Exine Lanya. I made you wait for a long time. The leader of the group shouted from afar. Behind him, there were 5 people. The lineup of 4 men and 1 woman was also peerlessly beautiful. At first glance, one could tell that they were extremely extraordinary. Each of them had the appearance of a celestial being and peerless beauty. Moreover, each of the 5 people had a different aura. There was the aura of the immortal domain, the Great Way Sword realm, the Power Saint realm, the Elemental Saint realm, and an elusive aura that was difficult to capture. 5 people, 5 different auras. Obviously, they came from different saint realms. The Firmament Academy would also select peerless geniuses from other saint realms and even the vast 1,000 secret realms to cultivate in the Firmament Academy. The 5 people also landed and stood in the open space. The 5 of them looked curiously at Qin Xiao and the other 2 teams. Qin Xiao's eyes fell on the man who exuded immortal qi. However, he did not know him. He was not from the Saint Academy. Therefore, he did not know which force this peerless genius came from. A 3rd step ancient saint. Qin Xiao had met a good person in the immortal domain. Qin Xiao's eyes fell on the person from the elemental saint realm. She was a beautiful woman, with colorful auras lingering around her. She looked very mysterious. Seeing the elemental saint girl, Qin Xiao could not help but think of Gu Lingwei. He did not know how she was doing in the elemental saint realm. Qin Xiao really missed her. I have to think of a way to get close to her and see if I can get some information from her. I guess it's better to let Yuan get close to her since she has a name in the elemental saint realm. Qin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He already had some ideas. He would talk about it later. He did not want to think too much about it for now. Saint Master Bailey II and the other 2 gathered together. After a few words, they went back to their respective places. As soon as Saint Master Bailey II came back, he let out a strange laugh at Qin Xiao and the others. Looking at his strange laugh, they felt a little strange. It seemed that something was going to happen, and it did not seem to be a friendly thing. The time for you to perform well is coming. I'm telling you now, if you don't perform well and embarrass me, I'll punish you with wine. It's the first time I've received such a good task. It took me a lot of effort to get it. Whether or not you can let me, your senior brother, shine once and regain my face will depend on your performance. Hearing Saint Master Bailey II's words, Qin Xiao and the others looked at each other. Obviously, they did not understand what he meant. There was still something waiting for them to do. His Highness Badger Huai could not help but ask, "Brother Bailey II, don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us directly. What do you want us to do? Why do I feel that the situation is not good? St. Master Bailey too stared at His Highness Badger Huai and said, Bah, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by not good? It's a good thing. This is a great opportunity for you to enter the Firmament Academy. Whether or not you can shine, whether or not you can be glorious, depends on your own performance. The situation is like this. There is an unwritten tradition in the Firmament Academy that has been passed down. Now it has become a more important ceremony for the seniors of the Firmament Academy to welcome the new students. You guys are interesting this time. The competition is still very strong. There's so many people. There are a total of 16 new students this time. So, those senior brothers will definitely play a lot of tricks. So, you guys have to cheer up. After listening to St. Master Bailey II's words, Qin Xiao and the others understood what was going on. It turned out to be an event to welcome the new students. This was not surprising. This kind of thing happened to many forces, so it was a common phenomenon. It wasn't surprising at all. There were 16 people this time. It seemed that the competition was indeed very strong. Moreover, to Qin Xiao and the other four, they were still at a slight disadvantage. After all, the people who came out of the 100 World Selection Battle were always a little weaker than those who were selected from other places. For example, His Highness Badger Huai. If he had not been selected from the 100 World Selection Battle, he would not have been able to enter the Firmament Academy. In a normal selection, he had no chance of being selected. He didn't have any qualifications. So, if they really wanted to compare, His Highness Badger Huai was obviously weaker than the others. Not only His Highness Badger Huai, but even His Highness Zhu Zhua, Saintess Luo Zi, and Yuan were weaker. If possible, Qin Zhao's strength was completely comparable to the others. His Highness Badger Huai looked at the other two teams and could not help but smile bitterly. He had just finished the 100 World Selection Battle, and now he had to immediately enter a new battle. It was really hard for him to complain. As if he had seen through His Highness Badger Huai's thoughts, Bailey too said again, Badger Huai, don't let me down. Otherwise, I have a way to make you suffer. All of you, cheer up. Show your determination and fighting spirit. Although you may be weaker than the other two teams, it doesn't matter. It is still possible for the weak to defeat the strong. As long as you have enough determination and fighting spirit, there is hope to create a good result. And there are many ways to play. You don't necessarily need to face the other two teams head-on. So, you don't have to be modest. Just do it. Showing off once is also a way for you to fight for your own pride and make your first shot at entering the Firmament Academy. It may also be beneficial for your future cultivation. Like I said, if you win face, I will treat you to wine. If you lose face, I will punish you with wine. Chapter 30:30. Soon, Bailey II and the other two brought Qin Xiao and the rest of the 16 people who had entered the Firmament College for cultivation to a place. This should be a place for cultivation and discussion. As soon as they entered, they felt that the aura was different. As soon as they entered, they immediately felt many pairs of eyes looking at them. Some of them were sharp and thorny, which made them feel uncomfortable. The new disciples were indeed a little scared in front of the senior brothers. Qin Xiao quickly looked around and found that there were 23 senior brothers of the ancient saint realm in the Firmament College gathered here. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they were not inferior to Bailey II and the rest. Some of them did not even hide their auras, and the aura they exuded was too frightening. They displayed their strength in a very high-profile manner. Many of them even had a playful and evil smile on their faces. This made Qin Xiao and the rest feel as if they had become prey. At this time, they were placed in a hunting ground, waiting to be slaughtered by these hunters. This kind of feeling was naturally very unpleasant. Although they knew this situation, it was difficult to face it completely calmly. At the very least, someone like Qin Xiao, who had some pride in his heart, would definitely not like to be bullied by those senior brothers. Bailey II and the other two led the team, and the senior brothers were already rubbing their palms, looking at Qin Xiao and the rest as if they were looking for a target. Qin Xiao and the rest felt as if they were waiting to be slaughtered. They still did not know what kind of game this was. Everyone, who wants to go first? Who will be the first to shoot? Ha ha! I'm not the first one. The first and last ones will have to pay a lot of money. I'm so poor that I can't afford to pay. Tisk, you're just stingy and stingy. You're so rich, but you're still so stingy. I think you should stop playing, or else you'll feel bad. No one is coming? Ha ha! Then I won't pass on my responsibility. Let me be the first to win. The senior brother, who was a fourth-step ancient saint, walked out with a smile on his face. His gaze swept over Yuan, Holy Maiden Luo Zi, and the others, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. However, this was not a perverted smile, but a smile of appreciation. Hee, I didn't expect 4 beautiful ladies to come in this time. Looks like I'll have to be a little gentler. Otherwise, if I hurt you girls, I'll feel bad. The senior brother chuckled. However, these frivolous words made Holy Maiden Luozi frown coldly. Yishaosheng, don't talk so much. Let's start quickly. I'm warning you, don't make things too difficult for them. Otherwise, I'll stay at your cultivation place for tens of millions of years and drink until you're broke. Holy Venerate Bailey too rolled his eyes at his senior brother, Yishaosheng, who was a fourth-step ancient saint. Holy Venerate Yishaosheng glared at Holy Venerate Bailey too, but it seemed like he was a little afraid of Holy Venerate Bailey Tuesday. After glaring at him, he hurriedly said, Scram, my place doesn't welcome bandits like you. You're simply a shameless bandit. Don't even think about going to my place to eat and drink for free. The door of my cultivation place will forever be closed to you. Do you think I won't make things difficult for them just because you asked me not to? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? I've waited for an entire universe epic for this. If I don't make things difficult for them, wouldn't I have wasted all this time? Furthermore, I'm going to be the vanguard. You can't let me off so easily, right? Holy Venerate Bailey, too, glared at Holy Venerate Yishaosheng and did not bother to say anything else. Yishao glanced at the crowd again and smiled evilly. Ha, 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 ha. Looking at his smile, everyone felt that something bad was going to happen. His hand suddenly moved, and a sparkling and translucent crystal appeared in his hand. The surface of the crystal was shrouded in holy light. Looking at this crystal, everyone felt that it was extraordinary. It emitted the aura of the great Tao. Junior brother Yishaosheng, we all know that you're stingy, but we didn't expect you to be so stingy. You have a nerve to be the vanguard with this little thing? Where's your shame? Where's your shame? You're not even willing to take out something good to be the vanguard. I think you should just let me be the vanguard. A senior brother in the fourth step of the ancient saint realm sneered. Immediately, other senior brothers in the fourth step of the ancient saint realm chimed in. Senior brother Yishaosheng, you're the vanguard. Isn't it inappropriate to take out a Tao source crystal? Don't say that. Senior brother Yishaosheng is actually all right. A Tao source crystal can be considered a relatively precious item. Precious my ass. If you're not the vanguard, you could take it out. If you take it out first, I'll despise you. If you could take out any treasure to be the vanguard, I would have snatched it long ago. That's right. Even I don't dare to be the vanguard. Everyone wants to be in the limelight, but it's not that easy to get it. How can you do it without paying a price? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Yishaosheng seemed to be a little thick-skinned. He didn't care at all. He grinned and said to the crowd, Tisk, you guys only know how to speak in hindsight. Why don't you go? Since you guys aren't willing to be humble, I can only throw a brick to attract jade. A Tao source crystal is very precious to these new junior brothers and sisters, okay? Moreover, I'm not the only one in this round. All of you have to take out a treasure as well. Of course, you can't give them too good. Otherwise, these junior brothers and sisters will die of fattening. That's not a good thing. We can't feed them too much. Otherwise, it'll lose its meaning. Our purpose is to train the new disciples. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the Tao source crystal in Yi Xiaoxing's hand. However, this was the first time Qin Zhao had heard of this thing. Naturally, he didn't know what it was used for. His Highness Badger Huai said to Qin Zhao, Tao source crystals are said to be the crystallization of the birth of the great Tao. They contain the most primitive and purest great Tao laws. A Tao source crystal is relatively precious. It's indeed a great help to the cultivation of the great Tao. Moreover, this kind of help has no side effects, so it's better. However, Tao source crystals are too rare. Although their value isn't particularly high, they're rare and difficult to find. If it's just one crystal, the effect will be slightly worse. If there are 5 of them together, the value will soar by dozens of times. It seems that it's also a good thing. Qin Xiao smiled. His Highness Badger Huai nodded and said, "Yes, it's definitely a good thing. After all, this is the first round." Although the other senior brothers are laughing at senior brother Yi Xiaosheng, a Tao source crystal is actually a very precious thing, at least for us. Qin Xiao nodded. Hearing His Highness Badger Huai's words, Qin Xiao knew that it was very precious. Qin Xiao naturally had some ideas about this kind of thing in his heart. However, he didn't know how senior brother Yi Xiaosheng wanted to play. "Ha ha, don't be nervous. I originally had a game in mind, but after seeing you guys, I changed my mind. I thought a very fun game. You guys happen to have 16 people for women and 12 men. Then quickly divide yourselves into groups. 3 men and 1 woman will form a group. After dividing yourselves into groups, I'll tell you the specific rules of the game. The one who wins in the end will get this Tao source crystal. Hee. If you're the last, there will be some punishment. So, you must not have an indifferent attitude. That's not a good attitude. 3 men and 1 woman in a group? What was this for?" No one knew what Yi Xiao was thinking when he became a holy venerate. However, they had no other choice at this time. They could only listen to Yi Xiao's arrangement and do as he said. Qin Xiao pulled Brother Pure, His Highness Badger Huai, and Yuan into a group. As for His Highness Zhu Zhuo and Sanus Luo Zi, they could only find other people. Qin Xiao couldn't do anything about it. If he wanted to pull people in, he would definitely prioritize his brothers. The 4 groups were quickly divided into 4 groups. The most mixed group was His Highness Zhu Zhuo's group. They had people from all 3 groups. It could be considered as a hodgepodge. Although Qin Xiao's group also had people from 2 groups, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure were life and death brothers, so they were actually on the same side. Tacit understanding was definitely a more important aspect. If it wasn't good, then the situation wouldn't be good. After the groups were divided, Yi Xiaosheng pursed his lips and said with a strange smile, "The rules of the game are actually very simple. I still care about you freshmen. So, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll just play a little. How about this? You 4 girls stand in 4 places, no more than 1. The men in each group are responsible for protecting the girls in your group. While protecting them, you're responsible for attacking the other groups and finding ways to kidnap the girls of the other groups. Once a girl is kidnapped, the group will be eliminated. The first group to be eliminated, pay attention. You're going to be unlucky. The group that stands at the end will be the winner. You 4 girls are not allowed to attack. You can only stand there. There are men. If they kidnap you, you can't resist. Only the people in your group can save you." Ha ha ha, I'm a genius. I'm definitely a great genius. I can even think of such a fun game. It's so cool. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. Come on, let's play. Let's play. Don't waste time. Hurry up. Listening to the rules of the game described by Yi Xiaosheng, it was indeed a little refreshing. But whether such a game was fun or not, they would only know after playing it. Since they couldn't resist, they could only try their best. Although Yi Xiaosheng said to start, the 4 groups obviously didn't move. They just stood there and looked at each other. It was not easy to attack and defend at the same time. The distribution of the members would also be a big problem. If they attacked blindly, the strength of the defense would be weak. Then, they might lose the defense. Once they lost the defense, they would be eliminated. So, if they thought about it carefully, they would feel that it was better to defend. But if they defended blindly, there would be no way to attack. However, defense might be more important in the early stage. Anyway, as long as they didn't lose the defense, there would be no problem. The number of people in each group was the same. It wouldn't increase or decrease. So, no matter when they fought, it wouldn't have much effect. Perhaps everyone was thinking about this, so they all stood there and defended. No one made the first move to break this stalemate. In this place, The one who attacked first might not be the strongest and could gain the upper hand. After all, there were 4 groups, and they were all staring at each other. Whoever attacked first might be the one who attacked first. Chapter 30-31. However, it would be awkward if they did not make a move. The situation was in a stalemate. Once the situation was in a stalemate, it would not be fun anymore. This was not what everyone wanted to see. Yi Xiaosheng was a little anxious and urged, "Hey, you guys, are you not giving me face? I'm taking care of you and not making things difficult for you. If you continue to act like this, your senior brother will get angry. When senior brother gets angry, even I'm scared. Let me ask you, are you scared? Hurry up and start. Stop wasting time. You guys are not having fun at all. If you don't have fun, you will have to suffer later." Bailey, too, and the other 2 stepped aside and started to make bets in private. They were betting on whose group would perform better. To them, this was an intangible achievement. After all, they were the ones who went to pick up Bailey, too, and introduced him to the Firmament Academy. They were also the guides. In addition, this was a good tradition of the Firmament Academy, so they naturally valued it more. Whoever had the best results in their group will be able to bask in the glory of their face. They would be able to show off in front of their fellow disciples. This was a rare opportunity to be in the limelight. Bailey, too, and the other 2 naturally wanted to win. "Qin Xiao, you guys have to stay calm. Don't be fooled by Yi Xiaosheng. Don't worry about him. Just take care of yourselves," Holy Venerable Bailey, too, said to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao was the most outstanding person in the heavens' chosen battle. Therefore, Bailey, too, naturally placed his bet on Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao looked at Saint Venerable Bailey, too, and nodded. Qin Xiao was too lazy to care so much. If the enemy did not move, he would not move. If the enemy moved, he would act according to the situation. The newest one to make a move might not necessarily be able to win the game. Even if he had the upper hand, it would be useless. It would be of no help. Therefore, Qin Xiao naturally did not care. However, the tree may want to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. Qin Xiao didn't take any action, but some people couldn't wait any longer. One group attacked His Highness Zhu Zhua's group, and His Highness Zhu Zhua's group could only retaliate. Another group also took the opportunity to attack His Highness Zhu Zhua's group. While they were weak, they wanted to take down His Highness Zhu Zhua's group. Facing the attacks of the 2 groups, as well as the fact that His Highness Zhu Zhua's group was originally a team, there were people from the other 2 camps. Thus, it was basically impossible for the 2 of them to resist. With only His Highness Zhu Zhua resisting, it was naturally difficult for him to do so alone. Moreover, His Highness Zhu Zhua's strength did not have any advantage. Under such circumstances, the situation naturally became somewhat worrisome from the beginning, and they directly fell into a disadvantage. With 2 groups of people suppressing His Highness Zhu Zhua, how could His Highness Zhu Zhua have the chance to resist? But it's just... At this moment, Qin Xiao said to Brother Pure, "It seems that the 2 groups have secretly joined forces. We have to take action now, otherwise we will be the ones to suffer later. Each of us will be responsible for one group. I will attack the group with more people, and you will be responsible for the other group. Let's try to eliminate them at the same time when they eliminate His Highness Zhu Zhua. In that case, we will be able to win in the fastest and easiest way." "Haha, brother, you have the same idea as me. I think so too. However, let me deal with the group with more people. After all, I reached the 3-step ancient saint realm much earlier than you." Brother Pure suddenly laughed. Qin Xiao did not reply. Instead, he directly attacked the group with the most people at this time. Seeing that Qin Xiao had directly attacked, Brother Pure had no choice but to attack the other group as well. The group he attacked was the one he was in previously. There was only one person in that group guarding the girl, and the other 2 went to kill His Highness Zhu Zhua. The man on the defense frowned when he saw Brother Chuanjia charging at him. They were in a group before, but now they were facing each other in close combat. Brother Pure, you are so powerful. You want to fight me?" The man immediately snorted angrily and said angrily. Brother Pure grinned and said with a smile, "Winged Saint, don't be angry. It's just a game. Why take it so seriously? Get out of here. Wing Saint was angry and snorted angrily. Brother Chun, Jie, shook his head with a helpless look on his face. Then he launched a powerful attack. The two of them instantly clashed with each other. Suddenly, intense sparks flew out from the collision. On the other side, Qin Xiao also attacked the other group. There were two defenders there. One was a strength saint, while the other was a heart force saint. Seeing Qin Xiao attack, the two of them were surprised and swept their cold gazes over. The heart force saint directly used the power of the laws of heart force to attack, howling as he attacked Qin Xiao's spiritual consciousness. He unleashed a wave of extremely fierce and strange attacks. It was also an attack of the laws of heart force, but in the hands of this heart force saint, it seemed especially strange, especially powerful, and especially sharp. It felt a bit different from the laws of heart force that Qin Xiao had grasped. Of course, this clearly wasn't a fundamental difference, but the methods used were different, which was why it felt different. Qin Xiao really hadn't encountered many heart force cultivators in the past. Even if he had, most of them were heart force cultivators on the side. Qin Xiao had seen heart force saints in Guiyong City before, as well as in the Eight Realms Alliance, but he'd never truly fought against them. This was Qin Xiao's first time fighting against a heart force saint, so it naturally gave Qin Xiao a very different feeling. It was as if he'd opened a completely new door. This allowed Qin Xiao to see many things and comprehend many things in an instant. It turned out that heart force could be used in such a manner. It could be used in such a manner. It could be used in such a strange manner. Although it was just a bit of enlightenment, it would clearly be of great benefit to Qin Xiao's heart force cultivation, especially in the application of heart force. Before this, Qin Xiao could be said to be a blank slate. Now, it gave Qin Xiao some inspiration, some ideas, and some insights. This person's heart force actually contained the power of other laws as well. It contained the power of the laws of all things and the laws of darkness, and it was completely fused with the power of heart force, becoming one. The power of three laws simultaneously exploded in Qin Xiao's soul and consciousness. It howled wildly, as if it wanted to obliterate Qin Xiao. One had to admit that this was a very powerful and ferocious beast. In the face of this sudden and fierce attack, this incomparably powerful attack indeed had the power to destroy everything in its path. For a moment, Qin Xiao's heart sank. This was a threat to him. However, Qin Xiao quickly counterattacked. His heart force immediately surged out to resist the power of the attack. Of course, Qin Xiao's heart force clearly couldn't withstand the opponent's ferocious attack. It could only alleviate some of the impact. But how should one put it? Heart force attacks had their advantages, but they also had their disadvantages. The advantage of heart force attacks was that they killed people without leaving a trace. They were very difficult to guard against and impossible to parry. The disadvantage was that as long as one's state of mind was strong enough and the power of one's mind was strong enough, one would be able to withstand it and not be obliterated in a short period of time. Therefore, even though Qin Xiao's heart force was much weaker than his opponent's, Qin Xiao's strength lay in his state of mind and the power of his mind. These strengths also greatly supported Qin Xiao, making it so that Qin Xiao wouldn't be defeated so easily. Being able to withstand this power, Qin Xiao didn't hesitate to attack the other person. He used the power of 6 laws, pushing the power of his inner world to the limit. He used the heaven-splitting sword art with all his strength. A peerless sharpness burst forth, and the sword's momentum soared to the heavens. The sword slashed down powerfully, fiercely towards the other man. Qin Xiao had relied on this sword to eliminate Her Highness Lan Hua. Therefore, the power of this sword strike was enough to show how extraordinary it was. This wasn't Qin Xiao's full strength. Qin Xiao believed that he didn't need to use his full strength for the time being, nor was there a need to. It was not a good thing to reveal all of his strength too early. That man felt Qin Xiao's terrifying sword momentum and couldn't help but frown slightly. Inexplicably, he seemed to smell a trace of danger. No, it couldn't be. That man quickly used his full strength to meet Qin Xiao's attack. But as soon as they clashed, his expression abruptly changed, and he was filled with shock and shock. Qin Zhao's sword wasn't just peerless sharpness and peerless sharpness. It was also filled with thick and powerful strength. This sword was too strong and too domineering. It was so sharp that it was simply unstoppable. Although that man attacked with his full strength, he still suffered a great loss and was sent flying by Qin Zhao's sword. Once a person was sent flying, they would no longer have the chance to protect others. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate and didn't give that man a chance to return. He charged directly towards a girl from the elemental saint realm. That man from the Heart Force Saint realm couldn't stop Qin Zhao at all. His most powerful technique of Heart Force had attacked Qin Zhao with all his strength, but he still couldn't stop Qin Zhao. When Qin Zhao arrived in front of him, how could he stop him? Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't spend too much effort and didn't encounter too many obstacles, and he took away the girl from the elemental saint realm. Once she was in his hands, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate and quickly retreated back to his square formation. The girl from the elemental saint realm, who'd been captured by Qin Zhao, looked at Qin Zhao with a strange gaze. There was a bit of curiosity, but also a bit of an indescribable expression. Qin Zhao's side got it very smoothly and eliminated the first group. Brother Pure's side also didn't have any accidents. They also repelled Winged Saint and captured the girl from the Great Tao Saint realm. At the same time, His Highness Zhuge's side naturally couldn't block the attacks of the three people and was defeated early on. It was just that the three people fought over the rights to Saintess Luo Zi, which gave Qin Zhao and Brother Pure some time. So, the three people basically ended their battle at the same time. And once the battle of these three people ended, it was basically the end of the whole game. The people in the three groups were eliminated at the same time, and only Qin Zhao's group was left. So the game ended just like that, in a very dramatic way. Everyone looked at each other in dismay at such a result. Obviously, it was something beyond everyone's expectations. This wasn't exciting at all. It was over in just a few moves, and there was nothing to see. There wasn't much fighting at all. The game just started, and it was over. Just thinking about it made people feel bored. Damn! Zhao's eyes widened, and his mouth opened as he looked over. After a long while, he couldn't help but complain. This was different from the scene he'd imagined. Very different. Author, Cruel Death 3rd Update. I beg for fresh flowers. Chapter 3032. Everyone looked at Qin Zhao and Brother Pure with a weird expression. The two of them had put on a good show just now. On the other hand, the two of them had also shown their true strength. Such a scene naturally shocked everyone, especially Qin Zhao. Under the situation of 1 against 2, he was still able to kidnap one of them. This was enough to show his strength. Those who were able to make it here should be at the limit of the ancient sage 3rd step. Moreover, they were all peerless geniuses who had not lived for long. Hence, they should be at the same level. Moreover, everyone knew about the situation of the 100 Worlds Chosen. Theoretically, those who came out of the 100 Worlds Chosen were weaker. But this time, Qin Zhao was in the limelight. Naturally, he attracted many hostile gazes, especially the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable, who was hostile to Brother Pure. He glared at Brother Pure and scolded, "Traitor, judge my ass. F***CK off." Brother Pure was also not in a good mood. He directly retorted. He was too lazy to care about it earlier. Now that he had given an inch, he could not tolerate it. Saint Sovereign Longya furrowed his brows. He was enraged as he glared at Brother Chuanjia. His eyes were full of threat. However, Brother Pure was not moved by such a threat. He did not care at all. He was not afraid of Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable. Brother Pure did not care earlier because Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable was not going too far. Plus, Brother Pure did not want to make enemies. But now, he could not tolerate it. Let's do it. What a simple matter. Ha. Qin Zhao, you did well. Good job. Bailey too laughed happily and praised Qin Zhao. After saying that, Sacred Venerate Bailey too immediately said to Sacred Venerate Yi Xiao Sheng, don't dawdle. Hurry up and hand over the Tao Source Crystal. Yi Sheng glared at Bailey Tuesday. He did not even have a chance to play, and it was over. This Dao Source crystal was truly a huge waste. But there was no other way. Yi Sheng could only throw the Dao Source crystal to Qin Shao, curling his lips and saying, "I'll give you the Dao Source crystal. You could distribute it among yourselves. You guys are too boring. Not fun at all. It's so depressing." Qin Shao took the Dao Source crystal. The feeling of holding in his hand was indeed very wonderful. It could arouse one's greed. Just by looking at it, Qin Shao couldn't help but want to eat it immediately. "Brother, you can keep it first." "Don't be so courteous," Brother Pure said directly. Qin Shao would not stand on ceremony with his Brother Pure. He would accept it first. As for other things, it would not be too late to talk about it after he had passed this test. This was not a place for modesty. The first game had ended, but Qin Shao felt that he and Brother Pure had made a lot of enemies. Many people looked at him with hatred in their eyes. It seemed that it would not be easy to pass this test of entering the Firmament Academy. Qin Shao and the others continued to wait for the second game. "Everyone, we can only have 2 chances at most. We can't waste any more. Think carefully before you come out. Don't be like junior brother Yi Sheng and waste our chances. That would be boring." A senior brother of the ancient saint realm in the 4th step said to the other senior brothers. Hearing this, Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. 2 more chances at most. That is to say, they can only play 3 games with us. His Highness Badger Huai nodded and said, "Yes, it's indeed like this. This is also the tradition of the Firmament Academy. Seniors can only play 3 games when they welcome freshmen. Of course, it's not unlimited. Of course, not every senior brother can play a game. There are 20 or 30 senior brothers here. If everyone comes out to play, how long will it take? If we play like that, we'll probably break down. So, it's definitely impossible." Qin Shao nodded. He had been wondering about this problem before. He had been thinking about how long it would take to play with so many senior brothers. It turned out that it was not like this. There was still a limit. If there was a limit, it would be much better. If there were only 3 games, it would be very easy. There was no need to worry about anything at all. Now that they had played 1 game, there were only 2 games left. Thinking about it, there were some games for seniors to welcome freshmen. Many forces had some, but there would also be a limit. After all, they would be a family in the future. The Firmament Academy would not allow these seniors to mess around and play too much. It was normal for the seniors to oppress the freshmen to show off their status in the Firmament Academy. But they certainly did not dare to play too much. Otherwise, how could the higher-ups indulge them? Yi Sheng's first game ended too quickly, which disappointed everyone. It was also a bad start. He didn't lead them well, and everyone had some misgivings. Therefore, no one was in a hurry to stand up for the second game. They were all thinking about how to play it better. After a long while, one of the senior brothers finally stood up. "Since no one is coming, let me play this game." After saying this, the senior martial brother waved his hand, and a red crystal ball appeared in his hand. Inside the crimson crystal ball, it was filled with fiery power that was incomparably turbulent. Looking inside, it was like a huge planet. It was shining with red light. Looking at it from a distance, it was very scary, very scary. The crimson crystal ball was filled with an incomparably explosive power. What kind of treasure was this? From the looks of it, it should be extremely dangerous. The senior brother said, "Junior brothers and sisters, this is called the Red Explosion Planet. I got it by chance in a secret realm. There were 2 of them, but I've already given away 1. There is only 1 left. The power of this Red Explosion Planet is extremely strong. It is enough to kill a 4th-step ancient saint. Even for us, it has a certain degree of lethality. Once it is used well, it can even seriously injure us. This Red Explosion Planet can be used as a life-saving trump card for you for the time being. Haha, I am much more generous than your senior brother, Yi Sheng. I'm not as stingy as him. On the Crimson Explosion Planet, a 4th-step Empyrean saint was able to severely injure Ji Yuan. What a good treasure. Hee brother. If we join forces, we will have the world. Just now, we were just testing our skills. It was so easy to get it. So, If we join forces, we won't need to spend much effort at all. We will definitely be able to wipe out thousands of enemies. This red explosion planet is definitely ours. We will reserve it. Brother Pure smiled at Qin Shao, extremely confident. Qin Shao smiled. In fact, he was also extremely confident. Humph, two arrogant brats. You were just lucky just now. Don't think you could be so lucky this time. Longya Saint Sovereign snorted and glanced at Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Brother Pure and Qin Shao ignored Longya Saint Sovereign. Brother Pure picked his ear and said to Qin Shao, "Brother, did you hear a dog barking just now?" "Yes, I did. It should be a vicious dog." Qin Shao nodded. Brother Pure pursed his lips and said, "Yes, it should be a vicious dog. A vicious dog that dares to bark at people must be beaten, and it must be beaten viciously." Qin Shao nodded again. "Yes, let's beat it to death." "Haha, that's a good idea." Brother Pure laughed. The two of them were obviously mocking the Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign. It could also be considered a form of humiliation. "You." Longya Saint Sovereign was exasperated. He glared at Qin Shao and Brother Pure and scolded, "Just you wait. I will settle this with you." "Humph, let's see how much better you are than your mouth. You are just two sharp-tongued fools. I will let you know how to write the word death." "Ah, how to write the word death?" Brother Pure still didn't look at Longya Saint Sovereign. He smiled at Qin Shao and asked, "Brother, do you know?" Qin Shao shook his head. "No, I don't know. I don't have that word in my dictionary. How would I know? Do you know?" "Haha, what a coincidence, brother. I don't know either. I don't have that word in my dictionary either." Brother Pure grinned. Then he looked at Longya Saint Sovereign and said, "We don't know either. Longya Saint Sovereign, it seems that you're very good at writing, right?" "That's right. Someone like you who has written a lot must know how to write." "Then why don't you teach us? Please teach us. We are sincere. My brother Qin Shao and I also feel sorry that we don't even know how to write the word death. It's quite sad to think about it." Brother Pure's pretentious words made many people snort at him. Shameless. Too arrogant. Yuan, on the other hand, was laughing hysterically. She was very happy, as if she was cooperating with Qin Shao and Brother Chuanji's performance. Longya Saint Sovereign was enraged by this scene. He was about to explode. He had never been angered to such an extent. He wanted to kill Qin Shao and Brother Pure right now. However, this wasn't a good place to do it. Therefore, he could only bear with it for the time being. The others were happy to watch this fight. They were all arrogant and conceited people in their family. All right. You guys should stop arguing. This senior brother hasn't even spoken yet. What are you guys arguing for?" "Don't worry. This senior brother won't give you a chance to fight, so don't be so fierce over there," the senior brother said, suppressing the noisy atmosphere. That senior brother continued, "My game this time is very simple. I will stand here without moving. I will hold the crimson explosive planet here with one hand. I will maintain this posture, and you will attack me one by one. Whoever can snatch the crimson explosive planet from me will have it. Moreover, everyone has to make a move, and the number of moves cannot be less than 3. After 3 times, you can choose to give up. If no one can snatch the crimson explosive planet in the end, then I'm sorry. The crimson explosive planet belongs to me." "Ha!" As soon as he said that, there was a sudden hissing sound. "Humph! I thought he Shao Sheng was shameless enough. I didn't expect him to be even more shameless. Yeah, how can he take it back? He took it out and didn't even give it away. How can he do such a thing? I can't do it anyway. I can't do it either. His shamelessness has reached a new level. I admire him. Haha. When did our Firmament Academy start to compete in shamelessness? This is not a good atmosphere. We need to suppress it. We can't let it spread to our Firmament Academy. Otherwise, it will be bad. That's right. Either I don't stand up, or I will definitely be more generous than this." Author Qin Shangxi said, "First update. Today is the Qingming Festival. I'm going back to my hometown to sweep the tombs." Chapter 3033. However, Tian Fei did not seem to care. He grinned and said to his fellow disciples, "It's easy for you guys to say that. This plaything is also a good treasure. Who wouldn't feel bad for it? If you guys are so good, then come at me. Take out some good treasures. I can back down." After hearing Saint Sovereign Tian Fei's words, the people who were mocking Li Ming immediately quieted down and became well-behaved. In fact, those people who had been mocking Lin Fan were just saying that. They had just seized the opportunity to make fun of Lin Fan. Tian Fei continued to look at Qin Xiao and the others. He grinned and said, "Come on, junior brothers and junior sisters. Who wants to be the first to go? Ha ha ha. I think it's better for all of you to be straightforward. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether you stick your head out or not. So, why are you being so wishy-washy? Just be straightforward. You might suffer less." "Senior brother, I'm a rather straightforward person. He's a shy person. Then this senior brother will have to make him suffer a little." After hearing what Tian Fei said, the crowd could only complain in their hearts. However, they had no choice but to make a move. His provocation was indeed effective. Many people were fighting over the chance to make a move. In the end, the person from the Power Sanctuary took the initiative and rushed out. The power of the Strength Saint Realm expert roared as he attacked, surging forward like a huge boulder. He wore a pair of ferocious-looking gloves on his thick fists. The gloves were obviously his origin weapon as they exuded a powerful aura. Power was the strength of the people from the Power Sanctuary. When he punched out, his power surged as though it was going to overturn the world. His strength was not like the strength of Qin Zhao's inner world. The strength of Qin Zhao's inner world could be said to be pure strength. On the other hand, the strength of the true meaning of power was still the strength of the laws. Therefore, there was a qualitative difference between the two. The punch of the Strength Saint was extremely violent and domineering. The explosive power was earth-shattering. His momentum was indeed very great, but the final result was not as good as his momentum had hoped for. In front of Holy Sovereign Tian Fei, he was quickly beaten back. His strength was actually very, very strong. However, Heavenly Sovereign Tian Fei was an extremely powerful ancient Saint Stage 4. Even though he had made many concessions, his strength was still not to be underestimated. In fact, he was still extremely powerful. Therefore, it was reasonable that the person with the strength of a sanctuary was beaten back. If he didn't have that much confidence, he wouldn't have dared to suggest such a game. Since he dared to play like this, he must have his own confidence. The person from Strength Sanctuary attacked 3 times in a row, but in the end he still failed to snatch the Scarlet Explosive Planet from Tian Fei's hands. Instead, he was ravaged by Tian Fei. However, the person from Strength Sanctuary wasn't upset. He didn't have any thoughts about the Scarlet Explosive Planet in the first place. He just wanted to complete his mission. Now that he had already made a move, he could be considered to be at ease. The rest of the matter had nothing to do with him. Qin Xiao, what do you think of senior brother Tian Fei's strength? Brother Pure asked Qin Xiao softly. They were all watching the fight between Saint Venerable Tian Fei and Saint Venerable Tian Fei very seriously. They also wanted to see how strong Tian Fei was and how strong he was. They also wanted to see if there was a chance to take the Scarlet Explosive Planet away from him. Senior brother Tian Fei should be very strong. We can't underestimate him. However, I think we still have a little hope. It's not completely hopeless. Although he's very strong, he's not invincible. He's so strong that we feel despair. After all, our strength is comparable to a 4th-step Empyrean saint. The most important thing is that senior brother Tian Fei is standing there motionlessly. His feet are motionless, and his hand are motionless. He's only moving one hand. There must be a lot of restrictions on his strength. Moreover, it should be difficult for him to perform some of his techniques well. This is equivalent to greatly suppressing his strength. Under such circumstances, we only need to observe his moves and find some flaws. We should have a chance. Qin Xiao thought for a moment and said. Brother Pure grinned. Qin Xiao, I'll give a try first. Then I'll summarize some experience and give it to you. You go and take care of him. It's fine if we don't make a sound, but once we make a sound, we must amaze everyone. This is a chance for us to show off our skills and shine brightly. They want to toy with us? How can it be so easy? Brother Chuanjia was full of confidence. He was also full of vigor. Qin Shao smiled. Brother Pure was so full of fighting spirit. He could not be weak. Therefore, in that case, he should set his goal of getting the Crimson Explosion Planet. This goal might be a little difficult and some obstacles, but it was not impossible. At least, Qin Shao had some ideas in his mind. He felt that there should be some hope. How big the hope was depended on how well he knew senior brother Tian Fei. There was only one person who made a move. Senior brother Tian Fei should not have performed many of his techniques. Only after he displayed all of his tricks would they be able to know how strong he was and how many tricks he had up his sleeves. The battle was still going on. The second person to make a move was the man called Wing Saint. He was from the Great Way Sanctuary and was selected to enter the Firmament Academy with Brother Pure. He had suffered a loss in the hands of Brother Pure before. He was defeated by Brother Pure once. Therefore, his strength should not be as good as Brother Pure's. He seemed to have given up the idea of getting the Crimson Explosion Planet, so he just made 3 moves casually and lost as if he was throwing the game. But senior brother Tian Fei was not happy to lose in such a way. You are, after all, 1 in a billion peerless geniuses. You are all geniuses who have reached the peak of the great wide world. You represent the most talented and powerful geniuses in the whole great thousand world at the 3-step ancient saint realm in the whole great thousand world. You should have peerless arrogance. You should have extreme self-confidence. You should have the supreme disposition to defy the heavens and trample on the earth. What are you doing now? Even if you have no hope of getting the Crimson Explosion Planet, you should be right to yourself, right? Don't you feel ashamed to make a move casually? If I were you, I'd kill myself by now. Don't you understand the simplest principle of losing the game, but not losing the person? Being said so bluntly by senior brother Tian Fei, Wing Saint was indeed ashamed and embarrassed to the extreme. His expression was awkward and unsightly, filled with excitement. In front of senior brother Tian Fei, he did not dare to say anything. No matter how unhappy he was in his heart, he did not dare to say anything. Moreover, senior brother Tian Fei was standing on a high ground to say this, and what he said was indeed reasonable. Ha ha ha, you really deserve it. You've lost so much face this time, haven't you? Brother Pure laughed gloatingly when Wing Saint was scolded. Moreover, his voice was not soft. Wing Saint happened to be not far from him, so he naturally heard it. He had nothing to say when senior brother Tian Fei scolded him, and he could not refute anything. But Brother Pure dared to laugh at him? How could he endure it? Wing Saint looked coldly at Brother Pure, full of anger. However, such a threatening look was not lethal to Brother Pure at all. Brother Pure did not even bother to pay attention to it and turn a deaf ear. This flippant attitude caused Wing Saint to feel even more humiliated. At the same time, it deepened Wing Saint's hatred for Brother Purity, a deep hatred. Unknowingly, Brother Pure also drew a lot of hatred. However, Brother Pure did not take it to heart. In fact, he had been unhappy with Wing Saint for a long time. Therefore, Brother Pure would definitely not mind if he found a chance to step on him. Anyway, he had always been a person who was not afraid of things blowing up. So what? Wing Saint, had a very high status. So what if he had a background? This was the Firmament Academy, and everyone was in the same batch of students. No one was a level higher than the other, so why should they be polite to him? After being scolded by Saint Master Tian Fei, everyone was a little hesitant. The third one to go up was unexpectedly Holy Maiden Loazi. However, the situation was obviously the same. Holy Maiden Loazi had also been defeated. She had made 3 moves, but had returned empty-handed. However, when Holy Maiden Loazi made her move, Saint Master Tian Fei used some different methods, which was also noticed by Qin Shao. The fourth one to go up was the Saint Master of the Heart Force. His Heart Force was extremely crafty and powerful. However, his Heart Force was even weaker in front of senior brother Tian Fei. He could not shake senior brother Tian Fei at all. Naturally, the final result was not surprising at all. In fact, senior brother Tian Fei did not even use much of his strength to win. Such a way of fighting was very boring for senior brother Tian Fei. He did not need to use much strength at all. What was the point of fighting like this? Not to mention the people who were beaten up, the people who were watching were even more bored. Therefore, the senior brothers also began to discuss, and many voices could be heard. Although there are many new students this year, the quality is obviously not as good as the previous batches. Isn't that so? I also feel that it's obviously not as good as the previous batches. Is it because there are so many people in this batch that the quality has dropped a lot? It should be. In the previous batches, there were only one person. This time, there are 16 people, which is twice as many as the previous batch, right? There were still a lot of lucky people among this batch of freshmen. In the previous batches, they would not have stood a chance. I think it's not only their strength that is not good, but also their fighting spirit. With such poor quality, I feel bored and don't want to play anymore. I think we should just teach them a lesson and call it a day. It's not fun to play. That's right. Our batch was so fun. I still remember it very clearly. It's not fun, it's not fun. Forget it. I'm leaving. You guys continue to be popular. The discussion of these senior brothers also invisibly stimulated Qin Xiao and the others. Even if there were some people here who were lucky enough to be selected to enter the Firmament Academy under the circumstances of the expansion of the Firmament Academy, this was indeed a matter of heaven-defying luck, a matter of great luck. But the problem was that even so, they still had absolute strength and talent. They basically met the requirements. If they were really that bad, they would not be able to stand here. Which one of them was not full of arrogance to be able to stand here? If so, it was simply a humiliation to all of them. Chapter 30-34. I'll do it. The Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate made his move. His strength was widely acknowledged, and even His Highness Badger Huai was wary of him. The Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate was more famous and influential than His Highness Lan Hua. It was highly possible that his strength surpassed His Highness Lan Hua as well. Therefore, the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate should be one of the strongest among this batch of freshmen. At this moment, the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate stood out confidently. His voice carried a hint of viciousness. Seeing the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate walk out, Senior Brother Tian Fei's eyes lit up. Oh, little fella Dragon Cliff. Hee, I've seen you when you were young. I have some ties with your father. Come to think of it, I'm considered your uncle. The Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate felt a little awkward after hearing Senior Brother Tian Fei's words. It sounded a little weird to hear someone like Senior Brother Tian Fei. Senior Brother, I'm sorry, the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate said and made his move. Facing the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate, Senior Brother Tian Fei took him seriously. It was obvious that Senior Brother Tian Fei thought highly of the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate. At the very least, he wouldn't treat the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate like the others. The Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate made his move. The moment he made his move, 9 huge dragons of different colors soared into the sky and roared. The Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate made use of the power of the laws to its maximum extent and unleashed a powerful move. The 9 dragons roared, true martial roared. The sword chi and the power of the laws intertwined and shot towards Senior Brother Tian Fei. The moment he made his move, it was indeed extraordinary. The moment the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate made his move, everyone could feel his powerful strength. Qin Xiao could also feel that the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate's strength was probably below His Highness Lan Hua's. It was no wonder that His Highness Badger Huai was so wary of the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate. He was indeed extraordinary. The Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate had unleashed 7 types of laws, and he was a Destiny Realm cultivator with all 5 elements. This was the first time Qin Xiao had met another Destiny Realm cultivator in the same cultivation realm. This Dragoncliff Sovereign was a Heaven's Mandate cultivator. Being able to become one was already quite extraordinary. Even though Lan Hua was extremely experienced, he had yet to become a Destiny cultivator. In this aspect, he was far inferior to the Dragoncliff Saint Sovereign. The Dragoncliff Saint Sovereign had cultivated the 7 laws to an extremely profound level. Therefore, if he used it now, it would naturally be extremely powerful. Not only was the level of the laws extremely profound, but the fusion and application was also extremely good. In terms of the cultivation method, it was even more powerful. When these powers were combined, the Dragon Cliff Saint's sovereign strength had reached a terrifying level. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. If he did not use the power of his inner world, he might not be a match for Longya's sovereign. The power of his inner world was indeed very special. Without the support of the power of the inner world, how could Qin Zhao's strength reach such a profound level? After all, Dharma laws were Qin Zhao's weakness. Of course, this weakness was mainly due to Qin Zhao's age of cultivation. He had just broken through to the third step ancient saint realm. As long as Qin Zhao was given enough time to cultivate and accumulate, Qin Zhao would definitely be able to reach such a profound level. The Dragon Cliff Saint's sovereign strength had given everyone hope. If he continued to lose, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to this batch of freshmen. Therefore, everyone was hoping that someone would step forward to represent the freshmen and win back some dignity for them. Especially when the first 4 people had all lost, the Dragon Cliff Saint's sovereign would naturally be given high hopes. Oh, not bad. You're quite capable. Senior brother Tian Fei's eyes lit up as he chuckled. However, he was not in a hurry as he made his move leisurely. Even though he could only use one hand, he was still an ultimate 4th-step ancient saint after all. His foundation was there, and the level of his laws was extremely powerful. Some of his laws had even reached the complete realm. The two of them quickly clashed and collided fiercely. The Dragon Cliff Saint's sovereign went all out and unleashed a powerful force. He almost got the Scarlet Explosive Planet, but he still failed in the end. He made 3 moves, and all 3 times he encountered the Scarlet Explosive Planet. However, he failed at the last moment. He did not persevere through it. Even though the Dragon Cliff Saint's sovereign was experienced, he still lost in the end. It also seemed like senior brother Tian Fei was deliberately toying with him. The Dragon Cliff Saint's sovereign had failed. He walked back with a gloomy face. This was naturally a blow to his pride and confidence. Senior brother Tian Fei curled his lips and smiled. He looked at the Dragon Cliff Saint's sovereign and said, "Junior brother Dragon Cliff, you're just a little bit away from success. As long as you're a little bit stronger, you'll be able to do it. You're already doing very well. Good luck. It seems like you're going to surpass your father. Ha ha. It'll be easy for you to surpass your father. Now, it's time to see if you can surpass your grandfather. That's the real challenge. That's your real goal. Don't worry too much about this time's success or failure. You still have to calm down. Don't think that you're affected just because you lost your senior brother. It's nothing. You freshmen, I still have to break your spirit first. I'll let you know that even if you're standing at the peak of the world, you're not invincible. You still have to be respectful at all times." Qin Xiao agreed with senior brother Tian Fei's words. In fact, many of the seniors' activities to welcome the freshmen lay in this. It wasn't entirely because the seniors wanted to control the freshmen. It wasn't just to satisfy their desires. Otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't have acquiesced to this. Now, 5 people had failed in a row. It was indeed a big blow to the freshmen. Senior brother Tian Fei looked at the other freshmen who had yet to make a move. He said, Come. You little guys, make your move. Stop wasting time. You should learn more from junior brother Longya. It's not bad to be able to touch the Scarlet Explosive Planet. If you can't even touch it, then it's time for you to reflect on yourself. In the future, you'll have to work harder to cultivate in the Firmament Academy. Brother, what do you think? Brother Pure suddenly asked Qin Xiao. Looking at his energetic appearance, Qin Xiao knew that he was ready to make a move. Qin Xiao thought for a while and said, Longya's already touched the Scarlet Explosive Planet. In fact, he's not far from taking it. Maybe he's a little impatient. If he can calm down a little and use it better, then it's really possible to get it. If we fight with our strength, the success rate may not be high. It's better to have some good planning methods. Maybe the success rate will be higher. Brother Pure curled his lips and said, Forget it. Let's fight first. Don't worry about it. After saying that, Brother Pure walked out. Brother Pure did not say anything and directly made a move. As soon as he made a move, he struck out with the power of 7 laws, which was also the law of the 5 elements. He was a mandate realm cultivator. In addition to the power of the Great Path Law and the law of sword cultivation, the power of the 7 laws. However, in terms of the level of the law, Brother Pure was obviously not as good as Holy Sage Longya. After all, Brother Pure had not been in the 3-step ancient saint realm for long. Therefore, in terms of accumulation, he was definitely not enough. Another Heaven's Mandate cultivator appeared. It was as though Heaven's Mandate cultivators were free here. In the whole Great Thousand World, Mandate Realm cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Among this batch of new students, there were as many as 4 of them. There might be other Heavenly Mandate cultivators hiding among them as well. However, the Firmament Academy was worthy of being the top academy in the Great Thousand World. It was normal for it to be so attractive. Little senior brother, you are much weaker than junior brother Longya. Sensing Brother Pure's power, senior brother Tian Fei said with disdain. He did not take Brother Pure seriously at all. After all, in terms of the power of the law, Brother Pure was indeed much weaker than Longya. Even Holy Sage Long, you could not gain an advantage over senior brother Tian Fei. Now that Brother Pure had made a move, it seemed even more impossible. That's all you have. How dare you be so arrogant before me? I really don't know where you got your courage from. Longya's Saint Sovereign snorted and glanced at Brother Pure. Brother Pure soon arrived in front of senior brother Tian Fei. This battle seemed to be without suspense. Everyone was not optimistic about Brother Pure's chances. Senior brother Tian Fei was very calm. He casually made a move and wanted to force Brother Pure to retreat. However, something strange happened very quickly. The moment their powers clashed, Brother Pure's body mysteriously disappeared. At this moment, an extremely sharp light pierced senior brother Tian Fei's hand that was holding the crimson explosive planet and pierced senior brother Tian Fei's other hand. Senior brother Tian Fei felt a sharp pain in his hand and couldn't help but throw the crimson explosive planet into the air. The moment senior brother Tian Fei threw the crimson explosive planet into the air, a figure walked out from the void. It was Brother Pure. Brother Pure reached out his hand to grab the crimson explosive planet. He wanted to take it. Such a scene caused many people to widen their eyes and be momentarily speechless. Good move, really good move. He actually had such a powerful move. Originally, everyone was not optimistic about Brother Pure. However, Brother Pure gave everyone a beautiful counterattack. This made Longya Saint Sovereign's jaw drop. His face turned ugly as he stared at Brother Pure. Was Brother Pure really going to succeed? Oh, good boy, how dare you trick me? You're asking for a beating. Senior brother Tian Fei raised his eyebrows slightly. He tried his best to pull back his hand and attacked Brother Pure. However, Brother Pure was smart. At the critical moment, he used his whole body to block senior brother Tian Fei's attack. Therefore, senior brother Tian Fei's attack landed on Brother Pure's body and directly sent Brother Pure flying. However, at the same time, Brother Pure protected the crimson explosive planet and took it into his hand. Even though he was vomiting blood, Brother Pure's face was full of smiles. Soon, Brother Pure landed on the ground and raised the crimson explosive planet in his hand. Senior brother Tian Fei smiled and said, "Senior brother Tian Fei, thank you for letting me win. The crimson explosive planet is mine." Ha ha ha. He succeeded. Brother Pure really succeeded. Although the process of snatching the crimson explosive planet was a bit embarrassing and he didn't rely on his strength to get it, he still got the crimson explosive planet. It could be said that he had completed the task that the previous 5 people had failed to complete. It could be considered a success. Chapter 30-35. Hey, you little junior brother. At first, senior brother Tian Fei was full of confidence. After all, he had set a very high difficulty level for this game. The first 5 people were all defeated by him. His original intention was to go all the way to the last person and give the Crimson Explosion Planet away. There was no reason to take back what he had taken out. Otherwise, he would really be laughed at by the other senior brothers. It was estimated that for a long time, it would be the joke of everyone's conversations before and after meals. How could he, Tion Fei, really do such a thing? Previously, he was just joking. However, what made him feel awkward was that the Crimson Explosion Planet was already snatched away by the sixth person. On one hand, he was careless. On the other hand, it was mainly because he had indeed encountered a powerful character. Even if he was not careless, he could still lose the Crimson Explosion Planet. After all, he could only move one hand. The restrictions on him were still very large. He estimated that he could only use about 10% of his strength. Moreover, he couldn't use his most lethal trump card. Saint Master Tion Fei felt very awkward. It was not that the Crimson Explosion Planet was snatched away by Brother Pure. It was just that he had gone overboard with his boasting. This time, he had slapped himself in the face. When the senior brothers saw this, many of them raised their eyebrows. The faces of those who had mocked Tion Fei earlier turned gloomy. Now that the Crimson Explosion Planet was snatched away, this game could only end. It could not continue. This made Holy Sovereign Tion Fei's face turn gloomy. Brother Pure returned, with the Crimson Explosion Planet victorious. He received many praises. However, an ear-piercing voice sounded. Cough. He was just opportunistic. He was just lucky. Such a matching voice naturally belonged to none other than Saint Master Longya. He was an extremely arrogant and conceited person. He was full of confidence just now and wanted to snatch the Crimson Explosion Planet. However, he still failed in the end. However, he did not expect Brother Pure to succeed immediately and snatch the Crimson Explosion Planet. To him, this was simply an invisible blow. Naturally, it made him feel very uncomfortable. Brother Pure was never a coward. If someone provoked him first, he would not keep quiet. Brother Pure did not hold back against Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign's repeated provocations. His lips curled up, and he looked at Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign. Luck is also a part of strength. Even an ant knows that. So, don't you? Opportunistic? You have to be opportunistic first. Not everyone has the ability to be opportunistic. If you can do it, why can't you snatch it? Just say it if you're jealous. It's not a good thing to be self-righteous. Do I need to be jealous of you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you think you're worthy? Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign snorted angrily. You think you're worthy? Who do you think you are? Just because your grandfather is a world deity? Brother Pure didn't back down at all as he retorted sarcastically. Naturally, those words infuriated the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable, and he was furious. Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign took a step forward and looked as though he was about to strike out at Brother Pure. The conflict between the two of them had escalated to a point where it was about to explode. Qin Shao took a step forward as well and stood beside Brother Pure. The two of them glared at Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign coldly. As long as Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign dared to strike out, Qin Shao wouldn't be courteous to him either. No matter what background he had, as long as he dared to provoke him, Qin Shao would beat him up. Looking at the situation, Yuan was a little angry as well. He walked forward and looked at Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign in a huff. His Highness Badger, Huai, did not hesitate as well. After all, he was on the same side as Qin Shao. If Qin Shao was in trouble, he would naturally rush out as well. Therefore, His Highness Badger, Huai, stood out as well. As soon as Longya's Saint Sovereign moved, there were 4 people standing on the same side. In terms of numbers and momentum, Longya's Saint Sovereign was directly suppressed. There were others who were on good terms with Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign. However, at this moment, no one dared to stand out and stand on the same side as Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign. Who would dare to make a move at this moment if they had not been through life and death situations together? The possibility of this happening wasn't small. Seeing Qin Shao and the other 2 stepping forward to stand up for Brother Pure, Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign's face turned green with anger. He had not expected that Brother Pure would have such connections to get the 3 of them to stand up for him. 1 against 4? No matter how arrogant and conceited Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign was, he knew that it was absolutely impossible. That would be an act of self-torture. Therefore, Although Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign was furious, he could only hold it in for the time being. Oomph. Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign pointed at Brother Pierce's nose and said angrily, "Good, very good. Relying on your numbers, huh? You're really something. All right, but this matter is not over. I'll settle it with you in the future." Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign was the one who had started the war. Brother Pure was also a victim. How could Brother Pure be afraid of Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign's words? Brother Pure pursed his lips, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Do whatever you want. I don't have anything else. I'll accompany you anytime." My brother Trunjia has never been bullied like this in his entire life. Longya Saint Venerable waved his hand and stood to the side. TSK, Brother Pure, was also disdainful. He cannot be bothered to deal with such people. The senior brother who had led Brother Pure and the others to Firmament College shook his head helplessly and said, "You're all from the same sect now. You should unite and love each other. Don't be selfish and split up. That's not a good thing. Every family has its own rules, and every sect has its own rules. The rules of our Firmament College are also very strict. It's not a good thing for you to be like this. It's not a problem to have small fights, jokes, and even exchange pointers. Fanning the flames for real is no joke. You young people are too young and full of vigor. It's a good thing, but if you don't control it well, you'll burn yourself. Forget it. You'll slowly change later." Sacred Venerable Bailey too glanced at the Qin Shao trio and also agreed with the senior apprentice brother. Yes, senior apprentice brother Lanya is right. You guys have just entered the Firmament College. It's not a good thing for you to make such a big fuss. Looks like the fire fan by Dragon Cliff Holy Senior was not small at all. Senior apprentice brother Lanya and senior apprentice brother Bailey too were still very earnest in their words and did not go overboard. However, the other senior brothers were very dissatisfied. Arrogant? Then we'll have to suppress them and beat them up. Let them know that this is the Firmament College, not a place for them to be capricious. We've already wasted 2 rounds. I thought we'd just end this game casually, but now it seems that we'll have to play a little. Otherwise, I'm afraid some of them won't even put us seniors in their eyes. Yes, they're so arrogant. If they dare to do this now, they probably won't put us in their eyes. This third game, let's play a little bigger. We can't play anymore. Cough, don't be so serious. Just play casually. We'll all be senior brothers in the future. It's better to be friendly. If we don't suppress some people's arrogance, it's hard to be friendly. Many of the senior brothers were about to play a little bigger. Senior brother Bailey too looked at Qin Shao and the others helplessly and said, "See, now it's too big. Our senior brothers are going to mess with you guys." Originally, our senior brothers wouldn't mess with you guys too much. They just respect the tradition and play casually. But now it seems that you guys will have to suffer a little in the third game. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't resist in the third game. Just be obedient and let our senior brothers teach you guys a lesson. This matter will be over soon. If you guys resist very fiercely, I'm afraid the situation won't be good. In the end, you guys will be the ones to suffer. Since they've decided to teach you guys a lesson, I'm afraid they won't stop until they teach you properly. Hearing senior brother Bailey too's words, Qin Shao and brother Pure looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. How could they not be aware of this logic? They had experienced this kind of thing before. Once a force accepted a large number of geniuses, it would be very difficult for it to be united. Let's not talk about other things. Take the Academy of Saint, for example. It accepted the top geniuses in the entire 9 states of Huaxia. Each of them was extremely arrogant and represented the geniuses of various forces. How could these people be so united and friendly when gathered together? There was still hatred, wasn't there? It was unrealistic to rely on the Academy's rules to suppress it. It wouldn't be easy to bury the hatchet with someone like the Dragoncliff Sovereign. They didn't care and wouldn't take the initiative to stir up trouble. But the problem was that Longya Saint Venerable would not give up so easily. If a person's hatred was twisted, it would be very difficult to eliminate it. They couldn't be bothered to care about this kind of thing. It would be fine if Longya Saint Venerable didn't take the initiative to provoke them. But if he insisted on provoking them, they wouldn't be polite to him. Under the anger of several senior brothers, The gameplay of the last game also entered into a heated discussion. Some of the original plans had been abandoned by everyone. How should they play the last game of the game? Everyone could only wait there silently. These people really have nothing better to do. They keep saying that we should unite and be friendly with each other. But from the beginning, many of our senior brothers are not friendly to us at all. They just want to step on us and suppress us. This group of sanctimonious hypocrites is too shameless. They say high-sounding words, but in fact they are suppressing us. They even glorified it by saying that they wanted to suppress our spirit and our arrogance. Brother Pure smacked his lips and said to Qin Shao in dissatisfaction, "That's how it is. I think they're just trying to satisfy their own selfish desires." Qin Shao said, "Actually, most of our senior brothers are quite nice. Only some of them are not easy to deal with. Do you understand?" Those who were shouting fiercely are led by the senior brother in the golden robe. They listened to his orders. Just now, he was the first to speak. Immediately, the people around him echoed his words. What's more, the ones who were called were the few senior brothers around him. When the other senior brothers said a word of objection, they were all directly rebuked. From what I can see, the other senior brothers are also somewhat fearful of these senior brothers. From the looks of it, these senior brothers should be in the same group. Brother Pure nodded and said, "Yes, I have also noticed this situation. It should be so. This is really annoying. But let's see how they play. Just don't go too far." Chapter 30-36. After the senior brothers discussed for a while, one of them stepped forward. His gaze fell on Qin Shao and Brother Pure. He locked his gaze on them as soon as he stepped out. It was as if he had long set his eyes on them. Qin Shao and Brother Pure frowned when they were locked on by the senior brother. The situation didn't look good. Such a situation also caused the others to be somewhat puzzled. What was going on? Were they trying to shoot the bird that stood out? That senior brother opened his mouth, and a playful sneer slid across the corners of his mouth. Judging from his expression, one could tell that he was up to no good. Qin Shao, Brother Pure, come out. Indeed, they were here for the two of them. Could it be that they were the only ones? Qin Shao and Brother Pure looked at each other, but they didn't show any fear. Since this matter had come knocking on his door, there was nothing much to say. He just had to face it directly. They didn't believe that they could play any tricks. When Qin Shao and Brother Pure walked out, His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan Yuan started to worry. On the other hand, the Dragon Cliff Saint's sovereign was gloating. No one knew how they were going to play. They just felt that the atmosphere wasn't good. It seemed like they were going to target Qin Shao and Brother Pure. One of them had won the first round, while the other had won the second round. Moreover, they had just fought the Dragon Cliff Saint sovereign. At this time, what was the meaning of pulling the two of them out alone? The senior brother chuckled and said, "Qin Shao, Brother Pure, you two seem to be very conceited and arrogant. You two seem to be very confident. It seems like you don't care about anyone. Our senior brothers were just playing around. We wouldn't be too serious. However, you two are so arrogant and unruly. You don't care about us at all. As your senior brother, I'm doing this for your own good. Therefore, I can only suppress you and provoke your arrogance. It can also be considered a painstaking effort. This last game is very simple. There's no need for anyone else to participate. Just the two of you. I'll just stand here and not move. The two of you attack me with all your might. When you are willing to lower your heads and admit defeat, this battle will be over." Sure enough, the last game was specifically targeted at Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Indeed, the bird that pokes its head out will be shot. Furthermore, the way he handled things was so overbearing. What was this? Anyway, Qin Shao and Brother Pure must be very unhappy because they didn't dance well. If he could win the first and second games, it wouldn't be considered jumping, right? The one who jumped should be the Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign. However, he was watching the show unscathed. Did he want the two of them to come out and suffer? There was obviously something fishy going on here. Even a fool could figure out that among those senior brothers, there must be someone who had a good relationship with the Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign and wanted to stand up for him. Therefore, it was obvious that he was abusing his power for personal gain. Under the guise of welcoming the new students, he wanted to take revenge on Qin Shao and Brother Pure. He wanted to suppress the two of them. Such a move was truly shameless. He even said it in such a dignified manner. How shameless! Qin Shao cursed in his heart. However, he wasn't afraid of anything. Senior brother Xian Qiu, isn't this a little inappropriate? Isn't it a little too unfair? You shouldn't be targeting only the two of them, right? Bailey too said. However, as soon as he finished his words, senior brother Xian Qiu looked over coldly. What's unfair? If it's fair, why don't you do it? Our original intention was only to train the freshmen so that they could integrate into our big family and our social circle faster and better. Therefore, we naturally have to hit the bird that sticks out. Whoever is arrogant, whoever doesn't take us seriously, will beat them up. This is also called showing the mountain to scare the tiger. We'll let everyone understand one thing. This move is for their own good. After being scolded by senior brother Xian Qiu, Bailey too could only feel awkward. Initially, he wanted to say something. However, when he saw senior brother Xian Qiu's cold eyes, Bailey too swallowed his words. Besides, it was useless. He had no way of deciding or changing anything. Therefore, this was the only way. Qin Shao, Brother Pure, the two of you should be careful. Senior brother Xian Qiu is very powerful and has many tricks up his sleeve. Why don't you admit defeat and admit defeat? That way, you won't have to suffer so much. It's not a big deal to admit defeat to senior brother. It's not embarrassing. The two of you aren't arrogant and conceited. Bear with it for a while, and you'll be fine if you take a step back. Bailey too said to Qin Shao and Brother Pure through telepathy. Qin Shao and Brother Chunjia looked at each other, and both of them burst into laughter. Bear with it for a while, and you'll be fine if you take a step back. What he said was not wrong. It was indeed reasonable. If it was a fair matter, Qin Shao and Brother Pure wouldn't have fought with each other. It wouldn't be embarrassing if they admitted defeat. However, this matter was obviously not a fair matter. It was obviously targeted at the two of them. There were 16 new students. Why did they choose them? Who couldn't tell the reason behind this? Wasn't it because the two of them jumped out to confront the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable? Qin Shao and Brother Pure turned around to look at the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable. The latter's sinister smile became even wider. He looked like a villain who was intoxicated with success. Qin Shao really disdained to use such underhanded means. Senior brother Xian Qiu, I have a question to ask. Why are you only targeting the two of us? Qin Shao asked calmly. Humph. Senior brother Xian Qiu glanced at Qin Shao coldly and snorted. Why? Why are there so many whys? Don't you know the reason? The two of you jumped out the most fiercely and were the most unruly. Who else should I target but you? There's no need to ask why. It's because the two of you jumped out the most fiercely, so I picked the two of you to be the representatives of the new students. Qin Shao curled his lips, but instead of getting angry, he laughed. Ha ha. Then the two of us have to thank Senior Xian Qiu for his praise. We are somewhat ashamed to be the representatives of the new students. However, if you really want to do so, we'll have to accept it. If it's because of this reason, we'll gladly accept it. After all, being a representative is also a symbol of strength. Unlike some people, they don't have the strength to be the representative. If senior brother Xian Qiu says so, then we'll have no problem. Ah, that's right. Even if some people sharpen their brains, they won't be able to be the representative. They only know how to scheme and scheme. They can't be put on the table. I have no problem being chosen like this. I'll gladly accept it. Brother Pure laughed too. These two people echoed one another, making everyone who heard it stunned. This forced explanation was a little too much. While they forced explanation, they also secretly mocked the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable. The Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable was so angry that his face turned black. He clenched his fists tightly, but he couldn't do anything now. He could only hate them. Senior brother Xian Qiu was speechless. How could they force an explanation like this? How shameless could they be? However, the term representative of the new students was indeed ambiguous. Humph, I hope you could still laugh later. Senior brother Xian Qiu snorted coldly and gestured to Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Cut the crap. Hurry up and fight. Qin Shao and Brother Pure were not in a hurry. They started chatting. Brother, how should we fight this battle? We're two new junior brothers. It's not good for us to fight against one senior brother, right? Why don't we just admit defeat and stop fighting? Brother Pure said. However, he said in a joking tone. One could tell that he wasn't serious. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said, That's right. It's boring. I think it's better to admit defeat directly. But if we admit defeat directly, wouldn't we be letting down the title of the new student's representative? Brother Pure nodded in agreement and said, Yeah, that's right. It's not easy to be the representative. But since we're going to be the representative, we have to be the representative, right? Otherwise, we can't afford to lose face. Fine, fine. Then let's fight. But it's not fair to fight like this. Why don't? Qin Xiao nodded and agreed with Brother Pure. Although Brother Pure didn't finish his words, the two seemed to have a tacit understanding. Brother Pure pursed his lips and grinned. He said to Senior Brother Xian Cho, Senior Brother, why don't? You don't have to stand there motionless. You don't have to restrain yourself. Just fight directly. We're fighting two against one. That's a great advantage. As a junior brother, we can't let our senior brother suffer too much. Otherwise, if we accidentally beat our senior brother back, that's not good. Obviously, Brother Pure said this deliberately to provoke them. In terms of strength, the two of them couldn't really be a match for Senior Brother Xian Cho. Senior Brother Xian Cho had entered the Firmament Academy to cultivate a few universe eras ago. At that time, he was already one of the top geniuses in the Great Thousand World. After cultivating for a few universe eras, he had already broken through to the fourth step Ancient Saint realm. Therefore, his strength had reached a terrifying level. No matter how strong Qin Xiao and Brother Pure were, they had just broken through to the third step Ancient Saint realm not long ago. His accumulation of resources was not lacking at all. It was very lacking. Even if it was 2 against 1, they were definitely not a match for Senior Brother Xian Cho. How could Brother Pure not know this? But he still dared to say so. In fact, he did it deliberately. It was just a provocation. If Senior Brother Xian Cho just stood there and didn't move, they only needed to beat him half a step back. There was still some hope. It was completely impossible to fight directly. Humph! Senior Brother Xian Cho snorted coldly, glanced at Brother Pure fiercely, and said coldly, What an arrogant kid. You are really arrogant and conceited to the extreme. You are so unruly. It's right to pick you out to suppress and train you. You two little fellows want to force this senior brother to take half a step back? Are you dreaming? Brother Pure shrugged his shoulders and said, Then let's think of it as a dream. Qin Xiao said with a serious face, There's a popular saying in a small world called Earth in our hometown. It's necessary to have a dream. What if it comes true? It's better to set a small goal that can be achieved first. For example, beat you half a step back or something. It's not a bad thing to dare to dream. The bad thing is that you don't even dare to dream, let alone reality. Who knows? What if we're not careful enough? We might be able to push you back a step or two. We should dare to think about any situation, right? It's not a crime to think about it, right? Author Cruel Death 3rd Update. I beg for flowers. Chapter 30:37. Thinking about it, there shouldn't be any crime, right? Qin Zhao's words really shocked everyone. Quite a few gazes fell on Qin Zhao's body in an incomparably strange manner. Regardless of whether it was the same batch of new students or those senior brothers, all of them were truly shocked by Qin Xiao. This sentence was indeed very ordinary and plain. But combined with the above words, when put in this specific environment, it seemed extremely crazy. This sentence showed that Qin Xiao and Brother Pure did not take Saint Venerable Xian Qiu seriously at all. They were so disdainful of this senior brother. The two of them even had the ambition to defeat Saint Venerable Xian Qiu. They were really bold. With such thoughts, it wasn't just a simple matter of winning or losing a match. It also involved the senior's dignity and face. If Qin Xiao and Brother Pure defeated Saint Venerable Xian Qiu, wouldn't it mean that the freshmen's limelight had surpassed the seniors? To the older students, it would be a heavy blow. Where would the dignity of the older students be placed? Originally, this was a very simple matter. The seniors taught the freshmen a lesson and scolded them. It was all about fighting for face. The seniors needed to take this opportunity to let the freshmen know that they were the senior brothers, and they had to respect them in the future. It was nothing more than this purpose. In fact, it was not a big deal. As long as Qin Xiao and Brother Pure were willing to lower their heads, fight a few things casually, and suffer a little loss, this matter could be solved perfectly. The freshman welcoming event was over. If it was a normal situation, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure would not do this. It was not that they did not understand this simple truth. It was just that senior brother Xian Xiu's way of doing things was too overbearing. He deliberately picked them out to suppress and control them. In this way, the nature of the matter had changed a little. Naturally, the flavor of the matter had changed a little. This touched their dignity. How could Qin Xiao and Brother Pure bow their heads in such a matter? A tree's life depended on its bark, and a man's life depended on his breath. Since it had touched the bottom line, they absolutely could not bear it and lower their heads. Qin Xiao and Brother Pure were not too stubborn. They did not have to win or lose. But this matter had to be settled clearly. They could take a step back later, but Qin Xiao could not bear senior brother Xian Xiu's way of doing things. Such a counterattack attracted even more displeasure and even more hostile gazes. Many people snorted disdainfully at Qin Xiao and Yi Futian. They were really arrogant to the extreme. Even some freshmen did not agree with Qin Xiao and Brother Xian Xiu's way of doing things. They were full of hatred. In front of all the senior brothers, such an action was not a wise one. It was not appropriate at all. Senior brother Xian Xiu snorted coldly, his face full of viciousness and coldness. Wait until you have the ability to beat me back. Then you can say such arrogant words. You said it so early, be careful of your tongues. Qin Xiao and Brother Pure did not say anything. The two of them tacitly attacked together. Qin Xiao and Brother Pure attacked with all their strength at the same time. Facing senior brother Xian Xiu, who was an extremely powerful existence in the four-step ancient sage realm, the two of them naturally did not hold back. If they wanted to shake him, if they could not succeed in the first attack, it would basically be very difficult to succeed. Senior brother Xian Xiu stood there motionless, which restricted his performance to a large extent. Of course, his restriction was much smaller than senior brother Yi Zhao's restriction in the second game. So, how could it be so easy to shake him? Two guys who overestimate themselves. Senior brother Xian Xiu snorted disdainfully. As for Qin Xiao and Brother Pure, he really did not take them hard at all. In the face of the two's attacks, senior brother Xian Xiu immediately attacked. He looked very comfortable. Brother Pure was also a genius who had mastered 7 kinds of laws. At this time, he also attacked with all his strength. A Destiny Realm cultivator had 5 basic laws. Moreover, these 5 basic laws could naturally be integrated into one. Qin Xiao unbelievably displayed the power of 9 kinds of laws. In addition to the power of the inner world, it could be said to be turbulent and powerful. Previously, in the 100 Worlds Chosen Battle, Qin Xiao had never used all his strength. This time, in the face of senior brother Xian Xiu's aggressive and overbearing manner, Qin Xiao did not hide his strength. To deal with such an extremely dangerous existence, he could only go all out. There was no other choice. Besides, now that he had entered the Firmament Academy, there was nothing to hide. A group of top geniuses in the entire Great Thousand World had gathered here. There was really no need to hide anything. A Destiny Realm cultivator was not a rare thing here. Among this year's freshmen, there were at least 4 Destiny Realm cultivators. There were probably many more Destiny Realm cultivators among the senior brothers. Therefore, no matter how monstrous and heaven-defying you were, you would not scare others. At most, you would only cause a burst of surprise. At this time, Qin Xiao attacked with all his strength, displaying the power of 9 kinds of laws. Under the turbulent power of this law, it caused a burst of exclamations. Many eyes fell on Qin Xiao in surprise. TSK, 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 it's really heaven-defying. He has mastered 9 kinds of laws. How'd he do it? Yes, it's incredible. In addition to the 5 basic laws, he has also cultivated 4 kinds of cultivation at the same time. Moreover, it's so balanced. It's too incredible. It's easy to be a Destiny Realm cultivator, but isn't it too difficult to master 4 kinds of cultivation laws? A person's energy is too limited. How can he master so many at the same time? It's too monstrous. Have you ever seen someone who cultivates 4 kinds of cultivation laws at the same time? There are many people who cultivate 4 kinds of cultivation laws at the same time, but there are only those who have lived for a very long time. Some people's potential is too limited, and it is impossible for them to improve their realm. Therefore, they will spend endless time and effort to comprehend by analogy and cultivate other kinds of cultivation laws. Yes, I know that many 4th-step ancient saints do this. There are probably many such people among the senior brothers, right? I've never heard of such a young person. It's the first time I've seen it. Mastering 7 kinds of laws is already the highest level. I didn't expect Qin Xiao to master 9 kinds of laws. I can't help but admire him. Many people admired Qin Xiao incomparably. They had no choice but to be convinced. Only then did His Highness Badger Huai, His Highness Zhuzhua, and Saintess Luo Zi know that Qin Xiao had not even used his full strength in the 100-realm selection battle, but he had taken first place. If he had used his full strength, what would have happened? Saintess Luo Zi's eyes flashed with a strange look. She had never seen such an incredible man. The power of 9 kinds of laws. He's monstrous enough, but he's still a little inexperienced. Although there are 9 types of nomological powers, only 2 of them have reached the level of great accomplishment. The others are only at the level of small success, not worth mentioning at all. It's true that quantitative change can lead to qualitative change, but if the quantity is too weak, then the qualitative change is useless. It's still powerless to defy the heavens. Senior brother Xianqiu was slightly surprised by Qin Xiao, but it immediately turned into disdain. What was the use of mastering more laws? The level of cultivation was there, it could not defy the heavens. But after the exchange, senior brother Xianqiu suddenly frowned. He clearly sensed that the situation was not right, very wrong. How is this possible? How can his power be so strong? Not to mention the power of 9 kinds of laws. Even if his 9 kinds of laws are all at the level of great success, he shouldn't be so strong. But how can his power be so strong? His 9 kinds of laws have not been completely integrated. No matter how exquisite the application is, it's impossible to increase the power to such a level. The sword technique is exquisite, profound, and overbearing, but it's not enough to be so strong. This power, as soon as he exchanged blows with Qin Xiao, senior brother Xianqiu felt the peerless sharpness that erupted from Qin Xiao's heaven-opening sword. The unparalleled, overbearing power had the power of 9 kinds of laws that could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, all of them were unleashed, and they bombarded senior brother Xianqiu with a roar. Qin Xiao's heaven-opening sword technique was extremely overbearing and sharp. The sword cultivation Dao was also peerless and sharp. The power of the inner world was pure power, incomparably heavy. Qin Xiao's full-powered sword was naturally powerful to an extremely terrifying extent. Qin Xiao's full-strength attack had actually reached the level of a 4th-step ancient saint. Of course, if senior brother Xianqiu had not stood there motionless, Qin Xiao would definitely still be no match for senior brother Xianqiu. But at this moment, Qin Xiao was given unlimited possibilities. Qin Xiao's ferocious attacks had indeed shocked senior brother Xianqiu quite a bit. He had also clearly sensed a trace of danger. Such power was indeed somewhat threatening to him. This made senior brother Xianqiu spend most of his energy on dealing with Qin Xiao, and at this moment, Brother Pure had also arrived in front of him. Previously, Brother Pure had snatched the Scarlet Explosion Planet from senior brother Yi Sheng. Now, Brother Pure's full-strength attack was even stronger than before, and his means were even more brilliant. Although Brother Pure had only mastered the power of 7 laws, he had already cultivated the power of 7 laws to the profound realm. The most important thing was that he had done much better than Qin Shao in terms of the fusion of laws. Not only that, but he also had deep attainments in the application of laws. Coupled with some of his powerful cultivation methods, when combined, his strength was extremely strong. The most important thing was that his attacks were very strange, and he could always catch the opponent off guard and win with skill. At this moment, Qin Shao had pinned down Senior Brother Xianqiu, and Brother Pure rushed over again with a roaring momentum, which naturally had great lethality and posed a great threat to Senior Brother Xianqiu. At the beginning, Senior Brother Xianqiu was indeed very disdainful of Qin Shao and Brother Pure, and he had already said that he wanted to control the two of them. So at the beginning, Senior Brother Xianqiu actually did not intend to use his full strength. This time, it could be said that he was caught off guard. Under such circumstances, he was attacked by Qin Shao and Brother Pure together, and under the fierce attacks of the two, his hasty response seemed to be a little too late. Especially Qin Zhao's power. It was too strong and overbearing. It exploded in an instant, hitting Senior Brother Xianqiu's body, and Senior Brother Xianqiu could not help but take a few steps back. Brother Chuanjie took advantage of the situation and forced Senior Brother Xianqiu to step back continuously. After retreating for more than 10 steps, Senior Brother Xianqiu finally stabilized his body and stopped. Just as he was about to let out a furious roar, Qin Shao and Brother Chun Jie retreated at the perfect time, retreating with success. Bastard! Senior Brother Xianqiu cursed and was about to attack. But at this moment, Brother Pure made a gesture to stop and said, Senior Brother Xianqiu, the game is over, stop. Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Continue to ask for fresh flowers. I'm too far behind. Please rest for a while and continue to explode tomorrow. Chapter 3038. Senior Brother Xianqiu was stunned for a moment before he realized that the game was over. He had already lost. Logically speaking, it was true that he could not make another move. Otherwise, he would have lost along with his body. However, this was also a great humiliation to him. How could he lose? How could he lose? He had never thought that something like this would happen. It was too shameful. Everyone was taken aback by this outcome. Logically speaking, such a thing was indeed impossible to happen, but he didn't expect it to actually happen. Qin Shao and Brother Pure had just broken through to Step 3 Ancient Saint Realm and were new students of the Firmament Academy. However, the strength of the two of them had reached an unprecedented level. They were so strong that everyone was incomparably shocked. Not only did they force Senior Brother Xianqiu to retreat, but they also seemed to be in a sorry state. He was forced to retreat for more than 10 steps. They had to reevaluate the two of them. Such a thing had only happened a few times in the history of the Firmament Academy. In the crowd, the face of the golden-clothed Senior Brother darkened. A fierce light flashed in his deep eyes, carrying a hint of viciousness. Dragon Cliff Saint Master felt as if he had eaten **T. He had thought that Qin Shao and Brother Pure would be taught a lesson so that he could vent his anger. But unexpectedly, Qin Shao and Brother Chuanjie were so heaven-defying that they forced Senior Brother Xianqiu to retreat more than 10 steps, and he looked a little embarrassed. Qin Shao and Brother Chuanjie did what he couldn't do, one after another. It had dampened his spirit and pride. It had also invisibly aroused the hatred and anger in his heart. Qin Shao and Brother Pure looked at each other and grinned as if they had won. Although they had not seen each other for tens of millions of years, their cooperation was still so good. The 3 games had ended. The welcoming event should come to an end. The next step should be to officially enter the Firmament Academy and become a student of the Firmament Academy. It was exciting to think about it. Stop! Just as Qin Shao was about to go back, a cold voice was heard. Qin Shao frowned and looked over. It was the senior brother in the golden robe who had spoken. Although Qin Shao did not know who the senior brother in the golden robe was, He could tell that the senior brother in the golden robe was very prestigious and had a group of people following him. Among all the senior brothers, he could definitely be considered a big shot. Senior brother Bailey, too, and the others were afraid of this group of people and did not dare to offend them. Furthermore, that golden robe senior brother's strength should be extremely strong, giving Qin Shao a very terrifying deterrent force. To have such a status among the senior brothers, senior brother in the golden robe. However, Qin Shao didn't care how strong the golden-clothed senior brother was. Since he couldn't afford to offend him now, he would just endure it. As long as the senior brother in the golden robe did not go too far, Qin Shao would bear with it. If he could not bear it, he would explode. Just now, they had defeated the senior brother in the golden robe, which also showed their attitude that they would not be bullied. It was too much for them to purposely try to suppress them. Qin Shao and brother Chunjia would never compromise on such a matter. Therefore, just now, the two of them attacked and defeated the senior brother in the golden robe. Even if they knew that they would offend the senior brothers, they did not care so much. They must fight for the dignity that they should fight for. As for the trouble that would come after the fight, it was a matter for the future. Qin Shao and brother Pure were also fearless. They looked at the senior brother in the golden robe calmly. This game is not over yet. Who allowed you to leave? The senior brother in the golden robe said coldly. Not over yet? Hearing the words of the senior brother in the golden robe, Qin Shao and brother Pure immediately frowned. The two of them naturally understood what he meant. It seemed that the senior brother in the golden robe was going to start acting shamelessly. It seemed that he did not want them to end like this. This welcome freshman event had already changed. Many of the senior brothers felt strange when they heard this. They began to discuss in private. Sacred Highness Bailey too clenched his teeth and stepped forward. Senior brother Aoshin, Qin Shao, and the others are still young and immature. There's no need to be too serious with them, right? They have entered the Firmament Academy. We will be fellow disciples in the future. It's almost time for the welcoming activities. I think, let's just end it like this. We don't want to hurt the harmony between our fellow disciples. Young junior brothers, they have just entered the academy. There must be many things that they do not understand. I will explain it to them later. The senior brother in the golden robe glanced over and glared at Bailey Tuesday. Are you very protective of them? Are you very close to them? It is a good thing for young people to be so impulsive outside. But in the Firmament Academy, in front of us senior brothers, it is not a good thing. It's the first day you enter the door, and you're already so arrogant and lawless. They don't care about us old people at all. If we let them go, won't they turn the world upside down? As senior brothers, since we are here to welcome the freshmen, we should have some responsibility and obligation. Indulging them is really harming them. Bailey, too, wanted to say something to fight for Qin Shao and brother Pure, but senior brother Ao Shun shouted coldly, Bailey, too, shut up. You have no right to speak here. You are only responsible for welcoming the freshmen. You have no right to interfere in the orientation. I have the final say here. Senior brother Ao Shun's overbearingness made Bailey too sigh and shake his head helplessly. He did not dare to say anything more. More importantly, it was useless to say anything more. He was powerless to change anything. So he could only cast a helpless look at Qin Shao and brother Pure. He transmitted his voice to them. Qin Shao, brother Pure, you two little guys. I advise you not to be too impulsive, or you will suffer. Look, senior brother Ao Shun is angry now. He will not let you go easily. I can't say anything for you. You can only pray for your own good. Although I know it is useless to advise you, I still want to give you a piece of advice. Just lower your head and admit defeat. It is not shameful. The more you resist, the more losses you will suffer. This time, you have offended the dignity of the seniors. So, senior brother Ao Shun and the others will definitely do whatever they can to control you. In the end, I am afraid there will be no concessions or mercy. When that happens, you will suffer even more. Just bear with it for now, Sai. Qin Shao and brother Pure both felt senior brother Bailey Two's kindness and appreciated it. Qin Shao pursed his lips and replied, Thank you for your kind reminder, senior brother Bailey Tuesday. We know what to do and what not to do. If we can bear with it and retreat, we will. If we can't bear with it and retreat, we will definitely not bow down. Everything has to have a limit and a line. If we go beyond this limit and cross this line, then even if we die, we have to fight for a clear understanding. In life, there are things to do and things not to do. If we don't even have the courage to say no when there is pressure, then what is the point of living? Dragging out an ignoble existence and muddling through life is not what we want. It will only wear down our willpower. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, senior brother Bailey too was stunned and looked at Qin Zhao in surprise. He had to admit that these words made a lot of sense to him. What he said was true, but there were some things where logic was logic and reality was reality. Reality was often very cruel. Senior brother Bailey, too, didn't say anything else. He also believed that Qin Zhao and Brother Pure knew what to do. They only chose the path they felt they should take and do what they should do. No matter what the result was, they were all good and worthy of admiration. It was already very commendable for them to be able to do what they did. Such people, as long as they didn't fall, would definitely be able to grow and go very far. Qin Zhao pursed his lips and looked calmly at Senior Brother Gold. Senior Brother Ao Shun, didn't you say that there would be a maximum of 3 games for the freshman event? Now we have played 3 games. Senior Brother Ao Shun, what do you mean when you say that it's not over yet? Although it's our first day at the Firmament Academy, we still know a little about the rules. Humph. Senior Brother Ao Shun glanced coldly at Qin Zhao and said, "It's true that there are 3 games, but the 3rd game isn't over yet, is it? It's not against the rules. It's only over if we finish all 3 games, right? Huh? The 3rd game wasn't over yet?" Sure enough, they were starting to act shamelessly. In fact, Qin Zhao had already expected this and wasn't surprised. The rules of the 3rd game, Xian Chou, said that it would only be over when you admit defeat. He didn't say that it would be over when you beat him, right? Although you beat Xian Chou, you haven't admitted defeat, so the game isn't over yet. Senior Brother Ao Shun continued. Qin Zhao replied, "Senior Brother Ao Shun, if that's the case, does that mean we have to follow the rules of the previous game? The senior brother who comes out also has to stand still. If we beat him half a step back, he loses." Senior Brother Ao Shun glanced coldly at Qin Zhao, but still said, "Sure. Since we've already set the rules of the game, we naturally have to follow them. We'll continue to send people out to stand there. The 2 of you can attack as much as you want. If you beat them half a step back, they lose. When you beg for mercy and admit defeat, the game is over. Understand?" Qin Zhao pursed her lips and chuckled. "Okay, I understand. Just follow the rules of the game. That's enough. There's nothing else. Since Senior Brother Ao Shun says it's not over, then it's not over. Let's continue to fight. It's nothing." "Okay, then Senior Brother Ao Shun, you can continue to send out senior brothers." Such fearless words, with a hint of frivolity and contempt. How could a young person not be frivolous? Qin Zhao and Brother Pure displayed this brilliance incisively and vividly. Some people admired Qin Zhao, while others snorted disdainfully. There were also people who took pleasure in his misfortune. The louder she screamed, the harder she would be beaten. How could a new student touch the dignity of a senior? For the sake of face, the seniors would definitely do everything they could to suppress Qin Zhao and Brother Pure. Otherwise, wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world? Therefore, in the end, they would most likely win regardless of the cost. The final result would definitely not be a problem, even if Qin Zhao and Brother Pure could last that long. But in fact, the longer they lasted, the greater the trouble they would cause. Instead of losing in the end, it would be better to just admit defeat and bow their heads, and everything would be over. Chapter 3039. Soon, Senior Brother Ao Shun sent out another senior brother. This senior brother had a cold and expressionless face. He looked ferocious. He held a sword in his arms and was dressed like a Jianghu warrior. He was cold and heartless, giving off a murderous vibe. He was not a kind person. The senior brother stood there with his sword in his arms and looked at Qin Shao and Brother Pure with cold eyes. He was like a ruthless swordsman who had his eyes on his prey. Just this cold gaze alone was enough to make people feel a desolate killing intent, and an invisible pressure surged forth. They could sense extreme danger before they even made a move. Obviously, the senior brother who came out this time was definitely stronger than the senior brother Xianxiu. Qin Shao and Brother Pure felt some pressure, but they did not intend to lower their heads and admit defeat. Do you want to admit defeat? Or do you want me to make a move? The senior brother glanced at Qin Shao and Brother Pure and said coldly. Brother Pure grinned and said, I want to admit defeat too, but my strength won't allow me to do so. Isn't that right, brother? Brother Pure even raised his chin at Qin Shao. Since you don't want to admit defeat, let's fight, Qin Shao said. The two of them attacked at the same time. Without any hesitation, they started to fight. Seeing that the two of them really attacked, Holy Venerable Bailey too could only shake his head and smile bitterly. It seemed that these two junior brothers were really strong-willed. Once they attacked, it was obvious that they did not give senior brother Ao Shen any face. They were going to fight to the death with senior brother Ao Shen. Their stubbornness obviously offended a group of senior brothers. It was an unwise move, but Qin Shao and Brother Pure did not hesitate. Good boys. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll let you have a taste of my sword. Senior brother Lung snorted coldly, and the sword in his hand suddenly struck out. Whoosh! Sword chi swept across the sky, domineeringly sweeping across the sky. Countless sword chi turned into billions of swords, bringing with them unparalleled sharpness. They were vast like a torrential downpour, roaring as they charged forward. In an instant, it enveloped Qin Shao and Brother Pure. This cold-looking senior brother seemed to be someone from the Sword Cultivator Saint Realm. His Sword Cultivator Dao, Law, had reached the pinnacle of perfection. The moment he attacked, it was extremely powerful, surging through heaven and earth. Not only was the power of the Sword Cultivator's Law of Dao, but the power of the Great Path's Law had also reached perfection. There was also a dark power that had also reached perfection. Although this cold senior brother only displayed the power of 3 types of laws in his sword, all of them were at the pinnacle of perfection. Moreover, the 3 types of power were perfectly fused together and displayed in an extremely dangerous manner. It could be said to be terrifying. Sword chi surged as if it wanted to obliterate everything. As soon as senior brother Apathetic made his move, senior brother Bailey too and the others broke out in cold sweat for Qin Shao and Brother Pure. His Highness Badger Huai and Princess Yuan Yuan were also greatly frightened. This strength was too terrifying. Moreover, senior brother Apathetic took the initiative to attack and did not just stand there and defend. Naturally, there were some subtle changes in the situation. Even if senior brother Apathetic had not used his full strength, the power that he displayed at this time was already extremely terrifying. Qin Shao and Brother Pure's eyes became incomparably cold. Naturally, they also sensed the dangerous aura. However, at this time, the two of them had no choice but to attack with all their strength. Even if they lost, even if they were beaten to the ground, they had to fight for their dignity. Senior brother Apathetic's strength was indeed much stronger than senior brother Xianxiao's. This time, senior brother Apathetic took the initiative to attack. Powerful strength surged out. Naturally, it was more terrifying when he took the initiative to attack. Moreover, senior brother Apathetic's strongest point was the Sword Cultivator's Law of Dao. Therefore, in terms of attack power, it was especially terrifying. When the sword attacked, heaven and earth were annihilated and the 4 seas sank. This was the feeling of being destroyed. Qin Shao and Brother Pure pushed their strength to the extreme, but they were still suppressed by senior brother Apathetic. They still could not withstand senior brother Apathetic's overbearing sword. As soon as the two of them rushed forward, they were beaten back. Brother Pure's arm was cut a few times, and Qin Zhao's clothes were also torn. Obviously, the two of them were far inferior to senior brother Apathetic. In this battle, it was very difficult for the two of them to fight back. They were completely suppressed. This scene made senior brother Ao shun and the others feel comfortable. This was the situation that should have happened. If they couldn't suppress the two newcomers, this welcoming event would be an extreme failure. Then, where'd he put his face? Brother, we have encountered a tough opponent. This battle is not going to be easy. We're going to suffer. Brother Pure grinned and said to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's eyes were incomparably cold. They had indeed encountered a tough opponent. This battle was indeed not going to be easy. But no matter how difficult it was, they could not easily admit defeat. Since they had already made a move, unless they were on the ground, there was no way they would admit defeat. If they wanted to fight, they would fight to the end. But it was still okay. At least they did not suffer a crushing defeat in just one round. Although senior brother Apathetic's sword technique was extremely exquisite, powerful, and extremely overbearing, it seemed to be invulnerable. But there was a situation. Senior brother Apathetic stood there motionless, so his moves were limited. Basically, it was fixed, and there weren't many variations to it. That was to say, if they could break the move in front of them, then they would have a chance to kill senior brother Apathetic. If they could do that, then they would have a chance to push senior brother Apathetic back half a step. Although this battle was very difficult, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure were not willing to admit defeat. They both wanted to create a miracle of their own. Even if everyone was not optimistic about this battle, they still wanted to try their best to fight to the end. However, it was not easy to break the move in front of them. It was too difficult. Given the current strength of the two of them, it was probably not enough to break the situation. The application of laws is where I still have a lot of room for improvement. Apart from this, I don't have any other areas where I can improve in a very short period of time. Only the application of laws has many possibilities. Previously, I had been thinking about this and had a lot of ideas, but I didn't completely put them into action. What I need to do is to create an ultimate move. I have mastered 4 cultivation laws and 5 basic laws. I have the power of 9 laws, but I don't have a good, unique move that can softly combine the power of these 9 laws and twist them into one power. And this is what I need to consider. I need to attack in this direction. Just like senior brother Apathetic's sword move, he has also perfectly integrated the power of 3 laws. The power of the sword cultivation Tao law, the Great Path law, and the Dark law. The power of the 3 laws has been fused together and integrated into this sword move in a very perfect way. Thus, this will allow the might of this sword strike to reach an extremely powerful level. In terms of laws, the number of laws I have should be far greater than senior brother Apathetic's. Therefore, the main point is to see how I can fuse the power of these laws and use it in an exquisite way to create a truly powerful, unique move. The power of the 5 great fundamental laws is originally 1, so it can be perfectly fused together. What I need now is to perfectly integrate the power of the Great Path law and the sword cultivation Tao law with the 5 basic laws. It is even possible to completely integrate the power of the 9 laws. However, it is too difficult to achieve such a perfect integration. It's far too difficult to create an ultimate move that can perfectly fuse the power of these 9 laws into it. In fact, Qin Xiao had always been thinking about this matter. In the past, Qin Xiao had also been exploring and accumulating ideas. He had many ideas, but these ideas were still very immature and did not have a rough model and framework. Therefore, just having some ideas was far from enough. Unique moves had to be made to the extreme in order to be called unique moves. In order to fuse all the extremes together, one had to find a balance point between all the extremes. Only by finding this balance point could one stack the bricks one by one like building a house. However, with different powers and different laws, how difficult was it to find a common balance between them? It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, there were not only 2 laws, but as many as 9 laws. Such a thing was too difficult. Therefore, even though Qin Xiao had been thinking and accumulating for so long, he still felt that his idea was very immature. My cultivation time is still too short. My accumulation is still insufficient. It is very unrealistic for me to completely integrate the power of the 9 laws and create a unique move in such a short period of time. There is no need to think about it at all. Therefore, I still need to be pragmatic and go from simple to complicated. There is no need to pursue it in one step. It is not good to take too big a step. There is a possibility that I will get a return at the right time. Therefore, I still have to take it step by step. I have to improve my strength and take it one step at a time. It is impossible to integrate the power of the 9 laws in a short period of time, but I can still try to integrate the 7 laws. I will take out the Great Tao laws and the Sword Cultivator Tao laws. I will put the Immortal Tao laws and the Heart Force laws aside for the time being. I have already integrated the 5 basic laws into one and mastered them through a comprehensive study. What I need to do now is to integrate the Great Tao laws and the Sword Cultivator Tao laws. The most important thing is to create a unique move that can well exert the power of these 7 laws to the extreme. I need to fully display the advantages of the 7 laws. Only with such a unique move can I possibly turn the tide and reverse the situation. Qin Shao understood clearly. The more he thought about it, the clearer it became. He sorted out everything, and his thoughts were clear. Once his thoughts were clear, things were much easier to handle. Moreover, Qin Shao had a certain amount of accumulation before. Qin Shao had also done the integration of laws before. Now, he just needed to level up. Qin Shao also had a lot of inspiration and ideas about the application of laws. Now, he just needed to go one step further and create a true unique move that belonged to him. With this absolute power of faith there, it also stimulated Qin Zhao's cultivation. His thoughts were getting clearer and clearer. His thoughts were getting stronger and stronger. He had more and more ideas and felt more and more wonderful. If there was a wonderful feeling, it was a sign of success. Sword, space, all laws, time, Great Tao. Chapter 3040. 7 kinds of power of laws, 7 different attributes, 7 different subtleties, and 7 different areas of expertise. He wanted to fuse these completely different powers in different directions together to achieve a perfect balance. He wanted to create a perfect fit for each other, and he wanted to create a perfect balance. Not only did he have to do that, but he also had to create a move that could integrate all the areas of expertise and the most subtle and powerful power of laws together, resulting in a qualitative change and a terrifying, unique skill. It was a very complicated thing to talk about, and it was even more complicated to do it. It was simply too difficult to achieve such a feat. Brother Pure, get ready to assist me. Qin Shao transmitted his voice to Brother Pure. Brother Pure was also thinking of a way to break out of the situation. When he heard Qin Zhao's voice, he was overjoyed and immediately said, "Haha, good brother. It seems that you are one step ahead of me again. Come on, let us brothers work together to break gold. I don't believe that anyone would dare to step on our heads." The thoughts in his mind were like rivers flowing into the sea. They gathered together and reached an explosive point. And this explosive point was exactly what Qin Shao needed to seize. Now is the time. Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with a peerless sharpness. The sword in his hand moved rhythmically, drawing a bright light in the air like peach blossoms. This sword was bright and beautiful, like a fairy scattering peach blossoms. As soon as the petals of the peach blossoms fell, circles of ripples appeared in the air. And these ripples actually formed a personal space. Countless spaces overlapped together, forming an incomparably strange phenomenon. Every peach blossom turned into a ray of light after a ripple appeared on the surface of the peach blossom. It was as sharp as a sword, as fast as light, and as heavy as a mountain. Under this strange light and ripple, the cold senior brother's sword momentum was forcibly pierced through. Qin Zhao's entire body also strangely disappeared into the void and entered the rippling space. At this time, Brother Pure also broke out with all his strength and fiercely rushed towards the cold senior brother. He rushed forward violently and attacked with explosive force. The cooperation between the two of them, one hard and one soft, seemed to be very seamless. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Such a scene also shocked many people. They couldn't help but stare at this side with their eyes wide open. This kind of cooperation was the real tacit understanding. It was the real feeling of invulnerability. Good cooperation could increase one's strength by a few points. Not only the two of them cooperated seamlessly, but also the power of the moves that Qin Xiao broke out at this time. The extremely strange offensive made many people frown involuntarily. A strange look flashed in their eyes. Obviously, they were aware of something. The cold senior brother looked slightly surprised. He also noticed that something was wrong. He also felt that there was a turbulent force surging towards him, which was a great threat to him. Furthermore, this power was becoming more and more turbulent, and the sense of threat was becoming greater and greater. What's going on? The cold senior brother frowned even more fiercely. He was also quite puzzled in his heart. Why did he have such a feeling? It didn't make sense. How could the two freshmen threaten him? This was one of his ultimate moves. How could it possibly be countered by those two new students? It didn't make sense at all. Light. He saw a lot of light. It was like a sky full of stars. Countless light spots. These spots of light slowly turned into lines, lines after lines of light. The strange space shrouded him layer by layer. Suddenly, he felt that he had entered an endless reincarnation. Endless space, countless overlaps. The endless light spots turned into endless sharpness. It was a threat, approaching him step by step. The cold senior brother felt that the situation was not good. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Sure enough, very soon, countless strands of sword chi surged out, whistling over from all directions. They came from all directions, coming from the endless space. This force had the power to break the game. It broke the game that the cold senior brother had set up. It broke the game. Its momentum was magnificent, and it had the power to destroy everything. Under the terrifying, surging sword power, the cold senior brother's sword game felt like it was falling apart. Not good. Not good. The cold senior brother was also shocked. He knew that the situation was not good. He tried his best to maintain his sword game. However, the speed of its collapse made it impossible for him to maintain it. He couldn't stop the general trend at all. Under such a terrifying momentum, he finally collapsed completely. A figure charged out from the endless light, bringing with it a majestic heavenly might. It was as if a part of the heavens was crashing down with boundless power. Such a dense and boundless power surged forth, causing the heavens to collapse. Under this incomparably powerful attack, the cold-faced senior brother was actually forced to take a step back. As soon as he took a step back, the power immediately shrank back. Soon, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure stopped at the same time and retreated. The cold senior brother was stunned for a moment. After a moment of astonishment, he stopped and stopped. The battle was over. The final result was enough to make people's jaws drop. The cold senior brother was actually forced to take a step back by Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. It was unbelievable. It was too unbelievable. Everyone who saw this scene was a little dumbfounded. The entire place was silent at this moment. Not a sound could be heard. After a long while, there were many exclamations of surprise. They really succeeded? Crazy. This is really crazy. This is great. There's a good show to watch. Cough. I don't know if I should be happy for them or worried. There's no way senior brother Ao Shun will let them go. That's right. The stronger the resistance, the greater the loss. But to be honest, these two new junior brothers are really heaven-defying. They're too monstrous. I really don't know how they did it. How did they succeed? If that's the case, doesn't it mean that we're not as strong as the two of them? Cough. You don't say. That's really possible. On the other side, many of the freshmen cheered for Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. They had won back some face for the freshmen. Only then did His Highness Badger, Huai, and Yuan Yuan's hanging hearts finally relax. However, Longest Saint Sovereign and Winged Saint were very unhappy. They wanted Qin Xiao and Brother Pure to be taught a lesson, but they didn't expect that they would be the ones in the limelight. Senior brother Bailey, too, was also speechless. He didn't know if he should be happy or not. But in his heart, he was already giving a thumbs up to Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. Good job, both of you. Well done. Qin Xiao was overjoyed to be able to win this battle. His ultimate move was finally completed. Chapter 3041. It took senior brother Apathetic a while to regain his composure. He looked deeply at Qin Xiao. The perfect fusion of the 7 laws and the ingenious use of the 7 laws to form a sword. It's so exquisite, so powerful, and so sharp. It took me more than half a universe era to create this unique skill. Although it's not invincible, it's difficult for anyone to break it easily. I didn't expect that would be broken by you, a freshman who just entered the Firmament Academy and has just broken through to the 3-step Ancient Saint realm. You're very good. I admit defeat. I wonder, how did you do that? Hearing senior brother Apathetic's words, Qin Xiao could not help but be stunned. He didn't expect that senior brother Apathetic would admit defeat so calmly and even praise him so much. This was a bit strange. It seemed that senior brother Apathetic was not completely the same as senior brother Xianxiu and senior brother Ao Shen. How'd he do it? Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, I don't know how to explain this. It's impossible to explain this kind of thing, right? I was forced by the situation just now, so I thought of fusing the 7 laws to create my own unique skill. I found the balance point of these 7 laws, and then used my sword as the foundation to add the most powerful side of these 7 laws. Finally, I mastered it and integrated it into one. Thinking like spring water, success comes naturally. Of course, if it was just the power of the 7 laws, it was not enough to be so powerful. It had to be combined with the power of Qin Xiao's internal world. The power of Qin Xiao's internal world was pure power, so it did not need to be fused. It could be added directly. The power of the 7 laws and the power of the internal world was the only reason this unique skill had such a heaven-defying effect. It even forced senior brother Apathetic to take a step back. Qin Xiao made it sound very simple, but in fact, if he wanted to do it, it would be very, very difficult. What's the name of this skill? Senior brother Apathetic asked again. This was the unique skill that Qin Xiao had just created, and Qin Xiao had not named it yet. Asked by senior brother Apathetic, Qin Xiao also thought about it. This unique skill is made by fusing and using the power of the 7 laws. It has the power to break through everything, including senior brother Apathetic's encirclement. The sword can break through everything and break through the encirclement. Then, I'll call this move break. After thinking for a while, Qin Xiao quickly decided what to call this unique skill. However, this ultimate move was only at the initial stage. It had yet to reach the level of perfection. It still needed to be improved in the future to reach the level of perfection. Break the stalemate, Qin Xiao said to the cold-faced senior brother. Break the stalemate. After the cold senior apprentice brother repeated it in his mind, he also nodded with a look of approval. Break through the encirclement, senior brother Apathetic. This sword of yours is still too lacking, but it actually possesses such might. If it reaches heaven's end, I'm afraid it'll be even more incredible. There are new talents in every generation. It seems that us old guys have to work harder. Junior brother Qin Xiao, I'm looking forward to your growth. It's not wrong for me to lose to you in this round. Goodbye. After saying that, senior brother Apathetic left the place. Listening to senior brother Apathetic's words, Qin Xiao's hostility towards this senior brother Apathetic dissipated. This senior brother Apathetic was indeed different. At least, he was much better than senior brother Xianxiu and senior brother Ao Shen. Qin Xiao was able to create a unique skill in such a dangerous situation. It was really inconceivable. This made senior brother Ao Shen very angry. He originally wanted to teach Qin Xiao and Xianxiu a lesson, but who would have thought that he would actually help Qin Xiao and let Qin Xiao create such a powerful, unique skill? Despicable, truly despicable. The new students were also full of admiration for Qin Xiao. Many people believed in their hearts that Qin Shao was probably going to outshine everyone in this year's new students. The talent, potential, and strength he displayed at this time were too strong and incomparably shocking. Others didn't even dare to think about it, but Qin Shao was able to do it. How heaven-defying was this? Those who had known Qin Shao for a long time knew that Qin Shao had been defying the heavens all this time. Starting from the first day of the 100 Worlds Chosen tournament and entering Heaven Chosen City, he had already started his heaven-defying mode. From climbing the Duantian Cliff to helping His Highness Badger Huai's team make a perfect comeback, and finally striving for the throne of first place on the Heaven ranking. Now, he had consecutively defeated 2 senior brothers of the 4th step Ancient Saint realm. Some people couldn't help but ask in their hearts, how far did Qin Shao have to go on this heaven-defying path? Even now, he still refused to lower his head. Brother, congratulations. Haha, if we join forces, we will definitely make a name for ourselves in the great Thousand Worlds. Brother Pure walked over with a smile. Qin Shao smiled. This was the goal he was working hard for. With Brother Pure around, he was even more motivated. Up until now, he had no fear in this battle. Let's fight to the end. Qin Shao looked directly at Senior Brother Ao Shun and said, Senior Brother Ao Shun, who else do you want to send out? Hurry up and come out. How arrogant. This was an active provocation. One had to say that such an action was extremely arrogant. The frivolity of youth was something that could be written into a book to the extreme. But for the new students, this made their blood boil. To be able to do this was also a kind of ability. Who didn't want to have such strength? Senior Brother Ao Shun's face was gloomy as he sneered. He strode out with a murderous aura. Seeing Senior Brother Ao Shun walk out personally, many people were a little dumbfounded and surprised. Could it be that Senior Brother Ao Shun was going to do it himself? Many of the senior brothers were also a little surprised. Would someone of Senior Brother Ao Shun's level really want to do it himself? His strength was extremely terrifying. He was much stronger than Senior Brother Lung and Senior Brother Xianxiao. In fact, among all the people present, no one was a match for Senior Brother Ao Shun. Senior Brother Ao Shun had been cultivating in the Firmament Academy for almost 10 universe eras. He was one of the oldest senior brothers and would soon leave the Firmament Academy. His strength was unfathomable. In the Firmament Academy, his status was very high. He was the host of this freshman welcoming event. He was the one who dictated everything, which was enough to show how high his status and prestige was. Seeing how the other senior brothers followed his lead and were incomparably fearful of him, it was enough to show. Senior Brother Ao Shun was the strongest among all the senior brothers here. Logically speaking, a host like him shouldn't be participating. However, Senior Brother Ao Shun was angry and ashamed at this time. He couldn't calm down if he didn't take down Qin Shao. Therefore, he walked out and was going to do it himself. Seeing that Senior Brother Ao Shun was going to do it himself, Senior Brother Bailey too once again broke out in cold sweat for Qin Shao. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Qin Shao. Junior Brother Qin Shao, hurry up and admit defeat. Don't fight, just admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll be in a miserable state. Senior Brother Ao Shun's strength is too strong. Among all the senior brothers, he can easily be ranked in the top 10. Senior Apprentice Brother Ao Mishin's strength is enough to fight against ordinary world deities. He's far from being comparable to the previous 2 senior brothers. Even if you created a move now, you're far from being Senior Brother Ao Shin's match. Don't be so strong anymore. It's not shameful to admit defeat. You've already won face and honor by fighting until now. There's no need to force yourself to continue. Hearing Senior Brother Bailey 2's voice transmission, Qin Shao smiled and replied, Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior Brother Bailey Tuesday. I know all this. However, now that things have come to this, I have even less reason to retreat. Since I've chosen to fight, let's fight to the end. It doesn't matter even if I have to suffer. It's a fight for dignity. Bleeding a little is nothing. Senior Brother Bailey, too, was speechless when he heard Qin Zhao's stubbornness and refusal to admit defeat. However, there was nothing he could do. There was nothing he could do to stop or change anything. He could only let Qin Shao do as he wished. Senior brother Bailey, too, could only sigh and shake his head. He didn't say anything else. In his heart, he could only pray. His Highness Badger Huai, Yuan, and the others could only clench their hearts and pray silently. Among the newcomers, only the Dragon Cliff Saint and the Winged Saint were gloating over their misfortune. They were actually very unhappy. Seeing Qin Zhao's heaven-defying performance and defeating two of their senior brothers was a huge blow to them. Although they didn't want to admit it, they knew that Qin Shao and Brother Pure were probably stronger than them. The limelight of the newcomers would definitely be snatched by the two of them. Qin Shao, in particular, was probably going to stand out among this batch of rookies. This made them very unhappy. They had always been determined to fight for the title of Newcomer King. However, they didn't expect Qin Shao and Brother Pure to give them such a heavy blow. They had shattered their dreams and defeated their pride. This was tantamount to a huge grudge. That was why they hated Qin Shao and Brother Chuanjie so much that they gnashed their teeth. Senior brother Ao Shun walked over step by step, exuding an extremely powerful and sinister aura that gave off a strong oppressive force. That pair of eyes stared sinisterly at Qin Shao and the other man. Like a poisonous snake, they flickered with an eerie green light. Scary, scary. Looking at senior brother Ao Shun's stance, it was obvious that he wouldn't let this matter go easily. He would definitely teach Qin Shao and Brother Pure a lesson. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Qin Shao and Brother Pure naturally felt a strong pressure. However, at this point, they naturally couldn't back down. They couldn't admit defeat. They could only fight on bravely. Ha, brother, we've never admitted defeat in all our lives, right? Brother Pure curled his lips and said to Qin Shao with a smile. Qin Shao chuckled and relaxed his body and mind. Yeah, we've never been cowards. Do you remember that there's a wonderful saying in our Hongmeng universe's small world on Earth? Take life and death lightly. Fight if you're not convinced. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them. Since you've come to bully us brothers, unless you kill us today, it's impossible for us to bow our heads. Bow our heads? How can we bow our heads when it's impossible? Come on. How can we not be frivolous when we're young? So what if we go crazy for once? Brother Pure laughed again. Facing senior brother Ao Shun's oppressive aura, the two of them didn't show the slightest bit of fear or worry. Moreover, they were full of vigor. They didn't want to bow their heads and admit defeat. They wanted to fight to the end. One had to admit that their courage was indeed praiseworthy. Of course, those who praised them admired them, while those who didn't were cursing them in their hearts. They were arrogant, overconfident, and courting death. Chapter 3042. You two junior brothers should be proud of yourselves for being able to force me to personally attack you. However, I have a rule when I attack. It's not over until you're completely knocked out. Senior brother Ao Shun's cold gaze swept over Qin Shao and Brother Pure as his cold voice rang out. The sharpness in his words made everyone's heart tremble. The consequences of senior brother Ao Shun's anger would be unimaginable. Many people were indeed worried for Qin Shao. This time, there shouldn't be any more accidents. No matter how heaven-defying the two of them were, there was no way they could withstand senior brother Ao Shun's attack. Junior brothers, hurry up and attack. Let me see how strong you are. Senior brother Ao Shun said to Qin Shao and Brother Pure. However, his tone was full of contempt and disdain. Obviously, senior brother Ao Shun did not put Qin Shao and Brother Pure in his eyes at all. They were not worth mentioning. Qin Shao and Brother Pure also looked very dignified at this time. Their eyes were incomparably cold. How could they not know that they had encountered a difficult opponent this time? However, since they had chosen not to bow down, no matter how strong the opponent was, they had to fight bravely and fearlessly. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The next scene could be imagined. It was definitely going to be the scene of Qin Shao and Brother Pure being brutally beaten. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, a powerful aura suddenly drifted over. A figure quickly came over. She was valiant, and her heroism reached the clouds. A voice quickly sounded. It was as ethereal as the voice of the heavens, leisurely and leisurely. "Who dares to touch my sixth brother?" This ethereal voice revealed a peerless, domineering aura. Every word seemed to allow no one to question or touch it. As soon as the voice came out, it was sonorous and peerless. No one could refute it. Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes followed the voice and saw a handsome man in white quickly coming over. His hands were behind his back, and the corners of his mouth curved into a slight smile. Calm, indifferent, supreme bearing, the demeanor of a peerless expert. His aura was neither fierce nor sinister, nor did it give people a sense of oppression. However, it exuded an overwhelming, domineering aura. This kind of domineering aura would not make people feel uncomfortable. It would only let people know that the person in front of them was a peerless expert, a powerful existence that they could not afford to offend. Very soon, the senior brothers recognized who the person was, and they all exclaimed in surprise. "It's Senior Brother Feng. Why is he here?" "Yeah, why did Senior Brother Feng return to the Firmament Academy? He hasn't been back for a long time, right?" "Yeah, I haven't been back to the Firmament Academy for a long time." His sixth brother? The person from the immortal realm? Was he referring to Qin Shao? Qin Shao was his sixth brother? Is he Sage Li's disciple? That's right, it should be. No wonder this junior brother Qin Shao was so frivolous. It turned out that he also had a big backer in the Firmament Academy. With senior apprentice Brother Feng protecting him, no one would dare to bully him. This time, there will be a good show to watch. The senior brothers had already guessed the relationship between senior apprentice Brother Feng and Qin Shao. Seeing senior apprentice Brother Feng Qin Shao was also slightly surprised. Although he knew from Yuan that senior apprentice Brother Feng was also a student of the Firmament Academy, he did not expect senior apprentice Brother Feng to be in the Firmament Academy at this time. Senior apprentice Brother Feng said that he had something important to do, so he should not be returning to the Firmament Academy. Seeing senior apprentice Brother Feng Qin Zhao's heart suddenly calmed down. This trouble was finally solved. Senior apprentice Brother Ao Shun's face was incomparably ugly, turning into a pig liver color. He did not expect that at this critical moment, Qin Shao actually called for reinforcements. The most terrible thing was that these reinforcements were existences that he could not afford to offend. Therefore, at this time, senior apprentice Brother Ao Shun also wanted to vomit blood. His heart was incomparably resentful. Young Master Feng landed in front of Qin Shao, patted Qin Zhao's shoulder, and said with a smile on his face, "Good boy, in such a short time, you have given me a big surprise. I was still a little worried about your safety in the Great Tao Sacred Realm, but I did not expect you to directly enter the Firmament Academy. Haha, logically speaking, in fact, you do not meet the standards to enter the Firmament Academy. Moreover, even in the immortal realm, generally, there's only one place. You have your own luck and opportunity to be able to successfully enter the Firmament Academy through the 100 Worlds chosen battle in the Great Tao Sacred Realm. This is all your luck and opportunity. It seems that I have made the right choice in bringing you to the Great Tao Sacred Realm. Being able to enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate is a great opportunity. Not bad. Not bad." While speaking, young Master Feng smiled at Yuan with a face full of praise. To be honest, young Master Feng did not think of such a good thing. Originally, he came to the Great Tao Sacred Realm this time because he had important matters to attend to. He brought Qin Shao and Yuan just to bring them out to explore and see the world. After all, the two of them had not been to the Great Tao Sacred Realm yet. The Great Tao Sacred Realm, as the head of the 8 sacred realms, as the most powerful center of the Great Thousand World, was worth coming to. The goal was originally very simple, but the result was ecstatic. This was a joyous occasion for Langya Heaven. In the past, only Feng Yi had entered the Firmament Academy. Now, Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan had suddenly joined the Firmament Academy, which was really worthy of celebration. Haha, fifth brother, we are really lucky. This is also thanks to His Highness Badger Huai. Qin Xiao said with a smile. When His Highness Badger Huai heard these words, he was filled with fear and trepidation. He truly felt that he was not worthy of it. He felt that he was the one who should be grateful. If it was not for Qin Xiao, he would not have the slightest chance of entering the Firmament Academy. Such a thing he did not dare to dream of before, but now it had become a reality, a reality. All of this was because of Qin Xiao. So, how could he accept the gratitude? He should thank Qin Xiao properly. Well, you guys go to the side first. Leave this to fifth brother. Young Master Feng Yi said to Qin Xiao. In front of fifth brother, Qin Xiao was naturally not polite and immediately retreated with brother Pure. Young Master Feng Yi turned around and looked at senior brother Ao Shun, who had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He chuckled and said, Senior brother Ao Shun, I haven't seen you for a while. It seems that you're much more impressive than before. But I still want to ask, senior brother, are you getting worse and worse? After not seeing you for so many years, have you been living like a dog? You! Such a humiliating words made senior brother Ao Shun furious, and he angrily cursed young Master Feng Yi. But in front of young Master Feng Yi, he obviously did not have the confidence. Although he was angry, he did not dare to really vent his anger. Young Master Feng Yi continued, Your senior brother Ao Shun can be considered one of the most senior brothers in our Firmament Academy. As a senior brother, you don't take care of the new junior brothers and sisters, and you even want to personally suppress your junior brothers and sisters. Senior brother, do you not feel ashamed? After living for so long, did you learn to be thick-skinned? Young Master Feng Yi's words were extremely sarcastic, humiliating senior brother Ao Shun. This was what it meant to be domineering. This was a sign of having great strength. Senior brother Ao Shun, who was dominating everything here, the one everyone was afraid of, was now obedient in front of young Master Feng Yi, unable to jump around. This was indeed a huge contrast from just now. It made one not know whether to laugh or cry at the sight of it. Qin Xiao and the others were also cheering in their hearts. Those who followed senior brother Ao Shun's lead also shut their mouths. No one dared to speak out. Young Master Feng Yi's prestige was enough to show how great he was. Young Master Feng Yi, don't you think your words are a bit too much? Senior brother Ao Shun gritted his teeth and glared at young Master Feng. We are just holding a welcoming event. This is our Firmament Academy's tradition, and also something that has been approved by the Dean and Elders. Now you're interrupting the welcoming event. What is the meaning of this? Are you ignoring the Academy's rules? Seeing that senior brother Ao Shun still wanted to bite back, young Master Feng Yi laughed. After laughing, young Master Feng Yi said, Do you really think that I don't know anything? Or do you think that I'm easy to bully? Is this how you play the welcoming event? Senior brother Ao Shun, you're clearly using your position to avenge a personal grudge, yet you still have to use such a dignified reason. Where is your face? Senior brother Ao Shun, as your junior brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Before I get angry, you should stop and let this matter rest. If not, then I really want to see if I, Feng Yi, have been away from the Firmament Academy for too long, and now everyone dares to look down on me. Bully! How dare you bully my Langya Heaven? Langya Heaven's people have never been afraid of anyone. Young Master Feng Yi's domineering words were a heavy blow to senior brother Ao Shun. His words were full of warning, threat, and disdain. Senior brother Ao Shun was obviously not in young Master Feng Yi's eyes, not even worth mentioning. This was invincible dominance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Brother Pure's blood boiled as he watched. He clicked his tongue and said, Domineering, too domineering. I like this kind of domineering. Hee, it's good to have strength. You can be willful. You can do whatever you want. Brother, we have to work hard. It would be great if I could become so powerful, so domineering, and so willful. One day, We'll make everyone not dare to bully us. Senior brother Feng Yi, you're our role model, our idol. Qin Xiao smiled and nodded. Yes, strength is everything. Strength is the way to go. Only with strength can you be willful, do whatever you want, and not be bullied by others. Must work hard. Senior brother Aoshan's face darkened, feeling as if he was slapped in the face by young noble Feng Yi. His face was trampled on the ground. But what could his senior brother Aoshan say? What did he dare to say? He had no power to refute. Unable to resist, senior brother Aoshan could only grit his teeth and leave with his tail between his legs. Those who followed senior brother Aoshan's lead also left in a hurry. Who would have thought that the welcoming event would end in such a farce? Young Master Feng Yi's domineering performance just now had attracted many fans. Many looked at young Master Feng Yi with admiration. Especially this batch of new students, they were all full of admiration for young Master Feng Yi. But in the crowd, there were two people whose faces were as pale as ashes, as if they had suffered a heavy blow. The two of them were none other than the Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign and Wing Saint. Chapter 3043. Young Master Feng Yi walked over and smiled happily at Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan. Brother Feng Yi, why did you come so late? Yuan Yuan pouted and said. She seemed to be unhappy with young Master Feng Yi's late arrival. In front of Yuan Yuan, young Master Feng Yi was full of doting. He definitely treated Yuan Yuan as his own sister. Little Yuan Yuan, your senior brother came just in time, didn't I? I happened to be here. If I came earlier, I would have missed out on something interesting. I would have missed Qin Zhao's breakthrough. That's why it couldn't be any better to come now. I know you care about your brother Qin Xiao, but a girl should be more reserved. Young Master Feng Yi joked. Yuan Yuan said shyly. Brother Feng Yi, what are you saying? I've always been reserved. Qin Xiao is my brother. Of course I care about him. Good. Young Master Feng Yi said with a smile and didn't continue. Young Master Feng Yi said, Qin Xiao, Yuan Yuan, I still have something to do, so I won't accompany you. You've just entered the Firmament Academy, so you need to familiarize yourselves with the place. I'll take you there. Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan nodded. Young Master Feng Yi looked at Saint Sage Bailey too and said, Brother Bailey too, thank you. Please take care of them and familiarize them with the Firmament Academy. Hearing young Master Feng Yi's thanks, Saint Venerable Bailey too was clearly flattered. Even though he was the senior brother and young Master Feng Yi was only the junior brother, he was extremely respectful and worshipped this junior brother. To be thanked by young Master Feng Yi was a very honorable thing. Young Master Feng Yi, you're too kind. This is what I should do. I'm also very happy to be able to meet peerless geniuses like Qin Xiao and the others. I really admire them. This is a small matter, just leave it to me. It's part of my job anyway. Young Master Feng Yi can rest assured. Saint Sage Bailey too said immediately. Young Master Feng Yi nodded and left. The welcoming event was over, but the atmosphere was not very pleasant. Everyone left one after another. Obviously, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure were in the limelight in this welcoming event. Bailey too led Qin Zhao's group of 5. Brother Pure also left his original group and joined them. Anyway, Brother Pure was not familiar with those people, so it didn't matter whether he offended them or not. Saint Master Bailey too quickly led Qin Xiao and the other 5 disciples into the Firmament Academy. Each of them received an identity token and left their soul brand in the Firmament Academy, officially becoming a member of the Firmament Academy. The Firmament Academy didn't give Qin Xiao and the others any gift packages. They had to rely on themselves. Qin Xiao, this area is the disciples' cultivation area. At present, this area was still relatively empty. Here, I have some over there. You can choose your own cultivation area. Every territory, as long as no one claims it, will have a token. You can claim it. After you claim it, it will be yours forever. The Firmament Academy won't take it back unless you die in the future. You can claim your own cultivation places first, and then I'll slowly tell you about the situation of our Firmament Academy, as well as some things to pay attention to and so on. There are actually quite a lot of things that can't be explained in a short time. Saint Master Bailey II led Qin Shao and the other 5 disciples to a place and said to them, Qin Shao and the others were very casual about their choice of cultivation area. So the 6 of them directly chose the 6 territories that were close to the Firmament Academy. Each territory here wasn't big, only about 100 miles in radius. However, every territory was the same as Heaven's Choice City. They all had their own uniqueness. They were all different from the rest and had their own unique characteristics. Soon, the 6 of them came to Qin Zhao's territory, found a simple place, and took out some wine. Since there was a lot to talk about, let's drink and chat. In this way, they could get to know each other more, strengthen communication, and deepen their relationship. Saint Master Bailey II also introduced the basic situation of the Firmament Academy to Qin Shao and the others. After listening to him, Qin Shao had a basic understanding of the Firmament Academy. The weakest students who could enter the Firmament Academy were 3-step ancient saints. Basically, the seniors were 4-step ancient saints. In the Firmament Academy, only those in the ancient saint realm were called disciples. If you broke through to the world god realm, you would be given 3 choices. Of course, although it was said to be a choice, in fact, it was not up to you to choose. You had to fight for it. The first choice was to perform exceptionally well and volunteer to join the Firmament Palace. However, it was not so easy to join the Firmament Palace. Moreover, once you joined the Firmament Palace, you had to break away from your previous power. Then, you would be a member of the Firmament Palace. Therefore, there was a very high threshold to join the Firmament Palace. You had to make a choice. For example, if young Master Feng Yi broke through to the world god realm and was qualified to join the Firmament Palace, he would no longer be a member of the Langya Heaven. His first loyalty must be to the Firmament Palace. Of course, the Firmament Palace's power was far beyond the Langya Heavens. It depended on the individual's choice. In short, it was the most difficult to join the Firmament Palace. The second choice was to stay in the Firmament Academy and be an elder or a teacher. Of course, if you stayed in the Firmament Academy, you would not be restricted. You would still be free and could leave at any time. Basically, as long as you were willing, you could stay in the Firmament Academy. The third choice was, of course, to leave the Firmament Academy directly. The Firmament Academy was just a pure academy, not a force. The disciples who joined the Firmament Academy could only stay in the academy for a maximum of 10 universe eras. Once the time was up, unless they broke through to the world god realm. Otherwise, they could only leave the Firmament Academy. The purpose was to prevent people from occupying the resources of the Firmament Academy. Secondly, because the Firmament Academy was just a pure academy, not a force, it did not need to rely on more students to strengthen the strength of the academy. Because of this, the number of disciples in the Firmament Academy was actually not many. At present, the number of disciples in the Firmament Academy was only 92, including the 16 new disciples who joined Qin Shao. Otherwise, there would not be so many disciples. In other words, in 10 universe eras, only 92 people were qualified to enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate. Even if some people who had reached the world god realm were included, there were only a little more than 100 people, which was a pitiful number. On average, in the entire Great Thousand World, there were only more than 10 people who could enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate. Because of this, those who could enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate were the top geniuses in the Great Thousand World. They were the real geniuses. In addition to the Mechanical Sanctuary and the Dark Sanctuary, people from other sacred domains would enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate. Therefore, in the Firmament Academy, there were several people from the Immortal Realm. Besides the Great Way Sacred Domain, there were more people from the Immortal Realm. There were also many cultivation places in the Firmament Academy, where there were many elders of the World God Realm. Those cultivation places basically did not have any restrictions on the disciples. Only a few of them had some restrictions. As for the elders who attracted the attention of the World God Realm, Each disciple could choose a few people to consult the elders about cultivation. Therefore, the cultivation environment and resources in the Firmament Academy were very rich, which was incomparable to other forces. There were more than 30 elders of the world god realm in the Firmament Academy. Basically, they were all experts in various fields. Moreover, the elders who could stay in the Firmament Academy were all extremely experienced existences of the world god realm. Just these elders alone were already priceless resources. Which force would have such a large amount of resources? Which force could have so many world god realm existences? Take the Langya heaven, for example. There were only 6 people of the world god realm. In addition to these good cultivation environment and resources, the more important thing was the atmosphere for cultivation. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. The kind of environment nurtured the kind of people. The Firmament Academy was full of the top peerless geniuses, each of whom had great divine powers. In such an environment, it was also very encouraging for people to cultivate. It was because of these many factors that the Firmament Academy was also the undisputed top academy in the Great Thousand World. It was hard to count the number of world god realm experts who had graduated from the Firmament Academy, which probably accounted for the majority of the Great Thousand World. The strength of the Firmament Academy was also deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. It made everyone feel happy and proud to be able to enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate. Especially His Highness Badger Huai. He was incomparably glad and grateful. This was an opportunity given by Qin Shao. Without Qin Shao, he would never have been able to enter the Firmament Academy. Such a lucky thing. His Highness Badger Huai had accumulated great virtue for 8 lifetimes. By the way, Senior Brother Bailey too. What is Senior Brother Aoshan's status in the Firmament Academy? And what about Senior Brother Feng Yi? Brother Pure suddenly asked curiously. In fact, everyone was also very curious about this question, but they were too embarrassed to ask. Although Qin Shao and Yuan knew Brother Pure very well, Qin Shao did not know that Senior Brother Feng had such great prestige and status in the Firmament Academy. It was very amazing to be able to stand at such a position in the Firmament Academy. Qin Shao had never doubted Senior Brother Feng Yi's strength. He knew that Senior Brother Feng was an extremely powerful existence of the 4th step Ancient Saint realm. But now, it was an environment compared to the entire Great Thousand World. Every expert of the 4th step Ancient Saint realm in the Firmament Academy was extremely powerful. To be able to stand at such a high position in such an intense realm was extremely difficult. Senior Brother Feng, he was only a disciple of the previous batch. In fact, he was only 1 batch higher than Qin Shao and the others. Therefore, in terms of foundation and accumulation, it seemed that Senior Brother Feng, he was very ordinary. Ha ha ha, you're asking about this? All right then, I'll explain it to you. Hee, after listening to it, you'll know how powerful and admirable young Master Feng Yi is. If you want to talk about this, I have to talk about something first. That is the Firmament Declaration. Have you heard of it? St. Master Bailey, too, suddenly said with great interest. Author Cruel Death 3rd update. I beg for fresh flowers. Chapter 3044. Heaven's Declaration. Qin Shao and the other 5 looked at each other in confusion. Apparently, they had never heard of the Heaven's Declaration and did not know what it was. But from the sound of it, it should be an extremely dangerous ranking. Seeing that Qin Shao and the others did not know about it, Bailey too laughed and said, Haha, it's normal that you don't know about it. Generally speaking, only those who are at step 4 of the Ancient Saint realm know about the Heaven's Declaration. Moreover, the Heaven's Declaration is a mysterious list, so it won't be spread around easily. In other words, there's an unspoken rule. Those who are not at step 4 of the Ancient Saint realm are not qualified to know about the Heaven's Declaration. Therefore, very few people who are not at step 4 of the Ancient Saint realm know about the Heaven's Declaration. Upon hearing what Bailey too had said, His Highness Badger Huai and the rest of his sovereigns felt relieved. It was no wonder that they did not know what the Heavens Declaration was. It turned out that there was such an unspoken rule. Only those who were at Step 4 of the ancient saint realm were qualified to know about it. Judging from what Bailey II had said, it seemed that Senior Brother Fong he was related to the Heavens Declaration. Speaking of the Heavens Declaration, Bailey too was full of energy. His eyes were filled with reverence, longing, and longing. After pausing for a while, Bailey too continued. The Heavens Declaration is the most powerful and mysterious list in the Great Thousand World. The Heavens Declaration is divided into the Divine List and the Saint List. The Divine List is for those who are at Divine Realm, and the Saint List is for those who are at Ancient Saint Realm. Of course, theoretically, those who are not at Step 4 of the Ancient Saint Realm can also be on the list. However, those who are below Step 4 of the Ancient Saint Realm are unlikely to be on the Heavens Declaration. Let's not talk about the Divine List. After all, it's too far away from us. We don't even know the names of the Divine List. Let's talk about the Saint List. There are 81 people on the Heavens Declaration Saint List. As for these 81 people, they are ranked according to their overall strength. In other words, those who are able to enter the Heavens Declaration Saint List are the most powerful 81 people in the Great Thousand World. The powerful and mysterious aspect of this list is that it can include all living beings in the rankings, and it will be updated from time to time. Therefore, those who can enter the Heavens Declaration are all invincible in the Ancient Saint Realm. All of them are extremely powerful and have reached a level that others can't reach. Oh my God, everyone was shocked when they heard this. Across the entire Greater Thousand Worlds, a ranking of all the Ancient Saint Realm existences would be made, and the top 81 of them would be included. How frightening and intense was this? Although there were very few fourth-step Ancient Saints in the entire Great Thousand World, the number of fourth-step Ancient Saints in the 8 Great Divine Regions and the Great Thousand Secret Realms was not small. Most importantly, it had been accumulated over countless years. No one could say for sure how many there were. There were at least tens of thousands of them, perhaps even more. It sounded like a large number, but if it was divided equally, it would be very little. In the 8 Great Divine Regions and the Great Thousand Secret Realms, there would be very little of them. From such a large number of people, the first 81 people were chosen. One could imagine how powerful they were. As for Senior Brother Feng Yi, he has entered the Heavens Declaration Saint List. Although he might be ranked at the bottom, he has entered the Heavens Declaration Saint List. It is enough to show how powerful Senior Brother Feng Yi is since he has entered the Heavens Declaration Saint List. As for Senior Brother Ao Shan, although he is also very powerful, he is ranked in the top 10 in the Firmament College. However, compared to Senior Brother Feng Yi, he is a far cry. Therefore, Senior Brother Ao Shan does not dare to provoke Senior Brother Feng Yi. He is very afraid of him. Saint Sovereign Bailey too continued to speak. When he spoke of Senior Brother Feng Yi, he was full of admiration. Obviously, he was very eager to enter the Heavens Declaration Saint List. This was his life's biggest goal. Perhaps this goal was even more difficult than becoming a deity. Qin Xiao and the others had already expected this. When they heard what Saint Sovereign Bailey II said, they guessed it. Indeed, Senior Brother Feng, it was a powerful existence on the Heavens Declaration Saint List. Qin Xiao finally understood how powerful his fifth brother was. He was standing at the peak of the fourth step Ancient Saint Realm. This strength was simply too heaven-defying. Young Master Feng, he had not been cultivating for a long time. He had not been in the Firmament College for a long time. It had only been one universe era. Qin Xiao finally understood that Senior Brother Feng Yi's talent and potential were not inferior to his. With such a powerful senior brother in front of him, Qin Xiao had to work harder. Hey, Senior Brother Bailey II, how many senior brothers from our Firmament College are on the list? Brother Chuanjie was curious and asked again. Senior Brother Bailey II smiled and said proudly, "The Firmament College is the top college in the Great Thousand World. Of course, we are very powerful. According to what I know, there are 6 people in the Firmament College who are on the Heavens Declaration Saint List. Only 6 people." Brother Pure curled his lips. He did not seem surprised by this number. In fact, Qin Shao was not surprised. 6 people did not seem to be a lot. There were 81 people in total. 6 people was only 1/10 of the total. Of course, it was not a lot. Senior Brother Bailey too coughed and said, "Ahem, do you still think it is not a lot? Let me tell you about it. You will know how terrifying it is. The 6 people I mentioned are only for now. After all, the students of the Firmament College can only stay in the Firmament College for 10 universe eras at most. Therefore, the 6 people I mentioned are only among the 92 disciples of the Firmament College. This includes the 16 freshmen. As for the seniors, there are only 76 of them. Among the 76 seniors, 6 of them are on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. 1 out of 12 of them is on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. Do you still think it is not a big deal?" Ahem. Qin Shao and the others were surprised when they heard Senior Brother Bailey II's words. If this was the case, it was indeed amazing. Among the 76 disciples who were at Step 4 Ancient Saint Realm, 6 of them were able to make it onto the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. In the Great Thousand World, the probability was 1 in 10,000. However, in the Firmament College, the probability was almost 10%. It was hundreds or thousands of times higher than in the outside world. According to the data I know, the Firmament College has 39 people on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. Almost half of them are from the Firmament College. So, now you know how terrifying the Firmament College is. Senior Brother Bailey, too, threw out another bomb. The number of people on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list was even more terrifying than the previous ones. TSK, TSK, TSK. 39 people on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. This is too terrifying. It seems that the Heaven's Declaration Saint list is specially set up for the Firmament College. It is too terrifying. No wonder the Firmament College is called the Firmament College. This made Qin Shao and the others feel proud of being able to cultivate in the Firmament College. Haha, Senior Brother Bailey, too. Is the Firmament College the one who set up the Heaven's Declaration? It feels like it is specially set up for the Firmament College, Brother Pure said with a smile. No, 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 no. Saint Master Bailey, too, shook his head and said, Junior Brother Pure, you can't say such things. The Heaven's Declaration is the most powerful and mysterious list in the Great Thousand World. In fact, there are many rumors about the Heaven's Declaration, but none of them have been proven. The Heaven's Declaration is so mysterious that no one knows how it came to be or which force or holy being created it, Su Immo said. We only know that the Heaven's Declaration is extremely mysterious. It can monitor all the ancient saints and worldly gods in the Great Thousand World and update the Heaven's Declaration at any time. As long as you show your strength, no matter whether you show it by yourself or when you fight with others, you will not be able to escape from the Heaven's Declaration. The Heaven's Declaration will include you in it. No one from any force can escape from the Heaven's Declaration, without exception. Because of this, the Heaven's Declaration has absolute authority and it will not miss anyone. Even if you don't want to be on the Heaven's Declaration, you have no choice but to be on it. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard what Saint Master Bailey II had said. How could there be such a mysterious and strange thing? What kind of terrifying force was behind the Heaven's Declaration? To be able to monitor all the ancient saints and worldly gods in the Great Thousand World, it was not something that an ordinary reincarnation sovereign could do. Qin Shao felt that even his master, Saint Li, was far from being able to do this. Who was it that had such a heaven-defying ability? Qin Shao was also surprised by this situation. He was even more confused and curious about the Heaven's Declaration. Ha! Senior Brother Bailey, too, waved his hand and said, Don't think too much about it for now. No matter how powerful the mysterious force behind the Heaven's Declaration is not something that we can imagine. We don't need to know about it. All we need to know is the Heaven's Declaration. To put it arrogantly, we should strive for our life to be on the Heaven's Declaration. I don't have any other goals. It doesn't matter whether I become a worldly god or not. The most important thing is to be on the Heaven's Declaration. Then, I will have no regrets in my life. It is a pity that this is an unattainable dream. Even if I know that it is just a dream, I am willing to continue dreaming. In life, there should always be something to pursue. We should always have a long-term goal so that we can have the motivation to move forward. It was indeed a great goal to have the Heavens Declaration as a goal. It was good to have a goal. Even if one could not achieve it, it did not matter. As long as one had a goal, it was fine. If one did not have a goal, it would be a terrible thing. Having a long-term goal was not wishful thinking. It was to give oneself a long-term goal so that one could continue to work hard. There would always be new blood and motivation to join in. Ha ha ha. Senior Brother Bailey, too, continue to work hard. We will catch up with you. However, I have a question that I'm curious about. Has there ever been a three-step ancient saint who has made his way onto the Heavens Declaration? Brother Pure asked as he suddenly thought of something. Senior Brother Bailey, too, shook his head and said, "No, I don't think so." "What do you mean by you don't think so?" I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. However, as far as I know, there has never been such a case. However, the Heavens Declaration has existed for a long time. Therefore, I am not sure if there has been such a case in the past. Author Cruel Death said, "Fourth update. Fresh flowers are falling behind by a lot. Brothers, slow down the firepower." The fourth chapter of Cruel Death had more than 13,000 words, which was more than the total number of words that many people had. Therefore, the number of words was not the most important thing. Chapter 3045. The Heavens Declaration was mysterious, powerful, ancient, and sacred. It was the most credible list in the Great Thousand World and was recognized by all the ancient sages and world gods. The origin of the Heavens Declaration, the power behind it, and who was in control of it had always been a secret. No one had been able to answer this question since the beginning of time. The Heavens Declaration was the goal of the ancient sages and world gods. It was where the lofty dream lay. This was the greatest glory in life. If one could achieve this, he would have no regrets in his life. To be able to enter the Heavens Declaration was the ultimate achievement. The Heavens Declaration was also a great motivation for Qin Shao and Brother Pure. At least, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were still full of passion and had set this goal in their hearts. Naturally, they would not let go of something that they could pursue. The Heavens Declaration represented an ultimate achievement and a great glory. With this ultimate goal as the motivation to fight, it was naturally a very good thing. It would also be of great help to one's cultivation. By the way, Qin Shao, there are many people from the immortal realm among the disciples of the Firmament Academy. Including the two of you and one other person, there should be 16 people in the Firmament Academy. Apart from the Great Way Saint realm, the immortal realm has the most people, Senior Brother Bailey too said. Qin Shao was slightly surprised. Among the 92 disciples of the Firmament Academy, there were 16 people from the immortal realm. This was indeed a large number. The Great Way Saint realm definitely made up the majority, at least 30 to 40%. The immortal realm had made up such a large number of people. That's not all. 2 people from the celestial realm have entered the Heavens Declaration. There are probably 3 people from the immortal realm who are ranked in the top 10 of the Firmament Academy. Senior Brother Bailey, too, continued, This means that the immortal realm is very powerful in the Firmament Academy. Qin Shao was curious. Apart from my 5th senior brother, who else from the immortal realm has entered the Heavens Declaration? Bailey, too, smiled mysteriously. He shook his finger at Qin Shao and said, "Buddha says, don't say it, don't say it." For the time being, the Heavens Declaration is still a taboo for all of you. Therefore, I can't reveal too much to you. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. If you want to know more, you'll have to wait until you reach the 4th step of the Ancient Saint Realm. There's no need for you to be so curious now. Without reaching the 4th step of the Ancient Saint Realm, it'll be difficult for you to know anything. No one will dare to say anything to you. I've already said too much today. If you wanted to say more, I wouldn't dare. Forbidden? Don't dare to say. Brother Pure grinned and said, Senior Brother Bailey too? It can't be that bad, right? What could the situation be like? We don't need to know too much. What's wrong with telling us in private? You already know a lot. Bailey too shook his head and said seriously, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not lying to you. I've already told you that the Heavens Declaration is mysterious and powerful. No one dares to talk about it. There have been many bloody lessons in history. Therefore, if you dare to talk about the Heavens Declaration, you will be punished by a mysterious force. You will be punished by the Heavens Declaration. Only those who are at the fourth step of the ancient saint realm are qualified to know about the Heavens Declaration. Only those who are at the world god realm are qualified to know about the Heavens Declaration and the Divine List. If you want to know about it, you'll be punished. Therefore, you better not ask too much. You just need to know about the Heavens Declaration and what it's about. If you continue to ask me about it, you'll be forcing me to my death. What? So scary? When Qin Xiao and the others heard what Bailey Tu said, they were shocked. How could he be punished for just talking about it? If that was the case, it was really scary. It was mysterious and powerful. It was not just for show. Who on earth was behind the Heavens Declaration? Qin Xiao was also curious about it. However, since Bailey Tu had said it so seriously, he did not want to talk about it anymore. Bailey Tu then explained to Qin Xiao and the others about the Heavens Declaration, and they chatted for a long time. When everyone had learned about the Heavens Declaration, Bailey Tu took his leave. However, since his territory was nearby, it was easy to find him. Bailey Tu was also very warm-hearted and easy to get along with. His Highness Badger Huai and the other two also returned to their territories. They also needed to familiarize themselves with the new environment of the Heavens Declaration before they started to cultivate. After entering the Heavens Declaration Academy, they felt more pressure and urgency to cultivate. They could not relax in the Heavens Declaration Academy. Otherwise, they would feel sorry for the Heavens Declaration Academy. The higher they were, the heavier the burden on their shoulders. Therefore, they had to work harder to cultivate. Qin Xiao and Brother Pure finally had a private reunion. Without outsiders around, they could open their hearts to each other. Brother Pure put his arm around Qin Xiao's neck and said with a smirk, Hey, brother, you are so lucky. Where did you kidnap such a cute girl from? He had paid a lot of attention to Yuan Yuan. It was not difficult for him to find that Yuan Yuan was like Qin Xiao's shadow. She followed Qin Xiao around and listened to Qin Xiao very much. It was as if she followed Qin Xiao's orders. When a woman treated a man like this, people naturally felt that there was more to it than met the eye. Brother Pure was a glib talker. Qin Xiao glared at Brother Pure and said, Don't talk nonsense. This is my sister, the daughter of my master, sagely. We have become sworn brothers. I treat her as my own sister. Yes. I have become sworn brothers with Brother Qin Xiao. Now we are sworn brothers and sisters. Hee. Yuan Yuan smiled brightly. Pure and charming. Brother Pure looked at Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan with a strange look. The smile on his face became more wicked. Ha, Sister Yuan Yuan. Although Qin Xiao and I have not become sworn brothers, we are also sworn brothers. Qin Xiao and I call each other brothers regardless of seniority. In this case, I'm also your brother from now on. Brother Pure said with a smile. Yuan Yuan nodded with a smile and said, Yes. You are my brother Qin Xiao's sworn brother. Naturally, you're also my brother. From now on, I will call you Brother Pure. Ha, that's good. Sister Yuan Yuan, you are so obedient. I like you more and more. My brother Qin Xiao's good fortune is really good. It really makes people envious. Alas, the gap between people is really big. Brother Pure, why can't he be so popular with women? Brother Pure laughed happily. After laughing, he sighed with emotion. Brother Pure was a flirtatious person. He was like a playboy with a glib tongue. He was also a little ruffian. He was not as conservative and shy as Qin Xiao when it came to women. Unfortunately, his Pure brother's relationship with women was really mediocre. This was also something that Brother Pure had been struggling with. He had always wanted Qin Xiao to teach him a few moves. You can continue drinking and chatting. I won't disturb you, lest you feel uncomfortable. I'm going to play. Yuan Yuan was sensible. She knew that Qin Xiao and Brother Pure had not seen each other for many years and must have a lot to talk about. Therefore, she also stood up and left sensibly. After seeing Yuan off, the two could completely relax physically and mentally. There was no restraint. Brother, congratulations. You have such an opportunity to be the disciple of a reincarnation supremacy. I have also heard of Sage Li's name. He is one of the two most remarkable people in our era. It is a great blessing and a great opportunity for you to be the disciple of Sage Li. And you have a junior sister who admires you so much. Just thinking about it makes me envious. Miss Yuan is really a very, very good girl. Brother Pure also became serious and said seriously. Qin Xiao nodded. Yes, it was indeed the luckiest thing in his life to be the disciple of Sage Li. He had always rejoiced that he had such a good opportunity. As for Yuan, Qin Xiao could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Brother Pure, don't say such things in front of Yuan in the future. Her thoughts are still very naive and pure. She doesn't have the slightest concept in this aspect. She simply treats me as an older brother. And you know me, I only have Gu Lingyue in my heart. Other women can't enter my heart. I really treat Yuan as my sister. I will take care of her and won't let anyone bully or hurt her. Brother Pure shook his head and smiled. Okay. You are so stubborn. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Let's not talk about this anymore. Today is the day that we brothers reunite. Let's talk about brothers, not women. Come on, let's drink. If we don't drink and chat, it will be soulless and boring. Even if there are only the two of us, the atmosphere must be livelier. Qin Xiao nodded, and the two of them started drinking. After being separated for tens of millions of years, the two of them really had a lot of emotions. When they parted, Qin Xiao was still a weak divine realm expert, and Brother Pure was not even a god. He was still an ordinary ant. Unexpectedly, after tens of millions of years, Brother Pure had awakened the memory of his previous life. Now, he was already a 3-step ancient saint and had entered the Firmament Academy. Qin Xiao was the same. He also stood at the same height. At this time, the two brothers were standing at the peak of the same realm. In the whole great thousand world, they could also look down on the Firmament Academy. Both of them were happy for each other. They were proud of each other. But in the past tens of millions of years, there was also a lot of sadness and suffering. Thinking about it, there were still many things that were worth lamenting about. Therefore, at this time, the two of them drank and naturally felt that there were endless topics to talk about. Both of them were willing to tell each other what they had experienced over the years without holding back. In the end, Brother Pure talked about his previous life and his enemy, Qion Wang. He killed Qion Wang's doppelganger and destroyed Qion Wang's mansion to avenge his family. After so many years, his wish to enter the reincarnation cycle was finally fulfilled. Half of it was done. The rest was to find out Qion Wang's real body and kill Qion Wang's real body. Then, he would completely end the hatred. The rest would only take some time to do. It was not a big problem. No matter how good Qion Wang was at hiding, there would be a day when he would find him. Qin Xiao also talked about his original purpose of coming to the Great Dao Sanctuary this time. It was also to avenge his master, Elder Lu He. However, Qin Zhao's revenge was obviously more difficult. After all, his enemy, Gao Suo, was a realm lord, a 3-step ancient saint. Of course, with Qin Zhao's current strength, he was not afraid of anything. He should still be able to take revenge. Chapter 3046. Brother, isn't it just the realm lord of the Fulua boundary? With the two of us working together, revenge will be a piece of cake. Why don't we go and kill Mang Gao Shua now to avenge Elder Lu He? Brother Pure said impatiently as he tugged at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, "There's no hurry. There's no need to rush. We've already waited for so long. We don't mind waiting a little longer. It's fine if we don't do anything. If we do, we'll have to kill all of Mang Gao Shua's clones. We can't give him any chance to hide. If we only touch his doppelganger, it will be very difficult to find his original body if he is determined to hide. In the end, it will probably take a lot of time and a lot of energy. Since that's the case, why don't we wait a little longer? When we've all reached the fourth step of the ancient saint realm, we'll be able to kill Jagged Tall Shuttle single-handedly. That way, we'll be able to make our move. Besides, we've just entered the Firmament Academy. It's not good to leave now, so we'd better stay here and focus all our energy on cultivation. Cultivation is the most important thing for us now. It's everything. Brother Pure nodded and said, "Yes, that's fine too. Indeed, we've waited for so long. It won't hurt to wait a little longer. It'll be better to kill them all at once. It'll save us the trouble of worrying about them. I was indeed a little hasty earlier, but I thought that since I'm alone, even if I find Xiong Wang's hiding place, I won't be able to deal with him. So it's better to kill his clones first and then slowly look for his real body. There's no hurry. At least for now. I've forced his real body to hide, and he won't dare to show himself easily. To him, this could be considered a form of punishment as well. Looking at it from another perspective, it'll be too easy for him if we kill him directly. I want him, King Qiong, to live in constant fear. I want him to hide and drag out an ignoble existence. I want to torture him mentally. Different methods would have different effects. It could only be said that it was feasible. The two brothers drank some wine and had a heart-to-heart talk. Both of them were working hard to cultivate and become stronger as soon as possible. Brother Pure went to cultivate. Qin Shao also prepared to cultivate and integrate into the good cultivation atmosphere of the Firmament Academy. Lord Qin Shao, Jin Lianyu wants to see you. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Hearing this voice, Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. To think that someone would come knocking on his door so quickly. Qin Shao knew that Jin Lianyu was from the immortal realm, the descendant of the West Emperor Jin Tian. Qin Shao had seen people from the Three Sovereigns and Five Emperors family, but he hadn't seen people from the Jin Tian family and the Xianming family yet. Jin Lianyu was from the same batch of people who entered the Firmament Academy. It was normal for him to come to see Qin Shao. Qin Shao had planned to find an opportunity to get to know Jin Lianyu, but he didn't expect him to come to see him so soon. Qin Shao didn't neglect him and immediately went out to greet him. Soon, he saw Jin Lianyu in a white and gold robe. He gave people the feeling that he was a gentle and refined scholar, which was worthy of his name, Lianyu. "Young Master Lianyu, nice to meet you. Please come in." Qin Shao cupped his fist to Jin Lianyu. Jin Lianyu smiled elegantly, bowed slightly to Qin Shao, and said, "Lord Qin Shao, I've heard a lot about you. I didn't expect that we would meet in the Firmament Academy for the first time. Such fate is indeed a little miraculous." Qin Shao smiled and said, Yes, indeed. The first time we met was in the Firmament Academy. It should have been in the immortal realm. But I'm ashamed to say that I didn't pay attention to the outside world when I was in the immortal realm. So I didn't know you, young Master Lianyu. If you put it that way, the one who should be ashamed is me. Jin Lianyu smiled warmly and shook his head slightly, saying, "Lord Qin Shao, your name is well known in the immortal realm. I've also heard a lot about your glorious deeds, Lord Qin Shao. It's just that young Master Qin Zhao's cultivation level was still very low in the immortal realms. So I only heard about it occasionally and treated it as a new thing to be concerned about. I've been in the three-step ancient saint realm for a long time, far longer than you. Compared with you, I'm really ashamed. Indeed, in terms of cultivation speed, not many people could compare with Qin Shao. This was a fact. Qin Shao had been cultivating for less than 100 million years. For a three-step ancient saint realm existence, this was just a blink of an eye. Therefore, Jin Lianyu admired Qin Shao very much. Only by comparing with outstanding people could one know that there was always someone better. Only then could one motivate oneself to work harder. Young Master Lianyu, please come in. Don't stand here. Qin Shao invited him again. But Jin Lianyu shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "You don't have to be so polite, Lord Qin Shao. I came here this time because I have something to discuss with you." "Well, Lord Qin Shao, You should know that there are quite a lot of people in the immortal realm in the Firmament Academy. At present, there are as many as 16 people. In addition to the three of us, there are 4 senior brothers who are still in the Firmament Academy. I know the specific situation here. As people from the mortal realm, we have just come to the Firmament Academy. I think we should pay a visit to the 4 senior brothers, so that if anything happens in the future, the 4 senior brothers can take care of us. As for this matter, Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, "Young Master Liang Yu, I'm not good at socializing, and I seldom deal with others. I'm not willing to do such a deliberate thing, so I won't go with you. I believe Yuan also doesn't want to go. If I meet those senior brothers in the future, I'll naturally pay a visit to them. Everyone enters the Firmament Academy for cultivation, so there's no need to subconsciously form cliques. In fact, Qin Shao didn't say something explicitly. Even people from the immortal realm might not really take care of you. Perhaps they might even backstab you. These days, there are very few people who can help you. It's already very good that they don't backstab you. Do you want to count on other things?" Anyway, Qin Shao didn't count on those things. Senior Brother Feng Yi's protection was enough for him. Besides, there was no need to count on others to take care of him. The most important thing was to rely on oneself. Senior Brother Feng Yi couldn't stay in the Firmament Academy forever. There would be a time when he would leave. At that time, wouldn't he have to rely on himself? Because of this, Qin Shao didn't think about other things. Now he just wanted to cultivate and improve his strength as soon as possible. Qin Shao had every reason to believe that as long as he broke through to the ancient saint realm of 4th step, no one in the Firmament Academy would be able to bully him. Moreover, in order to avenge his senior brother, Elder Lu He, he must break through to the ancient saint realm of 4th step as soon as possible. Not only that, but he also needed to resurrect his master, Red Dust Guest, at least with the strength of the ancient saint realm of 4th step. Strength was what Qin Shao needed most now. Everything else was illusory. Ahem, okay then. Since Lord Qin Shao isn't willing, I can't help but be stubborn. But since we entered the Firmament Academy to cultivate together, it's fate. Maybe I'm not as strong as you in terms of strength, but if there's anything else I can help with, please let me know at any time. I hope we can keep in touch in the future." Young Master Jin Liangyu said. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Okay, let's keep in touch." After saying that, young Master Jin Liangyu left. Qin Shao didn't ask him to stay any longer. It was the first time they met, and they weren't familiar with each other. Naturally, Qin Shao wouldn't be too attentive. After seeing Jin Liangyu off, Qin Shao found a quiet place to live and began to cultivate. This time, Qin Shao planned to go into seclusion for a while. First, he needed to digest the harvest he had gained this time. He hadn't stabilized his cultivation level yet, and there was also the Tao Source Crystal he had obtained before. Before going into seclusion, Qin Shao let Baby Mo, Xiao Gu, and Jingyang out and asked them to guard the territory. If there wasn't anything important, they shouldn't disturb him. Qin Shao began to go into seclusion. This time, the unique skill he had created, breaking stalemate, was only at the initial stage, so he still needed to continue to perfect it. It would definitely take a lot of time to slowly perfect it. So before that, Qin Shao took out the Tao Source Crystal. It said that this Tao Source Crystal is extremely rare and precious. It's the crystallization left behind when the Great Path was first formed. It's extremely helpful for the cultivation of the ancient saint realm. My Great Path law is only at the profound realm. I like to see how much this Tao Source Crystal can help my Great Path cultivation. After looking at the Tao Source Crystal in his hand, Qin Shao swallowed it in one gulp. After swallowing the Tao Source Crystal, Qin Shao immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He wholeheartedly felt, absorbed, and digested the Great Path that erupted from the Tao Source Crystal. The Great Path's root, the Great Path's law points, countless points like stars in the sky, instantly scattered in Qin Shao's mind. It was like a fairy scattering flowers, lighting up the entire night sky. It also seemed to pull Qin Shao back to the time when the Great Path was first formed. Scenes of the initial formation of the Great Path poured into Qin Zhao's mind. For Qin Zhao, this was simply a sumptuous meal. Many Great Path's roots, the Great Path's root, and the Great Path's law points were comprehended, absorbed, and finally mastered by Qin Zhao. It rapidly improved Qin Zhao's mastery of the Great Path's law. This was definitely a very wonderful thing, which naturally played a great role in promoting Qin Zhao's cultivation. Qin Zhao rejoiced in his heart. It seemed that this Tao Source crystal was indeed as powerful and precious as he had said. Unfortunately, the effect of a Tao Source crystal didn't last long and was soon exhausted. This made Qin Zhao feel very unsatisfied, and he smacked his lips in discomfort. It's a pity. If the time was 2 or 3 times longer, I think I can break through to the peak realm of the Great Path's law in one fell swoop. Almost. It's obvious that I'm just a little bit away from breaking through. Unbearable. This kind of cultivation is very unbearable. The Tao Source Crystal is really a good thing. If I have another one, then I should have a great hope of breaking through to the peak realm of the Great Path's law in one fell swoop. Qin Zhao shook his head and could only sigh helplessly. There was no other way. Good things are hard to come by. Forget it. I'd better work hard on my own cultivation. Chapter 3047. In an open space near the cliff, a figure was constantly performing moves. It was unknown how many times this technique had been used, but it had already reached the point of perfection and was becoming more and more perfect. Perfection meant that every detail should be done to the extreme, and it should be as smooth as flowing clouds and flowing water. Moreover, such an extreme required the perfect integration of many laws. There could be no mistake in the cooperation of the use. Once the move was performed, it could erupt all the most powerful forces, merge them into one, and complete a qualitative transformation. The power that finally erupted would increase by several times, reaching an extremely terrifying level. It could be used freely, as smooth as flowing clouds and flowing water. To be able to do so, basically a move could be considered to have been practiced to the extreme. That was to say, there was nothing to be picky about in terms of moves. If one wanted to improve, it could only be improved in terms of strength. Strength was the foundation, and moves were the branches and leaves. If one wanted more luxuriant branches and leaves, one could only start from the tree trunk. Only when the tree trunk was stronger as the foundation could the branches and leaves be more luxuriant. Sheathing his sword, the figure stopped. Phew, after 1,000,000 years of cultivation, I have finally practiced the move Army Destroyer to the extreme. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, I have been in the Firmament Academy for 5,000,000 years. Qin Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. He was in a good mood. In the past 5,000,000 years, he had been immersed in cultivation. He had to sigh because the cultivation resources of the Firmament Academy were really good. There were more than 30 teachers in the World God realm at your disposal. You could ask them for advice, and these teachers would patiently teach you a thing or two. There were also many cultivation places, all of which were wonderful and could bring great guidance to cultivation. Therefore, cultivating here was simply too wonderful. Almost every day, he could feel a trace of improvement. 5,000,000 years here was equivalent to 50,000,000 years in the outside world. Therefore, Qin Zhao had made great progress and made great breakthroughs during the 5,000,000 years in the Firmament Academy. In terms of laws, the laws of immortal Tao, the laws of time, and the laws of all things had all broken through to the major success stage. This meant that Qin Zhao had already achieved mastery in 6 types of laws. They were the laws of Grand Tao, the laws of sword cultivation, the laws of immortal Tao, the laws of space, the laws of time, and the laws of all things. Right now, he still had to make breakthroughs in the laws of heart force, the laws of light, and the laws of darkness. Although he hadn't made a breakthrough, he had already cultivated to the pinnacle of the small success realm. He could make a breakthrough at any time. The cultivation of the laws was probably Qin Zhao's greatest gain in the past 5 million years. This could not be separated from the rich resources of the Firmament Academy. Otherwise, Qin Zhao could not have made such a big breakthrough and gain in such a short time. The cultivation of laws was an extremely difficult matter. Apart from the huge breakthrough in his laws, the perfection of his ultimate move, Army Destroyer, was also a huge harvest. In the last million years, Qin Zhao had been completely immersed in the cultivation of the Army Destroyer. Finally, he had cultivated this unique skill to a satisfactory level. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Zhao walked to the side and stopped in front of an old man. Master Ming Yuan, thank you for your guidance in the past million years. Disciple Qin Zhao will remember it in his heart. I can't thank you enough. Qin Zhao bowed respectfully to the old man. In the past million years, the reason why Qin Zhao was able to smoothly create the ultimate move Army Destroyer to the pinnacle of perfection was related to this old man in front of him. It was because of World God Ming Yuan's careful guidance that Qin Zhao had learned so much. After improving time and time again and receiving guidance from World God Ming Yuan, he had finally reached perfection. Without World God Ming Yuan's careful guidance, Qin Zhao might not have been able to reach perfection even if he had spent hundreds of millions of years. It was very unrealistic to want to reach the realm of perfection in such a short period of time with such a perilous skill. It should be known that the Cold Senior Brother had spent nearly an entire universe epoch to create this unique skill. It was quite normal for a technique like this to take several epochs, or even tens of thousands of epochs to create. Many people use the number of epochs in their universe to calculate. For Qin Zhao to be able to reach perfection in such a short period of time was already an incredible feat. However, Qin Zhao had always been capable of incredible feats. To him, this kind of thing could be considered a common occurrence. A hint of a smile appeared on World God Ming Yuan's face. He looked at Qin Zhao with a look of approval, then nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. In just a million years, you have been able to accomplish what others might not be able to accomplish in a million epochs. This is truly an incredible feat. Your innate talent and potential are truly inestimable. It is inconceivable. Very few people are capable of attaining such a level of focus on cultivation. You have superhuman talent, superhuman diligence, superhuman luck, and superhuman modesty. So many qualities are gathered in you. It's too rare, too rare. The old man has seen countless geniuses. In the old man's opinion, you are definitely in the top 5. Among this batch of new students, there is no one who can compare to you. Only that little fellow called Brother Pure isn't bad. Still, if you really want to compare him to you, the old man feels that he is still a bit inferior. Of course, in terms of diligence and modesty, he is comparable to you. However, in terms of talent, potential, and luck, he is still a bit inferior to you. Still, he is not bad. It is very rare to have 2 good seedlings like you in this batch of new students. Even among the previous batches of students of our Firmament Academy, you are very rare. Keep it up, little fellow. The world is yours in the future. Qin Zhao was a bit frightened by World God Ming Yuan's praise. He hurriedly said, Master Ming Yuan, you are too kind. Qin Zhao doesn't deserve such praise. Qin Zhao will work even harder. I won't disappoint you, Master Ming Yuan. World God Ming Yuan nodded slightly once more. He waved his hand at Qin Zhao and said, You may go now. In the future, if you have any questions, you can come find the old man. Qin Zhao nodded. He bowed deeply to World God Ming Yuan once more, then turned and left. As soon as Qin Zhao left, a figure came flying towards him at high speed. Her face was beaming with joy. It was as though something great had just happened. It was none other than Yuan Yuan. Upon seeing Qin Zhao, Yuan Yuan immediately ran over and grabbed Qin Zhao's arm. She smiled at Qin Zhao like a blooming flower. Brother Qin Zhao, hurry up and praise me. Hurry up. Praise her? What was going on? Why didn't she say anything? Why did she want him to praise her? For a moment, Qin Zhao didn't quite understand what was going on. Still, when he saw how excited Yuan Yuan was, Qin Shao played along and said, all right, all right, all right. Our Yuan Yuan is the cutest, the smartest, and the most obedient. Is it all right to praise her like this? Yes, yes, yes. Yuan Yuan nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Her smile grew even brighter. After a while, Yuan Yuan said, Brother Qin Shao, I know that you've always wanted to find out more about sister-in-law Gu Lingwei. That's why I've spent all these years training in order to get close to Big Sister Alice. After 500 years of hard work, I've finally become good friends with Big Sister Alice. Hee hee, I have a piece of good news to tell you. Do you want to hear it? So Yuan Yuan had actually learned how to play with people's appetites. However, upon hearing Yuan Yuan's words, Qin Shao did indeed grow rather excited. Listening to the meaning of these words, Yuan Yuan should have asked about Gu Lingwei. Gu Lingwei had gone to the elemental saint realm, to the place called the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. Over the years, Qin Shao had been thinking about going to the elemental saint realm to look for Gu Lingwei when he had the strength. But for the time being, this was all he knew about the situation. It could be said that it was pitifully little. The elemental saint realm was so big, and the Heavenly Law Dao Palace was the holy land of the elemental saint realm. How could it be so easy to enter the Heavenly Law Dao Palace? Qin Shao had also suspected that Miss Alice was a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. After all, those who could enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate were the top geniuses of the elemental saint realm. Such a person should basically be a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. Now it seemed that the situation was indeed as he thought. Miss Alice was indeed a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. Yuan Yuan, don't tease me. Hurry up and tell me. Qin Shao urged anxiously. Yuan Yuan pouted and rolled her eyes at Qin Shao before saying, You're really not interesting. No wonder Sister Ming Yuexin and Sister Xiao Yu used to criticize you. Sure enough, you're too boring. Humph, I've slowly learned a little bit. You're still the same. Okay, I'll tell you. Sister Alice is a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, but when I asked Sister Alice about sister-in-law Gu Lingwei, I found that Sister Alice's reaction was very big and she was very wary. I also spent a long time and a lot of energy to slowly let Sister Alice let down her guard against me. Only then did I slowly get some information. So, according to the situation I know now, sister-in-law Gu Lingwei is indeed in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, and she's living very well now. And it seems that, according to my feeling, sister-in-law Gu Lingwei's status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace is very, very high. It should be much higher than Sister Alice. Because every time I mention sister-in-law Gu Lingwei, Sister Alice's eyes are full of reverence. Also, Sister Alice basically doesn't say anything about sister-in-law Gu Lingwei. She treats her as a taboo and doesn't dare to say anything. So, I guess it must be because sister-in-law Gu Lingwei's status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace is too high. That's why Sister Alice doesn't dare to say anything. Oh, Gu Lingwei's status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace is very high? It can't be, right? This situation really surprised Qin Shao. After all, when Gu Lingwei left the Hongmeng universe, she was still very weak. She was just an ordinary mortal. Even if Gu Lingwei was the reincarnation of an ancient sage like Brother Pure, she should still be in the ancient sage realm when she awakened her memories. Miss Alice's status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace should be very high. It was hard to imagine that she was higher than Miss Alice. If she really had such a high status, why did she need to reincarnate? The Heavenly Law Dao Palace was the supreme existence of the elemental saint realm, the one and only ruler. An existence with a very high status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace shouldn't have enemies, right? Chapter 3048. Therefore, this made Qin Shao feel very surprised and puzzled. But the good news was that Gu Lingwei was fine, and she should be doing well in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. Knowing this, the stone that had been hanging in Qin Zhao's heart could finally be put down. As for the rest, Qin Shao didn't think it was important at all. However, Qin Shao didn't care about Gu Lingyue's status in the heavenly Law Dao Palace, as long as she was still Gu Lingyue. Even if Gu Lingyue was just a humble servant, Qin Shao still loved her, would still save her, and would do everything to be with her. This was the most sacred thing, and no one could stop Qin Shao from doing it. This was also Qin Zhao's goal all along, and it was the motivation for him to move forward. Yuan, take me to Miss Alice. I want to talk to her alone. Qin Shao immediately pulled Yuan away. Yuan was startled by Qin Zhao's sudden action. Hey, big brother Qin Shao, be gentler, you're hurting me. Don't you know how to be gentler? I'm a girl. Why are you in such a hurry? Miss Alice is now in seclusion. She won't see any guests. Yuan pouted as she ran, and that pair of slightly resentful eyes, all of which were especially cute. Qin Shao didn't slow down and said as he ran, forget it. Let's go to her territory and wait for her. There will be a time when she will see guests. Yuan, hurry up and lead the way. Yuan could only be speechless. She had no choice but to lead the way for Qin Shao. Soon, the two arrived at Miss Alice's territory. Sure enough, a servant came over and told Qin Shao that Miss Alice had just gone into seclusion and would come out in 10,000 years, so they shouldn't disturb her for the time being. Big brother Qin Shao, I told you, right? I won't lie to you. You're so impatient and not reserved at all. Yuan pouted again. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. I'm a man. Why should I be reserved? You should leave such things as modesty to women. Fine, let's wait here for a while. 10,000 years isn't long, just wait. 10,000 years isn't long. Yuan muttered. Qin Shao ignored Yuan and casually found a place to sit down. After that, he said to Yuan, you don't have to accompany me. Go do what you need to do. I'll wait here and cultivate while I'm at it. Seeing Qin Shao not leave, Yuan didn't leave either. In the end, she stayed to accompany Shao. Qin Shao could only shake his head helplessly when he saw Yuan staying behind to accompany him. He bitterly pondered, Sigh, what a silly girl. Qin Shao didn't have the heart to drive Yuan away, so he could only let Yuan be. Even with Qin Zhao's state of mind, it was difficult for him to calm down and cultivate at this time. His mind kept flashing. I wonder how Gu Lingyue is doing now. This thought kept echoing in his mind, lingering in his mind. It was like a nightmare that he could not get rid of. Therefore, during the 10,000 years of waiting, Qin Shao basically didn't cultivate much but neglected it. After waiting for 10,000 years, he didn't know when Miss Alice would come out of seclusion. Yuan asked the servant again, but the servant also said that he didn't know and asked Qin Shao to go back first. Big brother Qin Shao, why don't we go back first? It feels so strange to keep waiting here. When people pass by here, they all look at us strangely. It's so strange. So let's go back first. I've already told the servant to tell Sister Alice that I have something urgent to tell her as soon as she comes out of seclusion. My relationship with Big Sister Alice is very good now, so Big Sister Alice will definitely tell me as soon as she comes out of seclusion. It won't be too late for us to come back after Sister Alice comes out of seclusion and tells me. Why wait here all the time? Qin Shao shook his head and said, No, I'd better wait a little longer. Miss Alice is not in seclusion for a long time, so she won't wait for long. My mind is not on cultivation now, so even if I go back, I won't be able to calm down and cultivate. Instead of that, it's better to wait here. In this way, I'll feel more at ease. Tens of millions of years of waiting was too long for Qin Shao. When he thought of it, he felt as if a knife was being twisted. This kind of waiting was an indescribable suffering. Therefore, Qin Shao refused to leave at this time and wanted to wait here all the time. This was a belief, a persistence, and a heart that had waited for tens of millions of years. Only by waiting like this could he feel better. Yuan pouted. Seeing that she could not persuade Qin Shao, she could only give up and continue to accompany him. At this moment, 3 figures walked over to them. Judging from their clothes, they were all from the elemental sanctuary. A man in gold, a man in red, and a man in white. The 3 men quickly came this way, with a strong aura, and they seemed to be deliberately releasing their aura, forming a strong oppressive force that rushed this way. From this aura, they could feel some hostility. Qin Shao suddenly frowned and looked over. His eyes fell on the three senior brothers of the elemental sanctuary. Among the three senior brothers of the elemental sanctuary, Qin Shao was familiar with two of them. He had seen them at the freshman orientation before. The two familiar faces were obviously people who followed Ao Shin's lead. He did not know the other one. He did not appear at the freshman orientation last time. This senior brother whom he did not know had the strongest aura. Walking in the middle, it was enough to show his status. He was dressed in fiery red clothes. His hair and eyebrows were also fiery red, as if he had a special liking for this color. From head to toe, the only color that could be seen was fiery red. Even his pupils were fiery red. Looking at it, the feeling it gave off was a little demonic. Not only this senior brother in fiery red clothes, but the other two senior brothers were also the same. The golden-robed senior brother's entire body was golden, and so were his pupils. The white-robed senior brother's pupils were also white. Qin Shao had seen Alice before. Her pupils were blue, and her clothes were mainly blue. Qin Shao recalled that the people of the elemental sanctuary that he had seen in the Eight Regions Temple in Guiyang City all seemed to have such characteristics. The color of their pupils was divided into 5 colors. The clothes they liked to wear were basically divided into 5 colors: gold, white, blue, red, and brown. What was so special about such a division? Qin Shao did not quite understand, but he guessed that it had something to do with their attributes. Qin Shao was too lazy to think more about it. The 3 people in front of him looked a little aggressive. At first glance, he knew that they did not come with good intentions. They came deliberately and even targeted him. Qin Shao stood up and pulled Yuan behind him. He looked at the 3 senior brothers from the elemental sanctuary coldly. The 3 of them also stopped in front of Qin Shao and stared at Qin Shao coldly. They did not have good intentions and were full of hostility. After a confrontation, Qin Shao said coldly, "Senior brothers, it seems that you are targeting me. I wonder what you want from me, Qin Shao." Qin Shao, should not have offended the 3 of you. Or are you following someone's order to make trouble for me? Qin Shao? The red-clothed senior brother in the middle curled his lips into a cold smile and said, "Junior brother Qin Shao, you're really bold. You even have designs on this senior brother's woman? What? You think that you could be arrogant and do whatever you want because young Master Feng Yi is protecting you in the Firmament Academy? Humph! Now that young Master Feng is not in the Firmament Academy, no one can protect you. It is impossible to use young Master Feng Yi's banner now." What? What did he mean? His woman? Hearing this sudden accusation, Qin Shao was stunned. It took him a while to react and understand what was going on. From the looks of it, this red-clothed senior brother must have taken a liking to Miss Alice. But Miss Clarice was his woman? This might not be the case. Yuan stuck her head out and scolded the senior brother in red. "Bah, senior brother Huiyin, you are so shameless. Sister Alice isn't your woman. She didn't promise to be your woman. It's just your wishful thinking. Sister Alice told me that she would never like you. She would never like you. She told you to give up long ago. How can you be so shameless? You even said that Sister Alice is your woman. You are so shameless, so despicable." Huiyin was obviously very angry after being slapped in the face by Yuan. He angrily glared at Yuan, full of fierceness and threat. Yuan was really scared and quickly hid behind Qin Shao. Qin Shao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that Miss Alice was pursuing a talent, but she could not get him, so she was full of resentment. Therefore, when he saw that Qin Shao was waiting for Miss Huiyin here, he was so angry that he brought people here to teach Qin Shao a lesson. In fact, this was a kind of morbid mentality. Qin Shao did not want to pay attention to this kind of person. There was no need to be entangled with this kind of person. Senior brother Huiyin, it is your business that you like Miss Alice. How you pursue her is also your business. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Shao. I just want to ask Miss Alice about something. I don't like her or want to pursue her. If this is what your senior brother Huiyin is thinking, You can rest assured, Qin Shao said in a deep voice. First of all, Qin Shao did not want to be misunderstood. Second of all, he did not want to be entangled with Hui Yin. It was not worth being entangled with such a thing. Humph. Hui Yin obviously did not believe Qin Shao's words. He glared at Qin Shao and said, Junior brother Qin Shao, who are you trying to fool? Who would believe that you are trying to fool a child? You have been waiting here for 100,000 years. No one can pull you away. You have been waiting here for Miss Alice all this time. How dare you say that you don't like Miss Alice? How dare you say that you don't want to pursue Miss Alice? Do you dare to say that? Don't you feel ashamed? Things have already been done so obviously, and you're still trying to quibble. You have done something that even I am embarrassed to do. What else do you have to quibble about? Qin Shao really didn't know what to say when she heard these sour and jealous words. It seemed that he had done something that he did not dare to do. Now he was jealous of him. Humph, that's right. You have been waiting for 100,000 years. What kind of drama are you playing? An infatuated drama or a bitter one? Bah, it is so obvious. How dare you say that you don't like Miss Alice? Are you lying through your teeth? The golden-clothed senior brother on the left also said, Author cruel death, she said, the fourth update, another 13,000 words. Continue to beg for fresh flowers. Chapter 3049. In some people's eyes, getting close to the person they liked was an act of aggression, and they would regard that person as a love rival. At this time, Qin Shao was obviously regarded as a love rival by Hui Yin. Seeing that Hui Yin did not listen to his explanation, Qin Shao did not bother to explain further. He said casually, It's up to you whether to believe it or not. You are just Miss Alice's admirer. You have no right to ask me what I want to do with Miss Alice. No right to ask. Hui Yin snorted angrily in his heart. He had no right to ask, but it did not mean that he could not. Then I just don't like you. Is that okay? Hui Yin started to act tough. Yuan stuck her head out again and made a face at Hui Yin. She lifted her beautiful nose and said, Humph, you ugly bastard. You are shameless. I've seen you so many times, but Sister Alice hasn't paid any attention to you even once. You're still pestering her. You are so bad. You want to bully my brother Qin Shao. Bad guy, bad guy. Yuan was an innocent and straightforward person. She would say whatever she wanted to say and would not have many misgivings. Therefore, sometimes his words sounded very straightforward, very harsh, and very unpleasant to the ears. When Hui Yin heard those words, he was naturally enraged and furious. Hui Yin was so angry that he jumped up and down like thunder. He glared at Yuan angrily and said threateningly, Little girl, you have ruined my plans time and time again. You have insulted me time and time again. I have tolerated you for a long time. Don't think that I won't be rough with you just because you are a girl. If you say another word, I will tear your stinky mouth apart. Humph, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. Yuan scolded angrily. After scolding, Yuan hid behind Qin Shao and said to Qin Shao with an aggrieved look, Brother Qin Shao, this bad guy is so fierce. He scolded me. Hui Yin was already furious. Now that he was provoked by Yuan again and again, he remembered that Yuan had ruined his plans several times before. Therefore, the old and new grudges came together and stacked together, making Hui Yin even more furious. Little girl, you are really asking for a beating, Hui Yin coldly said as he suddenly attacked. He directly attacked Qin Shao, killing two birds with one stone. Firstly, she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to teach Yuan a lesson and take action against Qin Shao. Otherwise, he really didn't have a good reason to make a move. Although Qin Shao's strength was not bad, and he had also shone brightly in the freshman welcoming activity. However, there were too many restrictions in the welcoming event. Therefore, the strength of the few senior brothers who went on stage was limited. At this moment, there was no restriction on him. He could attack as he pleased. Naturally, he was not worried at all. Seeing that Hui Yin wanted to attack Yuan, Qin Shao suddenly became angry. Originally, he didn't want to pay much attention to him. However, since Huo Yinyan insisted on being aggressive, he couldn't be polite anymore. Well, I have just cultivated my unique skill, breaking stalemate to the realm of perfection. Since you have taken the initiative to come to me, I will use you to test my skill. Let's see how much I have cultivated in the Firmament Academy for the past 5 million years. After 5 million years of cultivation, coupled with the cultivation of breaking stalemate to the realm of perfection, your strength should have improved a lot, right? Qin Shao pondered for a while. He did not hesitate and immediately attacked with all his might. Facing a senior brother like Huo Yinyan, who was a fourth-step ancient saint, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't hold back. Naturally, he would fight with all his strength. Huo Yinyan was really angry, so he didn't hesitate to attack, showing no mercy. This was because Huo Yinyan had already calculated that although he attacked Yuan, Qin Shao would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Therefore, before he made his move, he was already prepared to fight 1 against 2. He wanted to teach both of them a lesson to vent the anger in his heart. Naturally, he didn't show any mercy. Huo Yinyan's strength was above Saint Master Xianxiu's. Although he might not be as strong as senior brother Lung Mo, his attack was extremely powerful and terrifying. The karmic fire that filled the sky formed fire dragons, fire swords, fire stones, and waves of fire. With a momentum that could sweep through the heavens and earth, a might that could destroy the heavens surged endlessly towards Lin Fan. This momentum was indeed very powerful and terrifying. The endless and terrifying hellfire seemed to be able to burn everything. This was the power of the elemental law of fire attribute. When this power was displayed by Huo Yinyan, it was extremely powerful and terrifying. Not only that, but at the same time, the power of the law of dark cultivation, the law of darkness, the law of all things, and the law of sword cultivation erupted. A total of 5 kinds of law power surged out at the same time and merged into one, becoming extremely powerful. Fortunately, the power of these 5 laws had not reached the complete realm. Only 2 of them had reached the complete realm, while the other 3 were still at the peak realm. Even so, it was extremely terrifying. After all, there was no doubt about the strength of those who were able to enter the Firmament Academy. They were definitely at the top of the Great Thousand World. Huo Yinyan's strength was probably at least in the middle among the senior brothers of the Firmament Academy. With a great advantage in terms of cultivation realm, he naturally had the power to crush Qin Shao and Yuan. At this time, the powerful attack surged out and roared wildly, as if it could crush and trample the firmament. Brother Qin Shao, you have to be careful. Yuan also felt that Huo Yinyan's attack was terrifying, so she couldn't help but worry. She anxiously reminded Qin Shao. Qin Shao also felt that this force was powerful and turbulent, but he was not afraid at all. He had some strength and confidence, and it was enough for him to fight. Huo Yinyan, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Qin Shao shouted in his heart, and the sword in his hand had already slashed out. As soon as the sword was out, hundreds of millions of rays of light surged, as if there were hundreds of millions of sharp light swords, piercing through everything, breaking all situations, and destroying all forces. It was like a mighty storm, and wherever it passed, it returned to calmness. Qin Zhao's sword swept across, as if it was peerless and invincible. All offensive forces were extremely fragile in front of his sword, collapsing and collapsing, unable to withstand a single blow. During the freshman orientation, Qin Zhao's sword had forced senior brother Long to take a step back. Now that Qin Zhao's power of breaking through had been cultivated to perfection, he could use it freely and smoothly, and its power was naturally greater. Moreover, it felt invulnerable, making it difficult for people to resist and break through. In addition, the power of the law had been greatly enhanced, so the power of this sword was probably 10 times stronger than before. An increase of 10 times. What a terrifying number that was. Therefore, Qin Zhao's sword swept through everything in its path. Huo Yinyan's ferocious offensive was actually swept away by Qin Zhao's overwhelming force. What? What's going on? His sword, how can it be so strong? It's so strange. Huan Yin was shocked as soon as they clashed, and his face suddenly changed. He was originally full of confidence, but now his face was ugly, and he kept retreating in horror. However, Qin Zhao's powerful ultimate move smashed fiercely on him in the end, and it sent Huan Yin flying, looking very embarrassed. After being sent flying by Qin Zhao, Huan Yin barely managed to stabilize his body, and he almost vomited blood. Although he was not injured, he looked quite embarrassed. This was because he retreated quickly, and Qin Zhao did not chase after him. Therefore, the two of them had only clashed once. If they continued to fight, he was afraid that he would definitely be injured. The result of such a confrontation was obvious. Qin Zhao had gained the upper hand, and this advantage was obviously not small. Huan Yin and the other two were completely dumbfounded by such a result. The three of them were stunned on the spot, and their faces were full of excitement. The way they looked at Qin Zhao became very strange. They really could not believe such a thing, and it was hard for them to accept it. How could it be possible? Huan Yin's strength was recognized by all. He was not weak, and he was definitely stronger than Saint Master Xianxiu. Among all the senior brothers, he could be ranked in the middle or even above average. However, they did not expect that he would be defeated by Qin Zhao, a freshman. After all, Qin Zhao was only a three-step ancient saint, and he had only been in the Firmament Academy for 5 million years. Huan Yin had been in the Firmament Academy for 2 universes, and he had broken through to the 4-step ancient saint realm for more than 1 universe. However, he had suffered a great loss in the hands of Qin Zhao. How could this be possible? This was not like the Welcome Freshman event. The Welcome Freshman event had a lot of restrictions, so it was understandable. However, this was a normal fight, and there was no interference or restriction. Huan Yin still suffered a loss in the hands of Qin Zhao. What did this mean? This meant that Qin Zhao's strength had reached an incredible level, and he was no longer weaker than Huan Yin. Such a thing had never happened before in the history of the Firmament College. A freshman who had just entered the Firmament Academy, a 3-step ancient saint realm freshman, was able to push back a senior brother who had been through a lot. It was too shocking and unbelievable. Such a thing was really hard to believe. Therefore, for a moment, Huan Yin and the other two were a little dumbfounded. This was far beyond their expectations. It was simply something that defied common sense. Qin Zhao curled his lips. This fight had also let him know the power of breaking stalemate and what he had gained in the past 5 million years in the Firmament Academy. Qin Zhao was very satisfied with this. He also sighed in his heart. It was indeed the Firmament Academy. What he had gained in the past 5 million years was probably more than what he had gained in the outside world. The Firmament Academy was indeed worthy of being the top academy in the Great Thousand World. There is indeed a very good environment and cultivation resources to cultivate here. The speed of cultivation here was very fast. The cultivation environment here was indeed incomparable to that of the Saint Academy in Langya Heaven. The difference was too great. Such speed and effect of improvement also filled Qin Lu with more expectation and desire for the cultivation in the Firmament Academy. If he could maintain such a speed of cultivation, it would not take too much time to break through to the 4-step ancient saint realm. He would strive to break through before he was 100 million years old. Qin Zhao quietly set this goal in his heart. If the news of him breaking through to the 4-step ancient saint realm before he was 100 million years old spread out, it would probably scare many geniuses to death. It would be difficult to find a 4-step ancient saint realm 100 million years old in the history of the Great Thousand World. Chapter 3050. The air was dead silent and oppressive. The terrible silence made the faces of Huan Yin and the other two turn ghastly pale. For the fiery flames Saint Master, a loss as such was an immense humiliation. He was at the peak of Step 4 Ancient Saint Realm. In the entire Great Thousand World, there were very few people who could match him below the worldly god realm. Aside from the top experts on the Heavens Declaration Saint list, there were very few people who could make him, Huo afraid of him. He had absolute confidence in this. However, today, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of a young man at Step 3 Ancient Saint Realm. Putting aside the fact that he, the holy sovereign Huo would lose all his face if this matter were to spread out, even the pride in his heart would not be able to suppress it. Those who could enter the Firmament Academy were all arrogant and conceited. Which one of them was not a genius among geniuses? Which one of them was not a peerless genius? Which one of them was not a genius who could stand at the peak of the saint region? All of them could be said to be peerless geniuses. It was humiliating for a fourth-step Empyrean saint to be defeated by a third-step Empyrean saint. Therefore, Huo was infuriated. After a moment of silence, his eyes were filled with endless anger. His originally red pupils immediately turned into a huge ball of fire. Through his eyes, one could clearly see two fireballs the size of a celestial body burning. "Get him!" Huo suddenly let out an angry roar and shouted at the two people beside him. The two people did not hesitate and took action at the same time. Apparently, Huo had decided to be shameless to the end. Since he had suffered a loss at the hands of Qin Shao, he might as well go all out and take action together with his companions. They did not believe that Qin Shao could be so arrogant when it was 3 against 1. "Bah, you are too shameless. Do you have any bottom line?" Yuan suddenly became anxious. If it was 1 against 1, Qin Shao would not be afraid of any of them. However, if it was 3 against 1, needless to say, Qin Shao would not be able to withstand it. Qin Shao frowned. He had not expected Huo to be so shameless. 3 against 1? How could they do that? 3 senior brothers at Step 4 Ancient Saint Realm wanted to join forces to deal with a junior brother at Step 3 Ancient Saint Realm? Qin Shao snorted disdainfully at Huo trio's actions. He mocked, "Senior brother Huo, you 3 are truly shameless. Even if you're not shameless, I feel ashamed for you. You are the senior disciples of the Firmament Academy. I'm afraid that if this news spreads out, the reputation of the Firmament Academy will be lost. You don't even have the most basic morals. I really don't want to be associated with you. I feel ashamed to be in the same sect as you." Qin Zhao's humiliating words made Huo even angrier. He was so angry that his face turned crazy. "Ah, damn you, Qin Zhao. I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Do it. Don't talk nonsense with him. If I don't tear his mouth apart today, I won't be able to vent my anger." Facing these 3 people's ferocious attacks, Qin Zhao also had no other way. He could only fight with all his might. Even if he could not win, he could not admit defeat. It was an extremely disgraceful thing for a 4th-step Empyrean saint to bully a 3rd-step Empyrean saint with their numbers. Even if Qin Shao lost, even if he was beaten up, it would still be a glorious defeat. "Yuan, step aside," Qin Shao said to Yuan. Yuan was indeed a little afraid of such a scene. But at this time, Yuan stood out bravely. She had no intention of retreating. Instead, she looked like she was going to fight side by side with Qin Shao. "You 3 bad guys. I'll fight with you," Yuan said angrily and took out her sword. Seeing that Yuan wanted to fight with him, Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. He knew Yuan's character. She was usually obedient, but when it came to critical moments, Yuan still had her own opinions. "Senior brother Huo, stop." Just as the battle was about to start, a gentle and angry voice came. A blue-clothed figure flew out from Miss Alice's territory and soon landed in front of them. The person who came was none other than Miss Alice. Seeing Miss Alice, Huo did not continue to fight. Instead, he signaled everyone to stop. Seeing Miss Alice, Huo's expression immediately changed. He looked at Miss Alice with a flattering face. "Sister Alice, these 3 bad guys are bullying us. They're so bad. Especially Huo. He's the worst. He said he's going to tear Yao Jia's mouth apart. It's so scary. Sister Alice, you have to stay away from this big bad guy. He's shameless and ugly. Don't be fooled by him." Yuan immediately ran to Miss Alice's side and complained to her with a delicate face. Hearing Yuan complaining about him, Yin was so angry that he wanted to seal Yuan's mouth. Junior sister Alice, this is just a misunderstanding. Listen to me, Yin wanted to explain, but Miss Alice did not give him the chance to finish. She said coldly, "Okay, you don't have to say anything. I already know what's going on. Yuan is my good sister. I hope you won't bully her in the future. Otherwise, I won't let you off. I don't like noise, so I hope senior brother Yin won't make such a big scene in front of my territory. Please leave." Miss Alice was not polite to Yin at all. She directly asked him to leave. Yin was very unhappy. However, in front of Miss Alice, Yin still maintained a smile. He said, "Miss Alice, don't you think you're meddling a little too much? You're making me feel like I'm facing the law enforcement elder." Someone provoked me and humiliated me. Naturally, I have to fight back. Hee. If Miss Alice wants to meddle in this, does that mean you like me? If you agree to be my woman, you can meddle in everything, no matter how big or small. Hee. Hearing such shameless words, Miss Alice frowned and scolded, "Stop dreaming. I've already told you. I've made it very clear. If you insist on pretending you didn't hear me, then I can't do anything about it. I'll tell you one more time. I don't like you. I don't like you at all. There's absolutely no possibility between us. There's no possibility between now and the destruction of the Great Thousand World. In that case, I wonder if senior brother Yin understands. If she was so ruthless, any tactful man would probably back off in the face of difficulties and wouldn't continue to pester her. However, fiery holy sage didn't have such a high awareness. He didn't feel frustrated at all. He didn't seem discouraged at all. After twitching his mouth, he smiled at Miss Alice and said, "You say what you want, and I'll do what I want. We won't interfere with each other. I've also said that I'll definitely woo you and make you my woman. No matter how long it takes, or even if it takes between now and the destruction of the Great Thousand World, I'll definitely woo you. That's why, junior sister Alice, I think it's better for you to give up resisting. You can't escape from my grasp, and resistance is futile. In the end, you'll still compromise with me. You'll definitely be my woman." Ha. Crazy. He's really a complete lunatic. Miss Alice was really speechless and helpless. How could there be such a lunatic? Being targeted by such a lunatic was really something that made one want to die. However, there was no other way. She had already been targeted by this lunatic. Perhaps it was just as the saying went. The more unobtainable something was, the more one wanted to get it. The more unobtainable it was, the crazier it would be. At this moment, Yin was probably in a state of madness because he could not get what he wanted. This kind of state was a kind of sickness and also a very scary state. "Lord Qin Shao, please come in. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I've been in seclusion." Miss Alice did not want to bother with Yin anymore. She simply made a gesture of invitation to Qin Shao and prepared to go back to her territory. Everyone's territory was their own independent kingdom. Even the elders of the Firmament Academy could not barge in. The other disciples could not barge in either. It was a serious violation of the Academy's rules. Once it was investigated, it would be a matter that would result in severe punishment. Qin Shao also felt that it was meaningless to pester such a person. Seeing that Qin Shao was about to enter Miss Alice's territory, Yin had been looking forward to entering Miss Alice's territory at least once. However, he was rejected every time. Now that he saw that Qin Shao, his rival in love, was invited in by Miss Alice, Yin felt extremely unbalanced. "Junior brother Qin Shao, Humph, you'd better think carefully before you go in. Anyone who dares to compete with me for a woman will die. I'm serious about playing with you. If you dare to take that step, you'd better think about the consequences. If you're not afraid of death, you can try. I swear on my honor that I won't let you have an easy time." Hearing Yin's threat, Qin Shao smiled indifferently. What kind of threats and warnings had he not heard before? What kind of enemies had he not faced before? However, Qin Shao was still alive and well until now. As long as you're happy, you can do whatever you want. Qin Shao said indifferently, and then followed Miss Alice into her territory. Seeing that Qin Shao was so disdainful of his threat and even dared to step into Miss Alice's territory, Holy Sage Hui Yongyan didn't put him. Holy Sage Hui Yongyan, in his eyes, this was complete disregard and extreme disdain. Hui Yinyan's action was a heavy blow to Hui Yinyan's heart. As a fourth-step ancient saint who stood at the peak of the great thousand world, he could not even intimidate a third-step ancient saint. This was a great humiliation. Crack! Hua Yinyan clenched his fists so hard that his whole body trembled with anger. His chest was filled with anger, and it burned fiercely. Damn it! Humph! Qin Shao, you asked for it. I'll remember it. Since you insist on playing with me, I'll play with you. I'd like to see how capable you are without young Master Feng Yi's protection. There's no one else in the Firmament Academy who dares to disrespect me like this. You're ruthless. You're really ruthless. Chapter 3051. After entering Miss Alice's territory, she looked at Qin Shao in surprise and confusion. The first thing she was surprised about was that Qin Shao was able to make senior brother Hui Yinyan suffer a loss in his hands. What kind of heaven-defying strength was this? Although Qin Shao had been in the limelight during the welcoming event 5 million years ago, he had displayed his heaven-defying strength and had created a legend. But Qin Shao had still been in the limelight. However, the situation at that time was different after all. She didn't expect that 5 million years later, Qin Zhao's strength had reached the point where he could suppress senior brother Hui Yinyan. Unimaginable. Too unimaginable. To be honest, Alice admired Qin Shao very much. It was amazing that such a heaven-defying talent could achieve such a feat. He was simply a rare talent. Not only did Qin Shao have heaven-defying strength, but Alice also admired Qin Zhao's character and personality. Therefore, Alice was also very surprised that Lord Qin Shao would wait here for tens of thousands of years just to see her. From Qin Zhao's clear eyes, she could clearly feel that the Lord Qin Shao had not waited here for her for tens of thousands of years because he liked her and wanted to pursue her like senior brother Hui Yinyan. Lord Qin Shao, may I know why you are looking for me? Miss Alice also vaguely guessed a little, but still asked. Yuan had asked her several times before. Now that she saw Qin Shao, she knew that he must have come for that matter. Qin Shao suppressed some of the excitement in his heart and looked at Miss Alice with a serious face. I think Miss Alice has already guessed the purpose of my visit. In that case, I won't beat around the bush and will make it clear. Gu Lingwei is my fiancé. Although we didn't hold a formal wedding ceremony for some reason, we have long been devoted to each other and have already made a vow to live together. We have already engraved each other's feelings into our bones. Our love is stronger than gold, and we will never change. I know that Gu Lingwei is a reincarnated person, but even if the memories of her previous life are awakened, the memories of this life still exist and will not be erased. Before she left me the information of the elemental sacred realm, Heavenly Law Dao Palace. Miss Alice, you are a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. You also told Yuan that you know Gu Lingwei. Therefore, I came to you this time in the hope that Miss Alice can tell me more about Gu Lingwei's current situation. Qin Shao is here. Thank you in advance. After saying that, Shao bowed to Miss Alice. Only then did Miss Alice understand the general situation. She knew why Qin Shao had waited here for her for 10,000 years. It turned out that there was such a love story hidden here. She didn't expect Qin Shao to be such a sentimental man. She knew a little about the reincarnation of young Palace Master Gu Lingwei, but she didn't know that there was such a story. However, after thinking about this matter, Miss Alice shook her head and said to Qin Shao, Lord Qin Shao, I am very sorry. I can only tell you that Gu Lingwei is indeed in our Heavenly Law Dao Palace, and she is doing very well. As for the other situation, forgive me for not being able to tell you too much. Please forgive me, Lord Qin Shao. Can't tell? What kind of secret was involved in this? Since Gu Lingwei was doing very well in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, what couldn't he tell her? Miss Alice, Qin Shao thought for a while, then said again, although I can guess that this may involve some secrets of your Heavenly Law Dao Palace. But, since Gu Lingwei is doing very well in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, it means that her status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace should be relatively high. So, I should be able to find out. It shouldn't be a particularly difficult matter. Instead of waiting for me to find out, why don't you tell me now? I just want to know Gu Lingwei's current situation. I won't ask too much, and it won't involve the secrets of your Heavenly Law Dao Palace. Some basic information about her current situation or her status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. Some specific information about her current situation. These things shouldn't be considered secrets, right? Why can't Miss Alice fulfill my wish? I, Qin Shao, have never begged anyone in my life. I beg Miss Alice to tell me. For tens of millions of years, I have always been thinking about this matter. Not to mention to the point where I can't eat or drink, but I have always been thinking about it in my heart. I hope Miss Alice can fulfill my wish. Consider this as me, Qin Shao, owing you a favor. With that, Qin Shao bowed again. This made Miss Alice feel very embarrassed. She pursed her lips hard, as if she was having a fierce struggle in her heart. She was also weighing in her heart whether or not she should tell Qin Shao about this matter. It seemed that she really shouldn't talk about this matter to outsiders. After all, it was related to the young palace master. Discussing in private was a great taboo. It was an offense against one's superiors. It was a great offense. However, at this time, seeing Qin Zhao's incomparably sincere expression, Miss Alice couldn't help but feel a little moved in her heart. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Miss Alice said, "All right, Lord Qin Shao, then I can briefly explain the situation to you. But you must promise me that you will never tell anyone about this. Otherwise, if this matter is spread out, I will be punished." Hearing that Miss Alice had relented, Qin Shao was overjoyed. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, please rest assured, Miss Alice. I will definitely keep this matter a secret and will never reveal it to anyone else." Thank you, Miss Alice, for fulfilling my wish. Thank you. Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a little excited again. After waiting for so many years, he could finally find out about Gu Lingwei's current situation. He hoped that Gu Lingwei was doing well now. Then, he could rest assured. After a slight hesitation, Miss Alice said, "Gu Lingwei is now the young palace master of our Heavenly Law's Dao Palace's Water Palace. She is the future successor of the Water Palace Master. Moreover, not long ago, she broke through and became a god. Therefore, Lord Qin Shao, you can rest assured that our young palace master is doing very well now. The young palace master of the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace's Water Palace? Heavenly Law's Dao Palace's Water Palace. What did that mean? Qin Shao only knew about the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace and didn't know about the Water Palace. The young palace master of the Water Palace, the future successor of the Water Palace Master? Although he didn't know what position the Water Palace held in the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace, it was enough to tell that Gu Lingwei's status was indeed very, very high. Judging from Miss Alice's expression and tone when she talked about Gu Lingwei, it was clear that she admired and respected Gu Lingwei very much. Qin Shao also didn't expect that Gu Lingwei would have such a high status in the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace. Moreover, she had already broken through and become a world god. He didn't expect it. He really didn't expect it. However, hearing that Gu Lingwei's current situation was so good, Qin Shao was also very happy and overjoyed. In this way, he could rest assured. His heart that had been hanging in the air all this time was finally completely at ease. Great, this was really great. In this way, he didn't have to rush to the elemental sanctuary to rescue Gu Lingwei. On the contrary, it gave Qin Shao a lot of pressure now. Gu Lingwei was now a supreme, venerable, and extremely powerful. She was a world god. He was now only a 3-step ancient saint and an ordinary disciple of the Firmament Academy. Compared with Gu Lingwei's status, the difference was too big. It wasn't that Qin Shao was sad, but Qin Shao felt that if he went to look for Gu Lingwei with such a status, he would be looked down upon and ridiculed by others. Without a certain level of strength and ability, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't go to the elemental sanctuary to look for Gu Lingwei. Moreover, Qin Shao also had some pride in his heart. It seemed that he had to make some changes to his plan. However, this change was also a happy one and didn't make Qin Shao feel that it was unacceptable. All in all, it was a good thing. Qin Shao was still very proud of Gu Lingwei. In fact, it also encouraged him in his heart. Gu Lingwei had become so outstanding and powerful. Qin Shao had to work harder in cultivation. Otherwise, how could he have the confidence to look for Gu Lingwei? How could he protect Gu Lingwei? How could he not be ridiculed by others? All of this required him to work hard and speak with his strength. Therefore, he had to work even harder on his cultivation. His desire and motivation to become stronger had also increased by a few notches. Miss Alice, thank you for telling me this. Qin Shao smiled and said to Alice. Miss Alice looked at Qin Shao and bit her lip. She looked like she wanted to say something, but hesitated. It seemed that she had something to say, but didn't want to say it. Qin Shao also noticed this. Seeing Alice like this, Qin Shao couldn't help but ask, Miss Alice, do you have something to say? If so, you might as well say it. It's no big deal. I better not say it. I don't want to discourage you. Alice shook her head and said, Cough. It seemed that there was indeed a bad situation. Although Qin Shao had been mentally prepared, he still felt a little bitter. Miss Alice, you've already started to discourage me. Why don't you say it now? Won't that hurt me even more? Not only will I be disheartened by you, but I'll also be depressed for a long time. I've been thinking about what you don't want to tell me. Instead of that, you might as well say it directly. My mental capacity should still be okay. I'm not afraid of being discouraged. The blows that should be suffered will always be there, and they will always come. Whether you say it or not, it will still exist. So, it's better to let me know earlier. Miss Alice, please tell me. Qin Shao will be very grateful. Qin Shao said. Alice was a little surprised and looked at Qin Shao. After hesitating for a moment, Alice said, Okay, Lord Qin Shao, then you have to be mentally prepared. Actually, it's like this. Our Heavenly Laws Dao Palace has its own rules, and our Water Palace also has its own traditions and taboos. So, I advise Lord Qin Shao to forget about our young palace master. Let it go as soon as possible. There's no chance of you two being together. Our Water Palace will never allow you to be with our young palace master. There's not even the slightest possibility of that. Lord Qin Shao, if you don't let it go, and the Water Palace finds out about this, I'm afraid, we won't be very friendly to Lord Qin Shao, so... Chapter 3052. Qin Shao's heart sank when he heard Miss Alice's words. However, Qin Shao had vaguely expected that there would be such trouble. Thinking about it carefully, it was actually a very normal thing, and he didn't feel too surprised. The young palace master of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, the successor of the future palace master, what kind of high status was that? The situation of the elemental sacred realm was very different from the immortal realm. In the immortal realm, although its overall strength was strong, it was completely reasonable to say that it was second only to the great Tao sacred realm. However, the forces of the immortal realm were actually too scattered, divided into the three realms of heaven, earth, and mortal. The heaven realm had always been mysterious and powerful, staying out of the world and not caring about worldly affairs. As for the earth realm, it was jointly sealed by the heaven realm and mortal realm, never to see the light of day. The only truly active one was the mortal realm. However, the mortal realm was divided into the 9 continents Huaxia, the Jade Lake Sacred Realm, the Kunlun Sacred Realm, the Mount Hua Fairy Gate Sacred Realm, and the Southern Wasteland. For the 9 continents Huaxia, there were the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, as well as the Langya Heaven. Although the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were basically one and could also be regarded as an entire force, controlling the 9 continents Huaxia and dominating 70% of the mortal realm's territory. However, the elemental sacred realm was dominated by the heavenly Law Dao Palace, which ruled the entire elemental sacred realm. The entire elemental sacred realm was unified, and all the forces were gathered and condensed together by the heavenly Law Dao Palace. Therefore, the heavenly Law Dao Palace's strength was probably very difficult for the 9 continents Huaxia to compare. What about Qin Xiao? He was only the personal disciple of Sage Li, plus his identity as a disciple of the Firmament Academy. Even if these two identities were added together, they were still far inferior to Gu Lingwei. Miss Alice, after a moment of silence, Qin Xiao said with a serious face, "Although my realm is still low and my identity is very ordinary, I will definitely work harder. However, I will definitely work even harder in my cultivation. In the future, I will definitely grow and become even stronger than Gu Lingwei. I will definitely have the strength to match up to her. I just need some time. I can definitely do it. Right now, the heavenly Law Dao Palace might not be able to accept me, but I believe that one day I will be able to make the heavenly Law Dao Palace accept me. However, the heavenly Laws Dao Palace's requirements are very high. Qin Xiao, will definitely be able to meet them." Qin Xiao had a strong belief and an incomparably powerful force in his heart. No matter how difficult it was, he would definitely do it. As long as he was willing to work hard, as long as he wanted to do something, Qin Xiao believed that there was nothing in this world that could stop him. All he needed was time. Alice shook her head and said, "Lord Qin Xiao, I think you've misunderstood. This has nothing to do with your strength or status." "But, Lord Qin Xiao, no matter what your status is or how strong you are, it won't work. Lord Qin Xiao, even if you were the son of Samsara sovereign, you still can't do it. As I said, it's impossible between you and our young palace lord. It will never be possible. So, Lord Qin Xiao, I advise you to give up and forget about our young palace lord as soon as possible. I know that you are a good man, a rare good man, but there are some things that can never be changed. You have no way to change it, and our palace lord Luo also has no way to change it. Perhaps this is everyone's destiny. Was it not because of this? Status and strength had no way to change this matter? Never possible?" Qin Xiao shook his head and said in a deep voice, "For me, there is no such thing as never impossible. No matter how impossible it is, I will make it possible. Just like when I was a lowly mortal, I never thought that one day I would become so strong and stand at such a height. But now, these previous impossibilities have become reality. When we think something is impossible, it may only be because our cultivation level has not reached that height. Once we reach that height, we will discover that even the most impossible things can become possible at a certain height. I don't care how great the resistance is, how the heavenly Laws Dao Palace will reject me or stop me. As long as Gu Lingwei still likes me and is willing to be with me, I will not let her down. No one can stop me. Don't you dare try to separate us. I will break through any power that stand in my way. I believe that I could do all of this." This was the strength of Qin Xiao's conviction, and also a new goal that Qin Xiao had set in his heart, a lofty goal that he had to accomplish. Qin Xiao knew that this matter would be very difficult and that he might encounter considerable resistance. But he would not give up, he would not. People had to live for something. Only in this way would there be some meaning to life. If there was no goal, no dream to pursue, no direction to work towards, then what was the meaning of life? Gu Lingwei was a woman that he, Qin Xiao, had engraved in his heart. He would never give up on this relationship. "Gu Lingwei, wait for me. My current strength is far from enough, but one day I will personally go to the heavenly Laws Dao Palace and bring you to my side. I won't let this day go too far. I won't." Qin Xiao silently made up his mind. Alice stared blankly at Qin Xiao and was momentarily speechless. She felt as if her heart had been touched. Although he didn't understand Qin Xiao very well, His previous admiration for Qin Xiao was only because of Qin Xiao's heaven-defying talent and strength. But now, what he admired about Qin Xiao was that he saw a man who was affectionate and loyal. He was a man who could disregard everything and work hard crazily for the woman he loved. In fact, women more or less yearned for love in their hearts. However, true love was an extremely rare and precious thing. Everyone longed for it, but it was not something that everyone could have. Just like Alice, although she had lived for so long and was a third-step ancient saint, she had not had a love that belonged to her. It was better not to mention this kind of thing that was imprisoned in the depths of one's heart. Once it was mentioned, it would erode one's bones. Qin Zhao's words undoubtedly aroused a trace of longing and longing in the depths of Alice's heart. But soon, Alice shook her head again. She knew that she could not have this kind of thing. She was not allowed to have it. She had her destiny. The trajectory of her life had long been fixed. She had no way to deviate from it. Love, for her, was something that had been buried long ago. It was a kind of extravagant hope when she was young. Over the years, she had long calmed down. She had long put aside the longing that she had never had and stopped thinking about those things. Alice shook her head and laughed at herself. She still could not have this kind of thought. It was a terrible thing. This kind of thought was poison. She did not want to think about it. Lord Qin Xiao, I admire your infatuation, your persistence, and your brave and fearless spirit. Although I have no way to persuade you to give up, I've already said what I should say. The situation here is far more complicated than you think, Lord Qin Xiao, and it's best that you don't let anyone know about this, especially the people of the elemental sanctuary. Otherwise, it will definitely bring a fatal disaster to you, Lord Qin Xiao. I'm not being an alarmist. So, Lord Qin Xiao, I hope you can grasp it well. Don't hurt yourself, Alice said seriously after thinking for a while. From Miss Alice's words, it seemed that the situation here was far more complicated than he had imagined. There should be a very complicated situation here. Qin Xiao shook his head and stopped thinking about it for the time being. Anyway, he would definitely have to face what he should face in the future. It was useless to think about it now. Since he had decided to do what he wanted to do, no matter what kind of obstacles, troubles, and dangers he would encounter in the future, he would not give up on Qin Zhao's idea. Miss Alice did not want to say anything more about the situation. No matter how Yuan tried to put in a good word for Qin Xiao, it did not work. In the end, Miss Alice directly ordered them to leave, and even sent Yuan away with them. Qin Xiao and Yuan walked out of Miss Alice's territory. Knowing the situation, Qin Zhao's mood was naturally a little heavy and depressed. Gu Lingwei was doing very well right now, which should have been a piece of heavenly good news. But he didn't expect that behind this good news, there was such a big problem. Big brother Qin Xiao, don't be sad. Since sister-in-law Gu Lingwei is fine, that's the best news. As for the rest, let's talk about it later. I believe that big brother Qin Xiao will definitely be able to get married with sister-in-law Gu Lingwei. As long as big brother Qin Xiao is strong enough, nothing is impossible and cannot be changed. So, big brother Qin Xiao, you have to work hard and cultivate. One day, you will personally go to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace and make them very happy. They will be very proud to hand sister-in-law Gu Lingwei over to you. I also believe that sister-in-law Gu Lingwei must love big brother Qin Xiao and will definitely be willing to come to your side. No one can stop your love for each other. Gu Lingwei comforted Qin Xiao. Although she didn't know what love was, she believed that it should be the most beautiful thing in the world. Being comforted by Gu Lingwei, Qin Xiao couldn't help but smile and nod. Yes, he also believed so. What was love? It was something that made people want to live and die for. In fact, Qin Xiao had always felt that he didn't understand much about love. Perhaps love was such a simple feeling. Perhaps it was just a thought in one's heart. Perhaps only when you truly experienced it would you know that this was love. This feeling was different from other feelings. It was definitely different. When this thought arose, it was incomparable to any other thought. Thinking of Gu Lingwei, Qin Xiao only felt warm in his heart. Knowing Gu Lingwei's current situation, He was overjoyed. He hadn't been so happy in a long time. Now that he knew the difference between him and Gu Lingyue, Qin Shao was immediately filled with determination. He wanted to cultivate diligently and raise his strength as much as he could. After knowing the obstacles between him and Gu Lingyue, Qin Shao had the determination to break through all obstacles. He had fearless confidence and the sincerity to move forward courageously. This was something that didn't need to be deliberately shown. It naturally flowed out, and it wasn't even under Qin Shao's control. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was the case. It was a very strange feeling. Therefore, Qin Shao thought about it in his heart and felt that this might be love. It should be like this, right? Author Cruel Death hits the third day of continuous outburst. Continue to beg for flowers and push up the rankings. Chapter 3053. Wine was truly a miraculous thing. It was really comfortable to drink a little once in a while. When one was happy, the atmosphere would be better with wine. Even when he was unhappy, he needed alcohol. Alcohol would make him feel better. Therefore, no matter whether one was happy or not, or whether one liked it or not, wine would always be there. Qin Shao usually didn't drink much, but this time he drank. Yuan didn't touch wine, so she could only accompany Qin Shao. Sometimes, drinking was really a kind of mood. Brother Chunjie suddenly showed up, looking pissed. As soon as he came, he grabbed the wine in Qin Zhao's hand and gulped it down. "What's wrong, Brother Pure? Who made you unhappy? Why do I feel like you were beaten by someone?" Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and couldn't help but ask. Yuan also looked at Brother Pure, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "Oh, I know. Brother Pure, did you hit on a beautiful senior sister again, and then you were beaten by her? Ha, that must be it. Bah." Brother Pure rolled his eyes at Yuan and said, "What do you mean by again? I just hit on her once, didn't I? Besides, I was successful that time. She didn't kick me out. My brother Chunjie is a handsome and talented man. He's quite good looking. I used to rely on my face to make a living. If you say that about me, aren't you just talking nonsense? That's not cute." Yuan stuck out her pink tongue at Brother Pure and pretended to be very cute. "Hey!" Brother Pure rolled his eyes and fell on Qin Shao. He looked at him strangely and said, "Brother, you don't seem to be in a good mood. You look sad. What's wrong? Why does he look like he's heartbroken? That's not right. You don't understand love. There's no love at all. There's no gain or loss. What's the situation? Is there anything in this world that can make you sad?" Qin Shao was speechless. What did he mean by he didn't understand love? Now, I know a little, okay? At most, it wasn't that deep. However, Qin Shao knew that Brother Pure was just joking. He was just like that. Qin Shao shook his head. He didn't want to talk about these things. "Little sister Yuan, what happened to your brother? Did you make him unhappy?" Seeing that Qin Shao didn't say anything, Brother Pure immediately turned to Yuan. Yuan immediately shook her head and waved her hand. No, it's not me. How could I possibly make Big Brother Qin Shao unhappy? I'm Gu Lingyue's sister-in-law." "What? Gu Lingyue?" Hearing this, Brother Pure was suddenly taken aback. His expression also became serious. He looked at Qin Shao and said seriously, "Brother, what's the situation? Did something happen to Gu Lingyue? It can't be, right? Didn't you say that she's in the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace? Nothing should have happened to her." Qin Shao shook his head. In front of Brother Pure, he had nothing to hide, so he told Brother Pure about the situation. It was just that he just found out about the situation, so his mood wasn't too good. But soon, Qin Shao would adjust. He wasn't the kind of person who would give up on himself. "By the way, Brother Pure, what's going on with the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace? Why is there a water palace? What do you mean by water palace, sitting on a fifth of the elemental sacred realm's power?" Qin Shao asked. Brother Pure looked at Qin Shao strangely and said, "You still don't know about the situation? That's good. Brother, let me explain the Dao to you. The Heavenly Law's Tao Palace is the only dominant force in the elemental sacred realm. You should know this. And the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace is actually divided into 5 major palaces. They're the Metal Palace, Wood Palace, Water Palace, Fire Palace, and Earth Palace. And this method of classification is based on the 5 attributes. The power of the elemental laws is divided into 5 elements. They are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 palaces are on equal footing and together form the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace. Together, they control the elemental sacred realm. They have always been very harmonious and united. Qin Shao was a bit relieved. So that's how it was. No wonder it was called the Water Palace. It turned out that the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace was divided into 5 palaces. This situation was similar to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the 9 continents of Huaxia. The 5 emperors were also divided into 5 major surnames, but they were united as a whole. They ruled over the entire Huaxia of the 9 continents of Huaxia, commanded hundreds of surnames, and controlled hundreds of territories. Gu Lingyue was the young palace lord of the Water Palace. If she inherited the position of palace lord in the future, she would indeed control 1/5 of the elemental sacred realm's power. 1/5 of the sacred realm's power was already unimaginably powerful. Brother Pure, since there are 5 palaces and I've seen cultivators of different elements in the elemental sacred realm, does that mean that every cultivator of the elemental sacred realm can only have one specific element? Qin Shao asked again. Brother Pure nodded and said, yes, that's indeed the case. Of course, this element is actually not innate. It's acquired. It's chosen. In fact, not everyone had only one type of attribute. Some people had multiple types of attributes. But if you choose to cultivate, you can only choose one element. For example, if you choose to cultivate the water element, you can only cultivate the power of the water element. You can't touch the power of other elements. The 5 elements all reinforce and counteract each other. If you force yourself to cultivate 2 elements at the same time, you'll run the risk of going mad and setting yourself on fire. Moreover, if you cultivate the power of other elements at the same time, it's absolutely impossible to become a powerhouse or a saint. Therefore, there are actually some people in the elemental sacred realm who cultivate several elements at the same time. It's just that the number is relatively small. Moreover, those who cultivate several elements at the same time can't become a powerhouse in their lifetime. Not to mention the ancient saint realm, even the 4th step heavenly venerate realm is very difficult to reach. And there's an even more terrifying problem. Once you cultivate multiple elements, you won't be absorbed by any of the 5 palaces. You'll be marginalized and excluded. Therefore, in the elemental sacred realm, the vast majority of cultivators still cultivate only one element. The people of the 5 palaces naturally only cultivate one type of power. Therefore, their facial features are very obvious and easy to recognize. At a glance, you can tell which palace they're from and which element they cultivate. However, no matter what element, it's actually the same. They're all elemental laws, but they're just exerted in different ways. Qin Shao nodded and felt relieved. The elemental sacred realm was really a rather unique sacred realm. I'll go to the elemental sacred realm after I become a god. Originally, Qin Shao thought that after becoming a 4th step ancient saint and avenging Elder Lu He, he could consider going to the elemental sacred realm. Now, it seemed that this plan had to be changed. If a 4th step ancient saint went to the elemental sacred realm, he definitely wouldn't even be able to see Gu Lingyue. Not only would he not be able to see Gu Lingyue, but he might also get into big trouble. Therefore, this plan had to be changed. By the way, Brother Pure, what about you? What's your situation? Qin Shao immediately asked when he thought of Brother Pure. Brother Pure waved his hand and said, I'm fine. It's not a big deal. It's not worth mentioning. Small matter? It shouldn't be too small. Otherwise, Brother Pure wouldn't be so upset. Qin Shao said again, stop dawdling and tell me quickly. What's the matter? Why are you hiding it from me? Brother Pure glanced at Qin Shao, hesitated for a moment, and then told him the whole story. It turned out that Hui Yin and the other two had met Brother Pure just now, and then deliberately found an excuse to attack Brother Pure, causing Brother Pure to suffer a little. Brother Pure didn't know that Hui Yin had suffered a big loss in the hands of Qin Shao, so he was very depressed about this matter. When Qin Shao heard this, he immediately knew that Fiery Flame Sage was doing this to send him a signal of revenge. This was done on purpose. It was targeted at him. Chapter 3054. Don't worry, brother. It's just a small matter. How can we survive in Jianghu without being stabbed? It's just a small loss. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I've never suffered a loss. I'll definitely get even with them. Brother Pure curled his lips and said carelessly. Although Brother Pure was open-minded, he was not a person who would not take revenge. Qin Shao knew that Hui Yin would not give up so easily, but he did not expect that he would take action so soon. What annoyed Qin Shao was that Hui Yin dared to attack Brother Pure and use such a way to warn Qin Shao. Such a thing naturally enraged Qin Shao even more. 10 years is too long. Let's fight for the time being. This holy sovereign Hui Yin isn't here for you. He's here for me. I fought with him before, and he suffered a loss. Since he wants to play so much, we'll play with him. Let's play hard and see who can afford it. Qin Shao curled his lips and said coldly. Brother Pure frowned and looked at Qin Shao. Only now did he know that there was such a situation. What made Brother Pure speechless was that Hui Yin had suffered a big loss in Qin Zhao's hands. Brother Pure was very happy with Hui Yin's strength. Brother Pure grinned and looked at Qin Shao. Brother, you don't have to play so hard, right? Isn't it a bit too provocative to find him now? We're just new disciples. It's not good to provoke our senior brother like this. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Of course not now. We can't provoke him directly. It's not good to do that. But there's a chance right now. If I'm not mistaken, our Firmament Academy has an irregular exchange of disciples, right? There should be a disciple exchange meeting in the near future, right? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Brother Pure patted his head and immediately remembered. Oh, yes. It should be in the near future. It's been spread out a few times before, but there's no concrete news. It's been spreading again recently. It's probably going to be held soon. Not bad. If you want to play, play hard. I say, brother, your way of playing is really ruthless. However, since this Yin dared to provoke us, we naturally can't be courteous to him. If he wants to play, then let's play with him. There were many traditions in the Firmament College, such as welcoming activities, exchange of disciples, and so on. The main purpose of the disciple exchange was to allow all the disciples of the Firmament College to gather together and share their experiences of cultivation. Of course, the more important point was to strengthen the feelings between the disciples and enhance the unity of the disciples of the Firmament College. As the undisputed #1 school in the Great Thousand World, the disciples of the Firmament College naturally had to be very united. Otherwise, wouldn't they be ridiculed by the world? It was precisely because of this that the disciple exchange was held irregularly, and the time was uncertain. But basically, it would be held once every 100 million years or so. Just as Qin Shao and Brother Pure had expected, the disciple exchange would soon be held. In theory, all the disciples of the Firmament College were required to participate in the disciple exchange. It could be regarded as a relatively grand event in the Firmament College. After all, usually everyone cultivated on their own, and there were very few opportunities to gather with other disciples. Even if they met occasionally, they would just politely greet each other and then continue to cultivate separately. The location of the disciple exchange was still on the square where the welcoming activities were held last time. This was also the first time that Qin Shao returned to this open space since he entered the Firmament College. At this time, almost all the students of the Firmament College had gathered here, but the number was still not large, only about 50 people in total. That was just more than half of the people, and the rest of the disciples were not in the Firmament College. This allowed Qin Shao to see many unfamiliar faces, some of which he had not seen at the welcoming activities before. He also saw His Highness Badger Huai, His Highness Zhuzhua, and Holy Maiden Luozi. He rarely saw them before, but this time they were all gathered together. Of course, he also saw Holy Master Lanya and Winged Saint, as well as Senior Brother Xian Xiao and Senior Brother Ao Shun, whom Qin Shao had offended before. He also saw the indifferent Senior Brother. That indifferent Senior Brother was relatively friendly to Qin Shao, and he even nodded slightly to Qin Shao to signal him. The previous battle had made him admire Qin Shao to the extreme. However, Qin Shao was most concerned about Holy Master Huiyin. At this time, the three of them gathered together and looked at Qin Shao with fierce and insidious eyes. The gathering of more than 50 disciples could be considered a rather lively affair. All the 16 freshmen of this year were present. After 5 million years of cultivation in the Firmament College, it was obvious that everyone's strength had improved significantly, and their aura was obviously much stronger. The Firmament College was a real holy place for cultivation. 5 million years of cultivation was naturally a great harvest for these top geniuses. His Highness Badger Huai had also improved a lot, but he was probably the weakest among this batch of freshmen. However, such a good cultivation environment and atmosphere, coupled with the supreme glory, had greatly stimulated His Highness Badger Huai, giving him more confidence to cultivate. It was precisely because of this driving force that His Highness Badger Huai's cultivation had improved greatly in these 5 million years, and his strength had increased by a lot. These 5 million years of cultivation were probably equivalent to his previous 50 billion years of cultivation, or even 500 years of cultivation. This also gave His Highness Badger Huai a lot of encouragement, and it also stimulated him to move forward, giving him a lot of motivation. Cultivation should be like this. If there was a virtuous cycle, then everything would go smoothly, and then the impossible would become possible. If there was a vicious cycle, there would be a pool of stagnant water. It was rare for everyone to gather together, so they were all talking and laughing. His Highness Badger Huai and His Highness Zhuzhua both came to Qin Zhao's side. At this time, a powerful figure descended. It was an old man. Seeing the person who had come, everyone immediately perked up. The person who came was an elder of the World God Realm. This time, the exchange of disciples was obviously presided over by this elder. With an elder presiding over it, it naturally looked more formal and could prevent some bad situations from happening. Let's start the exchange of disciples directly. The seniors should know what's going on. If the new disciples are not too clear, then they will understand after slowly integrating. It's just an exchange of disciples. Everyone can do as you wish. Just open your hearts. As a senior brother, you have to take responsibility as a senior brother and guide your junior brother more. You must give friendly guidance to increase the relationship between senior and junior brothers and strengthen the exchange of disciples. This is the original intention of the exchange of disciples. I also hope that everyone will not distort the exchange of disciples. Don't bring in any bad ideas and bad atmosphere. After the elder finished speaking, he waved his hand, indicating for everyone to interact freely. The emphasis was on exchanges, on increasing the relationship between disciples, and on the guidance of senior brothers or the exchange of pointers between disciples. The starting point of this event was actually very good, and there were many benefits. It was just a matter of whether they could grasp it well. I say, brother, isn't it a little inappropriate for us to attack Huiyin? We won't be punished by the elders, right? After hearing the elder's words, Brother Pure couldn't help but whisper in Qin Zhao's ear. Qin Zhao curled his lips and said, "Black and white matters of the world. Isn't it all based on a mouth? We are new disciples. There should be no problem at all for us to ask senior brother for pointers, right? Asking for pointers naturally means that we need to exchange pointers, right? It's normal for us to accidentally knock senior brother down. As long as we control it, there won't be a problem. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting skills. It's time for us to show off our acting skills." "Ha ha." Brother Pure laughed. Good. Then let's beat him up. Qin Shao and Brother Pure had already formulated a plan. This made His Highness Badger Huai and Zhu Zhuo a little confused. They vaguely understood that Qin Shao wanted to attack Senior Brother Huayanyan. Oh my god, is this crazy? Senior Brother Huayanyan's strength is definitely not to be trifled with. He is the representative of the elemental saint realm in the Firmament Academy. How can he be defeated so easily? Moreover, it's not the right time to attack him. Once the battle goes too far, I'll be unlucky. I'm afraid I'll be punished by the elders. Such an action is like playing with fire. If I'm not careful, I'll burn myself. While the two were still in shock, Qin Shao and Brother Pure had already walked towards Huayanyan. With a somewhat strange smile on their faces, the two came directly in front of Huayanyan and the other two. Huayanyan and the other two frowned when they saw Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Their faces became a little cold, but at this time, they didn't dare to show too much and still forced a smile. Senior Brother Huayanyan, hello. Qin Shao pretended to salute Huayanyan and greeted him. However, Huayanyan didn't accept this greeting. He snorted coldly in his heart. But on the surface, Huayanyan still said, Junior Brother Qin Shao, Junior Brother Pure, how are you? Although he said this, he secretly transmitted his voice to them. What, you two brats, do you still want to cause trouble here? Humph, I still want to make trouble for you. But today is not the time. I'll let you go first. Don't try to jump around here. You're not qualified to jump around in front of me. If you know what's good for you, get out of here immediately. Get as far away as possible. Don't appear in front of me. Just looking at you annoys me. Qin Shao sneered in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He pursed his lips and said directly, Senior Brother Huayanyan, I've always been very curious about the power of elemental laws. Today, I have the opportunity to meet you, Senior Brother Huayanyan, and I would like to take this opportunity to ask you for advice. I wonder if you would be willing to teach me a thing or two. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, the corners of Huayanyan's mouth twitched, and he almost bit his own tongue. Huayanyan glared viciously at Qin Shao, his heart filled with anger. How could he not know what Qin Shao was trying to do? Wasn't he obviously looking for trouble? He obviously wanted to make things difficult for Huayanyan. Chapter 3055. Qin Shao was not a famous figure, but at least he was the #1 figure who attracted a lot of attention. After all, he was too outstanding in the freshman orientation and had offended a lot of people. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally attracted a lot of attention. At this time, Qin Shao asked the Indian Saint Master for advice in such a high-profile way, which naturally attracted a lot of attention and curiosity. Such a high-profile move, the first move of everyone. What was the purpose of this? Such a move was definitely not simple. Many people were happy to watch a good show, especially those who had some grudges against Qin Shao. Qin Shao, what are you trying to do? Are you looking for trouble? Huayanyan's Saint Master said coldly to Qin Shao. He had suffered a loss in Qin Zhao's hands last time, so naturally he did not dare to be careless this time. If he fought again, he would probably be at a disadvantage again. Fortunately, there was no one else around last time, but it was different this time. This time, there were more than 50 senior and junior brothers present. If he were to lose to Qin Shao again, where would he put his face? How could he raise his head in the Firmament Academy in the future? Therefore, Huayanyan naturally did not want to fight with Qin Shao, because he knew that he could not defeat him. If he used normal means, he would definitely be at a disadvantage, unless he risked his life. But how could he risk his life in this exchange of pointers? How could he use his trump card? Wasn't that just looking for trouble? What do you mean? Don't you know in your heart, Senior Brother Huayanyan? If you have any problems, you can come directly to me. Why did you come to my brother? You took the opportunity to bully my brother. Isn't that a clear provocation to me? So, what do you think I'm trying to do? Qin Shao replied coldly. Huayanyan's face became a little ugly, but he still tried to suppress his emotions and not let them show. However, the fury in his heart had already reached the heavens and was burning fiercely. However, no matter how furious he was, there was nothing he could do about it. Right now, he felt as though his Achilles heel was being grasped by Qin Shao. If they really fought, then it would be a huge loss of face. But what if he didn't make a move? Wouldn't that be under Qin Zhao's control? How could Hui Yinyan accept such a thing? What to do? The holy sage Hui Yinyan's heart was burning with rage right now. Had he known that things would turn out like this, he would not have participated in this disciple exchange. This was great. Originally, there was nothing much to do. They just came out to gather, chat, and exchange some pointers. That was it. At the same time, he could also show off in front of those new students and show off a little. But to think that he, the fiery flame saint, would be treated as such. As soon as he arrived, he was directly provoked by Qin Zhao, which forced him into a dilemma. No matter what he chose, it was obviously not a good choice. No matter what he chose, it would be a huge loss of face for him. Such a matter was truly enough to drive one crazy. It caused his hatred for Qin Zhao to surge to the heavens. He even had a thought. Why didn't he think of participating in the disciple exchange? If he had known, he would have made a move on his brother Pure later. This would not have happened. In this place, it was really not good for him to be ruthless. Otherwise, he would definitely be punished, and the consequences would be even more serious. Therefore, all of a sudden, Qin Zhao had forced the holy sage Hui Yinyan into a very awkward situation. All of this was naturally within Qin Zhao's calculations. This was the effect that Qin Zhao wanted. He wanted to force the holy sage Hui Yinyan into this situation and humiliate him severely. Qin Zhao wanted to let the holy sage Hui Yinyan know clearly what the consequences of provoking Qin Zhao were. Senior brother Hui Yinyan, you asked for it. Since you forced me to do this, you can't blame me. I have already made it very clear that I'm not Miss Alice's admirer. It's your business if you don't believe me. It's also your business if you want to treat me as a rival in love. But if you want to bully me, Qin Zhao, then let's see if you have the ability to do so. I, Qin Zhao, have never liked to stir up trouble, but I am never afraid of trouble. If you insist on provoking me, then don't blame me for not being polite. As long as you dare to play with me, I, Qin Zhao, will definitely be more ruthless than you. Originally, if you don't provoke me, then there will be nothing between us. But since you dare to bully my brother, then you are courting death. So, I will ruthlessly trample on you and play with you. Qin Zhao's every word was like a knife that surged into the holy sage Hui Yinyan's heart. It stimulated him fiercely, making him very uncomfortable. What a humiliation! What a great humiliation! He really wanted to go crazy. He really wanted to attack Qin Zhao with all his strength. He really wanted to kill Qin Zhao and be happy. But here, he couldn't do that. He didn't dare to do so. The endless anger in his chest could only be suppressed. No matter how hard he tried, he didn't dare to let it out. What do you want? Hui Yinyan asked coldly. What do I want? Hearing this, Qin Zhao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Obviously, the holy sage Hui Yinyan couldn't be stubborn anymore. He wanted a compromise. This was within Qin Zhao's expectation, so he didn't find it strange. If he didn't compromise, then he would be the one to suffer. Choosing to compromise was a wise move. It showed that the holy sage Hui Yinyan was still a rational and smart person. It's very simple. Today, there are so many senior brothers here. I don't want to make it too embarrassing. I can give you two choices. First, apologize to my brother solemnly and compensate him. Secondly, let's not talk nonsense. Just accept my advice. Let's fight and be done with it. Here, there's nothing that can't be solved with a fight. If there is, then let's have a fight. Qin Zhao transmitted his voice to the holy sage Hui Yinyan. His tone was firm, and there was no room for doubt. This was Qin Zhao's bottom line. It was an insurmountable gap. As the saying went, the barefooted were not afraid of those with shoes. Qin Zhao was fearless. If he wanted to fight, then so be it. After all, he had already made Hui Yinyan suffer previously. If he didn't fight with his life on the line, then Hui Yinyan wouldn't be a match for Qin Zhao. If he fought with Qin Zhao, he would definitely be humiliated. Qin Zhao could afford to fight, but Hui Yinyan couldn't. You want me to apologize here? Compensate? Do you think that's possible? The holy sage Hua Yinyin gritted his teeth and replied. Qin Shao sneered and said, Of course not. I know it's impossible here. Private matters can be solved in private. I can let you have your way. Apart from apologizing, it will also depend on whether you, Holy Sovereign Hua Yinyin, will be able to compensate me properly. All right, you Holy Sovereign Hua Yinyin, decide. You have 3 breaths. The Holy Sage Hua Yinyin was so angry that his body trembled. He was angry, he hated, and he was going crazy. However, he couldn't vent his anger at this moment. He could only endure it. Forbearance was an extremely painful thing. He was a senior brother in the ancient saint realm. How could he be threatened by a junior brother in the ancient saint realm and be forced to such a state? It was really humiliating. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. What if I don't accept your challenge? The elder didn't say that a senior brother must guide a junior brother, right? The holy sage Hua Yinyin said coldly. Qin Shao had already expected the holy sage Hua Yinyin to say this. He chuckled and said, Go ahead and give it a try. Let's see if you have it better than me. I have plenty of ways to humiliate you and infuriate you. If I were to strike at that time, it would be a double humiliation. The holy sage Hua Yinyin was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. How could there be such a despicable person? How could he threaten him like this? Damn it. Damn it. No matter what he chose, he wouldn't be able to deal with the aftermath well. He would be humiliated anyway. The problem now was that all 3 of them were harmful. He could only choose the lesser of the 3. There was no other way. He couldn't think of any other way. He was really forced to such a state. Being forced to such a state was something that the holy sage Hua Yinyin had never encountered before. But who could he blame for this? He was the one who started it. He was the one who sowed the seeds. He could only swallow it himself. All right. The holy sage Hua Yinyin weighed the pros and cons in his heart. In the end, he admitted defeat. Hearing the holy sage Hua Yinyin admit defeat, Qin Shao sneered in his heart and snorted. It seemed that the holy sage Hua Yinyin was only SOSO. He wasn't worth mentioning. This was the outcome for those who dared to provoke Qin Shao. Since the holy sage Hua Yinyin had compromised, this matter would be settled for the time being. However, Qin Shao still warned him, Holy sage Hua Yinyin, let's go to the side later. Apologize to my brother immediately and this matter will be over. Otherwise, it won't be over. You don't have to think about playing any tricks with me. The consequences will only be more serious. Let's be honest. Let's not stir up any more trouble. The holy sage Hua Yinyin glared at Qin Shao coldly, but didn't say anything. After a while, the holy sage Hua Yinyin calmed down a little. He forced a smile on his face and said to Qin Shao, All right, Junior Qin Shao, let's go to the side and have a good exchange. Don't talk about giving advice. Let's exchange pointers and learn from each other. Qin Shao smiled and nodded. He made an inviting gesture to the holy sage Hua Yinyin, and the group of people went to the side. With regards to this situation, the crowd was somewhat unable to understand. Just now, they clearly felt that Qin Shao was the one who provoked the holy sage Hua Yinyin. Moreover, when the 2 looked at each other for a while, they clearly felt the change in the holy sage Hua Yinyin's expression and mood. Therefore, the 2 of them were clearly discussing something through telepathy just now. They were clearly at odds with each other like fire and water. But now, the 2 of them seemed to be very friendly and went to the side together. What was the meaning of this? That's not right. The situation inside shouldn't be like this. Many people were very puzzled. They were all guessing what was going on. They felt that there should be some unspeakable secret. There must be something going on. Among the crowd, only Miss Alice's heart moved. She probably understood what was going on. Badger Huai, what's going on between Qin Shao and the holy sage Hua Yinyin? His Highness Zhu Zhua asked curiously. His Highness Badger Huai shook his head and said, I don't know. I haven't seen Qin Shao in these years. I don't know much about his situation. But it seems that the situation isn't very good. There should be something going on. But it seems that Qin Shao has the upper hand. The holy sage Hua Yinyin must have compromised with Qin Shao. Author Cruel Death 3rd update, begging for flowers. Chapter 3056. The disciple exchange ended very quickly. It ended in a dull manner. Nothing interesting happened. It was just a gathering between the disciples. It was more for them to chat and get to know each other. Saint Sovereign Huayin apologized to Brother Pure. Qin Shao had achieved his goal. On the other side, Saint Sovereign Huayin, Saint Sovereign Longya, Saint Sovereign Yi, and Saint Sovereign Xianxiu, who had been defeated by Qin Shao, gathered together. The enemy of one's enemy was one's friend. They all had a common enemy, Qin Shao. Therefore, they could naturally gather together. Guys, although we didn't have much contact before, we now have a common enemy. But now, we all have a common enemy. We all want to trample him under our feet and regain our lost dignity. Therefore, we can cooperate in the future. We can plan how to deal with Qin Shao together. Although Qin Shao has Master Fengyi's protection, Master Fengyi is not in the Firmament College. Therefore, we don't need to be afraid. Right now, what we need to do is to find a good opportunity to deal with Qin Shao. What the Union Sovereign said with a frosty look. Saint Sovereign Longya and the others were filled with righteous indignation. They all hated Qin Shao so much that they could not wait to find a chance to kill Qin Shao. Therefore, everyone naturally hit it off and directly brought them together. They secretly formed an alliance to deal with Qin Shao. Qin Shao did not know what they were doing in private. He did not care. When the three returned to the territory, Brother Pure was in a good mood. Ha ha, Qin Shao, I didn't expect you to be more ruthless than me. You've changed after tens of millions of years. Ha ha, you become more perfect. Your Brother Pure's brother. That's how it should be. I like to be evil. It's an art. I was thinking of taking revenge one day, but I didn't expect you to do it for me. I won't be polite with you. What you reported is the same as what I reported. Brother Pure laughed happily. He was in an incomparably good mood. If he could take revenge, he would naturally do so on that very day. An overnight grudge was something that could not be helped. Qin Shao was just like that. If he had a grudge, he would take revenge on the spot. If he really couldn't do it, he would take revenge. Brother Qin Shao, at this moment, a voice came from outside. Hearing the voice, Qin Shao knew that it was His Highness Badger Huai. Qin Shao immediately asked Shao Gu to bring His Highness Badger Huai in. As soon as His Highness Badger Huai arrived, he stated his intentions. Brother Qin Shao, I need to make a trip back to Zilin World. I might be gone for quite some time. That's why I'm here to say goodbye. If you go out during this time, you can go to Zilin World when you have time. Return to Zilin World? Qin Shao was slightly taken aback, but he immediately understood and nodded. That's right, His Highness Badger Huai should make a trip back. After all, it was a supreme honor for their Zilin World. It was something that had never happened in history. Previously, when he came to Firmament Academy in Heaven Choice City, he didn't even have the chance to go back. Moreover, His Highness Badger Huai did have some things to do. However, Qin Shao was a little curious. His Highness Badger Huai, don't you have a clone? Speaking of this, His Highness Badger Huai shook his head and said, speaking of this, I'm a little ashamed. Although my talent and potential aren't particularly monstrous, I've been very ambitious since I was young. That's why I didn't cultivate a clone before. I felt that cultivating a clone would completely affect my progress to the World God Realm. See, I came here just like that. Now it seemed that my choice back then wasn't very wise, haha. Qin Shao smiled after hearing this half-joke and said, now it seems that it's a very wise choice. As long as you're willing to work hard, everything is possible and there's hope. So, Brother Badger Huai, you don't have to be discouraged. You've even entered Firmament Academy. What else can't be achieved? Ah, that's right. Then I'll be indebted to Brother Qin Zhao's auspicious words. His Highness Badger Huai smiled. Previously, he did think that it was impossible for him to become a World God Realm expert in this life. At most, it was just a thought. It was simply impossible. But now, he could still think about it. After all, he had entered Firmament Academy. The probability of a disciple of Firmament Academy reaching the World God Realm was very, very high. So now, he was full of expectations for the future. Qin Shao, why don't we go out and explore? After 5 million years of cultivation in Firmament Academy, I've reached a bottleneck in some areas. I'm afraid there's no way for me to make a breakthrough in a short time. It doesn't seem meaningful to continue to stay in Firmament Academy. It's better to go out and explore. Maybe we can gain more. Brother Pure suddenly suggested. Qin Shao had improved a lot and gained a lot during the 5 million years of cultivation in Firmament Academy. Qin Shao hadn't reached a bottleneck for the time being, so he could still continue to cultivate. But how could Qin Shao not understand Brother Pure's meaning? He shook his head and said with a smile, I think you just don't think there are any beautiful girls in Firmament Academy. You think it's boring here, so you want to go out and have fun for a while. Is my Brother Pure such a person? Brother Pure said with a righteous look. Qin Shao also gave him a sincere evaluation. Yes, you are such a person. Ha ha ha. Brother Pure laughed out loud. He put his arm around Qin Shao's shoulder and said, Brother, you know me best. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. It's really boring in Firmament Academy. Mainly, I've reached a bottleneck, so I want to go out and have fun. What's this called? It's called a balance between work and rest. Let's go together. Originally, Qin Shao didn't want to leave Firmament Academy so soon. With such a good cultivation environment and resources, he naturally needed to make good use of them. But seeing Brother Pure's enthusiasm and Yuan's interest, he decided to leave. Therefore, Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, All right then, let's go out for a walk. Just take it as relaxing. Well, Brother Huai, let's go back to Zilin World with you first. You should be looking for Saint Master Kai Yuan and the others. I can also meet them. Hearing that Qin Shao and the others were going back to Zilin World with him, His Highness Badger Huai was overjoyed. He quickly laughed and said, Haha, good, that's really good. I didn't expect that I would get such a big surprise when I came to say goodbye to you. Well, I have this plan. I'm going to see Saint Master Kai Yuan and the others first. I haven't fulfilled my promise to them yet. This matter has been in my heart for a long time, and it's really a bit uncomfortable. This time, I mainly want to solve this matter. After the four discussed, they didn't hesitate. After making some preparations, they left Firmament Academy. After leaving Firmament Academy, His Highness Badger Huai informed Saint Master Kai Yuan and the others and agreed on a rendezvous point. When Qin Shao and the others arrived at the rendezvous point, they saw Saint Master Kai Yuan and the others waiting there. When they saw each other, they naturally laughed and talked happily. Ha ha ha, Brother Qin Shao, Miss Yuan, congratulations. TSK, I really didn't expect you to enter Firmament Academy. But it's really what you should do. Yes, this time, Firmament Academy has made an exception for you. Originally, only 3 people from Heaven Chosen City could be selected to enter Firmament Academy. Ha ha ha, this is a good thing. Last time, we didn't even have time to congratulate you before you were taken away. This time, we must have a good celebration. I'm so excited. I'm really excited. When I received the news that His Highness Badger Huai and the others were coming, I was the first to rush here as fast as I could. Saint Master Kai Yuan and the others were very excited, and incomparably happy. Qin Shao and the others didn't forget them. They came back to see them so soon and gathered them together. This was a very touching thing for them. Originally, with the current status of Qin Shao and the others, the identity of Firmament Academy's disciples, there was a huge gap between them and the others. But Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai still treated them as brothers. His Highness Badger Huai cupped his fist to everyone and said, This time, in 100 worlds chosen battle, your contributions cannot go unnoticed. Without your help, without your cooperation, we wouldn't have been able to get to first place. Your contributions, your friendship, I have always remembered them in my heart. And the benefits that I promised you before, I have never forgotten. This time, I came back mainly for this matter. We have fought together, walked from ordinary to glory together, shed blood together, and risked our lives together. So, from now on, we are all brothers of the same family, brothers who have gone through life and death together. Badger Huai, promise that in the future, no matter what you need, you can come to me. Regardless of whether I, Badger Huai, am able to accomplish it or not, I will do my utmost to accomplish it. Now, we are all friends who have gone through life and death together, and I hope that we will all be good brothers in the future. Everyone nodded their heads. They were very touched and excited. It was a great honor to be brothers with His Highness Badger Huai and Qin Shao. It was also a very honorable thing to have brothers like the disciples of the Firmament Academy. Hey, where is Sister Lianqin? Why don't I see her? Yuan suddenly said. Yes, His Highness Badger Huai and Qin Shao also noticed that Lianqin was not here. Everyone else was here, but Lianqin was missing. What was going on? His Highness Badger Huai looked at Saint Sage Kai Yuan and said, Kai Yuan, didn't I ask you to inform everyone? Didn't you inform Lianqin? Saint Sage Kai Yuan shook his head and said, I did, but I don't know why Lianqin didn't respond, so I don't know what's going on over there. I was too excited, so I came here directly and didn't go to Lianqin's side. I don't know if she left the Great Tao Sacred Realm. Maybe she didn't receive my message. I'm not sure. Not sure? Didn't receive the message? Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. His Highness Badger Huai couldn't help but frown. Qin Shao thought for a while and said in a low voice, Brother Badger Huai, Lianqin is a girl. She shouldn't leave the Great Tao Sacred Realm so easily. We only stayed in the Firmament Academy for 5 million years, which is not long. So, I'm thinking, is it possible that Lianqin is in trouble? Author Cruel Death. Chapter 3057. Encountered some trouble? Qin Zhao's guess attracted everyone's attention. There was indeed such a possibility. Otherwise, there was no reason not to respond to Saint Venerable Kai Yuan, unless the person was not in the Great Tao Sacred Realm. However, the possibility of the person not being in the Great Tao Sacred Realm should not be so big, which inevitably made people a little worried. Therefore, there was a possibility of an accident. Thinking of this possibility, everyone could not help but feel a little anxious and worried. The friendship that they had experienced together was very deep. Don't worry, everyone. I'll ask and have someone check it out. His Highness Badger Huai immediately said. His father was the realm lord of Zilin World, the ruler of Zilin World. Therefore, it wasn't that difficult for him to find out what was going on. As long as it happened in Zilin World, it was easy to find out. Soon, His Highness Badger Huai came back with news. His Highness Badger Huai frowned deeply. His face slightly darkened and became a little serious. Seeing His Highness Badger Huai's reaction, everyone's heart sank, knowing that there must be a bad situation. Everyone, something happened to Miss Lianqin. Fortunately, she is fine now, but something happened to her family. His Highness Badger Huai said solemnly. Hearing that she was fine, everyone was secretly relieved. They were afraid that something happened to her. As long as she was fine, the situation was not bad. Qin Shao asked, what happened to Miss Lianqin's family? His Highness Badger Huai told everyone in detail what he had heard. After listening, everyone knew what was going on. The situation of Miss Lianqin's faction was really a little complicated. Her father was the palace lord of the Holy Water Palace. However, the internal struggle of the Holy Water Palace had always been very fierce. The internal division of factions had been going on for a long time. It had always been divided into 3 factions, which kept each other in check. The position of the palace lord had been alternated between the 3 factions in history. The current palace lord of the Holy Water Palace was Miss Lianqin's father. Her father could be regarded as a great talent. His strength was outstanding, and he had a group of trusted subordinates under his command. He had a strong foundation in the Holy Water Palace, and his prestige was quite high. It could also keep the other 2 factions in check. Hence, it had been over 100 universe eras since it became the palace master of Holy Water Palace. However, the other 2 factions had never given up. They had always been restless and had always been playing tricks in the dark, always wanting to usurp the throne. However, because the conflict between the two factions had been going on for a long time, the grudges between the two factions were very deep. Therefore, the two factions had always been suppressed. Originally, this balance was maintained very well. Although the internal struggle was still extremely intense, it felt like a fire was raging in the sky. But at least on the surface, the Holy Water Palace was still a complete and powerful entity. But this time, for some unknown reason, the other two factions unexpectedly joined hands and overthrew Miss Jianxin's father together, directly seizing power. Miss Lianxin's father and his trusted subordinates were all seriously injured and locked up in seclusion. At this moment, the Holy Water Palace was already in a state of chaos. It was in the midst of reorganization, and a change of dynasty was about to take place. Therefore, Miss Lianxin naturally couldn't respond to Saint Venerable Kai Yuan. It turned out that she had been imprisoned and was seriously injured. Hearing this news, everyone's mood naturally became heavy. They were very unhappy. They didn't expect that after not seeing each other for 5 million years, Miss Lianxin's family would suffer such a big change. Although Miss Lianxin didn't interact much with them in the 100 World Selection Battle, they were all brothers who had gone through it together. Naturally, they were no exception to Miss Lianxin. They also treated her as one of their own. Uff, Sister Lianxin is so pitiful. We should help her, Yuan said with a very sad expression. His Highness Badger Huai looked at everyone with a serious expression and said sternly, "Everyone, Miss Lianxin is one of us. Now that she's in trouble, we absolutely can't ignore it. I, Badger Huai, will also be the first to not stand by and watch. I won't let her be imprisoned. Therefore, I've decided to personally go to the Holy Water Palace and rescue Miss Lianxin. If everyone is willing to go with me, that's naturally the best thing. I, Badger Huai, would also like to thank everyone." Hearing that His Highness Badger Huai was going to the Holy Water Palace to rescue Miss Lianxin, everyone naturally supported him and was willing to go and give him a hand. Everyone's hearts were twisted together at this time. Yuan also waved her small fist, looking like she was also going to participate actively. Qin Xiao suddenly said, "Brother Badger Huai, I don't think this is very appropriate. With so many of us going to the Holy Water Palace, it shouldn't be a big problem to rescue her. But the problem is that we can't just rescue her. It's very easy to rescue her. We could just go to the Holy Water Palace and ask for her. I don't believe the Holy Water Palace will dare to not let her go. If they don't let her go, then we'll fight. With so many of us, I believe it's not a problem to destroy the Holy Water Palace. However, this matter is an internal struggle. There are many aspects involved, and the involvement is very deep. If we just rescue her, Miss Lianxin's father will still lose the position of the Palace Master of the Holy Water Palace. I'm afraid there'll be a devastating blow to him, right? So, we should not only rescue her, but also help Miss Lianxin and her father to take back the Holy Water Palace. That's the only way to really help them, right? Otherwise, if we just rescue her, I'm afraid there will be trouble later." His Highness Badger Huai nodded. This problem indeed needed to be carefully considered. It was indeed so. The crippled saint said, "What's there to be afraid of? We have so many people, including His Highness Badger Huai, Lord Qin Xiao, you 3 disciples of the Firmament Academy, and the sons of the Realm Master of Zilin Field. With such status and strength, it's not difficult to help Miss Lianxin and her family to take back the position of the Holy Water Palace, right? Well, we have 11 people here, 4 of whom are in the 3-step Ancient Saint realm. Is the Holy Water Palace so powerful? Even if we don't compete with His Highness Badger Huai in your status, we should be able to crush the Holy Water Palace in strength. Besides, His Highness Badger Huai is the son of the Realm Master of Zilin Field. Are you afraid that the Holy Water Palace won't give you face? I don't think the Holy Water Palace dares to be so bold, right?" It sounded like there was no problem at all. His Highness Badger Huai thought it was feasible. Others didn't know, but he knew the strength of Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. With them, Not to mention the Holy Water Palace. Even the Realm Master of Zlin Field might not be able to resist them. In terms of strength, there was no problem at all. Therefore, His Highness Badger Huai also said, Brother Qin Shao, everyone is right. Why don't we directly attack the Holy Water Palace, rescue Miss Lianqin and her family first, and then help them to take back the position of the Palace Master? For us, this matter should be a piece of cake. It won't take us much effort. However, Qin Shao still didn't nod. After frowning, he said with a serious face, It's not appropriate. Not appropriate? Everyone looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled face. Why was it still not appropriate? Shouldn't there be no problem at all? When did Lord Qin Shao become so cautious? Qin Shao looked at everyone with a serious face and said, Our strength is definitely not a problem. It's enough to destroy the Holy Water Palace several times. But there are some things that can't be completely solved with strength alone. After all, Wei can only help Miss Lianqin's family once. I can't help them for a lifetime. I can't protect them forever. Therefore, not only do we have to solve the problem, but we have to solve it forever. We have to solve it once and for all. That's the real solution. We can't say that after we solve the problem, another problem will appear after we leave. Then what about that? It's useless. Therefore, in solving this problem, I think we have to think more about the situation, consider all possibilities, and finally solve this problem completely. That's the best choice. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone was stunned. After thinking carefully, they naturally understood the meaning of Qin Zhao's words. It was indeed so. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone finally realized that there were other problems hidden in this problem. It was indeed as Qin Zhao said. Yes, we were careless and missed such a big problem. His Highness Badger Huai nodded solemnly and said, Yes, Miss Lianqin's father has ruled the Holy Water Palace for more than 100 universe eras. But his position as the Palace Master was overthrown. I'm afraid the situation inside is far from what we can imagine. It's definitely not that simple. The competition between the three factions of the Holy Water Palace has been going on for a long time. It has always been a balance. It can't be broken so easily. If it could be broken so easily, it would have been broken long ago. It wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, there should be a powerful force interfering in this. If we go rashly, even if we rescue Miss Lianqin and her father, even if we temporarily help them regain the position of the Palace Master of the Holy Water Palace, it will be difficult to maintain it. Maybe after we leave, a new unforeseen event will come. It seems that we should really consider this matter in the long run. Everyone nodded. They were indeed aware of the importance of this matter. They really couldn't be careless and couldn't act rashly. It was originally a simple matter, but after analyzing it like this, it suddenly became complicated. Brother Qin Shao, do you have a good plan? His Highness Badger Huai looked at Qin Shao. Everyone looked at Qin Shao. Among them, Qin Zhao's thinking was the most meticulous and agile. He was the most steady and attentive when dealing with matters. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, Since we know where the problem lies, it's easy to deal with. We just need to apply the right medicine. We have an absolute advantage in strength. With this prerequisite, we are invincible and don't fear anything. So, we only need to understand the situation of the Holy Water Palace. Then we will know how to solve it. We have to solve the problem from the source. Only then can we solve it once and for all. So, I think we should first see Miss Lianqin and her father to understand the specific situation. Only the two of them should know the specific situation best. I'm wondering if their true bodies have been captured and imprisoned. If not, can we try to find their real bodies? If we go to the Holy Water Palace directly, we will definitely alert the enemy. It will be difficult to carry out the following matters. Chapter 3058. Everyone nodded after hearing this. That was indeed the case. His Highness Badger Huai said, It's possible that Miss Lianqin and her father weren't caught. Even if Miss Lianqin was caught, her father should be a veteran. That kind of person shouldn't leave a way out for himself, so maybe his original body is hidden a little deeper. But now that something has happened, even if their true bodies are safe, it's not easy to find them. I guess the two factions of the Holy Water Palace are also trying their best to find the true body of Miss Lianqin's father. So if we're going to do it, we have to hurry. Otherwise, we'll be too late. Qin Xiao nodded. He had been thinking about this problem. This matter was still rather complicated at the moment. It was not something that could be done easily. Well, His Highness Badger Huai thought for a while and said, I'll ask my family to investigate this matter first. I'll ask my father. Qin Xiao, let's split up. I'll go back to the Realm Lord's mansion first. You guys go to the Heaven River Palace. Qin Xiao, you've been to the Heaven River Palace before, right? Go there again and ask the master of the Heaven River Palace. The master of the Heaven River Palace is a man of great power. He probably knows about this kind of information, or he can contact Miss Lianqin's father. Well, this suggestion was good. Everyone agreed. Qin Xiao also thought of the master of the Heaven River Palace. He was indeed a man of great power. In particular, the master of the Heaven River Palace should know more about what happened in the Zilin world. Going to the Heaven River Palace was indeed a good choice. Besides, His Highness Badger Huai's father was the Realm Lord of the Zilin world, the supreme ruler. It shouldn't be difficult for the Realm Lord to find out what happened in the Zilin world. They split up and Qin Xiao led them directly to the Heaven River Palace. However, a place like the Heaven River Temple was not a place where anyone could enter as they wished. Qin Xiao had been to the Heaven River Palace before, so he was familiar with the place. Saint Master Kai Yuan and the others stayed below, while Qin Xiao, Yuan, and Brother Pure went to the Heaven River Palace. The obstacles in the Heaven River Palace were not difficult for them, so they went directly to the Heaven River Palace. They also met the master of the Heaven River Palace. The master of the Heaven River Palace was obviously more polite to Qin Xiao. Lord Qin Xiao, Miss Yuan, and Brother Pure. The three disciples of the Firmament Academy have graced the Heaven River Temple with their presence. It's such an honor. I told you that I had a vague feeling that something joyous was about to happen. It seems that it was indeed the case, the Heaven River Temple Master said with a smile. The last time the Heaven River Temple Master met Qin Xiao, he was giving face to young Master Feng. But this time, Qin Xiao had already become a disciple of the Firmament Academy. He had a bright future ahead of him. He could not afford to offend any of the Heaven River Palace's disciples. Greetings, Master of the Heaven River Palace. I'm sorry to disturb you again. Qin Xiao bowed. The Master of the Heaven River Palace smiled and said, Why? Is there anything else you want to ask? Let me guess, young Master Qin Xiao wouldn't have come because of the Sacred Water Palace, right? Qin Xiao was slightly taken aback when he heard that the Heaven River Palace Master had guessed his intentions. He did not even ask, and the Master of the Heaven River Palace had already guessed it. As expected of the Sky River Temple Master, he was extremely good at gathering information. It was no wonder that he was able to maintain such a great reputation. The Master of the Heaven River Palace smiled and said, It's not hard to guess. There are a few people at the foot of the mountain. You formed a team to participate in the 100 World Selection Battle. Only Miss Lianqin did not come this time. I already knew about the Heaven River Palace's incident, so I guessed it when I saw you coming in a group. Hearing the Master of the Heaven River Palace's words, Qin Xiao was relieved. The Master of the Heaven River Palace was indeed very good at strategizing. Qin Xiao nodded and immediately said, Yes, Master of the Heaven River Palace. We took the liberty to come here this time to ask about the current situation of the Heaven River Palace and whether Miss Lianqin and her father's original bodies are still outside. The Master of the Heaven River Palace looked at Qin Xiao and the other two and smiled, saying, So you really want to get involved in this matter? Qin Xiao nodded and said seriously, Yes, Miss Lianqin is our good friend. She is in trouble and her family is in trouble. We can't not help her. Yes. The Master of the Heaven River Palace nodded and looked at Qin Xiao approvingly, saying, You're very loyal and righteous. You're very good. You're very loyal to your friends. You can only see your true nature in times of trouble. That's good. But The master of the Heaven River Palace paused, as if to whet Qin Zhao's appetite. After hesitating for a while, he continued, I'm afraid this matter will be a little difficult and troublesome. There will be a lot of resistance. So if you really want to get involved in this matter, you'd better be mentally prepared. Qin Zhao was not surprised by the master of the Heaven River Palace's words. He had already expected this. Qin Zhao nodded and said, I roughly guessed this. We've already made all the preparations. No matter how big the trouble or how many obstacles there are, we're not afraid of anything. We'll do it. Well, since Lord Qin Zhao has said so, I'll tell you in detail what I know for now. The master of the Heaven River Palace nodded. Then he told Qin Zhao the details. After listening to the master of the Heaven River Palace, Qin Zhao realized that there were actually other realm lords behind the scenes. Not only were there other realm lords behind the scenes, but there was also a powerful three-step ancient saint, Anshui Yuang, who was supporting the other two factions in the Holy Water Palace. The two factions united to launch an attack on Miss Lian Qin's father and took over the power of the Holy Water Palace in one fell swoop. This was a long-planned coup d'etat, which ended in the victory of the other two factions. Therefore, the influence behind the scenes was still very deep. There were a few powerful figures behind the scenes. I'm afraid even Realm Lord Zilin won't easily interfere in this matter. So if you want to do this, you can only rely on yourselves, the master of the Heaven River Palace added. Qin Zhao nodded. If there were other realm lords behind the scenes, Realm Lord Zilin wouldn't easily interfere. Of course, Qin Zhao didn't expect Realm Lord Zilin to interfere in this matter. No matter what he did, Qin Zhao wouldn't count on others. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Master of the Heaven River Palace, can you help me find out if Miss Lian Qin and her father's true bodies are outside? Qin Zhao asked again. The master of the Heaven River Palace shook his head and said, I'm afraid there's no way to get accurate information in a short period of time. But according to what I know, Miss Lian Qin's true body has been captured by the Holy Water Palace. Her father's true body is hidden. The Holy Water Palace's change has just happened, so her father should be hidden very deeply. It won't be easy to find him. Previously, the people of the Holy Water Palace also came to ask me, but I haven't given them any information yet. I'm also looking for him. It will take at least 10,000 years for some information to come back. 10,000 years? Qin Zhao shook his head. That was too long. They couldn't afford to wait that long. Master of the Heaven River Palace, can you send a message to Miss Lian Qin's father and ask him to come to the Heaven River Palace? We'll wait for him here. Qin Zhao thought for a while and said, if they really had to wait for 10,000 years, it would be better to directly attack the Holy Water Palace. If there was really no other way, this was the only way. This was the last resort and also the last resort. Qin Zhao didn't want to come to this point. If they came to this point, it would be very helpless. It was estimated that many things couldn't be completely solved. The best thing was to find Miss Lian Qin's true body first. Then she would cooperate with him to do a series of things that would make it seem justifiable and have a certain amount of power to rally people. Otherwise, if they directly charged into the Holy Water Palace and fought with their lives on the line, the Holy Water Palace would most likely be destroyed in an instant. If they directly destroyed the Holy Water Palace, Miss Lian Qin's father wouldn't necessarily be grateful to them. The master of the Heaven River Palace pursed his lips and said, it's true that we can't guarantee that we can deliver the message, but it should be enough. It's not difficult to deliver the message. The difficult part is how to make him believe it. Now is a critical time. The people of the other two factions of the Holy Water Palace are trying their best to find him. How can he easily believe it and show up? So, I think it's quite difficult to do this. And in the process of delivering the message, there may be some mistakes. Of course, I'll act cautiously and try my best not to make any mistakes. But if we want to deliver the message to him quickly, there may be some mistakes in the process. Even if the probability is not high, we can't be careless. Qin Zhao frowned. It seemed that there were still many problems with this plan. Is there no better way? Qin Zhao asked. The master of the Heaven River Palace smiled faintly and nodded. Of course there is. In fact, there are more than one way. There are at least two ways. First, we can deliver the message in the name of the Realm Lord of Zlin Realm and ask him to go to the Realm Lord Mansion of Zlin Realm. However, the Realm Lord of Zlin Realm may not agree to this. Even if we deliver the message in the name of the Badger Fluid of Zlin Realm's Young Highness, I'm afraid it won't work. Second, we can deliver the message in my name and ask him to come to the Heaven River Palace to find me. I believe I have some credibility and prestige. The first method probably wouldn't work. It was unlikely that the Realm Lord of Zlin Realm would get involved. The second method might work, but there were problems in it. Master of the Heaven River Palace, if we deliver the message in your name, you'll definitely offend the shadow force behind it. Just now, the Heaven River Temple Master also said that they have other sector lords behind them. Doing so will definitely implicate the Celestial River Palace Master. Qin Shao said with a frown. Although this was a feasible method, Qin Shao would feel bad if it implicated the Master of the Heaven River Palace. Qin Shao naturally would not do such an unrighteous and immoral thing. Ha ha ha. The Master of the Heaven River Palace laughed heartily and looked at Qin Shao. He said heroically, Lord Qin Shao, do you think I'll be afraid of a Realm Lord? Huh? Qin Shao was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the Heaven River Palace Master in shock. Chapter 3059. When Qin Shao heard the domineering words coming out of the Heaven River Palace Master's mouth, he understood. It seemed that he had underestimated the Heaven River Palace Master. Although he had heard that Realm Master Zlin had to give face to the Heaven River Palace Master, it seemed that it was more than that. It seemed that the Heaven River Palace Master was also a low-key person. The outside world had underestimated him. Since the Heaven River Palace Master had said so, Qin Shao was no longer worried. He naturally understood the meaning behind the Heaven River Palace Master's words. Heaven River Palace Master, if you're willing to help, Qin Shao will be very grateful. I will owe the Heaven River Palace a favor, Qin Shao said to the Heaven River Palace Master with a straight face. The Heaven River Palace Master smiled and waved his hand. Aha! Forget about the favor from Lord Qin Shao. Remember to tell your fifth brother, Master Feng Yi, that he will owe me a favor. In comparison, I prefer his favor. Ha ha ha. Cough. Qin Shao could only cough awkwardly. However, Senior Brother Feng Yi's favor was much more valuable than his, at least for now. Senior Brother Feng Yi was on the Heavens Declaration. It was difficult for anyone below the worldly divine realm to be a match for him. From this point of view, it was indeed true. Since the Heaven River Palace Master was on good terms with Senior Brother Feng Yi, he was definitely not weak. After all, birds of a feather flocked together. It was true that birds of a feather flocked together. All right, I will tell my fifth brother the next time I see him, Qin Shao said with a smile. However, he also knew that the Heaven River Palace Master was joking about this. The Heaven River Palace Master immediately arranged the matter and asked Qin Shao and the others to wait in the Heaven River Palace. Saint Venerate Kai Yuan and the others were also invited to the Heaven River Palace. This made them feel very flattered. They were even treated as VIPs. Soon, His Highness Badger Huai also arrived. However, he did not bring any good news. The situation on his side was obviously not very good. As expected, Realm Lord Zlin didn't want to participate in this matter. Moreover, he also warned His Highness Badger Huai not to participate in this matter. However, His Highness Badger Huai didn't listen to his father and insisted on coming out. He insisted on looking for Qin Shao. It was impossible for him, His Highness Badger Huai, to not participate in this matter. It was impossible for him to watch with folded arms. Therefore, he would rather go against his father's wishes. He couldn't count on the power of the Zlin Realm Lord Manor. Moreover, His Highness Badger Huai could only act in his own name. He couldn't represent the entire Zlin Realm Lord Manor. However, this didn't matter. Everyone didn't expect Zlin's Realm Lord Manor to help them. He had waited in the Heaven River Temple for 1,000 years. It was indeed impatient. If they waited for a long time, people would wonder whether Miss Lianqin's father, Hao Mingjun, would come to the Heaven River Palace. If he refused to show up, then it would be troublesome. This possibility did exist. But now, they could only wait and see. Qin Shao also discussed a time limit with everyone. 2,000 years was the limit. If there was no news after 2,000 years, then they wouldn't wait any longer. They would directly attack the Heaven River Palace. If there was really no other way, then he could only use his courage to use force. He could only use a forceful hand gesture. Fortunately, things didn't develop to this stage. After another 500 years, someone finally came to the Heaven River Palace. It was Hao Mingjun. He had finally come. He had finally shown his face. The Heaven River Palace Lord introduced Qin Shao and the others to Hao Mingjun and left. Your Highness Badger Huai, Lord Qin Shao, Miss Yuan Yuan, and everyone else. I often heard my daughter mention you. I didn't expect to meet you today. It's an honor. Especially Your Highness Badger Huai. Your name is like thunder. I've heard about you for a long time, but I didn't have the honor to meet you. Previously, I also wanted to thank Your Highness Badger Huai for giving my daughter a chance to participate in the 100 World Selection Battle. I'm very touched that you all treat my daughter as a friend and miss her. Hao Mingjun was moved. He bowed to Qin Shao and the others emotionally. Qin Shao hurriedly helped Hao Mingjun up and said, Senior Hao Mingjun, there's no need to be so polite. We're all good friends of Miss Lianqin, very good friends. We've even gone through life and death together. We're true friends who have gone through thick and thin together. After hearing that something happened to Miss Lianqin, we were all very worried. We quickly gathered together and wanted to work together to save Miss Lianqin and you. We originally wanted to attack the Heaven River Palace directly, but after thinking about it, we knew that the situation wasn't simple. There were a few hidden hands behind this. That's why we came to the Heaven River Palace. We wanted to borrow the power of the Heaven River Palace to find you, Senior Hao Mingjun. Then, we discussed with you how to save you and how to help you take back your power. Hao Mingjun heard Qin Zhao's words and became so emotional that he couldn't help but tremble. However, Hao Mingjun quickly shook his head and said, Lord Qin Shao, I appreciate your kindness and thank you for your concern. However, this matter has deep implications and is very complicated. This is my family matter, so it's inconvenient for you all to get involved. I'll take care of this. You don't have to worry about me. Although I've suffered a crushing defeat this time and suffered great losses, my clone has been imprisoned. But I've experienced the Heaven River Palace for over 100 universe epics. I've been in Zilin Boundary for hundreds of universe epics. I have some foundation. I'm accumulating power and waiting for the right moment. One day, I'll take back what I've lost. I'll make the people who hurt my daughter pay the price. I've already made a plan. I just need time now. Hao Mingjun, on the other hand, had a strong sense of self-confidence, a strong sense of conviction. From his words, Qin Shao respected him as a man. He was indeed a great figure. However, there were some things that couldn't be done with the power of conviction and confidence. Even if he could succeed in the end, he didn't know how long it would take and how many losses he would have to pay. Qin Shao knew that Hao Mingjun was afraid of implicating them. That was why he was doing this. In fact, this was the time when Hao Mingjun needed and craved help the most. However, the enemy he was going to face this time was too powerful. He naturally didn't want to implicate others. Qin Shao admired his gentlemanly heart. Judging from Lianqin's character, he could roughly tell what kind of person her father, Hao Mingjun, was. Qin Shao immediately said, Senior Hao Mingjun, you don't have to be so polite with us. Even if you don't agree, we'll still do it. Maybe we'll have to kill our way to the Heaven River Palace. Even if it's not for you, we have to save Lianqin. Other things aren't important to us. We only care about Lianqin's safety. But if we can help you while saving her, it'll be the best of both worlds. Of course, we're willing to do it. So, Senior, you don't have to refuse us. You don't have to think that you'll implicate or harm us. In fact, we won't. We're not hot-blooded young men. We can figure out everything by ourselves. We're very clear about the situation behind this matter. We also know what kind of forces are involved. But to be honest, you might think that I'm arrogant, hypocritical, and exaggerating. In fact, you don't have to worry about our strength at all. We're confident that we can deal with your opponents. Even if the realm lore behind them comes out, it won't be a problem. We have 4 ancient saints of the 3rd step and 6 ancient saints of the 2nd step. If we include you, we'll have 5 ancient saints of the 4th step. Hao Mingjun looked at Qin Xiao in a daze when he heard Qin Zhao's arrogant words. Then he looked at the others. He was greatly shocked. He could feel that Qin Xiao wasn't lying. He wasn't boasting. Since he spoke so confidently and with such confidence, it meant that he should have the strength to back it up, right? On the surface, it was indeed a very powerful lineup. 4 3-step ancient saints and 6 2-step ancient saints. Moreover, His Highness Badger Huai, a disciple of Firmament College, was among them. From the looks of it, it was indeed a very powerful force. However, Hao Mingjun was still somewhat worried. After all, his opponent this time was very, very powerful. Not to mention, there was a realm lord behind them. It was too difficult to deal with such a force. Yes, Senior Hao Mingjun. Trust us. Don't worry. In fact, you don't even have to do anything. Just leave it to us. Brother Qin Xiao is right. We already know the situation at the Holy Water Palace very well. But we're very confident that we can deal with those people. It won't be a problem at all. We have 4 students from the Firmament Academy here. All of them are 3-step ancient saints. Although Saint Venerate Kai Yuan and the others are only 2-step ancient saints, their strength is obviously quite impressive. It's hard to find opponents below the 3-step ancient saint realm. Brother Qin Xiao, Yuan, and Brother Pure are disciples of Firmament College. Senior, you should believe that our strength is definitely not weak. If the 4 of us work together, I'm not bragging. Even if the sector lord behind them comes out, we can still fight. So, why do we need to worry about anything? If you have absolute strength here, then you have the confidence to deal with those people. Senior Hao Mingjun, what else do you have to worry about? We're good friends of Miss Lianqin, and we're mainly here to save her. Senior, you don't have to worry about our intentions. Moreover, I'm the son of the realm lord of Zilin realm. Would I lie to you? Moreover, the master of Heaven River Palace will vouch for us. Senior Hao Mingjun, what else do you have to worry about? Hao Mingjun was startled. Now that he put it that way, it was indeed true. He was naturally worried that Qin Xiao and the others didn't really want to help him. However, he still trusted the master of Heaven River Palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to show up. Moreover, the son of the realm lord of Zilin realm should also be trustworthy. There was no reason for him to lie to him. In addition, Lianqin did mention Qin Xiao and the others to him before. She said that they were very good. After thinking carefully and weighing the pros and cons, Hao Mingjun made a decision. Chapter 3060. Hao Mingjun bowed deeply to Qin Xiao and the others, then said gratefully and seriously, "Everyone, thank you for your love for my daughter. Thank you for your help. Thank you for lending me a hand in this crisis. Since that's the case, I won't refuse. I'm indebted to all of you. I'm counting on all of you. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I'll keep in mind." Hao Mingjun certainly longed for someone to help him take back everything he had lost and save Lianqin. However, he didn't dare to trust others easily. Now, he completely trusted Qin Xiao and the others and pinned all his hopes on Qin Xiao and the others. He also knew very well that this was a matter of life and death. If he failed, he would have no chance to turn the situation around and would definitely be beaten to death. This was what he was hesitating about. But in the end, he decided to trust Qin Xiao and the others and fight with all his might. With the 4 students of the Firmament Academy, he felt much more assured. Even if there were still risks, it was worth it for him to take the risk and fight with all his might. Otherwise, Even if he slowly accumulated his strength, he was afraid that he would have to risk his life in the end. It would still be difficult for him to do this. So, he might as well take this opportunity to fight with all his might. Only those who fought with all their might would win. There would always be a chance to win. Moreover, it seemed that the chance of winning was still quite big. Next, it was time to discuss the specific countermeasures and learn about the specific situation of the Holy Water Palace. The current situation of the Holy Water Palace was obviously very bad. It was completely under the control of the two factions. Those who were loyal to Hao Mingjun were either dead, surrendered, or imprisoned. Basically, the Holy Water Palace had completely collapsed. The Holy Water Palace was basically under the control of Emperor Funqian. At this moment, Hidden Monarch had become the palace lord of the Sacred Water Palace. The situation of the three factions in the Sacred Water Palace was no longer the same as before. They were now united as one. Moreover, Anshui Yuang was behind Monarch Funqian. Hao Mingjun even believed that Anshui Yuang was the one who wanted to control the Sacred Water Palace. On the surface, Monarch Coverburn was the palace master of the Divine Water Palace, ruling over the entire palace. However, Anshui Yuang was very likely to be the one controlling monarch incineration. Anshui Yuang was an extremely powerful third-step ancient saint. Ming Haojun admitted that he was far from being a match for him. And behind Anshui Yuang, there was the shadow of a sector lord, forming several layers of connections. This was the general situation of the Holy Water Palace. It was rather complicated. If they could directly solve the problem with their fists, it would be much easier. They could just kill their way into the Holy Water Palace and start a massacre. Everything would be easily solved. However, the problem was that such a massacre was equivalent to destroying the Holy Water Palace. Naturally, Hao Mingjun wasn't willing to do such a thing. We just need to get rid of some of the key personnel. Most of them are still innocent. Moreover, it would be best if we can persuade them to admit their mistakes, surrender, turn over a new leaf, and return to the right path. Killing them is a despicable act. We can kill their clones, but it's difficult to kill their true bodies. Killing their clones will only cause more trouble. It will make their true bodies become incomparably crazy. It's not a good thing for the Holy Water Palace. I'm afraid there will be endless trouble and danger coming. Hao Mingjun shook his head. Actually, this matter gave him a headache, a huge headache. He didn't know how to deal with it. However, there was no other way. He could only take one step at a time. He would see when the time came. Senior Hao Mingjun, do you have any specific plans? You know the situation of the Holy Water Palace best. We can all follow your orders. Actually, it doesn't matter to us. Originally, we wanted to kill our way into the Holy Water Palace and kill Miss Lianqin and Senior. We just wanted to save them. This is the easiest way for us to deal with. But I know that Senior Hao Mingjun will definitely not like this. Therefore, it's up to you to decide what to do. Qin Xiao suddenly said seriously. Hao Mingjun nodded, saying, Yes, I really don't like this. As for the specific plan, it's like this. Our Holy Water Palace has always been divided into 3 factions. However, such a division is actually not complete. The division of 3 factions only applies to the higher-ups and a small number of people. In fact, the division of 3 factions is only because there are 3 people who are qualified and powerful to compete for the position of the Palace Master of the Holy Water Palace. But the entire Holy Water Palace is actually a stronghold. There is no competition among the 3 factions. Therefore, there's still no problem with the foundation of our Holy Water Palace. As long as we don't destroy the foundation of the Holy Water Palace will still be there. There won't be any big problems, and we can still operate. If we want to reverse the situation, we only need to take down all the ancient sages of the 2 factions and make them lower their heads. Then, this matter will be over. As for the others, I believe they won't do anything stupid with me around. I am confident that I can deter them and make them not change sides. Even if they don't help me, they should be bystanders. The most important thing is that there aren't many of them. There are only about 100 of them at most. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and frowned slightly. He asked, "About 100 ancient sages?" Hao Mingjun immediately shook his head. No, no. It's naturally impossible for there to be that many ancient sages. Wouldn't that be terrifying? If there were that many ancient sages, I wouldn't dare to ask you to help me. Right now, Monarch Hidden Fun and the others should only have around 20 ancient sages under their control. The others are all fourth-step heavenly venerates. They aren't worth mentioning. The most important thing is that there are only around 20 ancient sages. Qin Shao was no longer worried when he heard that. He smiled and said, "I don't think that's the most important thing for us. There are only 3 of them. At most, there are 4 of them." Only 3 of them? At most, there are 4 of them? What did he mean? Hao Mingjun was slightly taken aback by Qin Zhao's words. He looked at Qin Shao in confusion. However, Hao Mingjun quickly reacted. "Lord Qin Shao, you mean Anshui Yuang, Monarch Hidden Fun, and Xiadu?" Qin Shao nodded. That was exactly what he meant. Only 3 of them were third-step ancient sages. The others were first-step ancient sages. Although the number of ancient sages wasn't bad, it wasn't worth mentioning. Qin Shao clearly didn't care about these people. If all of them were added together, Brother Pure could easily deal with them alone. Moreover, these people weren't the mastermind. Some of them might have been forced to do so. They might be the type who fawned over those in power. Therefore, these people weren't the main point. There was no need to kill them all. The most important thing was to get rid of Anshui Yuang, Monarch Hidden Fun, and Xiadu among them. The only one who posed a slight threat was Dark Lord Gloomwater. However, even Anshui Yuang wasn't worth mentioning in Qin Zhao's eyes. After all, with Qin Zhao's current strength, he would be able to deal with an extremely powerful fourth-step ancient saint. Therefore, even if the Realm Lord behind him came, Qin Shao was still confident that he could defeat Anshui Yuang. Since everything was settled, there was nothing to worry about. "All right, Senior Hao Mingjun, let's set off now," said Qin Shao. "What?" Hao Mingjun was slightly taken aback when he heard Qin Zhao's words. He looked at Qin Shao with a strange expression. "Set off now? Wasn't that a little too hasty? Don't you need some time to prepare, formulate a perfect plan, and use some time to deploy, and so on?" If they set off now, it would mean that they didn't have any preparation. As such, Hao Mingjun was indeed a little worried and panicked. "Let's go, Senior Hao Mingjun. We don't have anything to prepare. Let's go there directly. The earlier we go, the earlier we can settle this matter," said Qin Shao. Hao Mingjun was shocked, but he didn't doubt Qin Zhao's words. Since that was the case, let's go. After bidding farewell to the Heaven River Palace Lord, the group headed straight for the Holy Water Palace. The Holy Water Palace had just experienced a great calamity. An unprecedented power grab had caused an uproar in the entire Zilin world. The Holy Water Palace was extremely powerful in the Zilin world. It had always been one of the top 10 powers in the Zilin world. It was even ranked slightly higher. The powerful Holy Water Palace had existed for more than 10,000 universe epochs. There had been a few palace lords, but there had never been a case where the palace lord's power was forcefully seized. However, the chaos in the Holy Water Palace, the great power grab, had already shown signs of it. The battle between the 3 factions had indeed become more and more intense under Hao Mingjun's leadership. There were hidden dangers. Moreover, there was an external force joining in this time. That was why the great power grab had appeared. The Holy Water Palace had experienced such a great calamity. Countless people had died in the palace. The losses were innumerable. Even though the reorganization was more or less complete, the entire Holy Water Palace was still shrouded in a gloomy aura. That was why the entire Holy Water Palace appeared extremely cold. It had lost its former dazzling brilliance. Furthermore, the Holy Water Palace's security had obviously increased a lot. After all, the situation wasn't completely stable. That was why they had to take precautions. Solemn guards could be seen everywhere in the Holy Water Palace. They guarded the entire Holy Water Palace so tightly that not even a fly could get in. The incomparably solemn atmosphere made the holy water palace even more oppressive and terrifying. It was incomparably strict. In the depths of the holy water palace's forbidden area, inside a terrifying spirit formation, two figures were locked inside. The two of them were heavily injured. Their auras were somewhat weak. They were none other than Hao Mingjun and Miss Lianqin. The two of them were heavily injured. Their vitality was damaged. Their divine bodies were sealed. They were locked here. They were in a very sorry state. Lianqin, Hao Mingjun's eyes suddenly lit up as he excitedly called out to Miss Lianqin. Miss Lianqin's mood was extremely low. Hearing her father's call, she slowly raised her head and looked over. Lianqin, we're saved. There's hope, Hao Mingjun said seriously. Miss Lianqin looked at her father in confusion. Hao Mingjun continued, Lianqin, it's my friends, Lord Qin Xiao and Lord Badger Huai. They've joined hands to help you. My original body has already found them and talked to them. Now, we're coming to the Holy Water Palace. We'll reach the Holy Water Palace very soon. Very soon, we'll all see the light. Hearing that, Miss Lianqin's body and mind trembled. Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Chapter 3061. Sacred Water Palace, Sacred Palace. On 3 wide thrones, 3 tall figures sat on them. In front of them was a sumptuous feast of wine. Below them, there was a group of beautiful and alluring women dancing to liven things up, and they seemed to be quite carefree and happy. Watching the exquisite dance, admiring the beautiful figures, drinking the wine, eating the delicious food, this was definitely a form of enjoyment. Funqian, Xiadu, you should have dealt with the matters of the Sacred Water Palace, right? There won't be any more troublemakers, right? The figure on the highest throne asked. Emperor Funqian nodded and replied, Yes, Yuan. Everything has been dealt with properly. There won't be any more troublemakers. The overall situation is already in our hands. No one will be able to jump out of their way. Hao Mingjun will at most have some influence left, but it doesn't matter. It will only take some time to completely erase these traces. So, we don't have to worry about this matter. Just leave it to the subordinates. Anshui Yuang raised her head and drank a mouthful of wine. She nodded and said, That's good. I don't have to worry about you anymore. It's just that I worry a lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to worry about your affairs. Although the overall situation has been decided, we still have to be careful of the things that we should be careful of. Even if the details can affect the overall situation, they can still cause some trouble. So, you have to get rid of all the troublemakers as soon as possible. You have to grasp the power firmly in your hands. You have to subdue everyone's hearts. Since the overall situation has been settled, Hao Mingjun and the others no longer have any value. It's about time to get rid of them all. Emperor Funqian nodded and said, Yes, Xiadu, and I think so too. It's about time to get rid of them all. Leaving them behind is also a big hidden danger. It's better to get rid of them as soon as possible. After we finish drinking, we'll deal with them. It's no big deal. We also have to thank you, Wang, for worrying so much for us and doing so many things, allowing us to be where we are today, allowing us to control the current situation of the Divine Water Palace. All of this is thanks to you, Yuang. So, we have to toast Yuang a few more times. Come. Yuang, let's toast you. Anshui Youang's lips curled into a slight smile. She wasn't modest at all. He raised his wine cup and gestured to Monarch Coverburn and Holy Sovereign Shidu. After finishing the cup of wine, Anshui Yuang said, All right, I just received some news. The Heaven River Temple Palace Lord is currently looking for Hao Mingjun. He even asked Hao Mingjun to go to the Heaven River Temple to look for him. Does Hao Mingjun have a deep relationship with the Heaven River Temple Master? There was such a thing. Monarch Coverburn and Holy Sovereign Xiadu were clearly very confused when they heard this. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. This was something they didn't expect at all. Monarch Coverburn shook his head. No, that's impossible. We don't know what kind of relationship there is between Hao Mingjun and the Heaven River Temple Master. I've never heard of any relationship between them, so there shouldn't be any relationship between them. Moreover, the Heaven River Temple Master has always been a carefree person who doesn't care about worldly affairs. The Heaven River Temple Master shouldn't be involved in the disputes of the Divine Water Palace. What's more, this is an internal dispute of the Holy Water Palace. It has nothing to do with the Heaven River Palace. I really can't think of any reason why the Heaven River Temple Master would be involved in this. Ghost Emperor Darkwada also nodded slightly. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Yes, this emperor is also thinking about this matter. Although I've never had any dealings with the Heaven River Temple Master, I've heard of his great name long ago. I know he's not a simple person. There's no reason for the Heaven River Temple Master to get involved in the Divine Water Palace's affairs. If that's the case, then it's very strange. Why is the Heaven River Temple Master looking for Hao Mingjun? He even asked Hao Mingjun to go to the Heaven River Temple to find him. What's the meaning of this? If he's not involved in the Divine Water Palace's affairs, then what is it?" Monarch Coverburn and Holy Sovereign Shedu were stumped by this question. They couldn't think of a reason either. It was too strange. They really couldn't understand it. After thinking for a moment, Emperor Burner waved his hand and a cold and sinister smile appeared on his face. "Humph, I can't be bothered to think about this. Let's not talk about the fact that the Heavens River Temple won't get involved. Even if the Heavens River Temple Master really wants to get involved, we won't be afraid. The Sky River Palace Master shouldn't have the ability to participate in this matter. Isn't this a great opportunity for us? We've been looking for Hao Mingjun all these years, but we haven't been able to find him. That's great. Since Hao Mingjun has delivered himself to our doorstep, we won't be polite. We'll just go to the Heaven River Temple and kill Hao Mingjun. As long as Hao Mingjun dares to show up, we'll just kill him. Won't that put us at ease? Ha ha. I think the Heaven River Temple Master is doing us a great favor." Holy Sovereign Shadu slapped his thigh and laughed. "Ha ha, yes, yes, yes. The Temple Master is right. He's giving us a chance. Why are we still being so polite? Palace Master, I'll immediately send people to guard the Heaven River Palace. As long as Hao Mingjun appears, we'll immediately charge over and end him." Monarch Coverburn nodded and agreed with Holy Sovereign Xiaodu's suggestion. Anshui Yuang raised her eyebrows and said, "I advise you to be careful. Don't underestimate the Heaven River Temple Master. I've always felt that the Heaven River Temple Master isn't a simple person. Don't jump to conclusions so easily." "Ha ha, Yuang, don't worry. Nothing will happen." The monarch immediately laughed and said, "The situation is set. The Sacred Water Palace is ours now. No one can take it away from us. Hao Mingjun is all alone now. He won't be able to cause any trouble. As long as he dares to show up, we'll take the opportunity to kill him. Everything is under our control. There won't be any trouble." Anshui Yohuang's expression darkened. She didn't say anything more. At this moment, a figure hurriedly walked over and rushed straight in. He looked a little flustered. At first glance, he knew that something big must have happened. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. That figure rushed over and said anxiously, reporting to the palace lord, "Things are bad. Hao Mingjun brought people and charged into my holy water palace." Bang! What? Hearing this, Monarch Coverburn and Saint Venerable Xiadu both stood up in shock. "Marvelous! How is that possible?" "Say that again. What's going on?" Monarch Coverburn asked in disbelief. That figure repeated, replying to Palace Lord, "It's absolutely true. It's indeed Hao Mingjun who brought people to attack my holy water palace. They've arrived at the Heaven River Temple. They're right at the gate. None of the soldiers dare to stop them. It really was Hao Mingjun. It really was Hao Mingjun. How could this be?" This matter had greatly exceeded Monarch Fun and Saint Venerate Xia Du's expectations. They had never thought that Hao Mingjun would actually dare to return so quickly. Just what did he have to dare to do this? Why did he bring people to attack them? How many people did he bring? Who did he bring? Could it be that the Skywater Palace Lord is really involved? Monarch Cripburn grew worried as well. He knew all the people Hao Mingjun knew. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone who would stand out to help Hao Mingjun. Therefore, Monarch Coverburn couldn't help but wonder if it was really the Heaven River Temple Master. If the Heaven River Temple Master was involved, it would be very troublesome. After all, he was a mysterious and powerful existence. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that he was a fourth-step ancient saint was enough to frighten people. There aren't many of them, only 10 of them. However, all of them are at the ancient saint level. I don't know if the Heaven River Temple Master is involved, but I don't think so, the man replied. Monarch Coverburn felt much better after hearing that the Heaven River Temple Master wasn't involved. As long as the Heaven River Temple Master wasn't involved, he wasn't afraid of anything. Monarch Coverburn looked at Anshui Yuwang and said, Yuwang, how do you think we should deal with this? Anshui Yuwang's expression was cold. She said in a deep voice, Hao Mingjun isn't a reckless person. He's been hiding for so long without us finding him. This means that he's a patient person. But since he dared to bring people to attack us today, it doesn't seem so simple. Even if the Heaven River Temple Master isn't involved, there should be other powerful helpers. So, you can't be careless at all. You must be ready for battle. You must use all your energy and strength. I'm afraid it's going to be a tough battle this time. It seems like we've underestimated Hao Mingjun. We've underestimated him. I didn't expect him to find so many helpers so quickly. It's really hard to imagine. Yes, it was hard to imagine. Monarch Coverburn and Holy Sovereign Shedu were still in a daze. Their minds were blank. They had no idea what was going on. They couldn't figure out how Hao Mingjun could find so many ancient saints to help him. Those who were willing to stand up for Hao Mingjun couldn't be ordinary friends. They must be very close. Otherwise, who would be so foolish to take such a huge risk? To be able to invite 10 people at once, that was not a simple matter. Monarch Lord Coverburn and Holy Venerate Xiadu were driven mad by this. But since it had already happened, there was no point in being frustrated. They could only face it head-on. Fun Qian, Xiadu, bring some people to take a look. Check out the situation, but don't rush into action. I'll hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to strike. Listen to my orders. If you're going to take action, be decisive. Don't be careless. Since Hao Mingjun dares to attack us, we have to settle this today. Monarch Coverburn and Sacred Sovereign Shidu nodded heavily to show that they understood. Chapter 3062. At the gate of the Holy Water Palace, the atmosphere was unusually tense and oppressive. Countless warriors of the Holy Water Palace swarmed over, filling the mountains and plains. There were billions of them, all of them rushing over. These were the elites of the Holy Water Palace. They were all experienced heavenly venerables. Hundreds of millions of elite troops were also a very powerful force. Their battle formation was still very frightening. Above the palace gate, a figure stood there proudly, like an unreachable mountain peak. Standing there, it was enough to look down on the heavens. Standing there, the heavens and earth had to submit to his feet. Everyone had to submit to his leadership. No one dared to disobey. This kind of powerful and supreme might was not only a kind of oppressive display of strength, but more of a deep-rooted influence on this land. The person standing there was naturally no one else but Hao Mingjun, who had ruled the Holy Water Palace for over 100 universe eras. He had always been the master of this land, but this time his power had been snatched away by a villain. However, his prestige and influence had long reached the depths of everyone's hearts. He was a wise ruler, a ruler that was supported by everyone. Even though he had been snatched away, the people of the Holy Water Palace were still very respectful to Hao Mingjun, still seeing him as their ruler. Seeing Hao Mingjun's prestige in the Holy Water Palace, Qin Zhao's heart calmed down. It seemed that this matter was not difficult to solve. If they could solve this most basic problem, then it would be easy. Then, they would be able to exchange for the greatest victory with the smallest price. This was the best ending. They're here. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and looked ahead. He saw a group of over 100 people coming over in a grandiose manner with a monstrous aura. Even from afar, one could sense a monstrous wave like aura surging over, accompanied by a wild howl that seemed to be able to reach the heavens. Obviously, these people wanted to suppress everything with their aura. They wanted to use their powerful aura to warn the invaders, so that the invaders would know what was good for them. However, Qin Shao and the others naturally would not be frightened by these people's aura. They still stood there calmly, waiting for Monarch Fun and the others to come to their door. Soon, the two groups of people were in a confrontation. On one side was a powerful formation of over 100 people. On the other side was Qin Zhao's group of 11 people. Although Qin Zhao's group was small, every one of them was a powerful existence. The weakest was a second-step ancient saint. Monarch Sneakburn's side had an impressive lineup. Just the Empyrean saints alone numbered over 20, while the rest were extremely powerful fourth-step Empyreans. There were even some fourth-step heavenly venerates whose strength could reach the level of an ancient sage. 84th-step Empyreans also formed an abnormally powerful force. Monarch Covert Incineration's gaze swept over Hao Mingjun with a sinister and cold gaze, then landed on Qin Shao and the others. As for Qin Shao and the others, Monarch Cripburn clearly didn't know them. Monarch Fun's group, Monarch Fun King. Seeing His Highness Badger Huai, Monarch Incineration's expression changed a little. He frowned deeply, and his gaze became extremely deep. Your Highness Badger Huai, what is the meaning of this? Monarch Coverburn asked in a deep voice. He really couldn't understand why the son of Realm Lord Zilin would get involved with Hao Mingjun. Why would he stand up for Hao Mingjun? Why would he get involved in the matters of the Holy Water Palace? This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. When the others heard His Highness Badger Huai's name, they were all shocked. Strange and deep gazes fell on His Highness Badger Huai's body. Why would His Highness Badger Huai get involved? Could it be that the Realm Lord's Manor wanted to participate in this matter? If the Realm Lord Manor wanted to participate in this matter, it would be troublesome. But this didn't make any sense. The Realm Lord Manor didn't participate in this before, so why would they participate now? Holy Sovereign Shidu looked at His Highness Badger Huai with a deep gaze as if he was facing a great enemy. With His Highness Badger Huai here, this matter would most likely become somewhat troublesome. His Highness Badger Huai was not only the son of Realm Lord Zilin, but also a disciple of the Firmament Academy. How high was his status? Who would dare to provoke a disciple of the Firmament Academy? The Holy Water Palace naturally didn't want to offend such an existence. That would be asking for trouble. Do you still need to ask what I mean? I'm standing here, of course. To stand up for Hao Mingjun, isn't it obvious? His Highness Badger Huai chuckled and replied. These words. It also dispelled the last trace of hope that Monarch Coverburn and the others had. It seemed that His Highness Badger Huai was really going to stand up for Hao Mingjun. After thinking carefully, Monarch Coverburn understood why His Highness Badger Huai wanted to stand up for Hao Mingjun. It must be because of that girl, Lian Xin. Previously, Lian Xin had followed His Highness Badger Huai to participate in the 100 Worlds Heaven Selection Tournament. Therefore, His Highness Badger Huai only came for Lian Xin. He didn't really have any friendship with Hao Mingjun and wanted to help him. In that case, the others should be the Peerless figures who had participated in the 100 World Selection Battle with His Highness Badger Huai. Each of them had some background and were very powerful figures. Four ancient saints of the third step, 6 ancient saints of the second step, and Hao Mingjun. It was equivalent to 5 ancient saints of the third step. It had to be said that this lineup was very powerful. At the very least, Monarch Coverburn and Sacred Sovereign Xia Du both felt a sense of danger. If it wasn't for the fact that Anshui Yuang was secretly presiding over the situation, they were afraid that they would be in big trouble today. Even so, it wasn't easy to defeat such a powerful lineup. Therefore, They couldn't afford to be careless. Ha ha ha! Monarch Coverburn suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at His Highness Badger Hawaii and said, "Your Highness Badger Hawaii, I've long heard of your peerless talent and peerless talent. You've won first place in the 100 World Selection Battle, and your name has shaken the great Tao Sacred Realm. This supreme glory has also spread throughout our Zilin world. It's been regarded as the most glorious moment of our Zilin world for countless years. I also admire your Highness Badger Hawaii very much. I didn't expect to see you here today. Your Highness Badger Hawaii has actually personally come to our sacred water palace. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. As far as I know, Lian Qin should have participated in the 100 World Selection Battle with your Highness Badger Hawaii. It's her supreme honor to be valued by your Highness Badger Hawaii and be able to help your Highness Badger Hawaii accomplish this supreme feat. Therefore, I think your Highness Badger Hawaii must have come from Miss Lian Qin today, right? This matter is easy to handle and negotiate." Clearly, Monarch Clipburn didn't want to offend Badger Hawaii and didn't want to start a war with him. Therefore, he directly showed weakness and asked for peace. Without mentioning His Highness Gwai Huai's status, His Highness Gwai Huai's strength was also not to be underestimated. He was definitely not weak. Not only that, but he also brought so many experienced helpers today. Just their strength alone was terrifying enough. Monarch Clipburn couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Therefore, Monarch Clipburn and Sacred Sovereign Xiadu discussed and naturally felt that it would be best if they could resolve this matter peacefully without provoking Badger Hawaii. Thus, Monarch Clipburn chose the second best option and directly showed weakness. However, it was a pity that his wishful thinking didn't work. He had miscalculated one thing. Qin Xiao and the others didn't only come to save Miss Lian Qin. They also wanted to help Hao Mingjun regain control of the Sacred Water Palace. "Talk? Then how do you plan to talk to me, Monarch Clipburn?" His Highness Badger Hawaii naturally knew what Monarch Clipburn was planning. However, he didn't directly expose him. Monarch Clipburn was secretly delighted to hear His Highness Badger Hawaii's question. In that case, it seemed that there was still room for negotiation. After all, Realm Lord Zilin should have told His Highness Badger Hawaii not to participate in the Sacred Water Palace's matter. Therefore, Monarch Clipburn felt that His Highness Badger Hawaii might not want to participate in the Sacred Water Palace's matter. He simply wanted to save Lian Qin. If that was the case, then it was completely negotiable. Really, although he was also very unwilling to participate in this matter, the current situation forced him to take a step back. This was the only thing he could do. "Your Highness Badger Hawaii, our Sacred Water Palace's matter has already been reported to your father, Realm Lord Zilin. We have also received his approval. No matter what, this matter is our Sacred Water Palace's family matter. I hope your Highness Badger Hawaii can understand. Since ancient times, family matters should be resolved at home. This has been the principle since ancient times." Monarch Clipburn began to speak. The meaning of these words was very clear. His Highness Badger Hawaii should not participate in the Sacred Water Palace's family matter. Even Realm Lord Zilin had approved of this matter. So why should he, His Highness Badger Hawaii, participate? There was another layer of meaning, which was that Realm Lord Zilin had clearly expressed that they would not participate in this matter. His Highness Badger Hawaii did not need to represent the Realm Lord Zilin to do anything. The meaning of these layers of meaning was nothing more than telling His Highness Badger Hawaii not to participate in this matter. It was a kind of reminder, but there was also a hint of warning in it. His Highness Badger Hawaii did not speak and continued to listen to Monarch Clipburn. A strange light flashed in the depths of Monarch Clipburn's eyes as he continued to speak. "We have always respected Realm Lord Zilin very much, and we also respect your Highness Badger Hawaii very much. You are the first person to enter the Firmament Academy in our Zilin world's tens of thousands of universe epics. Your Highness Badger Hawaii's unparalleled glory will also be written in the history of our Zilin world, and your name will go down in history. Since your Highness Badger Hawaii has personally come to our Holy Water Palace, then we will naturally welcome your Highness Badger Huai with the greatest sincerity. We can let your Highness Badger Huai take away Lady Lian Qin's original body and clone. You can also take away Hao Ming Jun's original body. However, your Highness Badger Huai, please give us some face and let us stay for Hao Ming Jun's clone. After all, we still have some matters to settle with Hao Ming Jun. In front of your Highness Badger Huai, we will definitely show our greatest sincerity. There is no need for everyone to make a big fuss, lest things go wrong and make things unhappy. That would not be good. What does your Highness Badger Huai think? Monarch Cripburn looked at his Highness Badger Huai with a faint smile, waiting for his Highness Badger Huai's reply. Although he was smiling, Monarch Cripburn's heart was already turbulent and filled with rage. If it wasn't for his fear of his Highness Badger Huai, why would he make such a huge concession? Originally, this was a great opportunity for him to get rid of Hao Mingjun completely to prevent any future troubles. But now, he had no choice but to make a compromise. However, the compromise he thought he had made would naturally not be accepted. Humph! His Highness Badger Huai sneered and looked coldly at Monarch Cripburn. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Or have you, Monarch Cripburn, lived like a dog all these years? Do you not understand what I mean? Chapter 3063. What was the meaning of this? Coverburn Monarch's face quickly turned cold and gloomy. It was so gloomy that a layer of frost covered his face. He found it hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Holy Sovereign Xia Du was glaring at his Highness Badger Huai with fire in his eyes. He looked like he wanted to attack. It seemed that things weren't as simple as they thought. Not only did his Highness Badger Huai want to save Lian Qin, but he also wanted to help Hao Mingjun get involved in the Sacred Water Palace. Monarch Conflagration sneered and looked at his Highness Badger Huai. Looks like your Highness Badger Huai didn't understand what I meant. What? Didn't your father tell you not to get involved in the Sacred Water Palace's matters? I don't know. Your Highness Badger Huai brought so many people to my Sacred Water Palace today. Are you sure you want to stand up for Hao Mingjun? It's not appropriate to interfere with someone else's family matters. His Highness Badger Huai shook his head. Monarch Conflagration, don't be mistaken. I'm not representing the realm Lord Manor. My father told me not to get involved in the Sacred Water Palace's matters, so I'm only here in my own name. It has nothing to do with the realm Lord Manor. I'll make this clear. So, if you, Monarch Cripburn, have the ability to make me suffer today, my father will definitely not pursue the matter. Ha ha ha. Monarch Conflagration laughed instead of getting angry. He looked at his Highness Badger Huai and then glanced at Qin Shao and the others. Interesting, this is interesting. What, your Highness Badger Huai, you really look down on our Sacred Water Palace. Do you think you can do whatever you want in our Sacred Water Palace and change the situation with these people? Since your Highness Badger Huai is so unreasonable and insists on participating in this matter and making things difficult for our Holy Water Palace, then it seems that I don't need to be so courteous to you. To be clear, it's not that I look down on you. It's that I don't think highly of you. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. What I said just now still stands. You can take Lian Qin away. Other than that, don't even think about any other conditions. If you all continue to persist in going about things the wrong way and insist on fighting, then you all better think carefully about the consequences. Since he couldn't show weakness, Monarch Cripburn didn't bother hiding anymore. He bared his white fangs. Qin Shao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly curled his lips and said, Badger Huai, there's no need to talk nonsense with these people. You will never understand reason. Since we're here, let's talk with our fists. There's no point in talking too much. Since the one hiding in the dark doesn't want to come out, we won't wait for him. The two of us will attack. The rest of you, wait for orders. Hao Mingjun, you don't have to do anything for now. You just have to intimidate the others and tell them not to get involved. As soon as Qin Shao finished speaking, he immediately took action. His Highness Badger, Huai, didn't hesitate either. He attacked at the same time as Qin Shao and went straight for Emperor Fun. The two of them wanted to fight against Emperor Fun's 100-odd people. One had to admit that Qin Shao and his Highness Badger Huai were extremely heroic. The others believed in Qin Shao and his Highness Badger Huai's strength, so they naturally obeyed Qin Zhao's orders and didn't attack for now. When they were needed, it wouldn't be too late for them to attack. Everything was based on Qin Zhao's orders. Hao Mingjun was also stunned. He stared blankly at Qin Shao and his Highness Badger Huai. He hadn't expected that Qin Shao and his Highness Badger Huai would only attack Monarch Cripburn's group and tell the others not to attack. In fact, they didn't even let him attack. How domineering was that? How confident were they? It was also an extremely arrogant move. But Hao Mingjun believed that Qin Shao and his Highness Badger Huai had the confidence to do so. They wouldn't act rashly. Although it hadn't been long since they broke through to the three-step ancient saint realm, they were far from being comparable to Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xiadu, but thinking that they were all disciples of the Firmament Academy, their strength should be an extremely high level. Hao Mingjun was slightly relieved. Hao Mingjun's gaze swept across the people of the Holy Water Palace, and his loud voice resounded through the sky. Everyone of the Holy Water Palace, you are all people of the Holy Water Palace. You are all warriors who are loyal to the Holy Water Palace. You are all the foundation of the Holy Water Palace. I, Hao Mingjun, have been in charge of the Holy Water Palace for 103 universe eras. I've been working hard to develop the Holy Water Palace. In fact, the Holy Water Palace has indeed grown stronger under my leadership. The overall strength of the Holy Water Palace has become much stronger, and it's showing signs of prosperity. It's not that I, Hao Mingjun, want to take credit here today, but I want everyone to understand that I, Hao Mingjun, have a clear conscience for the Holy Water Palace and all of our people. All warriors of the Holy Water Palace, you should have hot-bloodedness, correct loyalty, and distinguish right from wrong. Hidden Monarch Emperor and Saint Venerable Xiadu colluded with outsiders to usurp the throne. They are the greatest sinners of our sacred water palace. They are the culprits behind the chaos in our sacred water palace. This is a heinous act. All warriors of the Holy Water Palace, do you still want to help the evildoers? Do you still want to be loyal to such treacherous villains? Since I've come back today, I'll risk everything. I swear to live and die with you. I'll use my life to defend the dignity of the Holy Water Palace. Today, I'll settle this with Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xiadu. Either I die, or they die. At this time, I don't need all of the warriors and people of the Holy Water Palace to fight with me. Leave the battle to me. I only need all of you to step aside and watch quietly. Don't help the evildoers anymore. Don't disappoint me. Hao Mingjun's voice resounded through the entire Holy Water Palace, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. Hao Mingjun still held a very high position in the hearts of the people of the Holy Water Palace, so his words immediately resonated with them. The warriors of the Holy Water Palace also looked at each other in dismay. They looked at each other, asking for the opinions of others. They were all wavering. In the end, someone finally spoke up. Palace Lord Hao Mingjun is right. The only Palace Lord in my heart is Hao Mingjun. I won't submit to anyone else. Yes, I've also fought under Palace Lord Hao Mingjun. I've grown up and become a warrior of the palace. I also clearly remember the few times Palace Master Hao Mingjun praised and encouraged me. I also swear to be loyal to Palace Lord Hao Mingjun. I'll listen to his orders. Let's resist together. We'll help Palace Lord Hao Mingjun take back his power. We'll support him too. So what if we die? We have to do something meaningful in our lives. We have to live up to our conscience. Yes, I've been feeling terrible all this time. Now, we have to make the right choice. I hope everyone will support Palace Lord Hao Mingjun. We'll fight against Monarch Fun and Saint Master Xiadu, those two treacherous, despicable, and shameless people. Disobedience is a great crime. It's punishable by death. Let's step aside. We'll listen to Palace Lord Hao Mingjun's orders. As soon as he spoke, everyone echoed his words. Like a falling wall, everyone gave it a push. It immediately caused a chain reaction. Hao Mingjuan's rallying power was still very strong. Everyone listened to his orders as soon as he made a call. All of the Holy Water Temple's warriors retreated to the back, leaving behind only Monarch Coverburn's elite army of 100 or so. Seeing this, Hao Mingjun was greatly moved and encouraged. He became even more confident and confident. With everyone's support, he was the most powerful force. He believed that he would definitely be able to successfully take back the power of the Sacred Water Palace. He definitely could. Humph! Monarch Fin was so angry that his nose became crooked. He cursed in his heart. However, facing Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai's attacks, he didn't have the time to care about this matter. He sneered coldly in his heart. Although those people were now following Hao Mingjuan's orders, it didn't matter. It was nothing. Monarch Fun, wasn't worried about anything. As long as he was the final victor, nothing would change. There were some things that needed a certain amount of time before they could be completely changed. So it didn't matter. Those people weren't important. The most important thing now was to defeat Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai. That would be enough. As long as he firmly grasped the victory, that would be enough. Everything else was nothing but emptiness. As long as he firmly grasped the power in his hands, no one would dare to say anything. Even if they were dissatisfied, they could only lower their heads and submit. This was the power of conquest. Apart from His Highness Badger Huai, anyone who dares to invade will be killed without mercy. Monarch Cripburn snorted coldly and issued an order. The 100 people on the other side all made their moves. He and Holy Venerate Xia Du took the lead. He dealt with His Highness Badger Huai, while Holy Venerate Xia Du dealt with His Highness Badger Huai. The others automatically divided into 2 groups. Each group supported Monarch Fun and Holy Venerate Xia Du. These people cooperated very well. Therefore, when they formed a group and attacked together, it was very impressive. Once the formation was formed, its power would naturally increase by a lot. The 100 people divided into 2 groups formed a powerful formation. With Monarch Fun and Holy Venerate Xia Du, 2 experienced third-step ancient saints leading the formation, it was naturally even more terrifying. Monarch Fun and Holy Venerate Xia Du sneered in their hearts. They snorted disdainfully at Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai. Youngsters were still youngsters. If they were too young, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. With such a powerful formation, they did not go all out from the beginning. Instead, they only sent 2 people out and kept the majority of their forces to bide their time. This was an extremely stupid thing to do. Wasn't this clearly giving them a chance? Monarch Fun and Holy Venerate Xia Du had originally been a little worried. After all, Qin Zhao's side had 5 third-step ancient saints and 6 second-step ancient saints. Although the number of ancient saints was not as many as the Holy Water Palace, these 11 people were all extraordinary. None of them were simple characters. If a fight really broke out, the Holy Water Palace would most likely be at a disadvantage. Their previous confidence was due to the fact that Anshui Yuhuang was leading the situation from behind. Everything was set in stone. Anshui Yuhuang's strength was not to be underestimated. Ordinary 4th-step ancient saints would have to avoid him. With Anshui Yuhuang here, they were not afraid of 3rd-step ancient saints like His Highness Badger Huai and Hao Mingjun. Now, the situation was even better. They probably did not even need Anshui Yuhuang to make a move. Chapter 3064. Since you want to die, I'll deal with you first. I'll deal with the 2 of you first. Then the others won't be a problem and can be easily dealt with. Since I've taken back the Holy Water Palace, how can I let anyone touch it? The Emperor Conflagration snorted coldly in his heart. He was naturally very disdainful of Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai. However, his disdain soon gave him a resounding slap in the face. The Emperor Conflagration knew that he had underestimated His Highness Badger Huai. His Highness Badger Huai's strength was not very strong, but that was only compared to the disciples of the Firmament Academy. It did not mean that His Highness Badger Huai was weak. If it was the previous His Highness Badger Huai, he might not be a match for the Emperor conflagration. However, after cultivating in the Firmament Academy for 5 million years, His Highness Badger Huai's strength had greatly improved. In addition, he was now a disciple of the Firmament Academy and was with Qin Shao and the others. Naturally, his aura was more powerful. Therefore, he appeared to be more experienced. His Highness Badger Huai had unleashed his full strength in the battle with Monarch Fenqian. His Highness Badger Huai had unleashed an unparalleled aura that could fight against the galaxy. After all, His Highness Badger Huai was also a disciple of the Firmament Academy. Moreover, he had cultivated in the Firmament Academy for 5 million years. In addition, his strength was not weak, but it was not that dazzling. Although the Emperor Conflagration was an ancient saint who had lived for a long time and was very strong, he had not reached the limit of strength. Therefore, the Emperor Conflagration's expression changed abruptly. His face was filled with shock. As soon as they clashed, His Highness Badger Huai used his overbearing strength to suppress Monarch Incineration, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Fortunately, the people behind him joined forces and helped the Emperor Conflagration to turn the situation around. The combined attack of more than 10 Empyrean saints and more than 40 peak 4th-step Empyreans was extremely powerful. It even overshadowed Monarch Covertburn's power. Therefore, His Highness Badger Huai was forced to retreat under the attack of the two forces. But even though he was pushed back, His Highness Badger Huai did not suffer too much. On the other side, Qin Shao arrived in front of Holy Venerable Xia, Du Holy Sovereign Xia, Du's lips curled into a playful sneer. He was naturally disdainful. He was just a young, third-step ancient saint who had only just made a breakthrough not too long ago. So how strong could he be? Young man, you're really daring. Since you dare to behave atrociously in front of me, I shall teach you a lesson today. Young people should have the awareness of young people. However, before Holy Sovereign Xia Du could finish his sentence, his expression changed abruptly. As soon as the swords collided, he felt an extremely powerful force surge out from Qin Zhao's sword. It was like a wild dragon emerging from the sea or a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. It was ferocious and unparalleled. This sharp and powerful edge actually made him feel like he couldn't block it. It wasn't just that he couldn't block it. In fact, he felt that his strength was as weak as a piece of paper in front of this sharp and powerful aura, unable to withstand a single blow. The edge was so sharp that it could cut through everything. The edge of the sword tore through everything. It was unstoppable. All the forces were directly torn apart. In the end, the last ray of light was unstoppable. It arrived in front of Sacred Master Xindu in an instant. How terrifying was it to be able to reach Sacred Master Xindu after breaking through all his defenses? Holy Sovereign Xia Du was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. A moment ago, he was still disdainful of Qin Shao, but at this moment, his face was ashen. It was as if he could see death walking towards him. Stop him! Stop him for me! At this moment, Holy Master Shidu completely panicked and hurriedly shouted to the people behind him. The people behind him didn't hesitate either. All of them attacked Qin Shao with all their might. However, Qin Shao didn't care at all. These forces posed no threat to him. Qin Shao smiled faintly as he looked at the terrified Holy Sovereign Xia Du. Young people also have their own arrogance. Old people like you should be the ones to realize this. You've been living for too long. You might have really wasted all your time. Don't think that you're very smart and smart. Don't think that others are weak and should be trampled underfoot by you. None of us are fools. We wouldn't do something that would send us to our deaths. Since we dared to attack the Sacred Water Palace, do you really think we're pushovers? Since you're so insensible, I'll grant you your wish if you want to die. As soon as Qin Shao said that, the sky-splitting sword in his hand arrived in front of Holy Sovereign Xia Du. The sword slashed down, breaking everything. There was no power that could stop Qin Shao. How powerful was Qin Zhao's strength? Holy Sovereign Xia Du couldn't even defeat Qin Shao in the past, let alone the current Qin Shao. It was no exaggeration to say that there weren't many people below the world god level who could suppress Qin Shao now. Most of the ordinary fourth-step Empyrean saints could be easily killed by him. No matter how strong Holy Sovereign Xia Du was, he was only a third-step primeval saint. He was far from reaching the fourth-step primeval saint level. Therefore, Sacred Venerate Xia Du was naturally a little vulnerable in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao did not use much power in this strike. He had only used 4 types of laws, and he had only used the heaven-splitting sword technique. However, this was enough to kill Holy Sovereign Xia Du instantly. How can this be? How can he be so strong? Lord Yuang, save me, save me. Holy Master Xia Du quickly let out a terrified cry, but his cry for help was clearly too late, and it was already too late for him to make it. Under Qin Zhao's sword, there was no possibility for him to escape. There was no possibility of survival. With a final scream, Sacred Sovereign Xia Du was cut in half by Qin Zhao's sword. His lifeline was severed, and Sacred Sovereign Xia Du was killed on the spot in a domineering manner. Not only that, but the remaining power of the sword had also repelled the attacks of the others. In other words, Qin Zhao's sword had resisted the attacks of Holy Sovereign Xia Du and 40 to 50 elites and killed Holy Sovereign Xia Du on the spot. It was unparalleled and domineering. It was dazzling. This sword strike had thoroughly shocked everyone, except for Brother Chunjie and Yuan, who were watching the show calmly. Everyone else was completely shocked to the point of no return. Countless people were dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded and stood still on the spot, unable to say a word. What? Holy Sovereign Xia Du is actually dead. How is this possible? How can this be? Holy Sovereign Xia Du was not much weaker than me. He was also an extremely powerful third-step Empyrean saint. How could he have died so easily? Even a fourth-step ancient saint wouldn't be able to kill Holy Sovereign Xia Du so easily. How did that young man called Qin Shao do it? That's impossible. He's only a third-step ancient saint. How can he be so strong? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. What kind of strange method did that young man called Qin Shao use? Sovereign Lord Conflagration was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. He looked over in disbelief. Holy Sovereign Xia Du, who had fought side by side with him for so many years, had actually been killed in an instant. He couldn't bear to look at this scene and this result, and he couldn't calm himself down for a while. Even though it was an ironclad fact, he didn't want to believe it. It was too unbelievable and even exceeded his common sense. Holy Sovereign Xia Du had died just like that. Everyone from the Holy Water Palace was so shocked that their jaws dropped. They were speechless. The 3 third-step ancient saints of the Holy Water Palace were invincible in their hearts. They were mighty existences. In their hearts, they were incomparably powerful divine beings. But now, Sacred Sovereign Xia Du was like a weak ant that couldn't even withstand a single blow from someone else. Such a bloody and explosive scene was too frightening to watch. At this moment, the entire Holy Water Palace was deathly silent, as if it had entered an eternal night. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. It was very uncomfortable. Brother Qin Shao. Holy Venerate Kai Yuan and the others looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with astonishment. They were also so shocked that they couldn't say a word. For a moment, they felt as though they didn't know Qin Shao anymore. Although they knew that Qin Shao was very powerful and had just broken through to the third-step Ancient Saint stage, they were afraid that he wouldn't be a match for other third-step Ancient Saints. However, the scene of Han Li instantly killing an extremely powerful third-step Empyrean saint like Xia Du with a single sword strike was still very shocking to them. After all, this was a real battlefield. How shocking would it be to kill an extremely powerful three-step ancient saint like Xia Du with a single strike? On the other side, how Mingjun stared at Qin Shao with his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly agape. He was so shocked earlier that his jaw had dropped. It took him a long time to regain his senses. He knew very well that Holy Sovereign Xia Du's strength wasn't much weaker than his. Even a four-step ancient saint wouldn't be able to kill Holy Sovereign Xia Du with a single blow. However, he didn't expect Lord Qin Shao to kill Holy Sovereign Xia Du with a single blow. It was too shocking. As expected of a disciple of the Firmament Academy, he was indeed heaven-defying. Hao Mingjun only knew now that the leader of this team was Qin Shao and not His Highness Badger Huai. After recovering from his shock, Hao Mingjun was overjoyed. This was because he knew that there was hope for him to take back the power of the Holy Water Palace. It wasn't just hope, it should be something that was in the bag. With such a heaven-defying existence like Qin Shao, not to mention the Anshui Yuang, even the Realm Lord behind him might not be a match for Lord Qin Shao. Great, this is really great. Ha ha. Hao Mingjun laughed wildly in his heart. He was glad that God was kind to him. At this critical moment, God sent such a heaven-defying person to save him. He also rejoiced that his daughter Lianqin could make such a good friend. It was so fortunate, so fortunate. In the dark, the muscles on Anshui Youhuang's face twitched violently. He had originally wanted to wait for an opportunity to make his move and kill his way out. However, he didn't expect such a heaven-defying existence to appear among these people. When he saw Qin Shao kill Holy Sovereign Xia Du with a single blow, he was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. Thinking about it, he was scared. If it was him, the result would probably not be much better, right? How powerful was Qin Shao to be able to kill Holy Sovereign Xia Du with a single blow? Most four-step ancient saints would not be able to wield such power. Most four-step ancient saints would not be able to wield such strength. I can't solve today's matter. It's better for me to leave. Anshui Yuang thought to himself and decided to leave. Author Cruel Death Hee Hee, you know what I mean? Chapter 3065. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best stratagem. Anshui Yuang realized that he was powerless. In order not to put himself in danger, he decided to abandon Emperor Fun and the others and escape by himself. However, Anshui Youhuang's plan was not well thought out. Before he could leave the Holy Water Palace, he was blocked by a figure. Oh, there's a big fish hiding in the dark? Are you trying to sneak away? Aren't you being too disloyal? It's not good for you to run away separately in the face of danger. My brother Chuanjia hates people like you who don't value loyalty the most in his life. The person who blocked Anshui Yuang was none other than Brother Pure. Qin Shao knew that someone had been hiding in the dark. Without guessing, he knew that it was Anshui Yuang. Therefore, Qin Shao had long set his eyes on Darkwater Spirit Emperor. Since he wanted to leave, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't allow him to do as he wished. Hence, he sent Brother Pure to stop him. With Brother Pure's strength, it was not difficult for him to block Anshui Yuang. Therefore, before Anshui Yuang could leave the Holy Water Palace, he was blocked. Darkwater frowned when he saw someone blocking his path. Darkwater frowned. The situation was not good. But at this time, Darkwaters naturally knew that the worse the situation was, the more he couldn't stay here for too long. Otherwise, the situation would only get worse. Therefore, he had to leave as soon as possible. Get out of my way. Anshui Yuang attacked without any hesitation. Anshui Yuang might not be able to leave if he did not open a path to leave. Qin Shao was so terrifying and powerful. Anshui Yuang did not believe that this guy in front of him was also so powerful. Therefore, this was the best chance to leave. Therefore, Anshui Yuang attacked with all his strength. Anshui Yuang was indeed powerful. No wonder he was comparable to an ordinary fourth-step ancient saint. At this moment, hidden Emperor Darkwater was once again attacking with all his might. Waves of unparalleled power surged out from his hands. He attacked with all his strength, which was equivalent to an ordinary fourth-step Ancient Saint's attack. It was equivalent to a third-step Ancient Saint's attack. There are not many third-step Ancient Saints who could suppress Anshui Yuang. It was precisely because of this that Dark Lord Darkwater was so arrogant. However, he had met his match today. It was time to re-evaluate the world. You want to compete with me? Brother Chun Jia smacked his lips as a mischievous smile appeared on his face. I'll show you what a three-step Emperorian Saint is like. Brother Pure was extremely powerful. He was not like His Highness Badger Huai, who entered the Firmament Academy by luck. Brother Pure entered the Firmament Academy with his own strength. Before entering the Firmament Academy, Brother Pure's strength had reached the fourth-step Ancient Saint realm, which was the limit of the third-step Ancient Saint realm. Before entering the Firmament Academy, his strength was comparable to Anshui Yuang's. After cultivating for 5 million years in the Firmament Academy, Brother Pure's strength had improved a lot, and he had made many breakthroughs. Although the improvement was not as exaggerated as Qin Zhao's tenfold improvement, it was at least 2 times better. Given Brother Purity's current strength, he should be able to defeat ordinary fourth-step Ancient Saints with ease. Brother Pure was confident that he could fight with Anshui Yuang. Brother Pure unleashed his full power and charged forward. As soon as the battle began, it was obvious who was stronger. Anshui Yuang was obviously not Brother Pure's opponent. Brother Pure smashed through Dark Water Lord's means like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Taking advantage of the victory, he continued to chase after Dark Water Lord, forcing him to retreat continuously, all the way back. Anshui Yuang was no match for Brother Pure. Anshui Yuang could clearly feel that the gap between them was very big. He did not have much strength to resist and was completely suppressed and trampled on. This feeling was too unbearable. Anshui Yuang did not know how long it had been since he last felt like this. Aggrieved, too aggrieved. Anshui Yuang's face quickly became extremely ugly. One was blue and the other was white. It was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth desperately and attacked with all his might. He wanted to escape from Brother Pure's ferocious attacks. However, Brother Pure wasn't going to give him any chance to take a breather at all. He bombarded him relentlessly like a torrential downpour. Dark Lord could only whine in pain as he was suppressed by Brother Pure all the way. His face was filled with helplessness. Without any strength to resist, he could only fight back. There was no suspense at all in such a battle. Back off, back off, back off. That's where you should be, Brother Pure said as he attacked Anshui Yuang fiercely. He kept retreating. Soon, Brother Pure defeated Anshui Yuang to the gate of the Holy Water Palace and to the other side of the battlefield. Anshui Yuang's face became extremely ugly and distorted when he saw that he was defeated by Brother Pure. To him, this was simply a great humiliation. He had boasted in front of Emperor Finqian and Saint Master Shidu. Now, he was in trouble. Moreover, he was suppressed and humiliated by a young man in front of everyone. How humiliating was that? He, the hidden Emperor of Dark Water, felt that all his wisdom had been destroyed in an instant. His dignity was gone. He was swept away. He had lost all his dignity. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such humiliation. How could not be driven mad by this? He even wanted to die. And all of this was because of this young man in front of him. He hated it. He hated it. He hated it to the extreme. He hated it to the bone. Damn brat. This emperor will definitely settle this grudge with you. Definitely. Dark Emperor Darkwater swore in his heart. Hateful brat. However, regardless of whether he was determined or not, he was forced to retreat by Brother Pure. Emperor Finqian and the others were shocked when they saw that Anshui Yuang, who they relied on, was beaten back in such a sorry state. How could this be? To think that even a mighty existence like the hidden Emperor of Darkwater would be trampled to such a state. However, the young man who ravaged Darkwater Emperor was only a young, three-step ancient saint. He looked like a brat who had just broken through to three-step ancient saint not long ago. How could his strength be so heaven-defying? If His Highness Badger Huai was strong, then so be it. It was still acceptable. After all, His Highness Badger Huai's strength was still within the range of understanding. He was not too strong. His Highness Badger Huai was the son of Realm Lord Zilin and a disciple of Firmament Academy. Moreover, His Highness Badger Huai did not have any advantage. Emperor Finqian and the others could not understand how strong Qin Shao was. It was too heaven-defying. They did not expect that Brother Pure would appear now. He was also as strong as Qin Shao. He had beaten Anshui Yuang to the point that Anshui Yuang could not fight back. What kind of strength was this? Qin Shao and Brother Pure, who were these two young men? What kind of divine being was this? How heaven-defying were they? It was simply inconceivable. It was too hard for anyone to imagine. They had never thought that a three-step ancient saint realm could be so unimaginably strong. This was something completely beyond their imagination. While Anshui Yuang was being beaten by Brother Pure, Qin Shao had also started a massacre. First, he killed Saint Master Xiadu with a single strike. Then, he killed the group of 50 people with 2 strikes. It was a shocking scene. His sword shook the 9 heavens. Such a domineering move was too frightening. Hao Mingjuan's heart skipped a beat as he watched. Emperor Finqian and the others were also frightened. They were so frightened that their morale had completely collapsed. In just 3 moves, half of the Holy Water Palace's elites had been killed by his sword. They could not find any words to describe Qin Zhao's strength. In their eyes, he was not an invincible god. He was an existence that could not be provoked. Just the scare alone was enough to give them quite a fright. Emperor Finqian lost all his fighting spirit. He lost all his thoughts and collapsed. In the face of absolute power, he realized that he was still so small and insignificant. He still couldn't withstand a single blow. It was ridiculous. It was really ridiculous. Just a moment ago, they were still planning their grand plan. At this moment, everything was just a dream. The dream was broken and shattered. The Queen of the Knights, Epiphyllum, only appeared for a moment. It withered in an instant. This was such a ridiculous and ironic thing. After dealing with that group of people, Qin Shao looked at Emperor Finqian. His gaze was filled with endless killing power. His gaze was enough to make the hearts of Emperor Finqian and the others sink to the bottom of the valley. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. His gaze seemed to be able to decide everything. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. Qin Zhao's gaze was enough to destroy all the defenses of Emperor Finqian and the others. They were terrified and at a loss. But at this moment, they had no other choice. There was no way out. What could they do? They could not escape. They could only fight. Even if they died, there was no other way. They had already come to this point. What? Are you still going to struggle? Do you still want to resist? Qin Shao said coldly. Emperor Finqian and the others fixed their eyes on Qin Shao when they heard Qin Zhao's words. Did he mean that as long as they gave up resisting, they would have a chance to live? Did they really have a chance to live? If the young man in front of them wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as turning his hand. It was as simple as defending ants to death. As long as the young man wanted to, he could kill them with a wave of his hand. All resistance was indeed a little ridiculous. However, in the face of death, it was better to resist than not to resist, right? Even if it was meaningless. Emperor Finqian stared at Qin Shao. His voice became a little hoarse. Are you going to let me live? Qin Shao glanced at Emperor Finqian and sneered. He shook his head and said, I'm sorry. You're the culprit. I can't let you live. You're Emperor Finqian. Of course you're going to die. That's something you don't even need to think about. Since that's the case, what else is there to say? What else is there to say? Just do it. Why do you have to humiliate me? Emperor Finqian still had a trace of hope in his heart. But in the blink of an eye, Qin Shao had completely destroyed his hope. Since there was no more hope, Monarch Cryptburn could only throw caution to the wind. Chapter 3066. Qin Shao coldly glanced at Monarch Fire, seeing through his resolute thoughts. He sneered and said, "What? Monarch Incineration, do you still want to fight? You don't have to be in such a hurry to die. I think Hao Mingjun has something else to say to you. So don't worry, I'll fulfill your wish later." Monarch Incineration didn't have the arrogance he had before. Where was the confidence he had when he was dismissive of Qin Shao and the others? Monarch Incineration was completely disheartened. He knew he had committed a great crime, and that death was the only way out for him. Humph! What a joke, what a joke. He had fought with Hao Mingjun and Xia Du for most of his life, over 100 epochs. It was not easy to convince holy venerable Xia Du, suppress Hao Mingjun, and seize the power of the Holy Water Palace. Everything was settled. However, he hadn't even warmed up his seat as the new palace lord before Hao Mingjun and his people came to his door and knocked him down. How ridiculous and ironic was that? He, Hidden Burn Monarch, had fought for 100 universe eras, yet this Qin Shao brat had single-handedly destroyed it all. The hatred had seeped deep into his bones, but there was nothing he could do. In the face of absolute power, would he have the strength to resist? No matter how much hatred he felt, could it change anything? Xia Du had been killed in one strike, and half of the elites of the Sacred Water Palace had been killed by Qin Shao in 2 strikes. Even Anshui Yuang was like a clay Buddha crossing a river. He couldn't even protect himself and was being suppressed. The situation wasn't good. It was even harder for him, the Hidden Incineration Monarch, to turn the situation around. It was as if everything was already set in stone. What could he do? He couldn't shake the heavens. He was as weak as an ant. Humph! What a tragic and ironic thing. Retribution came quickly. Monarch Incineration had no power to resist. The remaining 50 elites didn't dare make any more moves. They all stood there with ashen faces, looking at Qin Shao nervously. Qin Shao had single-handedly wiped out half of the elites. This was simply the image of a killing god. It was too shocking. Therefore, Qin Shao's deterrence was very terrifying. Everyone was terrified of him, as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. Hao Mingjun, this is a matter of the Sacred Water Palace. I'll leave the rest to you, Qin Shao said to Hao Mingjun. All the obstacles have been swept away. Now, Hao Mingjun could take charge of the situation. With a good plan, this matter was actually very simple and easy to deal with. There were no obstacles at all. Of course, this was within Qin Zhao's expectations. Qin Shao didn't care about the likes of Monarch Cripburn to begin with. Since he had absolute strength, he naturally had absolute confidence in himself. Hao Mingjun's body trembled slightly. His excitement was somewhat difficult to suppress. It was difficult to express. He really didn't expect this matter to be resolved so easily. Not even half an incense stick's worth of time had passed, and everything was already settled. Everything was completely under his control. Seeing all this happen with his own eyes, the shock it brought to his heart was too great. Until now, his mind had not completely calmed down. For a moment, he really thought that he was hallucinating. But obviously it wasn't. All of this really happened. He just stood there and didn't even move his hand, but everything was already decided. It was already decided. Unbelievable. It was too unbelievable. Just like the saying, happiness sometimes came too quickly and too suddenly. It would catch you off guard. Hao Mingjun also took a long time to calm down. After calming down, he nodded to Qin Shao and walked towards Monarch Incineration. At this moment, Anshui Yuang was completely suppressed by Brother Pure. He was sealed in one place and couldn't break free. He was waiting for Hao Mingjun's judgment. Hao Mingjun glanced at Anshui Yuang coldly and walked towards Monarch Incineration. Monarch Incineration's face was ashen. He looked at Hao Mingjun with an extremely ugly expression. These two people who had been fighting for their whole lives didn't expect to meet in such a situation in the end. This time, Monarch Cripburn, had been utterly defeated. He had been utterly defeated. He had been defeated so miserably. He hadn't tasted the taste of victory for a long time, but he was defeated so miserably. However, he didn't admit defeat to Hao Mingjun. He didn't lose to Hao Mingjun. He lost to Lord Qin Shao. Hao Mingjun quickly walked in front of Monarch Incineration. The two people who had been fighting for 100 universe eras were friends and enemies. They were two people who had a deep grudge against each other. Ha ha ha. Monarch Incineration was so angry that he started laughing. He laughed crazily. That laughter contained bitterness, sweetness, bitterness, spiciness, and all sorts of other emotions mixed within. Hao Mingjun, we've been fighting for 100 universe eras. We've been fighting for half of our lives. Ha ha, I've waited for so long. Finally, I got the chance to defeat you. I won this battle and took the power of the Holy Water Palace. For this victory, do you know how much effort I've put in? How much I've paid? For this victory, I've waited for too long. I worked too hard. The palace master position of the Holy Water Palace should have belonged to me, Monarch Incineration. It should have been mine. I'm more capable than you to sit in this position. If I sat in this position, the Holy Water Palace wouldn't be what it is now. The Holy Water Palace has been in your hands for 100 universe eras, but we've only grown a little. Yet you're so happy. You think you've made a great contribution to the Holy Water Palace. You think you've done a good job as the palace master. Hao Mingjun, you're so arrogant. You said you have a clear conscience. What kind of clear conscience are you talking about? There were a few great opportunities in the history of the Holy Water Palace. They were all lost because of your soft-heartedness. That's why the Holy Water Palace missed a few great opportunities to develop. If I were the palace master, the Holy Water Palace wouldn't be like this. It's a pity that the winner takes all. I've lost today. I admit defeat. However, Hao Mingjun, you must be clear that I did not lose to you. You do not have the ability to turn the situation around. This monarch was only defeated by that brat Qin Shao. Ha ha, I can only say that you, Hao Mingjun, are lucky. In a time of danger, you had such a great help. He helped you take back the power of the Holy Water Palace. The damn heavens are so cruel to me. So cruel. Monarch Hidden Burn was so agitated that he completely exploded. He roared at Hao Mingjun. Hao Mingjun frowned and shook his head. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Going against your superiors and seizing power is a heresy. It's an unforgivable crime. I admit that you, Monarch Incineration, are a very capable person. Over the past 100 epochs, it's always been you and Saint Venerable Xia helping me to rule the Holy Water Palace. You two Vice Palace Masters are also incomparably powerful. This monarch has also given you a lot of power. It's because I don't want to restrict you too much and give you more power. It won't make me seem like a tyrant. Many of the decisions of the Holy Water Palace were made by you two. I've always supported you. Even though there were many areas where we disagreed, I've always tried my best to compromise with you and do what you want. The few times you mentioned were deeply involved and had a lot to do with each other. If we weren't careful, then the foundation of the Holy Water Palace might be destroyed. How could I agree to such a thing? How could I let you do whatever you want? My abilities shouldn't be judged by you, Monarch Coverburn. Instead, it should be judged by everyone in the Divine Water Palace. If everything went according to you, then the Holy Water Palace would have been destroyed long ago. How could we have survived until now? You're twisting words and forcing logic. Hao Mingjun, don't try to argue for your uselessness. Uselessness is uselessness. Monarch Incineration sneered. Hao Mingjun shook his head. He knew that Monarch Incineration's heart was completely twisted. It was useless to say anything to him now. Rather than that, it was better not to talk about it. There was nothing to talk about. He had a clear conscience. He had a clear conscience. That was enough. Monarch Incineration, although you've committed a heinous crime, you deserve death. However, I can give you a chance to apologize because you're a Vice Palace Master of the Holy Water Palace and have worked hard for the Holy Water Palace over the countless years. If you're willing to let go of your enmity and your obsession, I can let you go. I won't kill you, and I'll welcome you back to the Holy Water Palace. You can continue to assist me in managing the Holy Water Palace and make it grow. Hao Mingjun had said that out of goodwill, but Monarch Incineration clearly did not take it seriously. Monarch Incineration laughed out of anger. He stared at Hao Mingjun coldly and roared, "Ha! Hao Mingjun, do you want to use this opportunity to humiliate me? You want me to admit defeat? You want me to let go of my enmity? Let go of my obsession? Continue to assist you and be your subordinate? Do you think that's possible? You, Hao Mingjun, are the palace master of the Holy Water Palace. I, Monarch Incineration, am the palace master of the Holy Water Palace. I've already taken that position. Do you think it's possible for me to step down and continue to be your assistant? You want to humiliate me, so how can I let you do as you wish? If you, Hao Mingjun, are really that generous, then that's great. I'm the palace master of the Holy Water Palace right now. If you want to take away my authority, that's going against your superiors. That's seizing power. That's a capital offense. Do you understand? Then why don't you come over and be my assistant? I promise I'll make you a vice palace master. What do you think? I've been benevolent enough, haven't I? I won't kill you, and I'll even make you a vice palace master. Isn't that great? Hao Mingjun, are you willing to accept such a great thing? Are you willing? Hao Mingjun shook his head helplessly. I'm not greedy for the position of palace master. It's just that the position of palace master must be obtained by someone capable. Capability isn't just about strength. It's also about ability in all aspects. Character is very important too. You, Monarch Coverburn, harbor evil intentions. Thus, I will naturally not allow you to run amok in this matter. Monarch Incineration scolded furiously. He spat at Hao Mingjun and pointed at his nose. You hypocrite. If you don't want to give up the position of palace master, then just give it up. Why do you have to make it sound so noble? Come on, kill me. Come on, do it. Author Kanshang said, sorry, my son's school is having a sports day today. The second day is a bit late. Let's continue at night. Let's continue today. Chapter 3067. Hao Mingjun shook his head helplessly again. He could only sigh in his heart. He was actually very unwilling to see things turn out this way. He didn't want things to turn out this way. He never wanted things to turn out this way. But there was nothing he could do. This wasn't something he could control. It was Monarch Burner and Sacred Sovereign Xia Du working together under Anshui Yohuang's bewitchment. They launched an attack on him and seized power. In the end, things turned out this way. Now, he had the heart to resolve this matter. He could also make some concessions. But it was clearly impossible to return to the past. The model of the past was no longer accepted. There were some things that couldn't be repaired once a crack appeared. So, Hao Mingjun could only feel helpless. There was nothing he could do. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to kill Monarch Burner for the sake of the big picture. If he didn't kill Monarch Burner, the trouble wouldn't end here. Although killing Conflagration Monarch didn't necessarily mean that the trouble would be over, at least he had killed Conflagration Monarch's clone. He had also greatly damaged Conflagration Monarch's strength. Sacred Sovereign Xiaodu's clone had been killed. If Monarch Burner's clone was killed as well, Hao Mingjun wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. He would be able to deal with it himself. Qin Xiao brat. Monarch Burner suddenly clenched his teeth and glared at Qin Xiao. The anger in his voice had reached its peak. It was clear how deep his hatred for Qin Xiao was. It was so deep that it reached his bones. Qin Xiao looked at Monarch Burner indifferently. He didn't care about his hatred or his anger. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? What enmity do you have with me, Monarch Burner? Why do you have to treat me like this? Why? Even if I die, I won't let you go. Absolutely not. My life's work, my life's work, my life's work. I've finally gotten what I wanted. But you, Qin Xiao, destroyed it all. You're so ruthless, so ruthless, so ruthless. You're thousands of times more ruthless than killing me. Monarch Burner's eyes had turned red long ago. They were filled with blood that burned with anger. His eyes were as big as a cow's, and they were filled with endless hatred as he stared at Qin Xiao. The person he hated the most wasn't Hao Mingjun's. It was Qin Xiao's. There was nothing much to be said about the battle between him and Hao Mingjun. Since he had lost, he could only admit defeat. Losing to Hao Mingjun, he had nothing to say. However, this time, he had not lost to Hao Mingjun. He had lost to the young man in front of him. So, he couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept the cruel truth. Qin Shao curled her lips and chuckled softly. Even if you forcefully snatch something that doesn't belong to you, it's useless. Even if you get something that doesn't belong to you, you'll lose it quickly. That's fate. That's fate. That's something you can't defy. You have no enmity with me. You're just unlucky that you ran into us. You just happen to be dealing with the father of our good friend. That's all. To put it bluntly, you're just unlucky. That's all. Actually, who I am isn't important. No matter who I am, I'm not someone you can afford to offend. So, let me give you a piece of advice. His clone was about to die, so it would be better for him to leave his original body behind and not do such meaningless things. Otherwise, your original body won't be able to live for long. Are you a coward? You don't dare to tell me who you are? I think you're just afraid that I'll take revenge on you. That's why you don't dare to say anything. Emperor Fin sneered and said with disdain, "Forget it if you don't dare to say anything. I know your name anyway. It's not difficult for me to find out who you are." Qin Shao was just being disdainful. However, Emperor Fin made it sound like that. Of course, Qin Shao knew that he was just trying to goad him. Qin Shao couldn't be bothered. He said, "Then take your time. I'll send you on your way first." After saying that, Qin Shao didn't hold back and directly attacked, instantly killing Emperor Fun with a single sword strike. There was no suspense as well. It was a one-hit kill. So far, the two Vice Palace Lords, Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xiadu, had both died at Qin Shao's hands. Hao Mingjuan's two biggest enemies had been killed by Qin Shao in a domineering manner. The remaining 50 or so people were naturally no longer a threat. They were no threat at all. After dealing with Emperor Fun, Qin Shao glanced at Hao Mingjun, indicating that he could continue. There were still many things for him to deal with. Hao Mingjun cast a grateful look at Qin Shao. Then he looked at the 50 elites. Now, these elite troops were like a dragon without a leader. Both of their heads were killed by Qin Shao. Now, they were actually very anxious. They were both shocked and terrified. Their minds were incomparably tense. They did not know what kind of tragic fate was waiting for them. Hao Mingjun looked at them for a while and said, "I know that some of you are loyal to Monarch Fun and Sacred Sovereign Xiadu, but there are also some who used to follow me. This time, you might have been forced to join Monarch Fun and Sacred Sovereign Xia. I don't blame you. So now, I'll give you a chance to make a choice. If there are still some of you who are loyal to Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xiadu, then pack your things and leave the Sacred Water Palace. Don't stay behind to do anything. If you're disloyal and want to stay behind to do something for Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xiadu, don't blame me for being merciless once I find out. Now, for the sake of your past, I can let you live. You can take your families and leave. I promise that I will not do anything to you. I will not stop you." You can leave without any worries. Those who are willing to turn over a new leaf and pledge their loyalty to the Sacred Water Palace are naturally welcomed by me. We're all one family. It's just that people like Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xia, who want to seize power, have divided our Sacred Water Palace. But no matter how divided we are, our Sacred Water Palace has always been one. We've always been one family. All right, I'll give you some time to think about it. Once you've thought it through, you can make your choice. No matter what you choose, I'll respect you. Hao Mingjuan's words carried a lot of weight. Since he'd said it and made a solemn promise, he wouldn't lie. He still had that bit of integrity. The 50 or so elites all began to think carefully. This was a decision that concerned their future and fate. The situation should have been decided. Although Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xiadu's true bodies weren't dead, they shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. The Sacred Water Palace was still the Sacred Water Palace. It had just gone through a great tribulation and returned to its original path. However, the tribulation would indeed severely damage the sacred water palace's vitality. Soon, someone made a decision and was the first to stand out. Palace Lord, I've let you and the sacred water palace down. However, I've received Emperor Fun's favor since I was young. His true body isn't dead yet, so I'm afraid he'll recruit me again. If that happens, I won't be able to back down and won't be a human. Therefore, I'll leave the sacred water palace with my family. However, I'm very grateful to the sacred water palace for nurturing me and taking care of my family all these years. I'll forever remember this great kindness. Although I've left the sacred water palace, I promise that I won't make an enemy out of the sacred water palace in the future. Thank you, Palace Lord. He was a first-step Empyrean saint. After he finished speaking, the other people immediately began to speak one after another. However, most of them chose to leave. It wasn't surprising. After all, there was a great risk involved. If Emperor Fun and Holy Sovereign Xiaodu's true bodies were dead, then things would be easier. There wouldn't be any worries at all. However, the problem was that their true bodies weren't dead. Given Emperor Fun's temperament, he wouldn't give up just like that. He'd definitely do something else. Although he wouldn't make a comeback, he definitely wouldn't give up so easily. Therefore, this was what those who'd followed Emperor Fun were worried about. With that in mind, the safest way was to leave the Sacred Water Palace and find a place to hide for a while. At least, they could settle their families down first. Since things had come to this point, there was no other way. In the end, more than 30 people chose to leave the Sacred Water Palace. Half of the Empyrean saints also left. There were less than 20 people left. They were the most elite forces of the Sacred Water Palace. Originally, the Sacred Water Palace's elite force had more than 100 people. Now, only a pitiful number was left. This time, the Holy Water Palace's vitality was indeed greatly damaged. The damage was very, very severe. As promised, Hao Mingjun allowed those who chose to leave. As for those who chose to stay, he was naturally very happy and forgave them generously. He also gave them some warnings and rewards. He was very grateful that they chose to stay, but he also hoped that they would stay wholeheartedly and really make up for their mistakes. They would really contribute to the prosperity of the Sacred Water Palace. After dealing with these people, the situation was basically under Hao Mingjun's complete control. Hao Mingjun naturally returned to the Holy Water Palace and regained his position as the Palace Lord. Everyone submitted to him and was under his leadership. All the people were loyal to him. Only Hao Mingjun had the ability to rally people and have such supreme prestige. He could make everyone unite quickly and form a powerful force. The people were united and the Sacred Water Palace regained its glory. Although the Sacred Water Palace had suffered a great loss this time, the Sacred Water Palace's prestige was quickly restored under Hao Mingjun's powerful rallying power. The people were united. That was naturally a powerful and terrifying force. In the end, there was only one problem left: how to deal with the Anshui Yuan. Haha, Hao Mingjun, you're really something. You actually found such a powerful helper to let you take back the power of the Sacred Water Palace. It wasn't easy for me to find something fun. I've already succeeded. It's completely under my control. I didn't expect that I would still be defeated in the end. You're really something. You can find such two powerful young people. Hao Mingjun, you're really lucky. But I'm afraid this kind of luck won't happen a second time. Although the Anshui Yuan was trapped at this moment, he didn't seem to be afraid at all. Author, Cruel Death, the third update is here. Continue to fight. Brothers with flowers, please give them to me. Chapter 3068. Anshui Yuan was still calm and confident. He was not worried at all. Moreover, there was a hint of threat in his words. He threatened Hao Mingjun that he was just lucky this time and that there would be a next time. What did he mean by that? At this time, Anshui Yuan still dared to be so arrogant. He even dared to threaten Hao Mingjun. He was really arrogant. He was arrogant to the extreme. Anshui Yuang could be so calm because he had something to rely on. And you, Lord Qin Shao, if I'm not wrong, you should be a disciple of the Firmament Academy, right? Looking at the strong, immortal qi on your body, you should be from the immortal realm. You've only been in the Great Tao Sanctuary for a short time. A peerless genius of the immortal realm who entered the Firmament Academy to cultivate. You're strong, but this is the Great Tao Sanctuary, not the immortal realm. You don't have any background in the Great Tao Sanctuary. So, I might as well give you a piece of advice. It's better to keep a low profile. You're young and hot-blooded, but don't be too hot-blooded. Otherwise, you'll suffer a great loss. Our great thousand world has never been short of geniuses, but most of them die young. It's because these geniuses are too young and hot-blooded. They don't know when to stop and when to retreat. After threatening Hao Mingjun, Anshui Yuang actually threatened Qin Shao. F*CKU, I'm not happy. Why don't you try threatening me? Brother Pure was suddenly angry. How could there be such an arrogant person? He had already been suppressed by him, and yet he still dared to spout such arrogant words. Such disrespect was simply courting death. Even as a prisoner, he did not have the consciousness of a prisoner. This was not right. Anshui Yuang sneered and glanced at Brother Pure. He was even more annoyed with Brother Pure. You're just an ordinary disciple of the Firmament Academy. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The status of a disciple of the Firmament Academy is high, but it's just a facade. It's just a reputation. You've caused trouble outside, and the Firmament Academy will not clean up your mess. So, don't use the Firmament Academy to pressure me. It's useless to me. I won't fall for your tricks. Your strength is very strong. This is not wrong. This emperor is not your opponent. But so what? Do you dare to do anything to me? So what if you trap me? In the end, you still have to obediently let me go. He was too arrogant. He was simply arrogant to the extreme, making people wish they could go up and beat him to death. I'll kill you now. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant. Brother Pure couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to kill Anshui Yuang, but Qin Shao stopped him. Qin Shao shook his head at Brother Pure, indicating that he didn't want to kill Anshui Yuang in such a hurry. There were still some things to be solved. It was too early to kill him now. Seeing that Qin Shao stopped Brother Pure, Anshui Yuang became even more arrogant. He thought that his words had frightened Qin Shao. Young man, don't be too impulsive. Think before you do anything, or you'll suffer a lot. Anshui Yuang said to Brother Pure, lecturing him again. If Qin Shao hadn't stopped him, Brother Pure would have killed Anshui Yuang. Anshui Yuang, don't go too far. Hao Mingjun shouted in a deep voice. Naturally, he hated the Hidden Emperor so much that his teeth itched. After all, this was the instigator of the calamity of the Holy Water Palace. If he hadn't supported Emperor Fun and the others, Emperor Fun and the others wouldn't have dared to start this disaster easily. Therefore, the main culprit who caused the Holy Water Palace to suffer a great loss and more than half of their elites was the Dark Water Emperor in front of him. To be honest, Hao Mingjun really wanted to kill Anshui Yuang at all costs. However, he knew very well that he couldn't do that. He didn't dare to do that. For the safety of the Holy Water Palace, he had to endure and compromise to a certain extent. If Qin Shao killed Anshui Yuang now, there would be no end of trouble. His strength was far from being Anshui Yuang's match. Qin Shao and the others were about to leave. They could only help him this time. They definitely wouldn't be able to help him in the future. Even if they wanted to help, it would be too late. They couldn't stay here forever. If Anshui Yuang's clone was killed, then Anshui Yuang's original body would be enough to pose a great threat to Hao Mingjun and the Holy Water Palace. That wasn't all. Anshui Yuang had an ancient realm lord behind him. He was a fourth-step ancient saint. This was a huge mountain in Hao Mingjun's heart. He couldn't help but be afraid. Therefore, Anshui Yuang naturally had to consider this when he was thinking about the problem. Even though he hated Anshui Yuang to the bone, he didn't dare to do anything to Anshui Yuang. This feeling was really very uncomfortable. It was a feeling that was worse than death. Ha ha ha. Am I going overboard? Anshui Yuang laughed wantonly. He looked at Hao Mingjun with disdain. His laughter was somewhat sinister, like a madman. This is going overboard? I have many more things that are even more overboard. I'm far from having enough fun. I still want to continue playing with you. Am I going overboard? Ha! I'll let you know what is really going overboard very soon. This time, I'm not having a good time. Very, very unhappy. Hearing Anshui Yohuang's words, Hao Mingjun's face suddenly became very ugly. The anger in his heart had reached the point where it was difficult to suppress. It also made him feel a little uneasy. It seemed that it would not be easy to get rid of this problem completely. If this big problem couldn't be completely solved, there would always be a disaster, an invisible danger there. It was estimated that the Holy Water Palace wouldn't be able to have peace. Hao Mingjun was really angry, but he was also really helpless and painful. The Holy Water Palace couldn't be destroyed in his hands. No, absolutely not. However, in the face of such a crazy and powerful Anshui Yuang, Hao Mingjun really felt pale and powerless. Don't worry, don't worry. There's still you guys. She pointed at Qin Xiao and Brother Chun Jia with a sneer on her face. Then she continued, This emperor will slowly play with you. It will be very fun. Zhao Hai nodded and said, This emperor will slowly play with you. I'll play with you properly. It will be very fun. You guys do have some strength and ability. You are worthy of this emperor to play with you. I just hope that you won't let me down. You guys have ruined my plans. How can I let you go so easily? Ha ha. The disciples of the Firmament Academy. Interesting, really interesting. It must be very fun to play with you, right? Hearing Anshui Yohuang's crazy words, Brother Pure smacked his lips and said to Qin Xiao, Brother, do you think this guy's brain is damaged? He must have been possessed by the devil. His mind is extremely twisted. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, There are all kinds of people in the great thousand world. Many of them are extremely eccentric. Anshui Yuang should be one of them. He's just a lunatic with a twisted and ferocious heart. Just treat him as a lunatic. Isn't that so? He's a complete lunatic. His brain must have been flooded with water. He doesn't understand the situation at all. How dare he threaten us like this? Interesting. Brother, if we don't do something, we'll be looked down upon. Brother Pure nodded and said. Qin Xiao curled his lips and sneered. Anshui Yuang wanted to play with the two of them? Was he qualified enough? Not to mention him, even the realm lord behind him was far from qualified. Therefore, the Anshui Yuang's words were undoubtedly very funny to Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. Such a threat naturally had no lethality to them. It was like the words of a 3-year-old child. Qin Xiao looked at the ferocious Anshui Yuang and said, You might be thinking too much. Once a person like you falls into my hands, it's impossible for you to leave. A person like you deserves to die. Killing you would be letting you off too easily. Ha ha ha. Anshui Yuang was not angry. Instead, he laughed and looked at Qin Xiao. He pointed at Hao Mingjun and said to Qin Xiao, Kill me? I believe that you, Qin Xiao, have the ability to do so, but you don't dare to. Kill me? Then you should ask Hao Mingjun if he dares to say it again. I can guarantee you very responsibly that as long as you dare to touch a single strand of my hair, I will definitely not forgive you. Then this emperor will definitely kill Hao Mingjun and raze the Holy Water Palace to the ground. Not even chickens and dogs will be able to rest in peace. I will kill them all. Kill me? Do you dare? Do you, Hao Mingjun, dare? Do you, Brother Pure, dare? Do you, Qin Xiao, dare? Do you dare? Extremely arrogant words came out of Anshui Yohuang's mouth, but it was extremely domineering. He had absolute confidence in himself. Hao Mingjun indeed did not dare. Of course, he did not dare not because of himself, but because of the life and death of Sacred Water Palace. If he was alone, he would definitely kill Anshui Yuang even if he went all out. He really could not tolerate such a person. Lord Qin Xiao, young Master Pure, forget about it. His master is Realm Lord Sui Qi, and he has a junior brother who is also a disciple of Firmament Academy. He is a disciple of Ancient Saint Realm and is said to be extremely powerful. It is because he has such a strong backing that Anshui Yu Huang dares to act so arrogantly. He has done all kinds of evil in these years and is notorious for his evil deeds. People are angry but do not dare to say anything. This person's mind is extremely twisted, and he is an extremely evil person. It is better to show weakness when dealing with him. The more you play with him, the crazier he will be and the more terrible his counterattack will be. I think we should just forget about this matter. If we continue to make trouble, I am afraid we will all be in trouble. Alas, there is no other way. There are some things that we really have no choice but to compromise, endure, and give in. If I was alone, I would rather pay with my life to let Anshui Yuan die. But there is no other way. I have to consider this sacred water palace. I can't just think about my own feelings. I have to protect the countless people of the sacred water palace. So, Hao Mingjun, Lord Qin Shao, and Brother Pure, please bear with it for a while and let Anshui Yuan go. Hao Mingjun transmitted his voice to Qin Shao and Brother Chanjia. His face was filled with helplessness. His face was solemn and pleading. Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Chapter 3069. Hao Mingjun really had no choice. He had no choice at all. As long as there was a way out, he would never compromise like this. Anshui Youhuang's foot had already stepped on his face fiercely, and he was still stepping on it fiercely. But even if he was trampled to such a state, Hao Mingjun, still had to bear with it. He still did not dare to kill Dark Water Spirit Emperor. This kind of thing could affect the whole situation. It was a very terrible thing, and the consequences were unimaginable. So Hao Mingjun had no choice but to compromise. Hao Mingjun, I want to ask you something. Based on your understanding of Anshui Yuan, I want to ask you a question. Even if we let him go this time, do you think he will let you and the Holy Water Palace go? Qin Shao asked. Hao Mingjun's expression suddenly became gloomy. In fact, the answer was self-evident. Hao Mingjun was also having a headache about this matter. He naturally knew what kind of person Darkwater Lord was. This kind of person was like a dog that couldn't change its habit of eating shit. He was extremely crazy and would definitely not give up. Qin Shao continued. Hao Mingjun, you know the answer very well. It's definitely impossible. So, do you really think it matters whether we let Anshui Yuan go or not? Even if we let him go, it won't change anything. Instead, we'll let another wolf out. Not only that, but we're compromising by letting him go. It's also a very humiliating and uncomfortable thing for us. Instead of making us feel uncomfortable and humiliated, why should we let him go? Isn't there a saying that being merciful to the enemy is the greatest cruelty to yourself? Hao Mingjun looked at Qin Shao in a daze. How could he not understand this? Of course, he knew this. But the problem was that if he didn't kill Anshui Yuan, there might still be a little chance. If he killed Anshui Yuan, there would be no chance of turning the situation around, and the Holy Water Palace would probably be destroyed. Therefore, Hao Mingjun still had this fantasy in his heart. Rebel, Hao Mingjun, just leave this to us. You don't have to worry about it. You just need to manage your Holy Water Palace. Qin Shao seemed to have seen through Hao Mingjun's thoughts and said to him. Hao Mingjun stared at Qin Shao in a daze when he heard Qin Zhao's words. He was so shocked that he was speechless. What did he mean? What did Qin Shao mean? Could it be that Lord Qin Shao was going to take care of Anshui Yuan and his master, Realm Lord Sui Qi, for him? However, Anshui Yuan had a junior brother who was a disciple of the Firmament Academy. He had been in the Firmament Academy for several epochs and was said to be extremely strong, even stronger than Sui Qi Sector Lord. Does Lord Qin Shao have the ability to deal with such a powerful lineup? However, since Qin Shao said so, Hao Mingjun didn't know what to say. After all, These things were done by Qin Shao. Without Qin Shao, he wouldn't even be able to take back the power of the Holy Water Palace. Since Lord Qin Shao had decided to do this, then so be it. He could only choose to support him. Brother Pure's lips curled up slightly. He looked at Anshui Yuang with a playful smile and said, "What did you just say about me? You said that we don't dare to touch a single hair of yours, right?" Anshui Yuang looked at Brother Pure with disdain. He looked at Brother Pure coldly and said in a mocking tone, "That's right, I said that. What? Do you dare to touch a single hair of mine? It's not that I look down on you. I don't think you dare to. Do you have the guts? If you dare to touch a single hair of mine, I'll definitely let you know how to write the word regret." Boy Pure, do you dare? Do you dare? Slap. As soon as Anshui Yuang finished speaking, Brother Pure gave him a direct blow. This blow was really ruthless. It directly hit Anshui Yuang's face and made a crisp sound of slap. This extremely crisp sound of slap shocked everyone. Many people's hearts twitched violently as they looked at Brother Pure, dumbfounded. Hao Mingjun also looked at Brother Pure in shock. He didn't expect Brother Pure to be so ruthless. He even went so far as to give Anshui Yuang a resounding slap. This was trampling Anshui Yuang to death. It was a great humiliation to him. Such a move was too crazy. It was basically a situation where one of them wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. With Anshui Yuang's character, this would definitely make him go crazy. He definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. This time, all his thoughts were completely destroyed. He would definitely go crazy. However, Hao Mingjun couldn't help but admire Brother Pure in his heart. He was really courageous. In the face of Anshui Yuang's threat, he still dared to be so ruthless. He was really ruthless. This slap was the most resounding reply to Anshui Yuang. This made everyone shocked, and at the same time, they couldn't help but admire Brother Pure. He was indeed a real man. He was really a hero. He was really manly and courageous. This slap left Darkwater Ghost Emperor a little dumbfounded. Ever since he was born, he had never been slapped in the face before, especially in such a public situation. Moreover, right after he said those words, he immediately gave him a resounding slap in the face. After a long while, Anshui Yuang finally reacted. At this moment, he was like a volcano that erupted in an instant. It was a complete outburst. "Pure boy, how dare you hit me?" Anshui Yuang's eyes were extremely cold, and his expression was extremely ferocious. He stared at Brother Pure and said, Good. You pure boy. I'll remember this. If I don't take revenge for this, I'm not worthy of being a human. Since you insist on playing with me, I'll play with you." "I'd like to see if you can still afford to play with me in the end." Brother Pure smacked his lips and laughed disdainfully. "How dare you be so stubborn when you're about to die? You really don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? If you want to play, then play. What's the use of shouting so fiercely? Aren't you just strong on the outside but weak on the inside? In my dictionary, there's no such thing as can't afford to play. If you want to play, you'll have to ask if you have the strength to play with us. Just having a mouth is useless. That's why you should be quiet." Brother Pure finished and couldn't be bothered with Anshui Yuang anymore. Qin Shao said, "Hao Mingjun, the Sacred Water Palace's matter has been settled. We won't be able to help you with the following matters. A few of us will go and settle this matter. We won't let Hao Mingjun have any more worries. Leave this matter to us. Hao Mingjun, you don't have to worry about anything." Qin Shao said to His Majesty Badger Huai, "You don't have to participate in the following matters. After all, your father is still the Sector Lord of Zilin World. Behind this matter, a Sector Lord is involved as well. If you were to get involved, I'm afraid it would affect your father a little. For this matter, Brother Pure, Yuan, and I will go. The rest of you stay in the Sacred Water Palace. You can reunite with Lady Lianqin." His Majesty Badger Huai wanted to help as well. But thinking about it, it was indeed so. He didn't care, but he couldn't help but think about his father. Furthermore, the most important thing was that even if Badger Huai were to go, he would not be of much help. So, he might as well not go. If he went, He might even cause more trouble. Qin Shao and the other two escorted Anshui Yuang out of the sacred water palace and went straight to Sui Qi realm. Sui Qi realm wasn't far from Zilin world. They were only 2 worlds apart. Qin Shao didn't kill Anshui Yuang. He still escorted him to Sui Qi realm to find Sui Qi realm lord. Qin Shao brat, you guys are really daring. How dare you come to my Sui Qi realm like this? Are you looking down on my Sui Qi realm? My teacher is the realm lord of the Sui Qi realm. He has more than 10 ancient saints under him, and more than 100 ancient saints under him. The 3 of you dare to escort me to Sui Qi realm, Lord Manor? How daring! How daring! I have to admit that I admire your courage. But you guys are courting death. On the way, Anshui Yuang didn't forget to provoke Qin Shao and the other 2 with his words. However, Qin Shao and the other 2 did not pay any attention to him. They knew that this fellow definitely did not have good intentions and harbored good intentions. Brother Pure tried to scare Anshui Yuang a few times. Stubborn, keep talking. Anyway, you don't have many chances to talk. When we arrive at Sui Qi realm Lord Manor, it will be the time of your death. Who are you trying to scare, boy? Anshui Yuang naturally didn't believe Brother Pure's words. He had great confidence in himself. Do you really think I'm that easy to scare? Do you think you can scare me with your words? Aren't you a little too naive? This Emperor's true body is currently in the Sui Qi realm Lord Manor. If you have the ability, then come at me. Hurry up and enter the Sui Qi realm Lord Manor. My teacher has already prepared everything in Sui Qi realm Lord Manor. He's just waiting for you guys to walk into the trap. When that time comes, I'll be able to capture all of you in one fell swoop. Let's see if you can still be arrogant then. Brother Pure laughed even harder. Anshui Yuang, weren't you very arrogant just now? What's wrong now? Are you short of breath? Are you scared? It's obvious that you're not confident enough to speak. Speaking of the Sui Qi realm lord's palace, and speaking of your teacher, aren't you being a little too obvious with your words? You're the great Anshui Yuang. Don't you think it's a little too embarrassing? Now that you mention it, I'm really scared. Your Sui Qi realm Lord Manor has already set up an inescapable net? If that's the case, then why are you telling us? Why don't you just wait for us to walk to your door and capture us? Why do you have to do this? Ha ha. So to put it bluntly, you're just short of breath. You're just trying to scare us, hoping that we'll let you go. Unfortunately, your wishful thinking is too bad. It can't withstand any scrutiny at all. So, why don't you save your breath? After all, you're just a lowly prisoner now. When we arrive at Sui Qi realm Lord Manor, your teacher will set up a grand formation to welcome us. Then, you can come back and spout nonsense. You can be arrogant and despotic. No matter what, you guys can do whatever you want. As for us, we're waiting for a grand, welcoming ceremony like this. Anshui Yuang, are you sure my Sui Qi realm Lord Manor is ready? If you don't, then hurry up and prepare. Don't disappoint us. At this moment, Dark Lord Darkwater felt like vomiting 3 liters of blood. Did he hit a wall? Chapter 3070. In the depths of Sui Qi's realm Lord Manor, there was a gigantic volcano that would erupt for eternity. The volcano was tens of thousands of miles in diameter, forming a huge crater that was tens of thousands of miles deep. In the crater, there was boiling lava. Sometimes it felt like there was a fire dragon roaring under the lava, and sometimes there would be fire pillars spewing out. The magma inside was no ordinary magma. It burned the void until it turned completely red. It was as if they had entered a red planet. The space was completely melted by the terrifying heat. Ordinary ancient saints wouldn't dare to step in here, otherwise their saint body would be melted away. And in the center of the magma pool, there was a cultivation platform where a tall man with fiery red body sat cross-legged. The endless hot energy of the magma pool was madly surging towards the figure, but it was all absorbed by the figure like rivers flowing into the sea. A figure knelt in front of the man in red, as if he was wrapped in a ball of raging fire. "Master, you must uphold justice for your disciple in this matter. These two brats are too arrogant. They trampled on me like this, and even threatened to kill their way into my realm, Lord Manor. They don't put you in their eyes at all. How can I tolerate such a thing? Master, please save this disciple's clone and teach these two arrogant bastards a lesson. It won't be long before they arrive at our Sui Chi Manor." The one who knelt there was none other than Anshui Yuan. The one shrouded in raging fire was naturally Anshui Yuan's master, Realm Lord Sui Chi. He was a powerful existence who had lived for a very long time. He had taken in many disciples in his life, but only two of them were outstanding. He had always regarded these two outstanding disciples as his pride and treated them as his own sons. "Don't be so flustered." Realm Lord Sui Chi glanced at Anshui Yuan and said, "I know. Let's wait for those two brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth to come. Do you think my Sui Chi Realm Lord Manor is a place they can come and go as they please?" Upon hearing his master's words, Anshui Yuan was overjoyed. His heart was also filled with viciousness. "Qin Shao, you're such a pure and innocent child. Humph, humph, humph. I'm only afraid that you won't come. Since you have the guts to come knocking on my door, I will definitely let you know how to write the word regret. How dare you capture this emperor's clone and humiliate and threaten this emperor? How can this emperor let you off so easily?" On the other side, Qin Shao and the others soon arrived at the territory of Sui Chi Realm. There were 3,000 realms in the Great Tao Sacred Realm, and each realm was equivalent to an independent kingdom. Every realm was an independent realm recognized by the Great Path Sacred Realm. The realm master had absolute authority over this realm. This was something that was publicly acknowledged. It was something that the highest powers and paragons approved of. Because of this, every sector lord's authority was extremely huge. Therefore, a sector lord could give face to a disciple of the Firmament Academy or not. This completely depended on the wishes of the sector lord. In most cases, it was naturally best not to offend them. After all, every disciple of the Firmament Academy had unlimited talent and potential. Every one of them had the potential to become extremely powerful. Once they became extremely powerful, it was very likely that they would be able to challenge the position of the sector lord. After all, the position of the sector lord belonged to the capable. As long as you had enough strength, you could come and challenge him. As long as you could defeat the sector lord, you would be the new sector lord. It was because of the existence of such a law that the strength of a sector lord was actually relatively strong. They were not ordinary fourth-step ancient saints. It could even be said that some sector lords were existences in the world god realm. Although Sui Chi Realm Lord was not an existence in the world god realm, his strength was extremely strong. He was famous among the 3,000 sector lords in the Great Path Sacred Realm. It was because of this that Sector Lord Zilin was very afraid of him. He did not dare to participate in the matter of the Holy Water Palace. He also advised His Highness Badger why not to participate. It could be seen that Sector Lord Zilin was very afraid of Sui Chi Realm Lord. Otherwise, there was no need for him to act like this. It was also because of this that Anshui Yuan was so confident and arrogant. He could be so dismissive of Qin Shao and Brother Pure, thinking that they would not dare to touch a single hair on his head. Hao Mingjun could be intimidated by him. Unfortunately, Qin Shao and Brother Pure did not fall for this trick at all. Therefore, Anshui Yuan was very hurt. Along the way, he had been in a very bad mood, very unhappy. Fortunately, they finally arrived at the Sui Chi Realm Lord Palace. There was nothing different about the Sui Chi Realm Lord Palace. It was still as sacred and dignified as usual. The incomparably majestic Realm Lord Palace was located in a magnificent land. There were strange and steep mountains and rivers intertwined. It was very majestic and domineering. Apart from the shocking grandeur of the Sui Qi Realm Lord Palace, it also emitted an ancient and sacred aura. This Realm Lord's manor had existed for more than 10,000 eras of the Cosmos era. In the Great Path Sacred Realm, it was considered one of the top 3,000 worlds. It could be considered to have an extremely long history. A Realm Lord could rule over a domain for more than 10,000 epochs. That was an extremely terrifying thing. After all, the replacement of a Realm Lord was considered a relatively frequent thing in the Great Path Sacred Realm. It was not rare at all. The longer one ruled over a domain, the stronger one was. The more powerful a Realm Lord was, the less likely he would be eliminated and replaced. In the long history of the 3,000 Realm Lords, there were some that had never been replaced. Naturally, when it was said that there was no change, it didn't mean that there was no change in the position of the Realm Lord. It meant that there was no change in the Realm Lord manner. This power didn't change. It was only because the old Realm Lord chose a new successor and passed it down. Just like a force with a surname, there were quite a few of them. This kind of foundation was extremely deep and was an extremely strong force. Although the Sui Qi Realm Lord Palace was far from reaching that level, it was still quite famous in the Great Path Sacred Realm. When they arrived at the Sui Qi Realm Lord Palace, Qin Shao and the other two stopped. They did not continue forward and had no intention of entering the Sui Qi Realm Lord Palace. In fact, there was no need to enter the Sui Qi Realm Lord Palace. They just needed to stay here. Qin Shao looked at Anshui Yuang and said, "Didn't you say that your Sui Qi Realm Lord Palace is already an inescapable net? I don't seem to feel the power of your inescapable net." "What? You still want to pretend to be profound and put on airs? We've already arrived at your Sui Qi Realm Lord Palace. Hurry up and let your people out. We've been standing here for a while, but no one came out to welcome us. It seems like Anshui Youhuang's presence in the Sui Qi Realm Lord Palace is not high. Then it seems like Anshui Youhuang's clone will not be able to stay alive today." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Anshui Yuhuang snorted coldly and glared at Qin Shao. He gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, Qin Shao, you brat, don't be so arrogant. You want the inescapable net, right? Then I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as Anshui Youhuang's voice fell, pillars of heaven shot up from all directions. Rays of light shot out from all directions. Fiery red chains whizzed out like electric snakes. These things quickly gathered and sealed the area. Obviously, they want to trap Qin Shao and the other two inside. However, Qin Shao and the other two were still unmoved. They did not seem worried at all. Their expressions were very calm. They looked at the formation calmly and did not have any intention to destroy it. Soon, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles was locked down, forming a huge cage. It firmly sealed off the area and sealed everything. Even the space was frozen by the terrifying power. A powerful force pressed down on Qin Shao and the other two. Although these forces were powerful, they did not pose any threat to Qin Shao and the other two. They did not feel much pressure either. Numerous figures exuding powerful auras quickly emerged and gathered in the confinement array. They were waiting for an opportunity to act and were on standby. Qin Zhao's gaze swept across the surroundings indifferently. The number of three-step ancient saints that had been dispatched was actually as many as 10. There were more than 50 three-step and two-step ancient saints. At this moment, there were more than 60 ancient saints surrounding them. With such a lineup, it could not be said to be small. No wonder Anshui Yuhuang was so confident that he had set up an inescapable net. It must be extraordinary. This time, they must have mobilized more than half of the Realm Lord Sui Qi's forces. However, they did not see Realm Lord Sui Qi yet. Dark Water Spirit Emperor's true body also walked out of the void and stood in the most conspicuous position. He was staring at Qin Shao and Brother Chun Jie coldly. His eyes were filled with anger and malevolence. His face was also gloomy and sinister. At this moment, he was like the supreme ruler of this domain. His words were law, and he could control everything here. A terrifying formation had been set up. The terrifying pressure was like a monstrous wave that surged toward Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao smiled indifferently and ignored it. Brother, this lineup seems to be quite big. Did we underestimate this old thing a little? He is suppressing us with force. I feel a little scared. Brother Pure smacked his lips and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao naturally knew that Brother Pure was joking. He smiled and said, right? This old thing still has some weight in front of Realm Lord Sui Qi. However, isn't this what we want? If he doesn't have any weight, then wouldn't we have made a wasted trip? This means that we didn't make a wasted trip. This is exactly what we wanted. You're right. We can't make a wasted trip. It seems that this time we can stretch our hands and feet and have some fun. Brother Pure said with a smile. Qin Shao also smiled. They were still very relaxed and didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure because of the formation in front of them. Seeing how relaxed they were, it was only natural that Darkwater Ghost Emperor was displeased. They had already come to this point. Where did they get the mysterious calmness from? They were so calm and composed. They simply didn't give Anshui Yuang any face. His realm lord Sui Qi had mobilized more than half of his forces and set up such an inescapable trap. How could it not have any deterrent effect? Damn it, this was not only a kind of contempt for Anshui Yuang, but also a kind of contempt for his realm lord Sui Qi's realm lord Sui Qi's realm lord Sui Qi. How arrogant was such an action? Chapter 3071. Qin Shao, brat pure, that's enough. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn? You really don't know life from death. Anshui Yuang angrily said. Brother Pure looked at Anshui Yuang's true body and said, well, who do you think is the one who doesn't know life from death? Your clone's life is in my hands, yet you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Where did you get your courage from? Indeed, the life of his doppelganger was in the hands of Brother Purity. Dare? Anshui Yuang was clearly slapped in the face by Brother Pure again. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Pure's sword pierced his forehead and began to cut off his life force. When it was time to make a move, it was time to make a move without any hesitation. Under his threat, Qin Shao still dared to act like this? Anshui Yuang felt a stinging pain on his face. Previously, he was slapped in the face by Brother Pure at the Sacred Water Temple. Now, he was slapped in the face again. Anshui Yuang, I dare you to say it again. If you want to die, I'll definitely fulfill your wish. Brother Pure chuckled and looked at Anshui Yuang. Not to mention his true body, even his master might not have a chance to save him. Anshui Yuang was aware of Qin Zhao's strength. He was afraid that Qin Shao was even stronger than Brother Pure. Now that he had met with someone who dared to play with his life, Dark Emperor Darkwater was helpless as well. He could only bear with it for now. Thus, Anshui Yuang could only choose to take a step back. Brother Pure's sword did not retract from Anshui Yuang's forehead. Instead, he curled his lips and chuckled. He said nonchalantly, I can be proud if I want to. I don't need a prisoner like you to worry about me. The life of Anshui Yuang's doppelganger was in the hands of Brother Pure. Naturally, the others did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, they were in a stalemate. This action of his had lost his usual demeanor. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended abruptly, and a scorching heat wave surged over. The terrifying energy was so turbulent. Qin Shao had never encountered such a terrifying heat wave before. This heat wave contained the power of the fire elemental law, as well as the terrifying power of the heavenly strange flames. Everything was surging to the extreme. His entire body was bathed in terrifying flames. Anyone who looked at him would feel a sense of dread. Everyone could tell that this was an extremely dangerous and not simple character. Needless to say, the person before him was none other than Realm Lord Sui Qi. The realm Lord Sui Chi had existed for more than 10,000 universe epochs. He was definitely an extremely ancient antique. However, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. He only frowned slightly and looked at realm Lord Sui Chi calmly. This time, Qin Shao did not intend to let Yuan Yuan take action. Yuan Yuan did not need to take action. He and Brother Pure were enough. Realm Lord Sui Chi's fiery eyes swept over Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Being stared at by him, Qin Shao and Brother Pure suddenly felt a raging fire pouncing into their eyes. It was scorching hot, as if it was going to burn their eyes. Such a terrifying gaze was really rare. It could be seen that Realm Lord Sui Chi was definitely an extremely ruthless character. However, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were still unmoved. They were not intimidated by his aura. They still stood there calmly, looking at Realm Lord Sui Chi. Two young people, why aren't you greeting your senior brother? After an unknown amount of time, Realm Lord Sui Chi suddenly said. Under the impact of the power of this voice, most people would be directly weakened and not dare to resist him. Once their confidence was broken, they would naturally be defeated without a fight. Hearing Realm Lord Sui Chi's words, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were stunned. They looked at each other. What did he mean? What the hell? If that was the case, then he was indeed their senior brother, an old senior. According to the rules of Firmament Academy, disciples could only cultivate in Firmament Academy for a maximum of 10 universe epochs. But speaking of which, he was also their senior brother, their senior. After leaving Firmament Academy, I came to Sui Chi Realm and became the Realm Lord. In the blink of an eye, it feels like time is unforgiving. Tens of thousands of universe epochs have already passed. You even took my disciple's life to threaten this Realm Lord. Is it because this Realm Lord hasn't moved for a long time? Although it was said to be lamenting, it was actually full of supreme arrogance. Qin Shao and Brother Pure didn't expect that Realm Lord Sui Chi was a former disciple of Firmament Academy. This was really interesting, but this one of us was a bit far-fetched. Senior Brother Realm Lord Sui Chi, since we personally came to Realm Lord Manor this time and didn't kill your disciple Anshui Yuang, it shows that we didn't come here to be your enemy. We just want to have a good talk with you. On the other hand, Brother Pureness chuckled. He glanced at Dark Water Spirit Emperor and joked, "Oh, so your master is our senior brother. Come, call me Martial Uncle and I'll spare your life." Haha, this was a humiliation to him. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Qin Shao curled his lips and said, "It's very simple. Just talk about it." So, let's not talk about it from that perspective. Just based on the current situation, what we want is very simple. Anshui Yuang just needs to swear with his soul that he won't do anything to Sacred Water Palace in the future. This matter will be over, and we'll let his clone go. It wasn't that easy to completely resolve this matter. Realm Lord Sui Chi didn't need to worry about anything. With his status, why would he go against a small Sacred Water Palace? Wouldn't that be a loss of face? If this matter wasn't completely resolved, there would be endless troubles in the future. Chapter 3072. Qin Zhao's request was very simple and not excessive. Of course, Qin Shao knew that Anshui Yuang would never agree to it. With this kind of character, even if his clone died, he wouldn't agree. Phantom Emperor Darkwada was definitely a character who was ruthless to the bone and crazy to the blood. Extremely ruthless. Because of this, Qin Shao had a headache. He had to solve this matter before he could leave with peace of mind. Qin Shao didn't care about the life or death of the Sacred Water Palace. Qin Shao didn't even care about how Mingjuan's life or death. Qin Shao only cared about Miss Lianqin's life or death. Since they were good friends who had gone through thick and thin together, and since they saved Miss Lianqin this time, They naturally had to finish the good deed and solve it thoroughly. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Anshui Yuang was definitely a big tumor. He had to be eliminated. To be honest, Qin Shao really wanted to kill all of Ghost Emperor Darkwater's avatars. That way, he would be able to end all troubles once and for all. However, he had to see if Realm Lord Sui Qi would agree or not. Qin Shao brat, do you think it's possible for me to let go of the Sacred Water Palace? Where did you get the courage to say such words? Do you think you have the qualifications to ask me? You want to threaten my master? You're really ignorant. How can my master be threatened by a brat like you? You really think too highly of yourself. Before Realm Lord Sui Qi could answer, Anshui Yuang jumped up and pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and scolded. After that, Anshui Yuang sneered and looked at Qin Shao with a ferocious expression. He said, Qin Shao brat, I'll tell you clearly today. I won't let go of such a great humiliation. I've lived for countless years and have never suffered such a great loss. That's why I won't give up so easily this time. The Holy Water Palace is a place of sadness for me. I will definitely take back all the face and dignity I lost in the Holy Water Palace. As long as I'm here, I can promise you that the Sacred Water Palace will never exist. I'll destroy it. You want to protect the Sacred Water Palace? Then I won't do as you wish. I'll destroy the Sacred Water Palace. Not only will I destroy the Sacred Water Palace, but I'll also make Hao Mingjun and that little girl live a life worse than death. I'll make them suffer all the pain in the world. I'll torture them ruthlessly. Ha ha ha. You want to play with me? Do you really think you're qualified? How dare you come to my Realm Lord Mansion? Are you really qualified? How dare you threaten my master? Who do you think you are? In terms of seniority, my master has entered the Firmament Academy to cultivate before the beginning of a universe era. Who do you think you are? You two really don't know what's good for you. Do you really think we won't dare to kill you just because you're a disciple of the Firmament Academy? Hearing Anshui Yuang's words, Qin Shao frowned and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The worst-case scenario still happened. By the looks of it, all of his efforts had been for naught. He still couldn't stop the vengeful heart of the Spirit Emperor of Darkwater at all. His heart had been completely twisted, darkened, and gone crazy. And the scary thing about this kind of people was that they would do what they said. Not only could they do it, but they would do it at all costs. Even if they had to pay with their lives, they would do it. This was why they were so ruthless. Anshui Yuang was definitely the most ruthless person. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't doubt his words at all. He knew that he didn't say it casually. He didn't mean it in a moment of anger. This was his inner dialogue, his true inner thoughts. Qin Shao could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that if you don't die, the Sacred Water Palace will be destroyed. It seemed that it would be troublesome to solve this matter. But this was the only way. There was no other way. Qin Shao could only sigh helplessly if things had to come to this point. After which, he would do his best to resolve the matter. If he had to make a choice, he could only let Anshui Yuang die. He asked for it and couldn't blame anyone else. Since he had done it, Qin Shao would never give up until he achieved his goal. You're right, but you're wrong. I won't die. Only the Sacred Water Palace will be destroyed. Do you understand? Anshui Yuang sneered. Qin Shao sneered in his heart. Impossible to die? In that case, he would make the impossible possible. This was something that he was more willing to do. In fact, it could even be said that he was good at it. You're so noisy. Don't you want your doppelganger's life? Brother Pure smacked his lips and said unhappily. Anshui Yuang pointed at Brother Pure and said, Pure boy, if you're not afraid of death, you can try. Good. I was worried that I wouldn't have a chance to kill you. Now you're the one who sent yourself to me. If you kill my doppelganger first, then I'll kill you. Then the Firmament Academy won't say anything. So if you have the guts, then do it. I'm more than happy to do it. Puff! As soon as Anshui Yuang finished his words, Brother Pure's sword directly penetrated Anshui Yuang's head. A terrifying power burst out from Brother Pure's sword, howling wildly. The destructive might instantly killed Darkwater Ghost King. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox's lifeline was severed in an instant, and his life aura instantly disappeared without a trace. Anshui Yohuang's doppelganger was declared dead. This scene shocked everyone in Sui Chi's Realm Lord manner. Even Sui Chi Realm Lord looked at Brother Pure in shock. Obviously, he didn't expect that Brother Pure would really dare to do this. Not only that, his reply was extremely straightforward. This was simply swift and decisive. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, he launched his strongest counterattack against the Dark Water Spirit Emperor. 3 times, this was the 3rd time. Every time Anshui Yuang wanted to be ruthless, he would be slapped in the face by Brother Pure in such a domineering way. Moreover, this was the 3rd time. Anshui Yuang was a little stunned. How could this be? This was completely out of the ordinary. This was a complete madman, a ruthless man. You can be ruthless in any way, but you can't be so despicable. How dare you make such a request to me? I haven't met many people like you in my life. Usually, I respect such unreasonable requests. So, Anshui Yuang, as you wish, your doppelganger is dead. How is it? Does it feel good? Brother Pure smacked his lips and shook his head with a puzzled look on his face. However, this look of disdain was seen by Anshui Yuang as the greatest provocation, the greatest humiliation, and the greatest trampling on him. Anshui Yuang's hatred towards Brother Pure had reached an extreme level after his doppelganger was killed by Brother Pure. However, Anshui Yuang was no match for Brother Pure. Therefore, although he was extremely angry, he didn't dare to casually attack Brother Pure. Therefore, Anshui Yuang could only go crazy behind his master. Good, very good, very good, very good. Pure boy, since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. I will definitely fulfill your wish. Today you, pure boy, will definitely not walk out of my Sui Chi realm alive. I promise you. Brother Pure didn't seem to care at all. He dug his ears with his fingers and said casually, "Promise my ass. You're just a prisoner and a loser. What promise do you have? You're just using your mouth to make a promise. You'll still be slapped in the face by me later." This guy really doesn't know how to remember. He's already been slapped in the face by me 3 times, and he still wants to show his face? What a wretch. After saying that, Brother Pure couldn't be bothered with Anshui Yuang anymore. He turned to Qin Shao and said, "Brother, these people are extremely vicious. They definitely won't listen to nice words. If that's the case, let's not waste our breath. When we can't reason with them, let's just use our fists. This is the absolute truth. No matter where and no matter what, we can still reason with them." Qin Zhao's face was cold, and his eyes were incomparably cold. He nodded and said, "Then let's fight. What are we afraid of?" There was no turning back. They could only stop with a fight. Since that was the case, there was no need to fight. It didn't matter how powerful Realm Lord Sui Chi was, or how ancient and powerful he was. It didn't matter whether Realm Lord Sui Chi's disciple was a disciple of the Firmament Academy or not. It didn't matter anymore. As long as they weren't on the Heavens Declaration, as long as they weren't world gods, Qin Shao was really fearless. If they wanted to fight, he would fight. Qin Shao had absolute confidence in his own strength. Realm Lord Sui Chi was really angry. The flames on his body surged higher and burned more vigorously. The wisps of flames were like fire dragons that were about to roar and charge out. The world was so hot that it even made people feel that the void was about to be refined by this ball of fire. When the energy of the fire reached a certain level, it might be possible for it to do so. Well, you two are really courting death. You really have some guts. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? I really don't know where you get your courage from. You dare to kill my disciple's doppelganger. Isn't that a challenge to me? That means you are my enemy. How can I let you go so easily? Don't think that just because you have entered the Firmament Academy and become a disciple of the Firmament Academy, you could be so arrogant that you don't even know who you are. Frivolous youngsters like you. This Realm Lord has seen far too many of them. Once you are arrogant, you can't find your bearings at all. You have a mysterious confidence. You two ignorant and fearless brats. You're just a mere three-step ancient saint who has just entered the Firmament Academy. You are just two strong ants that haven't grown up yet. Do you really think that you are a big shot now? Don't you know how to take a piss and look at yourselves? Blood for blood. You naive brat. You must die today. Even the Firmament Academy can't protect you. Of course, it won't protect you. Qin Xiao, I won't let you go easily. You asked for it, so don't blame me for being merciless. Attack. Author Qin says, 4th update. This month, Qin will fight to the end. Everyone, fight with me. Chapter 3073. Realm Lord Sui Qi gave the order, and the saints who had already set up the formation made their move. Clearly, Realm Lord Sui Qi wasn't in a hurry to make his move. Or rather, he couldn't be bothered to make his move. With a single order, the smoke rose. Moreover, there were a total of 11 three-step ancient saints, including Anshui Yuan. At this moment, they surged towards Qin Xiao and the other two, roaring madly. The momentum of their attack was terrifying. This piece of heaven and earth was completely overturned. In this way, it naturally became abnormally terrifying. Anshui Youhuang's strength was originally comparable to a four-step ancient saint. The combined strength of the other saints would definitely surpass Anshui Yuan. Facing such a terrifying attack, Brother Pure was indeed a little weak. Even if he could withstand it, it would be very strenuous. Even if the sky collapsed, Qin Xiao would be there to hold it up. Brother Pure didn't dare to be careless. He could only use his full strength. Since Realm Lord Sui Qi hadn't made his move yet, Qin Xiao naturally didn't need to use his full strength. These forces were enough to deal with it. He cooperated with Brother Pure very tacitly. At this time, the most relaxed one was Yuan. She stood there calmly, cheering for Qin Xiao and Brother Chuanjia with a cute look. She couldn't be described as cute, but even so, she still couldn't suppress Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. Not only did they not fall into a disadvantageous position, but they also seemed to be quite relaxed. It wasn't strenuous at all. This meant that they had conserved some of their strength. They didn't use their full strength at all, but they were still able to withstand the Saint Force. It was too terrifying. These two were only three-step ancient saints. No matter how strong they were, they shouldn't be so heaven-defying. This defied common sense. But now that his clone was dead, he didn't have anything else to think about. He could only use his full strength to deal with these two. Under such an attack, even a four-step ancient saint would find it difficult to withstand. How could their strength be so terrifying and heaven-defying? However, after thinking about it, he realized that this possibility was not far off. After all, Brother Pure could easily take him down. Brother Pure had his life in his hands. As for Qin Xiao, he killed Saint Venerable Xia Du with a single sword strike and killed 50 elites of the Sacred Water Palace with 2 sword strikes. If that was the case, then the only way to suppress the two of them was to get his master to do it. But, Master, these two brats are too strong and too strange. I've never met a three-step ancient saint who could be so strong. I'm really unlucky this time. Realm Lord Sui Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. He had been sizing up Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. He was naturally shocked by their strength. Qin Xiao and Brother Pure's heaven-defying strength had indeed surprised Realm Lord Sui Qi. In the entire Great Thousand World, there were very few peerless geniuses. He could only say that they were too lucky. But now that things had come to this, there was nothing more to say. It was useless to say more, so he might as well make his move. Therefore, Realm Lord Sui Qi didn't hesitate and took action immediately. Moreover, they had already entered the Firmament Academy before the Wanyu era. As soon as he made his move, the color of the sky changed drastically. Therefore, when Realm Lord Sui Qi made his move, The sky trembled and roared. This was a true expert, an extremely powerful existence. Chapter 3074. Such an aura was enough to suppress Brother Pure. Even Brother Pure was afraid of him and didn't dare to fight him. Yuan was not worried at all. She believed in the strength of Qin Shao and Brother Pure, so she did not intend to help. Instead, she just stood there and watched Qin Shao and Brother Pure with a smile applauding. Even if Brother Purity's strength was comparable to a fourth-step Empyrean saint, with all the Empyrean saints working together and the help of the formation, they should be able to take him down. Gotcha! Before he even arrived, balls of scorching flames had already transformed into numerous fire dragons that surged over, whistling as they pounced towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao gently poked the sky-opening sword in his hand into the ground. The mighty sword Qi was like a Buddhist lamp, illuminating him and wrapping him in the mighty sword Qi, forming an absolute domain. The two of them had yet to truly make a move, but the battle between the two of them had already left the other saints somewhat dumbfounded. Realm Lord Suichi suddenly waved his hand, and suddenly the world changed, the stars moved, and the sea sank. Everything suddenly changed. It seemed that he did not want to hurt the innocent, and also wanted to have a good battle without interference. Although his law of space had already reached the peak of the profound realm, he was only one step away from the peak realm. With a wave of his hand, he was actually able to pull Qin Shao into this chaotic space. Furthermore, Qin Shao also clearly felt that it would not be easy to break this space. If Realm Lord Suichi still had bad intentions and trapped him first, and then attacked Brother Pure and Yuan, then the two of them would be in some danger. Furthermore, an ancient and powerful existence like Sui Qi would definitely have his own pride and wouldn't lower himself to do such a thing. Qin Shao boy, I have heard that your strength is not bad, and you have often been in the limelight in the Firmament Academy. Do you really think you can block this Realm Lord's attack? At this moment, Sui Qi was like a god that controlled everything. He looked down at Qin Shao with disdain. He curled his lips and smiled indifferently. I don't know if I can block it or not. That's why I want to try, isn't it? Realm Lord Sui Qi, you know very well why I'm here. I really don't want to offend Realm Lord Sui Qi. I don't want to be your enemy. I've also heard that Realm Lord Sui Qi's strength is unfathomable, ancient, and powerful. He's also a famous existence in the 3,000 worlds of the Great Tao Sacred Realm. You're overestimating yourself. Realm Lord Sui Qi harumphed coldly and attacked without hesitation. The endless surging power turned into a fire dragon, a piece of flint, a cluster of flames, and a wave of scorching energy that penetrated into every inch of the space, instantly enveloping the world. Moreover, it was completely integrated into the world, becoming one with the space, using the space to launch a ferocious attack on Qin Shao. This was the perfect combination of the power of the law and the wonderful use of it. Naturally, such a terrifying technique could be achieved. The endless surging energy was like a raging fire, bursting out and penetrating Qin Zhao's divine body. It wanted to break through Qin Zhao's sword Qi protection and devour Qin Zhao's divine body. It wanted to devour Qin Zhao's life. By the looks of it, most four-step ancient saints would have already succumbed to the pressure. However, Qin Shao had already prepared for this. No matter how powerful Realm Lord Sui Qi was, as long as he was not on the Heaven's Declaration, Qin Shao was fearless and could fight him. He just wanted to show Realm Lord Sui Qi that he had the strength to challenge him. What's wrong, Qin Shao? Are you still not going to attack? Do you want me to attack you first? Otherwise, you won't have any chance to win if I attack you first, Realm Lord Sui Qi said coldly. Sui Qi said coldly. He didn't use his full strength. He was just casually attacking. Then, please enlighten me, Realm Lord Sui Qi. Qin Shao did not hesitate and attacked with all his might. Among the 9 types of power of the law, he had already cultivated 5 of them to the great accomplishment realm. Facing an ancient and powerful existence like Realm Lord Sui Qi, Qin Shao would not show any mercy. This peerless and domineering power was everywhere. Instantly, it rushed towards the entire void and turned into an endless amount of light spots, breaking all stalemates. Qin Zhao's 9 types of power of the law, the power of his inner world, and his own unique skill, breaking stalemate. How powerful would it be when he used all his strength? Therefore, at this moment, Qin Shao attacked with his full strength. The surging power instantly burst forth, penetrating through all openings and was everywhere. What? Sui Qi was shocked, and he could not believe it. However, he had never imagined that Qin Zhao's strength would be so terrifying. Realm Lord Sui Qi was shocked, and he immediately knew that he had underestimated Qin Shao. How could this be? He could feel that Sumo's mastery of the law was not high. 9 types of power of the law. This guy has mastered 9 types of power of the law. How terrifying. But this is not right. Not right. Something was not right. There were some things that he could not understand, and he was puzzled. This ultimate move also contains a terrifying power. Pure power, so strong that it's unimaginable. How could his unique skill contain such a terrifying power? However, he did not have the time to think so much. Qin Zhao's sword was already in front of him. He had to face it seriously and attack with all his might. Chapter 3075. Realm Lord Sui Qi's strength was indeed very strong, but facing Qin Shao, he had met his match. Qin Zhao's individual laws weren't high level, far inferior to Realm Lord Sui Qi. However, Qin Shao had mastered 9 types of laws. Quantitative change could also bring qualitative change. Moreover, Qin Shao was now able to achieve the perfect fusion of 7 types of laws. The power that erupted from this was extremely terrifying. In addition to Qin Zhao's heaven-defying inner world, just the pure power of his inner world was enough to contend with the Sui Qi realm. There was also his own unique technique, Breaking Trap. It could break through all obstacles, sweep away all obstacles, and break through all forces. Under such powerful strength, domineering sharpness, and somewhat invulnerable unique technique, Realm Lord Sui Qi naturally couldn't block Qin Zhao's move. Therefore, all of Realm Lord Sui Qi's power was repelled by Qin Zhao's peerless sharpness. Even if Realm Lord Sui Qi attacked with all his strength, he still couldn't reverse the situation. In the end, Realm Lord Sui Qi was forced to retreat. The space also became extremely unstable and shaky, as if it could collapse at any time. Qin Shao pursued and suppressed Realm Lord Sui Qi, causing Realm Lord Sui Qi's expression to become extremely ugly. That high and mighty attitude of his had also been beaten into nothingness. Realm Lord Sui Qi had always been high and mighty. He had always been disdainful and despised everything. All along, Realm Lord Sui Qi had never regarded Qin Shao as an opponent on the same level as him. After all, Qin Shao was not only a junior, but also a new disciple who had just entered the Firmament Academy. Moreover, he was only a 3rd-step ancient saint. Realm Lord Sui Qi had entered the Firmament Academy before the Wanyu era and had already reached the 4th-step ancient saint realm before the Wanyu era. Now that he had gone through 10,000 universe eras of cultivation, he felt that he was extremely strong. Although he had not entered the Heaven's Declaration yet, Realm Lord Sui Qi had always thought that he was one of the strongest people in the Heaven's Declaration. He believed that he should be one of the strongest people in the Heaven's Declaration. That was why he was so confident. That was why he was so dismissive of Qin Shao and felt that everything was under his control. After all, this was Sui Qi's Realm Lord Manor, his territory. Under his brilliance, how could he spare a glance at Qin Shao? a mere three-step ancient saint stage junior? But who would have thought that this unassuming junior would be so unbelievably strong, suppressing him, Realm Lord Sui Chi? Such a situation made Sui Chi very uncomfortable. He couldn't accept it. It was as if he had eaten a mouthful of dog shit and it was stuck in his throat. After retreating all the way, Qin Shao finally broke through the space. He walked out of the space in an instant and returned to reality. As soon as the two of them came out, they burst out with a powerful force that directly destroyed the Grand Restriction Array. It was destroyed in an instant. As for Brother Pure and Darkwater Spirit Emperor's side, they were engaged in a heated battle as well. However, what made Anshui Yuang extremely uncomfortable was that even with the help of more than 60 ancient saints and the help of the restrictive formation, they still managed to defeat Brother Pure. He only had a slight advantage, but it wasn't obvious at all. Therefore, he couldn't really suppress Brother Chuanjia. Since they couldn't suppress Brother Pure, they couldn't do anything to him. At this time, Qin Shao knocked Realm Lord Sui Chi out of the strange space, destroying the restrictive formation and shocking Anshui Yuang. What shocked Anshui Yuang the most was that Realm Lord Sui Chi fell into a disadvantageous position with an ugly expression. Therefore, when Qin Shao and Realm Lord Sui Chi came out of the restrictive formation, everyone was stunned and fell silent. The air was also quickly suppressed and solidified. Brother Pure smacked his lips and stepped back with a grin. He gave Qin Shao a thumbs up and said, "Good job, brother. Haha, I'll leave the rest to you. Yuan, and I will applaud you. Some people are just wretched wretches. You have to hit them. Once you hit them, they'll become honest." Qin Shao smiled faintly at Brother Pure and nodded to him, indicating that he could go to the side and rest. Even Realm Lord Sui Chi was suppressed by him, causing Realm Lord Sui Chi to suffer a great loss. Anshui Yuang couldn't suppress Brother Pure, but one must know that Yuan hadn't even made a move yet, but Brother Pure had already gained the upper hand. Even if Sui Chi's Realm Lord Manor didn't use all of their trump cards, it would still be useless. They still wouldn't be able to gain any advantages. Under such circumstances, Realm Lord Sui Chi frowned and stood there with a cold expression, staring at Qin Shao with a thoughtful expression. The atmosphere also became very strange. Anshui Yuang was a little confused. Although he didn't see the battle between Qin Shao and his master, he could clearly feel that his master was at a disadvantage. Otherwise, his master wouldn't have such an expression and emotional state. With his understanding of his master, he naturally understood it at a glance. This brought great shock to Anshui Yuang. In his heart, his master Realm Lord Sui Chi was an incomparably powerful existence, an extremely famous existence in the great Tao sacred realm. However, his master Realm Lord Sui Chi actually suffered a loss in the hands of Qin Shao today. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, Anshui Yuang still couldn't believe it. He couldn't accept it. To him, this was something that defied common sense. How could he believe it? Not to mention seeing it. He had never even heard of it before. How could a third-step ancient saint be so unbelievably powerful? Logically speaking, this should be completely impossible. However, Qin Shao made this impossible thing possible. Anshui Yuang's face was also pale. All of this happened because of him. He thought that if his master could easily deal with it, then it wouldn't be a problem. But now, he found out that even his master couldn't easily deal with it. This was a big problem. Qin Shao and Realm Lord Sui Chi looked at each other. For pairs of eyes stared at each other for 10,000 years. The two of them didn't make any movements, but the air had solidified, making the atmosphere incomparably tense and oppressive. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths, quietly watching this side, waiting for the development of the situation. Even Anshui Yuang was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. He stood there motionlessly. The situation seemed to be in a stalemate. After a long time, Qin Shao took the initiative to break the silence. Senior Realm Lord Sui Chi, let me repeat myself. I have no intention of becoming enemies with your Realm Lord Sui Chi Palace, nor do I have any intention of becoming enemies with you, Realm Lord Sui Chi. I only care about the matter, not the person. Today, I came to your Sui Chi Realm Lord Manor because of this matter. As long as my matter is resolved, everything will be settled. We will immediately leave and never fight again. I, Qin Xiao, don't like to cause trouble, but I'm also not afraid of any trouble. I've always tried peaceful means before resorting to force. I've always been a reasonable person, but if there's someone who refuses to reason with me and wants to talk with his fists, then I can only accompany you to the end. I'm a reasonable person, but I also have the ability to talk with my fists. So, Senior Realm Lord Sui Chi, don't think that you can bully me just because I, Qin Xiao, am a reasonable person. We're all humans. Why should I give in to you? Just because you're a senior expert? If you, Realm Lord Sui Chi, are not willing to give me face, then I, Qin Xiao, can only offend you. Ah, brother. Well said, well said. That's how domineering you are. Brother Pure immediately clapped his hands and praised Qin Xiao, giving him a big thumbs up. Qin Xiao looked at Realm Lord Sui Chi. Realm Lord Sui Chi had made his intentions clear. Either make peace or fight to the end. No matter what choice Qin Xiao made, he wasn't afraid. He wouldn't back down at all. This was Qin Xiao's bottom line, and also where his confidence came from. Now, it was up to Realm Lord Sui Chi to decide. Anshui Yohuang's face was extremely ugly and cold, but he didn't dare to say anything now. He could only look at his master, waiting for his master to speak. He naturally wasn't happy, and naturally didn't want to compromise. But this was also up to his master. After all, only his master knew whether he could deal with Qin Xiao or not. Realm Lord Sui Chi fell silent. His face was incomparably cold. His eyes flickered with a complicated and sharp expression, as well as a cold glint. Realm Lord Sui Chi was indeed struggling in his heart. It was indeed very complicated, and he was calculating everything. Indeed, he still had many methods that he hadn't used yet. For example, he still had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. For example, he still had more than half of the trump cards of his Realm Lord Manor that he hadn't used yet. Therefore, the Sui Chi Realm Lord Manor was also considering whether or not to mobilize these forces to suppress Qin Xiao regardless of the cost. Once this matter continued, it would be like an arrow that had left the bow. There was no turning back. They would have to fight to the death. But was it worth it to fight to the end? If he wanted to fight to the end, even if he managed to take down Qin Xiao in the end, how great would the price be? This price was most likely a terrifying number. It was something that was hard to imagine. Everything was unknown. For now, it was just his imagination. The development of the situation might not go as he wished. He had trump cards. Didn't Qin Xiao have them too? Didn't that pure boy have them too? And that little girl who hadn't made a move yet, didn't she? Sui Chi had to consider all of this, and he was thinking about it carefully. For a moment, Realm Lord Sui Chi didn't make a choice. Master, Anshui Yuang finally panicked and became anxious. This was the first time he saw his master so hesitant. This wasn't a good sign. His master had always been decisive and decisive in his actions. He would never be indecisive. This time he was so hesitant. Anshui Yuang naturally could see that his master's heart was wavering. He probably didn't want to make a move at all costs. This meant that the threat that Qin Xiao posed to his master was much greater than he imagined. That was why his master was like this. If his master really compromised, the one who would suffer a great loss would be him, Anshui Yuan. Not only would he not be able to take revenge, he wouldn't be able to regain his face. Moreover, he would lose even more face. How could he face others in the future? So, Anshui Yuan made up his mind and immediately said to Realm Lord Sui Chi, "If we don't solve it now, there will be endless troubles in the future. My Sui Chi Palace's reputation will also be swept to the ground. We will become the laughingstock of others. So, Master, even if we have to disregard everything, we must take down these two boys today." Our Sui Chi Palace still has more than half of our trump cards. Master, what are you worried about? Author Cruel Death. Chapter 3076. Realm Lord Suichi glanced at Anshui Yuan coldly. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was obvious. He wanted Anshui Yuan to shut up. At this moment, Dark Lord Darkwater was filled with grievances as well. He was the one who suffered a loss. He was the one whose clone was killed. If he couldn't even avenge himself in the Suichi Realm Lord's manner, what face would he have left? He had already sacrificed his doppelganger, so he no longer had anything to worry about. He just wanted to kill Brother Purity at all costs. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. If Master didn't stand up for him, wouldn't he have to swallow his anger? Wouldn't he have to swallow this fruit? How could he be willing to see such a thing happen? Master! At this moment, Yuan Darkwater couldn't care less about whether her master was angry or not. Even if Master wanted to punish him, it would have to wait until after the matter was over. Now, he had to fight for it. He couldn't let Master give up. He couldn't take the step back. Even if Sui Chi's Realm Lord manner was at stake, Dark Emperor Darkwater still felt that he had to fight for a clear resolution to this matter. Don't say any more. I know what to do. Your junior brother's original body will be here soon. Wait for him to arrive. Realm Lord Suichi coldly replied. Upon hearing the words of her revered master, Ghost Emperor Darkwater was elated. Junior brother was coming. This was a good thing. Junior brother's strength might be above master's. Moreover, junior brother was a disciple of the Firmament Academy. He was the senior brother of Qin Shao. He believed that he could suppress Qin Shao. Thinking of this, Anshui Yuan felt much better. Qin Shao had been looking at Realm Lord Suichi coldly, waiting for his reply. But at this time, Qin Shao also knew that it was not something that could be persuaded in a short time. Therefore, Qin Shao was willing to give Realm Lord Suichi more time. Senior Realm Lord Suichi, you've thought for a long time. It's about time, right? Do you want to fight or make peace? You have to say something, right? Qin Shao said again. Then, he smiled and added, what we want is actually quite simple. It's just a promise. It's not that complicated. Not complicated? Realm Lord Suichi frowned and glared at Qin Shao. It didn't sound complicated, but it was difficult to do it. Sometimes, dignity was more important than one's life. At the very least, people would think so before they were faced with a choice between life and death. You killed my disciple in my territory. Do you think I will let you go so easily? Suichi said coldly. It was within Qin Zhao's expectations that Realm Lord Sui Chi wouldn't give up so easily. He planned for the good and the bad. Since Realm Lord Suichi was unwilling to let it go, then forget it. Let's talk with our fists. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled coldly. He looked at Realm Lord Suichi and said, all right, let's continue. Looks like you want to use all the trump cards of your Realm Lord Suichi. That's fine too. Let me see how deep and terrifying the foundation of your Sui Chi Realm Lord manner is. Just take it that I, Qin Shao, am young and fearless, like a newborn calf that is not afraid of tiger, mustering up the courage of a bear to fight with Senior Sui Chi. Master! At this moment, a loud and clear voice sounded from the horizon. A powerful aura surged over. Anshui Yuan was overjoyed when he felt this aura. He knew that his junior brother Xianxiu had come. With his master and junior brother, two extremely powerful fourth-step ancient saints. No matter how heaven-defying Qin Shao was, there was no way he would be able to cause any trouble. He would definitely be subdued and suppressed. As long as he took care of Qin Shao, that brat pure would be much easier to deal with. He would also have a chance to get his revenge. Realm Lord Suichi's expression became slightly better when he saw his most prized disciple. Soon, a figure landed and bowed to Realm Lord Suichi. Ha ha! Junior brother Xianxiu, you're finally willing to come back. How long has it been since you came back to the Realm Lord Manor? I haven't seen you for a long time. Anshui Yuang laughed happily. Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu smiled helplessly at Anshui Yuang. On the other side, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure couldn't help but laugh when they saw that it was Xian Xiu. What a coincidence. It was just like the saying, enemies will not meet each other. They didn't expect that the disciple of Realm Lord Manor in the Firmament Academy would be senior Brother Xian Xiu. He was an old acquaintance. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Let me laugh for a while. I can't hold it in anymore. Finding a helper is really smart. I'm impressed. Brother Pure couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Xiao also wanted to laugh. He wanted to laugh when he saw senior Brother Xian Xiu. He didn't expect that Realm Lord Suichi's helper would be senior Brother Xian Xiu. This was interesting. It seemed that something more interesting was going to happen. Sure enough, after greeting his master, Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu turned around and looked at Qin Xiao and the other two. But when he saw Qin Xiao, he was stunned. His expression suddenly became somewhat interesting. Qin Xiao. This was a man who made him somewhat afraid. He didn't expect that the people his master wanted to deal with when he rushed back to the Suichi Realm Lord Manor were Qin Xiao and the other two. This really made him want to cry. If he had known this, he wouldn't have come back. In the past, he still hated Qin Xiao and wanted to find a chance to take revenge and regain his face. But later, he knew that the gap between him and Qin Xiao was not small. It wasn't easy to take revenge. Moreover, Qin Xiao had defeated several senior brothers who were stronger than him. What was worse was that Qin Xiao was protected by young Master Feng Yi. Even senior brother Aoshin didn't dare to provoke Qin Xiao. How could Xian Xiu dare to provoke this monster? Therefore, Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this moment. Suichi Realm Lord and Anshui Yuang also saw the change in Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu's expression. Their hearts suddenly sank. Obviously, they had a bad premonition. It seemed that the situation wasn't as good as they thought. Was there a more terrible situation? Senior brother Xian Xiu, I didn't expect to see you here. How had you been? Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said to Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu. Pure brother also waved his hand at senior brother Xian Xiu with a faint smile on his face. Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. He had a bad feeling when he saw Qin Xiao. He had stayed away from this person even in the Firmament Academy. Otherwise, when he saw him, he would always remember that he had suffered a great loss in Qin Xiao's hands. Therefore, it was better not to see him. But today, they bumped into each other again. It was really a headache for him. However, this matter involved his master and senior brother. As a disciple, he had an unshirkable responsibility. He couldn't avoid it. He could only brace himself to face it. Junior brother Qin Xiao, junior brother Pure, why did you make such a big formation staff? Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu asked in a deep voice. Qin Xiao chuckled and said, Senior brother Xian Xiu, why don't you ask your master first? Ask him what his intentions are. Our request is very simple. However, your master and your senior brothers insist on bullying us. We are also very helpless. Since senior brother Xian Xiu is here, let's see what decision you're going to make. Now, it's up to your senior brother Xian Xiu to decide whether to fight or to make peace. Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu's expression twisted slightly. He really didn't know the situation inside. However, he knew Qin Xiao very well. He also understood the meaning of his words. It seemed that his master was the one to decide whether to fight or to make peace. Then it would be easy. As long as Qin Xiao and the others didn't go crazy and insist on fighting to the death, it would be much easier. Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu immediately said to Realm Lord Suichi and Anshui Yuang, Master, senior brother, what's going on? How did it end up like this? You could have provoked anyone, but you had to provoke Qin Xiao. He's not someone to be trifled with. Upon hearing Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu's words, Realm Lord Suichi and Anshui Yuang both looked at Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu in surprise. What did he mean? Did Qin Xiao really have such a powerful background? Did he really have such powerful strength? Could it be that they couldn't afford to provoke him? It didn't make sense. If they really didn't care about anything, they might even have a chance to fight with someone on the Heavens Declaration, let alone Qin Shao. Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu said again, Master, senior brother, please believe me. Don't provoke Qin Shao. He's definitely not a simple and ruthless person. It's best if we don't provoke him. Once we do, I'm afraid we won't be able to get away with it. Several of our senior brothers in the Firmament Academy have suffered a great loss in his hands, including me. He's very powerful. I'm far from being his match. Moreover, he has someone on the Heavens Declaration behind him. In fact, Qin Shao is the direct disciple of Saint Li of the Immortal Realm. Miss Yuan Yuan is Saint Li's daughter. Young Master Feng Yi is an extremely protective person. Even if we disregard everything and take advantage of him today, I'm afraid it will bring us endless trouble. Once young Master Feng Yi gets angry and wants to attack us, the situation will be terrible. Therefore, I would like to remind Master and Senior Brother to let this matter be resolved as much as possible. Don't let this matter drag on any longer. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be the ones who will suffer in the end. Hearing Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu's words, Realm Lord Sui Qi fell silent. He really didn't expect this to happen. He didn't even think about it. He didn't know that Qin Shao had such a powerful background and was so powerful. Even Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu said that he was far from being Qin Zhao's match. How powerful was Qin Shao? After hearing Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu's words, Realm Lord Sui Qi wanted to retreat. Anshui Yuang was very unhappy. He couldn't accept this matter. But in this place, it was clear that his words carried the least weight. Therefore, Anshui Yuang could only remain silent. Seeing that his master was still hesitating, Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu said again, Master, please listen to me. It's best not to provoke Qin Shao. Otherwise, it will bring endless trouble to our Sui Qi realm. If we act in a moment of anger, it may cause endless trouble in the future. When it's time to take a step back, we still have to take a step back. When it's time to take a step back, we have to bear with it. Realm Lord Sui Qi looked at Saint Sovereign Xian Xiu and Anshui Yuan. In fact, he was already a little touched. Author, Cruel Death, my ranking on the Fresh Flowers list has dropped again. My friends, please take a step back and fight for our honor. Chapter 3077. So I forget it. Realm Lord Sui Qi weighed the pros and cons in his heart and finally made the decision to compromise. He had lived for a long time, and although he had never compromised before, he had no choice but to compromise this time. Master, Realm Lord Sui Qi wanted to compromise, but Anshui Yuang was not willing to do so. Master, my clone was killed on the spot in our Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor. They personally came to our Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor and acted so brazenly, not giving our Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor any face at all. If we compromise today, I'm afraid we will be laughed at by the world. Master, I don't care about my face, but you can't afford to lose your dignity. You can't be violated by Qin Shao. Junior brother Xian Xiu, how can we retreat in such a situation? How can we compromise and admit defeat? Where is our master's dignity if you act like this? Where is our Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor? Saint Master Xian Xiu shook his head and said, Senior brother, I feel that you are very unhappy. I also know that this matter has embarrassed our Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor. Master's face has been swept to the ground, and you have been humiliated. But a lack of forbearance in small matters will spoil great plans. If this enmity is formed, then it will be big trouble, and there will be no end of trouble. Moreover, it's not that easy to deal with Qin Shao and the others. This kid's strength is too strong. Brother Chunjia and Yuan Yuan are also very strong. If the three of them join hands, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to suppress them. Even if we go all out, there will still be a certain risk. Even if we win in the end, we will have to pay a heavy price. It will even hurt the vitality of our sway, chi realm, Lord Manor. Therefore, I am willing to ask Master and Senior Brother to think twice before you act. Don't pay a heavy price because of a moment of anger. At the very least, even if we can kill Brother Chuanjie today and control Qin Shao, what about in the future? From what I know about Qin Shao, he is definitely the kind of person who will not take revenge for the smallest grievances. Brother Pure is his most loyal brother. If Brother Pure dies in our hands, I am sure that Qin Shao will not let it go. He will fight us to the death. Young Master Feng Yi is in Great Tao Sacred Realm. If Qin Shao finds him, what kind of situation will our Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor face? Realm Lord Sui Qi's expression became even more solemn. He had already given up. He did not dare to pursue this matter. Dark Emperor Darkwada's face was drained of all color. Since things had already come to this point, what else could he say? If he continued, he would be disregarding the survival of the Sui Qi Realm Lord Manor. However, Hidden Emperor Darkwada was really unwilling to accept this. After a moment of silence, Realm Lord Sui Qi looked at Anshui Yuhuang seriously. Sai, if you always walk by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? This time, I'm afraid I can't make the decision for you. It is your fault for provoking someone you shouldn't have. It can't be helped. Just lower your head this time. Fault? Lower his head? Humph, 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 humph. He was unwilling to accept this. His avatar was killed in front of everyone by Brother Pure. Now he had to lower his head. How could he be happy? But even if he was unhappy, what could he do? Even if he was unhappy, what could he do? Since his revered master had already said as such, no matter how furious and vengeful he was, he had to think of the bigger picture. So, after a fierce struggle, Anshui Yuang chose to compromise. Whatever master says, Realm Lord Sui Qi naturally knew that Darkwater Emperor was unwilling. But he had no other choice and could only do so. Sigh helpless. Realm Lord Sui Qi didn't know how long it had been since he felt this aggrieved. How could he not feel hatred and anger in his heart? But there was nothing he could do. No matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do. Just like that, the matter was settled. Realm Lord Sui Qi looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao, this time I admit defeat. What is your request? Say it. Hearing Realm Lord Sui Qi admit defeat, Qin Shao let out a sigh of relief. Although he felt that the possibility of Realm Lord Sui Qi admitting defeat was higher, he couldn't rule out the possibility of Realm Lord Sui Qi continuing to go crazy. If Realm Lord Sui Qi still didn't admit defeat and continued to go crazy, then this matter would be very troublesome. If Realm Lord Sui Qi unleashed all of his power, it would be a very terrifying matter. It would definitely pose a great threat to Qin Shao. In fact, it was very likely that they would be taken down. This was a very likely thing. This crisis could be considered over. This was probably due to Senior Brother Xian Chao's contribution. From this point of view, Qin Shao had to thank Senior Brother Xian Chou. Qin Shao curled his lips and said with a serious face, I've already said my request, then I'll say it again. Let Anshui Yuhuang swear with his soul that he won't cause trouble for Sacred Water Palace in the future. I believe in you, Realm Lord Sui Qi. You definitely won't do such a thing. It doesn't suit your identity as Realm Lord Sui Qi. So, that's all I need, that's all. Realm Lord Sui Qi looked at Anshui Yuhuang coldly, hinting him adieu as Qin Shao said. This was even more unbearable than killing Anshui Yuhuang. However, he had no other choice. He was also forced into a corner. He could only listen to his master's orders and act. No matter how unwilling Anshui Yuhuang was, he could only grit his teeth. After a fierce struggle in his heart, he opened his mouth and swore with his soul. However, during the process of swearing, his face was black and his body was trembling all the time. Obviously, he was extremely unwilling. He was incomparably angry. He was filled with hatred. But there was nothing he could do. He was crazy. He was ruthless. But there was nothing he could do. After getting what he wanted, Qin Shao naturally didn't stay any longer. The three of them immediately left. This farce had finally come to an end. Ha! Brother Qin Shao, you're amazing. Now it seems that your reputation is indeed very, very big. Look, senior brother Xian Shou is extremely afraid of you. He doesn't dare to be your enemy at all. For such a thing, he was still able to persuade his junior brother to endure and admit defeat. This is all because of your great deterrence. Brother Pure said with a smile. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. This matter was somewhat out of his expectations. He didn't expect it to end in such a way. It was very good. Let's go. We'll go back to the Sacred Water Palace first, lest they worry about us. Moreover, His Highness Badger Huai and the others are still waiting for us there. Qin Shao said. Brother Pure nodded. Now, they naturally had to go back to the Sacred Water Palace first. However, Brother Pure suddenly thought, by the way, Qin Shao, the master of the Sacred Water Palace, seems to have a very accurate method of gathering information, right? Qin Shao nodded and said, yes, it's very insightful. Previously, when I inquired about the Jigeo shuttle, the master of the Sacred Water Palace quickly gave me a lot of information. This time, the master of the Sacred Water Palace also had a lot of means to inform Hao Mingjun. His ability to gather information should be very, very powerful. Many things in the Great Way Sanctuary probably can't escape his eyes and ears. Brother Pure was slightly taken aback and said, Qin Shao, do you think the master of the Sacred Water Palace can find the hiding place of Qian Wang? Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and understood what he meant. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, according to what I know, as long as Qian Wang is hiding in the Great Way Sanctuary, the master of the Sacred Water Palace should be able to find him. After all, Qian Wang's strength is not very strong. His means should be relatively ordinary. So, it should still be possible to find him. Well, since you said so, I think we should go to the Sacred Water Palace again, Brother Pure said. Qin Shao nodded and said, then let's go. However, it was better to go back to the Sacred Water Palace first. Soon, the three of them returned to the Sacred Water Palace and saw Miss Lianqin. Miss Lianqin was naturally very grateful to Qin Shao and Brother Pure for saving her life. She was also very grateful to everyone. In fact, she did not expect that Qin Shao and the others would come to save her and her father, and also helped her father to take back the power of the Sacred Water Palace. She simply had no way of repaying such kindness. Qin Shao and the others did not stay in the Sacred Water Palace for long. After gathering with everyone, they left. All good things must come to an end. Saint Venerable Kai Yuan and the others all knew that the gap between them and Qin Shao was too big. Therefore, they naturally could not catch up with Qin Zhao's footsteps. It was already an honor for them to meet Qin Shao, so they naturally did not dare to ask for more. They did not dare to ask Qin Shao to accompany them more. After Qin Shao and the others left, they went straight to the Sacred Water Palace. His Highness Badger Huai also returned to the Zilin Realm Lord Mansion. Everyone dispersed. Although the people had dispersed, their friendship was firmly tied together and engraved in everyone's hearts. Miss Lianqin was the most touched. This was a great fortune in her life, and she would remember this moment for the rest of her life. Soon, Qin Shao and the others returned to the Sacred Water Palace. The Sacred Water Palace Lord was naturally very welcoming to Qin Shao and the others. He also politely took out good wine and dishes to entertain Qin Shao and the others. Qin Shao found that every time he came, the treatment was better. It seemed that the Sacred Water Palace should come more often. After drinking the wine, they exchanged some pleasantries. Before Brother Pure could speak, the Sacred Water Palace Lord had already predicted it. He said to Brother Pure, you must have something you want to talk to me about, right? Brother Pure was not surprised by the Sacred Water Palace Lord's ability. He had seen it before. Brother Pure nodded and said directly, "As expected, I can't hide anything from you." Then I'll get straight to the point. It's like this. I have a blood feud with an enemy called King Xiong. His detailed information is here. I wonder if the Heavenly River Temple Master can help me find out where his original body is hiding. I've already killed his clone. His real body is hiding. With that, Brother Pure gave the Sacred Water Palace Lord some detailed information about Xiong Wang. After reading the information, the Sacred Water Palace Lord smiled and said to Brother Pure, "It's a small matter. He's just a 3-step ancient saint. It's not difficult. As long as he's still in the Great Path Sacred Realm, I'll definitely be able to find him. I've already given the order. You guys stay here and drink with me. The good news should be coming soon. For this matter, it'll take at least 1,000 years. What? 1,000 years? TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of the Sacred Water Palace Lord, Brother Pure was suddenly excited. He had been thinking about this matter for a long time. Finally, he was about to succeed. Chapter 3078. The efficiency of the Heaven River Palace was indeed very fast. It only took them 500 years to receive accurate information. The carefree little realm? Where is that? I seem to have heard of it once before. It seems to be an extremely mysterious and powerful place. Brother Pure could not help but frown slightly when he read the information. The Heaven River Palace Master said, "The carefree little realm is indeed an extremely mysterious and powerful place. It's also a place of freedom. To be more precise, it's a place of safety." A place of safety? Qin Shao and Brother Pure looked at the Heaven River Palace Master in confusion. What was a place of safety? Well, I'll have to start from the situation of the carefree little realm. I'll show you the information I gave you. After reading it, you'll naturally understand why the carefree little realm is called a place of safety. The Heaven River Palace Master said, and handed a set of information to Qin Shao and Brother Pure. After reading it, the two of them had a certain understanding of the carefree little realm. Qin Shao was secretly amazed. He did not expect that there would be such a strange place in this world. There were indeed many things in the great wide world that he had never thought of. This was the wonderful part of the great wide world. No one knew the exact location of the carefree little realm. It was not recorded in the world, but it was certain that it was in the great Tao sacred realm. As for the specific location, it required someone to lead the way. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find it. The carefree little realm was jointly created by 3-world immortals millions of years ago. These 3-world immortals did not belong to any forces and had no intention of creating their own forces. They were all carefree people who liked to be free and unrestrained. Therefore, these 3-world immortals worked together and created the carefree little realm. Originally, this was not considered a rare thing. It was extremely common for world immortals to create a small realm and a force. It should be a very common thing. However, the reason why the unfettered lesser realm became famous was due to the fact that these 3-world gods acted independently. The idea behind their creation of the carefree little realm was for the Great Path Sacred Realm. It could even be said that they wanted to create an absolutely carefree little realm for the greater thousand worlds. Inside the carefree lesser world, there was no hatred, no rivalry, no fighting, and no killing. There was only harmony, and there was only freedom. No matter who it was, no one could violate this rule. Moreover, the unfettered lesser realm accepted anyone as long as they obeyed the rules in the unfettered lesser realm. Regardless of whether one was good or evil, demon or devil, they could all enter the carefree minor world and would not be excluded. As long as one entered the unfettered minor realm, they would receive the protection of the unfettered minor realm, and no power would be able to do anything to them. Therefore, the carefree little realm gradually developed into the most famous life-saving place in the Great Tao Sanctuary. Many people were willing to let their true bodies stay in the unfettered small realm. This way, they could ensure the safety of their true bodies. Even powerful existences at the world god realm could not kill people in the unfettered small realm. After countless years of development, the unfettered small realm strength was no longer just the three founders of the world god realm. After countless years of accumulation, many powerful existences had joined the camp to protect the unfettered small realm. Therefore, to put it bluntly, even existences on the Heavens Declaration and Divine List would not dare to barge into the unfettered small realm. Unless there was a supreme dominator like the Reincarnation Sovereign, no one would be able to ignore the unfettered small realm. It was estimated that no one below the Reincarnation Sovereign could challenge the unfettered small realm. Therefore, the unfettered small realm had become a very special place in the Great Path Sacred Realm. However, the unfettered small realm was better. It was a completely sealed small realm, and it would not interfere with anything in the Great Path Sacred Realm. It would only protect its own land. It was also because of this that the major powers in the 3,000 world would not be enemies with the unfettered small realm. Therefore, the unfettered small realm was special and powerful. Qian Wang's original body was hiding in the unfettered small realm. After learning about the unfettered small realm, Brother Pure was not in a good mood. Qian Wang had hidden in the unfettered small realm. It seemed that it was impossible for him to kill him. As long as he did not leave the unfettered small realm, he would not be able to kill him. Even if he chased Qian Wang into the unfettered small realm, he would not be able to kill him. Even if he could, he would have to exchange his life for Qian Wang's. It was not worth it. How could this be? There was a small, unfettered small realm. Qin Shao thought that since the small, unfettered small realm was so famous and safe, it would be the place where many existences of the ancient saint realm would choose. Did that mean that Meng Gaosua's original body could be hiding in the small, unfettered small realm? Although the Heaven River Palace Master did not find out, Qin Shao felt that it was possible. However, he did not want to think about this now. For the time being, he had to think about how to solve the problem of Qian Wang. Heaven River Palace Master, do you mean that as long as Qian Wang stays in the small, unfettered small realm, we have no chance to kill him? Qin Shao asked. The Heaven River Palace Master shook his head and laughed. Yes and no. Theoretically speaking, as long as King Qiong stays in the unfettered little realm and doesn't come out, there's no chance to kill him. Of course, it's not completely absolute. In fact, there are still ways, and there are at least 3 ways. 3 ways? Qin Shao and Brother Pure were delighted. It seemed that things were not as complicated as they thought. Yes, there are 3 ways. The first way is to lure Qian Wang out. As long as Qian Wang leaves the small, unfettered small realm, he will no longer be protected by the small, unfettered small realm. Naturally, it will be easy to kill him. The second way is to enter the small, unfettered small realm to kill him. Of course, it is very risky. The success rate is not very high. If you want to kill him, you have to be able to kill him instantly. Otherwise, there will be no chance. Of course, if you enter the small, unfettered small realm to kill him, you will definitely die. It is a life for a life. As for the third way, it is too difficult. Qin Shao shook his head after hearing this. The first method was obviously completely impossible. It was impossible. How could it be possible to lure Qian Wang out of the small, unfettered small realm? Qian Wang's doppelganger was killed by Brother Pure. Qian Wang's residence was destroyed by Brother Pure. He must have been scared out of his wits. If he could hide in the small, unfettered small realm, how could he come out again? It was impossible. The second way was also impossible. It was not worth exchanging a life for a life. In order to kill a Qian Wang, his Brother Pure was not stupid. How could he do such a stupid thing? Therefore, Qin Shao and Brother Pure both looked at the Heaven River Temple Master, waiting for his third method. Now, it seemed that only the third method was feasible. Otherwise, even though there was a way, it would not work at all. The Sky River Temple Master paused for a moment before he continued. The third method is very difficult. Originally, according to the principles of the three world deities when they first established the unfettered minor realm, there should have been no room for negotiation at all. No matter who it is, as long as they enter the carefree minor world, they will be protected by the carefree minor world. No one is allowed to kill in the carefree minor world, even if they have committed heinous crimes. But in the long run, it naturally accumulated a lot of trouble. Many world immortals, major powers, and world lords are extremely displeased with the way the unfettered lesser realm is acting. Many traders have fled into the carefree little realm and have received protection. Many extremely evil people were also protected. As more and more people accumulated, the opposing forces grew stronger. Finally, one day, they exploded and surrounded the carefree minor world. More than 10 world immortals and more than 100 four-step ancient saints formed a team and surrounded the carefree minor world. A great battle was about to break out. But that time, a great battle did not really break out. However, it also forced the carefree minor world to make some compromises. To loosen the rules a little, this third method was created. This method is very complicated. I will show you the details so that I can explain it clearly in a few words. After saying that, the Sky River Temple Master passed some information to Qin Shao and Brother Pure. The two of them quickly browsed through the information. After reading the information, Qin Shao finally understood what was going on. It was possible to kill the people in the carefree minor world, but a few conditions had to be met. First, it was impossible to kill people for no reason. There had to be a sufficient reason. Moreover, these reasons had to be backed by conclusive evidence. It cannot be based on empty words. Having a sufficient reason to kill people was the most basic requirement. This was easy. Brother Pure naturally had 100 reasons to kill Qian Wang. Moreover, the evidence was not difficult to find. Brother Pure already had it. Therefore, the basic requirement was met. Second, the requirements of the carefree minor world had to be met. These requirements were variable and random. They were not fixed. Therefore, the requirements for each person could only be known after entering the carefree minor world. Third, it could only be done in the carefree minor world. Moreover, it had to be done fairly and openly. The so-called fairness and openness meant that the person seeking revenge had to do it himself. No one else could do it. Moreover, it could only be done one-on-one. These three requirements had to be met before one could kill people in the carefree minor world. Moreover, although the carefree little realm had made certain compromises in history, in order to defend their position, they had also come up with corresponding countermeasures. Therefore, it was not easy to enter the carefree minor world to kill people. It would definitely be difficult. The requirements given would definitely be very harsh. It would be very difficult to meet them. Precisely because of this, it was too difficult to enter the carefree minor world to kill people. However, no matter how difficult it was, Brother Pure would not let it go. If he had to go, no one could stop him. Since there was an opportunity now, it was the best. Otherwise, even if he had to break into the carefree minor world in the future, he would definitely go in and kill Qian Wang. However, Qin Shao, there is another situation. I have to tell you, it is not so easy for you to enter the carefree minor world. The carefree minor world is a place where people live for a long time. It only accepts people who live in the carefree minor world. Therefore, not only is it difficult to enter, but it is even more difficult to come out. You can only come out after a certain period of time. It is very difficult to come out of the carefree minor world in a short period of time. Therefore, if you want to enter the carefree minor world to kill Qian Wang, there are at least 3 major obstacles, the master of the Heaven River Temple added. Chapter 3079. Was it so difficult to enter the carefree little realm? Was it even more difficult to leave? Who would have thought that there would be pitfalls everywhere? There were difficulties and obstacles everywhere. However, no matter how many pitfalls there were, they could only choose to cross them. Brother Pure asked, Heaven River Palace Master, what are the conditions to enter the carefree little realm? What are the conditions to leave the unfettered small realm? The Heaven River Palace Master said, Of course, not everyone can enter the carefree little realm. If that were the case, it would have been overcrowded. After all, it's such a safe place. Everyone wants to enter. After entering the carefree little realm, no matter how many enemies you make, you're basically safe. Therefore, the carefree little realm has very high requirements for people who want to enter. It's very harsh. Therefore, there aren't many people who can enter the carefree little realm. Even if you find the right way and find the right to enter, you still have to pay a huge price to get out. Basically, many people have to use up their countless years of savings to be able to afford this price. If both of you want to enter the carefree little realm, you have to pay twice the price. Going in is twice the price, and coming out is twice the price. And the price for coming out should be even greater. There's no specific price for coming out, so I can't say for sure, but I can tell you the price for going in. If you want to enter the carefree little realm, you have to meet several conditions. First, you have to find a carefree envoy. Only the carefree envoy can lead people into the carefree little realm. It's not difficult to find the carefree envoy. I can help you find him very quickly. Finding the carefree emissary is the first step. The second step is to apply to enter the carefree little realm. Then, the carefree emissary will give you some missions based on your own situation. You need to complete these missions. After these tasks are completed, you have to pay a certain price. This price is mostly money and treasures. Then, you can enter the carefree little realm. After hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. So complicated? Obviously, the tasks given by the carefree envoy were very difficult to complete. Moreover, it might take a lot of time to complete. It was definitely not something that could be done in a short period of time. The first and third steps were easy to deal with, but the second step was not so easy to complete. Although he felt that it was troublesome, he had no choice but to accept it. Since that's the case, there's no other way. There's no other choice. This is the only way. Qin Shao shook his head and said helplessly. He then turned to the Celestial River Temple Master and said, Then we'll have to trouble you again. Please help us find the whereabouts of the carefree envoy. We'll go find him first. The Heaven River Temple Master shook her head and said, It seems like you've made up your mind. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. I wish you good luck. However, this matter is very difficult and dangerous. It is very difficult, so you must be more careful. However, there's really nothing we can do about it. If you really want to have the strength to make the carefree little realm bow down, I'm afraid that only people like the Reincarnation Sovereign can do it. Perhaps, at most, the top few people on the Heavens Declaration or the Divine List can do it. Others don't even have to think about it. There's no way they can do it. Therefore, there's really nothing we can do about it. It's really a headache. Qin Shao and Brother Pure nodded. Yes, there was nothing they could do. They could only bite the bullet and do it. No matter how difficult or dangerous it was, they could only break through it. The Celestial River Temple Master was very efficient. Soon, she gave the information about the carefree envoy to Qin Shao and the other two. Qin Shao and the other two did not hesitate. They immediately set off to see the carefree envoy. They could not delay any longer. The carefree envoy's whereabouts were unpredictable. If they did not hurry, he would be gone. Zilin World, Borderland. In the mountains, there was a thatched cottage. Beside the cottage, there were several gardens. In the garden, there was a man who looked like an old farmer. He was carefully taking care of some flowers and plants in the garden. The old farmer was very attentive and patient. At this moment, 3 figures walked over and stopped in front of the garden. They did not disturb the old farmer. Instead, they stood there quietly and patiently watched the old farmer take care of the flowers and plants. Brother Qin Shao, is this the carefree envoy? He doesn't look like the carefree envoy at all. Yuan looked at him and asked curiously. Qin Shao and Brother Pure looked at him strangely. He did not look like the carefree envoy. However, one cannot judge a book by its cover. This information was given by the Celestial River Temple Master, so it could not be wrong. Moreover, this old farmer wasn't a simple character at first glance. He definitely wasn't a simple character. Therefore, Qin Shao was convinced that the man in front of him was the carefree envoy. It was impossible for there to be such a lonely old farmer in such a deep forest and wilderness. This place gave people a very strange feeling. After a long while, the old farmer finally stopped. He straightened his back and wiped his sweat as if he was very tired. Then, he walked out of the garden and put the tools in his hand in a corner. Then, he walked to a rest pavilion and poured himself a glass of wine. After drinking, the old farmer's eyes fell on Qin Shao and the other two. Qin Shao immediately cupped his fists and bowed, saying, "May I ask if you are the carefree envoy?" According to the old farmer's aura, he was only a one-step ancient saint. However, the carefree envoy did not need to be very strong. The old farmer looked at Qin Shao in confusion and glanced at Brother Pure and Yuan. Then he said, "What carefree envoy? I don't understand what you're talking about. You got the wrong person. I'm just a commoner living in the wilderness. I live in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests, accompanying my flowers and plants. I don't fight with the world or the heavens. I just want to live a quiet life." Got the wrong person? Qin Shao and Brother Chuanjia couldn't help but look at each other. No way, right? Was he really not the carefree envoy? That did not make sense. The information given by the Celestial River Temple Master could not be wrong. How could he not be the carefree envoy? After the old farmer finished speaking, he waved his hand at Qin Shao and the other two and said, "You can go now. Don't waste your time here. You got the wrong person." With that, the old farmer walked back to the thatched cottage hesitantly. He did not seem to want to pay attention to Qin Shao and the other two. "Brother Qin Shao, did the Celestial River Temple Master lie to us?" Yuan asked curiously. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "No, the Celestial River Temple has no reason to lie to us. This kind of information should not be difficult. The fact that he gave it to us so quickly shows that it is not difficult for the Celestial River Temple. Logically speaking, it is impossible to make a mistake. Therefore, there's only one possibility." The old farmer said that on purpose to confuse us. Or perhaps this is also an invisible test or something like that. Didn't the Celestial River Temple Master say that it is not easy to enter the carefree little realm? There are many tests. Brother Pure immediately nodded in agreement when he heard Qin Zhao's words. If that was the case, it was very reasonable. Indeed, that should be the case. The information given by the Celestial River Temple Master could not be wrong. The only possibility was that the old farmer deliberately did not admit it and led them astray. Perhaps this was an invisible test. With this thought, Brother Pure did not hesitate. He immediately stepped forward and arrived in front of the old farmer. After bowing deeply, Brother Pure said to the old farmer, "Senior Carefree Envoy, we know you are the Carefree Envoy. We came to find you. The two of us want to enter the unfettered small world. We hope that Senior can grant us a chance." However, Brother Pure's words were not effective. The old farmer rolled his eyes at Brother Pure and said angrily, "This old man already said that you have the wrong person. What Carefree Envoy? This old man doesn't even know who you are. Get out of my way. You are blocking this old man's way." With that, the old farmer pushed Brother Pure aside and entered the thatched cottage. He even closed the door, giving Brother Pure the cold shoulder. Brother Pure walked back with a gloomy face. He looked at Qin Shao and asked, "Brother, what's going on? Something's wrong. It shouldn't be like this. Why did it turn out like this? This doesn't make sense. Why did he give us the cold shoulder? Could it be that we really made a mistake? Could there really be a problem with the information given by the Celestial River Temple? The Celestial River Temple Master gave us the information so quickly. Could it be that his subordinates made a mistake? Qin Shao also thought about this question. However, he still felt that this possibility was extremely low. The Celestial River Temple had stood tall for so many years. It was impossible for them to make such a low-level mistake. Since the information was given, unless the Celestial River Temple Master deliberately deceived them, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Brother Pure, we should firmly believe that the information given by the Celestial River Temple is correct. Therefore, the problem can only be with that carefree envoy. We don't know what he is up to. Now, we seem to be in a passive position. We have already met with obstacles before we even started. It seems that it won't be so easy for us to get the task smoothly. No wonder the Celestial River Temple Master said that it is very difficult to enter the carefree little realm. But it's normal when you think about it. If it wasn't difficult, the carefree little realm would have been overcrowded. How many ancient saints are there in the great Tao sanctuary alone? Moreover, it has been accumulated over countless years. This is a terrifying number. The problem now was how to deal with this problem. This should be a test. But what should they do? There didn't seem to be any hints. Motherf asterisk her. Qin Shao, why don't we just use force? This carefree envoy can't be a wretch, right? Can't he be cowed by force, but not persuasion? We spoke nicely to him, but he ignored us. Could it be that we have to teach him a lesson with our fists in order for him to respect us? Brother Pure grinned and said all of a sudden. Qin Shao shook his head and said, we can't. Doing this might backfire on us. If we really infuriate the carefree emissary, then we will be the ones to suffer. Even if the carefree envoy is not strong, he has a lot of power in his hands. This is what we want. Chapter 3080. It was better to be in charge than to be in charge. The carefree emissary was the first threshold to the carefree little realm, and he was determined to cross this threshold. If the carefree envoy did not take the lead, but there was no way to enter the carefree little realm. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking about how to deal with such a situation. Brother Pure said to use his fists. Of course, he was just saying it casually. He was just unhappy for a moment. How could he not know that he could not use his fists? Using his fists was a stupid thing to do. I don't understand what the carefree envoy means. He just left us here. What does he want us to do? Even if there is a test, he should at least let us know what the question is, right? There isn't even a question. We are completely baffled. Brother Pure smacked his lips and complained again. Qin Shao shook his head and comforted him. Well, Brother Pure, don't complain. The most important thing now is not to complain, but to think about how to solve this problem. If this problem is not solved, then we won't even have the chance to enter the carefree little realm. There is no other way. Now that we're begging him to do something, we can only lower our posture. Let's think about it carefully. This should be an invisible test. It is the first test we have encountered. But this is definitely not a problem for us. Let's think carefully about how to solve this invisible test, so that the carefree envoy will be willing to meet us. Brother Pure was just complaining. How could he not know this truth? Therefore, Brother Pure immediately looked around carefully, trying to find out what was going on. Qin Shao was also sizing up everything here, carefully recalling every detail of what he had just seen and heard. Even if it was an invisible test, it was reasonable to say that there should be some hints, no matter how small the hint was. From the hut, to the garden, to the rest pavilion, to the few words that the carefree envoy said just now, there seemed to be no problem. There was nothing special about it. Qin Shao looked around and muttered to himself, thinking of all kinds of possibilities, but they were quickly ruled out one by one. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao also had a headache. He could not think of a reason at all. Strange, it's really strange. Then what's the problem? Brother Chunjie didn't get any results either, which made Brother Chunjie a little upset. Yuan, on the other hand, had a curious look on her face as she looked around for a while. Qin Shao, do you think of anything? Brother Pure asked. Qin Shao shook his head. I don't think so. Maybe we have overlooked something. Maybe we've thought of things too simply, so we naturally think that it's not that complicated. Now it seems that things are far more complicated and difficult than we thought. It seems that the Carefree Little Realms test for the people who enter is particularly heavy. Brother Pure smacked his lips and looked a little unhappy. What the hell? Is it so troublesome to enter the Carefree Little Realm? Doesn't that mean that not many people can enter? If even we can't pass the test and enter, then I really don't know who can. Hey, Qin Xiao, do you think the Carefree Envoy is deliberately making things difficult for us? Qin Xiao shook his head. Well, Brother Pure, don't talk about these useless things. Let's check carefully. Okay, Brother Pure said. The two of them checked again and thought about it, but they still didn't make any progress. Huh? Qin Xiao suddenly frowned. His eyes fell on the hut and became a little deep. No. Qin Xiao suddenly walked to the hut and directly pushed the door open. Seeing Qin Xiao's action, Brother Pure suddenly laughed happily. Haha, brother, I told you to use your fists. Fists are the most important thing. Everything else is meaningless. It's easy to solve it with your fists. As he said, Brother Pure quickly entered the hut. But when he entered the hut, Brother Pure suddenly frowned deeply. Because as soon as he entered, he found that the hut was empty. There was no trace of the Carefree Envoy. He was not in the hut at all, and there was no trace left. There was nothing unusual in the hut, but he just disappeared. Damn it, Brother Pure couldn't help but curse. Where is he? How could he just run away? Don't you have any professional ethics? You're the Carefree Envoy. How could you just run away? It doesn't make sense. Qin Xiao, have you figured out what's going on? Haven't we been standing guard outside the whole time? But we didn't notice anything at all. Qin Xiao searched inside the hut. After a while, he shook his head. It's a little strange. We didn't feel any spatial fluctuations just now, and there's no transmission formation or anything like that. Moreover, the Carefree Envoy should only be a one-step ancient saint. He's not very strong. Logically speaking, it doesn't make sense for him to slip away under our noses, but he's really not here anymore. He has left. If that's not the case, then he must have used some strange means to escape from our eyes and ears. In addition, all our energy was focused on other things just now. Naturally, we didn't pay attention to the Carefree Envoy, so it's normal that we didn't find him. Fortunately, we found him in time. I think even if the Carefree Envoy left, he wouldn't have gone far. Let's split into 3 groups. Even if we have to search every inch of the way, we have to find the Carefree Envoy. Perhaps this invisible test is to find the Carefree Envoy. There's no time to lose. Let's act immediately. Brother Pure nodded. He also thought so. Now this was the only thing they could do. Yuan didn't hesitate and quickly acted. The 3 of them quickly chased in 3 different directions. They spread out and searched, trying to find the Carefree Envoy. Qin Zhao's speed was very fast. He pushed his speed to the extreme and chased all the way. In the distance, in a forest, an old man was walking at a very fast speed. A slight smile appeared on the old man's face. It was a very meaningful smile. 3 little kids, I don't know where you got this information from, but you came straight to my door and disturbed my rest. How dare you disturb my rest? How can I let you do as you wish so easily? You want to enter the Carefree Little Realm? I won't let you do as you wish. Let's see if you have the ability to find me. If you can't find me, then I won't let you do as you wish. It wasn't easy to get some rest, but it's ruined just like that. The old man's brows suddenly furrowed as he turned around to take a look. What he saw gave him a huge fright. His face was filled with astonishment, and he almost exclaimed out loud. It's that kid just now. How is that possible? That kid. How did he catch up so quickly? This shocked the Carefree Envoy. He thought that he had shaken off Qin Xiao and the other 2, but he didn't expect that they would catch up to him before he could even feel happy about it. Moreover, their speed was very fast. However, the Carefree Envoy didn't want to sit still and wait for his death, so he pushed his speed to the limit. trying to shake off Qin Shao. However, he was only a one-step Empyrean saint. How could he possibly shake off someone as powerful as Qin Shao? Whether it was in terms of cultivation or strength, Qin Shao was much, much stronger than the carefree envoy. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. Therefore, Qin Shao quickly caught up to the carefree envoy. That was because he had stopped him. Seeing Qin Shao stop him so quickly, the carefree envoy looked at Qin Shao in astonishment. How fast? I'm afraid many four-step Empyrean saints aren't as fast as him. But this kid is clearly only a three-step Empyrean saint. How can he be so fast? Qin Shao looked at the carefree envoy. The carefree envoy had changed his clothes and no longer looked like an old farmer. Senior carefree envoy, as the saying goes, those who come from afar are guests. We worked hard to find your place of leisure, but you sneaked away. It seems you don't have any hospitality at all. Qin Shao bowed to the carefree envoy again and said politely, Senior carefree envoy, you seem to be in a hurry. Where are you going? The carefree envoy knew he couldn't deceive him anymore, so he stopped pretending. He smiled at Qin Shao and said, Kid, you're not bad. Not bad at all. You actually managed to catch up with me so quickly after I ran away. Not bad, not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. However, this old man doesn't quite understand. You're so young, so you must be a peerless genius. The conditions in all aspects are very good. Why do you want to enter the carefree little realm? Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, Senior, I naturally have my own thoughts and needs to enter the carefree little realm. Otherwise, I naturally wouldn't do such a thing. I hope you can help me. Qin Shao certainly wouldn't say his true purpose. If he said it directly, then he would probably be eliminated by the unfettered envoy. Thus, it was better not to say it. This was the best answer. Since Qin Shao was unwilling to explain, the free and unfettered envoy did not ask any further. Instead, he said with a stern expression, Then do you know how easy it is to enter the free and unfettered lesser world? There are several extremely terrifying tests, and you have to pay a great price. Speaking of which, the carefree little realm isn't a place where you can enter and leave as you please. If you don't stay in there for a certain amount of time, you can't leave. You're still so young. You're in the prime of your life, the peak of your cultivation. Why do you want to join the fun? It wouldn't be good to regret things after going in. Therefore, the old man advises you to think twice before you act. Don't ruin yourself on the spur of the moment. Qin Shao nodded and said with a serious expression, Senior carefree envoy, I've known about this for a long time. However, since we still came to find you, it means that we've decided to do this. Therefore, please don't say anything more and help us. Chapter 3081. Brother Pure and Yuan also rushed over. Brother Pure said with a gloomy expression, Hey, Senior Messenger, why are you messing with us? Doesn't your carefree minor realm allow people to enter after passing the test? Senior, why do I feel like you're discriminating against us? Carefree Messenger angrily glared at Brother Pure. Old man, I'm just happy to do this. Is there a problem? What, you're not happy? Not happy? Of course, he was not happy. How could he be happy? If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, Brother Pure would have used violence. But now he could only endure. After all, he had a favor to ask of Carefree Messenger. Brother Pure wanted to say something, but was stopped by Qin Shao. Qin Shao asked again, Senior Messenger, can you give us a chance now? Carefree Messenger waved his hand in the air, and 9 golden plates flew out, hovering in the air in front of Qin Zhao's group. The free and unfettered messenger said, You can choose 4 of these 9 tokens. Once you've completed the 4 missions on the tokens, come find this old man. Clearly, each of the 9 tokens recorded a different mission. For out of 9, do I have to complete 4 missions? Aren't there only 3 missions? Why 4? Brother Pure frowned again. The carefree envoy glared at Brother Pureness and said, "Others get 3, but you want 4. Don't ask why. The old man is willing. If you don't want to accept, then leave. The old man doesn't want to give you a chance." "You rotten old man." Brother Pure was annoyed again. He had been annoyed for a long time and wanted to use his fist. But in the end, he restrained himself. "Right, the 3 of you should make 12. Looks like 9 isn't enough." Carefree Messenger waved his hand again, and another 18 plates appeared. 27 plates appeared in front of Qin Zhao's group for them to pick. Everyone can draw their own. For pieces per person. "Hurry up, this old man is still very busy. I don't have the time to accompany you," the carefree envoy said again, and urged them to hurry up. Qin Zhao casually picked up 4 plates and said to Carefree Messenger, "Only the 2 of us will participate." "She won't." Carefree Messenger glanced at Yuan and said, "If this little girl wants to participate, she can only pick 3 plates." Yuan blinked. In fact, she wanted to participate. She wanted to play with Qin Zhao and Brother Pure in the carefree minor realm. However, Yuan glanced at Qin Zhao, who shook her head at her. Yuan could only pout and shake her head at Carefree Messenger. "I'm not participating. It's not fun." Since Yuan did not participate, the carefree envoy did not say anything more. Brother Pure also picked 4 plates. After the 2 of them were done, the unfettered envoy left without saying anything else. He left just like that. This carefree messenger is really an old cow's nose. He's so arrogant. Brother Pure felt unhappy just thinking about it. He felt like he had been cheated. Others only picked 3 plates, but they picked 4. Qin Xiao could only helplessly shake his head and smile. There was nothing he could do about it. Let's look at the missions first. 8 missions, I think it's enough to give us a headache, Qin Xiao said. The 2 of them started to look at the missions. Qin Xiao looked at the first mission. It was called 9 Heavens Moon Seizing. Looking at the name of this mission, it was quite domineering and heroic. Did they want to go to the 9 Heavens Moon Seizing? However, the moon in the 9 Heavens Moon Seizing was obviously an illusion. There was no real thing. After looking at the specific content of the mission, Qin Xiao understood what was going on. The so-called 9 Heavens Moon Seizing was to enter a secret realm called 9 Heavens Burning to find a rare treasure called the Silver Moon. From the looks of it, this mission shouldn't be that difficult. No matter how dangerous the secret realm was, Qin Xiao still had some confidence to explore it. It was just looking for a rare treasure. It wasn't difficult. Moreover, Carefree Messenger didn't say that he couldn't use other means to complete this mission. The mission was basically about the Silver Moon. So, he just needed to get the Silver Moon, right? As for how to get it, it shouldn't be important. The other 8 missions were about the same difficulty. Overall, it was okay. Qin Xiao didn't think it was particularly difficult, but it should be troublesome and not easy. If he wanted to complete these 8 missions, it would indeed take a very long time. Because some missions, no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't complete them in a short time. It must take a certain amount of time to accumulate experience. Because of this, the difficulty wasn't the biggest problem of these 8 missions. Time was the biggest problem of these 8 missions. After looking at these 8 missions, Brother Pure was a little unhappy. He smacked his lips and said, "Are the missions given by Carefree Small Realm so troublesome? Not many people can complete them, right? It's not 1 in 10,000, but it's almost the same. Or is that old man deliberately making things difficult for us?" Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "Carefree Messenger already made things difficult for us by giving us an extra mission. I guess it should be based on strength. That old man probably knows our strength, so he gave us a more difficult and troublesome mission. Don't worry about it. It can't change anything now. We can only try our best to complete these missions. Otherwise, we can't even enter the Carefree Small Realm." Brother Pure shook his head helplessly and said, "It's not easy to complete these 8 missions. If we can complete them in 10 million years, it'll be heaven-defying. If things don't go well, I guess it'll take 100 million years." Don't we only need the results of these missions? We just need to give the results to Carefree Messenger. They won't ask too much about other things, right? How about we find some helpers? Or let's go find a master of Tianxue Temple. He has a lot of information and connections. Let's see if there's anything he can help us with. There's also His Highness Badger Huai. His father is Realm Lord Zilin. If we ask him for help, he should help us, right? Qin Shao shook his head and smiled faintly, saying, "A debt of gratitude is the most difficult to repay. It's better not to owe it. It's not the time when there's no other way. We should try our best to complete what we can do by ourselves. At most, it'll take us a little more time. But for us, isn't this also a kind of experience and tempering? It's also a good thing for our cultivation. Don't we need more training now? Only then can we improve, break through, and reach higher and more powerful realms." Brother Pure shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's true. It's not easy to owe a debt of gratitude. Although His Highness Badger Huai is one of us, his father is still his father. It's not good to owe him a debt of gratitude. Forget it. Just the three of us. Let's go together. It's not a big deal. It's just 8 missions. Anyway, it won't be difficult for us. It'll just take some time. Just treat it as training. I also feel that I've reached a bottleneck. I also need some training." After the two finished their discussion, they began to act. For the time being, there was nothing for Yuan Yuan to do with them. The 3 of them began to do missions in the Great Path Sacred Realm. Among the 8 missions, they'd better choose the easiest one to do first. After Qin Shao and Brother Pure discussed for a while, they chose the mission Moon Seizing from the 9 Heavens. Firstly, this mission allowed them to enter the secret realm. Secondly, it wouldn't take much time. They only needed to find Silver Moon. They didn't need to spend time accumulating or anything like that. Interestingly, the burning 9 Heavens was located in the territory of the Fulor realm. Speaking of the Fulor realm, Qin Zhao's eyes naturally lit up a little. The culprit who killed Elder Lu He's family was the Fulor realm lord, Meng Gaosoa. Qin Shao didn't dare to forget the blood feud of his master, Elder Lu Ha. He had been working hard to avenge Elder Lu Ha. If it was purely to kill Meng Gaosoa, it wouldn't be too difficult. With Qin Zhao's current strength, he could definitely kill his way to his door. However, Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry. Since he wanted to take revenge, he had to take care of both Meng Gaosoa's original body and clone. Only then would it be satisfying enough. Only then would he be able to prevent future troubles and complete his revenge. Therefore, before he found the hiding place of Meng Gaosoa's original body, Qin Shao didn't want to act rashly. This time, he wanted to go to the burning 9 Heavens to find Silver Moon. However, he came to the Fulor realm. This aroused some thoughts in Qin Zhao's mind. "Brother, why don't we directly kill our way to the Realm Lord's mansion after we come out of the burning 9 Heavens? Let's kill Meng Gaosoa first. As for finding his original body, we'll come back later. If he killed his clone first, his true body would have no choice but to hide. It won't be too late to slowly deal with him in the future." Brother Pure saw Qin Zhao's mood and suggested. That's what he did. He directly killed his way to Qion Wang's mansion, killed Qion Wang, and destroyed Qion Wang's mansion. How could Qin Shao not think of this? He even thought of a lot of ideas. He was still thinking about it just now. However, in the end, they were all rejected by Qin Shao. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "No, it's not appropriate. I'm not afraid of Meng Gaosoa's crazy revenge. However, there should be some people in my master's family who are still alive. I can't protect their safety at all times. Therefore, if we want to deal with Meng Gaosoa, we must do it thoroughly. We must not leave any future troubles. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. There are still many things that I haven't figured out. We can't act rashly in this matter. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go to the burning 9 Heavens first. When we come out of burning 9 Heavens, we'll see if there's a need to make a trip to the Fulor Realm Lord's mansion." Brother Pure shrugged his shoulders. He knew that Qin Shao had a lot of things to consider. Therefore, he was a little hesitant. However, there were some things that he had to consider. The situation was different from when he killed Xiong Wang. He killed Xiong Wang. Firstly, there were no worries. Secondly, Xiong Wang's power was not big. However, it was a little troublesome to kill Meng, Gaosuo Realm Lord. Firstly, there were people from Lu Shi in his hands. Secondly, as a Realm Lord, Meng, Gaosuo Realm Lord's power was not small. Let's not think about this first. The three of them quickly arrived at burning 9 heavens. What appeared in front of Qin Shao and the other two was a sea of fire. A scorching sea of fire. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge piece of red-hot iron that had fallen on the ground, glowing with a bright red hue. Whether it was the earth, the sky, or the space, they were all completely red. It looked very beautiful. A huge territory was filled with a sea of fire. Chapter 3082. However, this sea of fire was not actually burning. It was completely reflected by the red stones on the ground. Of course, one could occasionally see flames spurting out like fountains. Before they even got close to the burning 9 heavens, they could already feel a terrifying wave of heat surging towards them. Just this terrifying wave of heat alone was enough to kill a 4th-step heavenly god. If one wanted to enter the burning 9 heavens, they would need to be at least an ancient saint. Otherwise, they would not even be able to step into the place. Just the wave of heat alone was already so terrifying. Who knew what kind of terrifying power was inside? It was estimated that if an ordinary 1st-step ancient saint entered, there would be a 90% chance of survival. Such a secret place was also extraordinary and very dangerous. However, Qin Shao and the other two were very skilled and very bold. They strode into the burning 9 heavens. Little sister Yuan, hold your brother Qin Zhao's hand. There are many terrifying life forms inside. You have to be careful. Brother Pure suddenly joked with Yuan. Hearing Brother Pure's words, Yuan's face was filled with confusion. She looked at Brother Pure with a very cute face and said, "Ah, what terrifying life forms. Are they terrifying?" Brother Pure nodded seriously and said, "Yes, of course they are terrifying. In fact, they are very, very terrifying. In the burning 9 heavens, there is a life form called the burning race. These life forms were born from the flames. Their favorite thing is to catch humans and roast them. Little sister Yuan, look at you. You are so delicate and so cute. There's also a lot of meat on your body. In the eyes of those fire burners, you are the best delicacy. If those Huafeng see you, their eyes will turn green and they will pounce on you, wanting to barbecue you." Hearing Brother Pure's words, Yuan was really frightened. She quickly hid behind Qin Shao and grabbed Qin Zhao's arm tightly with one hand. "My meat is not delicious. Why do you want to catch me?" Yuan muttered. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "It's okay, Yuan. Don't be afraid. Brother Pure is just joking with you to scare you." "Ha!" Brother Pure laughed and said, "I am not joking. I'm telling the truth. I have investigated the situation in the burning 9 heavens. There are indeed burning race life forms inside. Those life forms do like to catch humans and roast them. Ordinary Empyrean saints and mortals below the Empyrean saint realm will basically be skewered by the fire burners." Yuan was timid to begin with. After being scared like this, she was even more frightened. Clearly, Brother Pure was deliberately scaring Yuan. Qin Shao was speechless and could only let Yuan grab his arm. Brother Pure even gave Qin Shao a look as if he was asking for credit. Qin Shao was even more speechless. He rolled his eyes at Brother Pure. He naturally knew what Brother Pure was scheming. However, Qin Shao really did not want to think too much about this matter. However, what they didn't expect was that the three of them would soon encounter such a situation. They really did see a group of people with fiery red bodies, surrounded by flames. They were barbecuing something. The barbecued thing was already boiling with oil, and it was almost done. If one looked closely at the outline of the thing they were barbecuing, they would see that it was actually a human being. There were 6 burning race life forms, and all of them emitted the aura of an ancient saint. It was estimated that the person being barbecued was also an ancient saint. The 6 of them were barbecuing the human with their flames. It was obvious how terrifying their flames were. They could even barbecue an ancient saint like a wild beast. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Brother Pure was just talking about it. Who would have thought that he would actually see it with his own eyes? There were many races that viewed humans as food. This was not a strange thing. However, it was absolutely the first time that Qin Xiao and the other 2 saw a foreign race barbecuing a human like a piece of meat. The sight of the roasted human that looked like a little suckling pig was a huge blow to him. They felt as if they had been hit hard by a force. It was extremely uncomfortable. Qin Xiao's brows instantly furrowed, and he felt like vomiting. I'm so scared. Yuan was scared out of her wits by Brother Pure just now. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she was scared out of her wits. Damn it. Brother Pure grinned and couldn't help but curse. Mother Faster's cur, I was just speaking casually just now. You really let me see this scene. These animals are barbecuing us humans like meat. This is simply intolerable. As humans, regardless of who the human being was or whether they knew him, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure felt very angry at this moment. Hearing Yuan scream, the 6 burning race life forms immediately looked over. Don't catch me. Don't eat me. My meat doesn't taste good at all. Whoa, I don't want to be barbecued. Brother Qin Xiao, protect me. Being glanced at by the burning race life forms, Yuan was so scared that she burrowed into Qin Xiao's arms as if she wanted to become one with Qin Xiao. She directly jumped into Qin Xiao's arms and hugged Qin Xiao tightly. Yuan was originally timid and was scared out of her wits by Brother Pure. Now that she suddenly saw the real situation, how could she not be scared? Once she was scared, she forgot that she was very strong. The 6 burning race life forms in front of her couldn't hurt her at all. Seeing Yuan burrowing into Qin Xiao's arms, Brother Pure snickered proudly. He said, Brother, no need to thank me. Ha ha. Thank you? Thank your ass. Qin Xiao directly rolled his eyes at Brother Pure. What a bad guy. He. 3 more humans came. Looks like we're going to have a great harvest today. There's also a little girl with tender skin. She looks so white and tender. Her meat must be especially tender and delicious. She's the best in the world. The 6 burning race life forms quickly surrounded Qin Xiao and the other 2. They all looked at Qin Xiao and the other 2 greedily. They looked like they were about to drool. To them, human flesh was incomparably delicious. It was something that was extremely tempting. Therefore, the burning race life forms were all extremely greedy. Brother Pure, I'll leave them to you. I'll give you 3 breaths of time, Qin Xiao said to Brother Pure. Brother Pure was immediately unhappy. What 3 breaths of time? Who are you looking down on? You want me to give you 3 breaths of time just because of these repulsive people? 1 breath, no more. I'll be anxious if you give me more. Are you sure? 1 breath? It's not good to brag too much. 1 breath, that should be my standard, right? Qin Xiao curled her lips and looked at Brother Chuanjia with a smile. Oomph. Brother Pure clicked his tongue in disdain and rushed out to kill them. The 6 burning race life forms seemed to have been greatly humiliated. They desperately launched a fierce attack at Brother Pure. Although their cultivation wasn't high, only at the first step Empyrean Saint realm, they weren't weak at all. Not only were they strong, but their vitality was also very tenacious. It was very difficult to kill them because of their powerful defense. Therefore, the 6 of them besieging Brother Pure brought a certain amount of trouble to Brother Pure. It wasn't that Brother Purity couldn't deal with the 6 fireburners. He definitely had no problem dealing with them. However, the problem was that Brother Pure had no way of dealing with them. Just like he had said, he could kill all 6 of them in 1 breath. It took 3 breaths for Brother Pure to kill all 6 of them. This annoyed Brother Pure. Why are these damn things so hard to kill? If it wasn't for my strength, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill these animals. Brother Pure smacked his lips and walked back. Qin Shao teased. How is it? A bit of a setback, right? I told you. I gave you 3 breaths, but you said 1 breath. Now you know. You've slapped yourself in the face. Brother Pure coughed twice and awkwardly glared at Qin Shao. We're still good brothers if you don't slap yourself in the face. It's just a small mistake. Qin Shao smiled and didn't say anything else. After comforting Yuan, the girl finally felt better and was willing to come out of Qin Zhao's embrace. Otherwise, it would be very awkward for Qin Shao to be hugged by this girl. The 3 of them walked up to the human that had been roasted like a suckling pig. It was completely unrecognizable. They could only see a rough outline. Yuan was so scared that she didn't dare to look. She covered her eyes with her hands. It was very fun. However, she seemed to be curious. From time to time, she slowly opened her fingers and peeked through the gaps to see what was going on. If barbecuing is an art, then the fire burners have developed this art to its peak. In their hands, it's simply a little too miraculous. Even his mother can't recognize him. How pitiful. Brother Pure shook his head. Qin Shao also sighed and shook his head. No matter who this person was, since they had met and they were all from the human race, they should observe a moment of silence for him. Ha ha! Brother Pure suddenly laughed strangely and said, Qin Shao, I have to admit that the food roasted by the burning race is really beautiful and fragrant. The smell alone is enough to make people drool. Teske, I feel like my appetite has been completely aroused. It's a waste to look at it. How about we try it? Cough. Hearing Brother Pure's words, Qin Shao was so scared that he almost bit his tongue. He stared at Brother Pure in shock and felt numb in his heart. This was the meat of the human race. No matter how fragrant and delicious it was, he couldn't touch it. Haha, look at you. Why are you so nervous? Is Brother Pure really such a crazy person? Brother Pure suddenly laughed happily. Obviously, he was just joking and didn't mean it. Qin Shao stared at Brother Pure again. This joke was a little scary. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Forget it. Since we've met, let's just consider it a kind of fate. Let's hide this ancient saint here and erect a nameless monument. He's also an unlucky person. Yes, he's really unlucky. Brother Pure nodded and agreed with Qin Zhao's suggestion. If he's dead, then he's dead. But he was dragged here and burned like this. How pitiful. Fortunately, he ran into us. Otherwise, he would have ended up in the stomachs of those fire burners. That would be even more tragic. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. This kind of thing is so heartless. Yes, just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle. Chapter 3083. Qin Shao and the other 2 continued to walk in the burning 9 heavens. This secret realm was not small, and there were many dangers in it. Of course, it was not a threat to Qin Shao and the other 2. As long as they were careful, there would not be any accidents. Even if there was an accident, with Qin Shao around, it could be resolved without any danger. Therefore, this trip was not difficult for Qin Shao and the other 2. The only difficulty was to find Silver Moon. Along the way, they encountered many beings from the Burning Tribe. Fortunately, these beings were not very strong. Most of them were at the first step Ancient Saint stage. If a second step Ancient Saint came in, it would be very dangerous. It was not an exaggeration to say that they would die. However, Qin Shao and the other 2 were too strong. Qin Shao and Brother Pure were comparable to a fourth step Ancient Saint stage. Yuan was not weak either. Moreover, with Qin Shao and Brother Pure, there was no need for Yuan to do anything. Look over there. Qin Shao suddenly pointed to a direction and said to Brother Pure and Yuan. Brother Pure immediately looked over. When he saw it, he was delighted. A soaring sea of fire, crimson flint, and a strange group of volcanoes. It matches all the characteristics. It seems that Silver Moon might be here. Let's go in and have a look. Qin Xiao nodded. He thought so too. According to some of the information they had obtained, it was very likely that Silver Moon would appear in a place with these characteristics. Qin Xiao and the other two did not hesitate and directly entered the place. The place was indeed very dangerous. It was several times more dangerous than other places. However, for Qin Xiao and the others, it was still not a very difficult thing to do. They could still face these dangers calmly. However, not long after they entered, Qin Xiao and the other two heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. There's a fight in front. Did other humans enter here? Qin Xiao frowned slightly. Brother Pure immediately said, "Let's go. Whether it's true or not, we will know once we go and take a look." The three of them quickly went over. Not long after, they saw more than a dozen giant fire burners surrounding the three of them. These fire burners were clearly much stronger than the ones he had encountered before. Their auras were much stronger as well. The life forms that were set ablaze were all third-step ancient saints. His cultivation base should still be at the second-step Empyrean saint stage, but his strength should be at the third-step Empyrean saint stage. Moreover, there were more than 10 of them, which was quite a number. Therefore, their lethality was naturally very strong. What surprised Qin Xiao the most was that he knew one of the 3 people who were surrounded and killed. Young Juji, this is interesting. Who would have thought that they would actually meet him here? Haha, it seems that the heavens are on my side. Qin Xiao was overjoyed in his heart. He suddenly came up with a plan. Pang Juqi was Pang, Gyaoxuo's 8th son. He had met Pang Juqi in the 100 Worlds Heaven selection battle. Now that they had met, it was a good opportunity to get closer. Perhaps he could find out more about his father, Pang Gyaoxuo, from Pang Juqi. Let's go and save them, Qin Xiao said to Brother Pure. Brother Pure did not hesitate. He immediately followed Qin Xiao and charged over. At this moment, the 3 people who were fighting a bloody battle were in despair. In the face of more than a dozen third-step Empyrean saints, they could not stop them at all. Among the 3 of them, only one was a third-step Empyrean saint. The other 2 were second-step Empyrean saints. If it were not for Pang Juqi holding on, the situation would have been unimaginable. Your Highness, we will protect you with our lives, one of the second-step Empyrean saints said resolutely. Song Ju gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry. Today, you have protected me so loyally. As long as I can leave safely, I will not forget your contributions." And at this moment, 2 figures descended. As soon as the 2 figures arrived, a powerful sword qi descended from the sky, and a powerful force exploded. Terrifying sword energy surged into the bodies of the whole burners, tearing them apart one by one. Although the whole burners were strong, they could not withstand a single blow from Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. Therefore, the whole burners were quickly killed by Qin Xiao and Brother Pure's sword. There was no suspense at all. The sudden arrival of the heavenly soldiers killed all the whole burners and pulled them out of their desperate situation. Pang Juqi and the other 2 looked at Qin Xiao and Brother Pure, dumbfounded. They were overjoyed. They did not expect such a good thing to happen to them. They thought that they were in big trouble this time and might die here. They did not expect that at the last moment, someone would come and save them. In such a dangerous place, such a thing was simply unthinkable. But it turned out to be a reality. Lord Qin Xiao. Soon, Pang Juqi recognized Qin Xiao and walked over in surprise and joy. He quickly saluted Qin Xiao and said, "Ha, Lord Qin Xiao. Thank you, Lord Qin Xiao, for your help. Juqi is very grateful for your life-saving grace." Previously, during the 100 Realm selection battle, you could be considered to have met young Master Qin Xiao. Lord Qin Xiao is a peerless genius. I heard that Lord Qin Xiao and Miss Yuan Yuan entered the Firmament Academy together. I am very impressed. But with Lord Qin Xiao and Miss Yuan Yuan's peerless talent, it is very normal for them to enter the Firmament Academy. I didn't expect to meet you here today. And this young master, You must also be a disciple of the Firmament Academy, right? Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you for saving my life, young master. Pang Juchi was very excited. He had tried to win over Qin Shao in the Heaven Choice City, but he did not succeed. He thought that he would not have the chance to meet Qin Shao in the future. It was a pity that he did not have the chance to make friends with such a talented person. Pang Juchi had been sad for a long time because of this matter. He did not expect that he would have such a pleasant surprise in this trip to the burning nine heavens. In such a desperate situation, he was actually saved by young Master Qin Shao. This was fate. He had to make good use of this opportunity. Therefore, Pang Juchi did not hesitate and tried his best to make friends with Qin Shao. In fact, he also wanted to get closer to Qin Shao. He did not know that Qin Shao was also deliberately giving him a chance to get closer. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Pang Juchi, I didn't expect to meet you here. Ha ha ha, it seems that it is a coincidence. The last time we met in Heaven's Choice City, I do have some affinity with you. Now that we meet again, it seems that fate is not small." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Pang Juchi was even more excited. In that case, it seemed that Lord Qin Shao also wanted to make friends with him. How could Pang Juchi not be happy? Therefore, Pang Juchi immediately smiled and nodded. Yes, 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 Lord Qin Shao is right. Ha ha. I have always felt that I should have some fate with you, Lord Qin Shao. Last time in the Heaven Choice City, I admired you, Lord Qin Shao. I also wanted to make friends with you. But my talent and potential is too far away from Lord Qin Shao. I am not worthy of you, Lord Qin Shao. Meeting you again today, I am very ashamed. If Lord Qin Shao does not mind, I would like to thank Lord Qin Shao. I just don't know if I have the honor to do so. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, Holy Sovereign Suo Juchi, you're being too polite. Since we've known each other for a long time, and we met last time, there's no need for you to be so polite. If you don't mind, we can go together. Coincidentally, we are not very familiar with the burning Nine Heavens secret realm. I think you are more familiar with it. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Song Juchi couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. His heart was filled with joy. Pang Juchi naturally could not ask for such a good thing. He immediately nodded happily and said, Ha ha, good, good, good. Then I will not be so polite. Yes, I am quite familiar with the burning Nine Heavens secret realm. Then I will have to trouble you. Qin Shao said. Pang Juchi immediately shook his head and waved his hand. No problem, it is my honor. Seeing that Pang Juchi had taken the bait, Qin Shao sneered in his heart. Originally, he did not want to use such a low method, but in order to avenge his master, Elder Liu He, he could only use such a method. This Pang Juchi was not a good person, so it was not a big deal to use a little trick on him. Qin Shao asked again, All right, Pang Juchi, why did you come to the burning Nine Heavens? In front of Qin Shao, Pang Juchi naturally did not hide anything. He immediately said, truthfully, To tell you the truth, Lord Qin Shao, I entered the burning Nine Heavens this time mainly to get a silver moon. This area probably has a silver moon. Qin Zhao's heart jumped. Actually, he had some guesses before. Thinking about it, Pang Juchi might have entered the burning Nine Heavens for the silver moon. Now that he heard it, it was indeed like this. He really did come for the silver moon. Since he came for the silver moon, there should be some situation. Qin Shao had some guesses in his heart. Pang Juchi, why are you looking for that silver moon? Qin Shao pretended to ask. Pang Juchi said truthfully, Hee, Lord Qin Shao, have you heard of the carefree little realm? Carefree little realm? Qin Shao pretended to look at Brother Pure. The two of them looked like they did not know anything. It was the first time they heard about it. Seeing Qin Shao and Brother Pure's expressions, Pang Juchi immediately smiled and explained the situation of the carefree little realm to Qin Shao and them. After hearing this, Qin Shao nodded with a relieved expression. It was just as he had guessed before. This was exactly what Qin Shao wanted. Qin Shao asked again. Pang Juchi, you mean that you're completing the mission of the carefree messenger, and you also want to enter the carefree little realm? Yes, Lord Qin Shao, I also want to enter the carefree little realm. Pang Juchi did not hide it and nodded. Chapter 3084. Song Juchi hesitated for a moment before he signaled to the other two ancient saints. The two of them immediately understood what he meant and retreated to the side. Obviously, Song Juchi's words were confidential and he did not want others to hear. Song Juchi also became serious and looked at Yuan Yuan and Brother Pure. However, these two were also disciples of the Firmament Academy. Therefore, Song Juchi did not ask them to avoid suspicion. Instead, he said, Lord Qin Shao, actually it's like this. Because my father's original body is also in the Xiaoyao little realm. Therefore, my father has always hoped that my original body can also enter the Xiaoyao little realm. This way, we can take care of each other in the Xiaoyao little realm. Moreover, if we enter the Xiaoyao little realm, it will be very safe for our original body. That's why I'm making preparations for this. I have been preparing for more than 100 million years. It's almost time. As long as we complete this task, we can enter the Xiaoyao little realm. Hearing Song Juchi's words, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he was secretly happy. He didn't expect that he would actually catch a big fish. Since Song Gao Shua's original body was also hiding in the Xiaoyao little realm, then it would be easy. Coincidentally, he also wanted to enter the Xiaoyao little realm with Brother Pure. In this way, he could also directly deal with Song Gao Shua's original body. What a joyous occasion. It was truly a joyous occasion. He did not expect that he would be able to gain so much from this chance encounter with Song Juchi. As such, Qin Shao had a few more plans in his heart. Originally, he wanted to accompany Brother Pure to enter the Xiaoyao little realm to kill Qianhuan. He did not expect that his enemy would also be in the Xiaoyao little realm. Was this called good things come in pairs? By the way, Lord Qin Shao, why did you come to the burning 9 heavens? Song Juchi asked. Qin Shao smiled and said, Nothing, we just happened to pass by and felt that this place was a bit special, so we came in to take a look. The reason why the three of us came out this time is to explore the Great Path Sanctuary. It can be considered as a form of training. After all, this is the first time Yuan Yuan and I have come to the Great Tao Sacred Region. We are still very unfamiliar with the Great Tao Sacred Region. We need to walk around and take a look. This trip to the Great Tao Sacred Region was not in vain. It just so happens that I have come to your floating Luo world. Previously, I was thinking that if I were to pass by your floating Luo World Master's mansion, I could pay you a visit. Haha, I never thought that it would be such a coincidence to meet you in the burning 9 heavens secret realm. Haha. Song Ju burst into laughter and said, Lord Qin Shao is too polite. You should have just informed us in advance if you're coming to my Fulua world. Young Master Qin Shao, your presence in our floating Luo world brings light to our humble dwelling. Our floating Luo world welcomes you with open arms. Next, Qin Shao and the other two joined Song Ju's team. Song Ju was naturally delighted to be able to use this opportunity to befriend Qin Shao and the other two. Therefore, he was very enthusiastic. With the addition of Qin Shao and the other two, there was an absolute guarantee of strength here. It also made the task of finding the silver moon much easier. Therefore, it only took them 10,000 years to find the silver moon. Moreover, they found 2 of them at once. The so-called silver moon turned out to be a kind of fruit that grew in a special place. This fruit looked like a crescent silver moon. Therefore, it was called the silver moon. This kind of fruit grew in an extremely hot place, but it belonged to the cold attribute. It was very strange. Therefore, this kind of fruit had extremely strict requirements for the environment it grew in. Once it came into contact with fire, it would instantly turn into nothingness. However, Qin Xiao and the other two were lucky to find two silver moons at once. Song Ju only needed one, so he was very attentive and took the initiative to offer the other one to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao pretended to decline, but in the end, he still accepted it. This was great. This task was also completed. Moreover, Song Ju didn't notice that Qin Xiao and the other two were willing to enter the unfettered little realm. After knowing that Song Gao Sua's true body was in the unfettered little realm, Qin Xiao also intentionally hid it from Song Ju. After coming out of the burning Nine Heavens secret realm, Song Ju naturally invited Qin Xiao and the other two to the floating Luo World Lord Manor as guests. Qin Xiao also agreed. Originally, Brother Pure definitely didn't want to go, but knowing that Qin Xiao had his own things to do, he didn't say anything. Very quickly, the group arrived at the floating Luo World Lord Manor. As soon as he entered the Realm Lord's mansion, Qin Xiao saw a strangely dressed old man kneeling respectfully in a very conspicuous position. Furthermore, this old man's entire body was firmly locked by thick chains. The chains pierced through his hands and feet, through his shoulder blades, and through his head. It was a very frightening sight, a very ghastly sight. The old man kneeled there respectfully, and seeing Song Ju arrive, the old man's voice was very hoarse as he shouted, "Welcome back to the manor, Eighth Highness." Qin Zhao's gaze had already landed on this old man. This old man was actually a second-step ancient saint, let alone a second-step Empyrean saint. Even a first-step Empyrean saint would be incomparably lofty and noble. However, he didn't expect this old man to be tortured to the point of kneeling here. Moreover, he was chained here. From the looks of it, this old man should have been here for a very long time. Just how vicious was this method? How humiliating was it to make a second-step ancient saint kneel here so that everyone who entered and left the floating Luo World Lore Manor could see it? It was simply a great humiliation. However, this old man was actually able to endure such an incomparably long period of humiliation and was still able to kneel here. There must be a lot of reasons behind this. Qin Xiao suddenly frowned slightly. He already had some thoughts in his mind, but when he saw the old man's face clearly, Qin Xiao couldn't help but be startled. This was because the old man's face was somewhat familiar. It was about 70% similar to his master, Old Man Lu Ha. When he connected the dots, Qin Xiao immediately made a bold guess. Could the old man kneeling here be the father of his master, Old Man Lu Ha? If he was really Old Man Lu He's father, wouldn't that make him his private advisor? Seeing his advisor being chained up like a pig or a dog and suffering such humiliation, the anger in Qin Zhao's heart couldn't help but burst out, and it immediately burned. Anger and hatred filled his heart. However, no matter how angry Qin Xiao was, he could only endure it. He couldn't act up for the time being. It wasn't the time to act up yet. Right now, he could only figure out the situation here first. Although Qin Xiao couldn't bear to see his private advisor suffer such extreme pain and humiliation, Qin Xiao couldn't bear it. If not for the fact that he was suppressing it, Qin Xiao really wanted to make a move. Dog slave, don't you see the three honorable guests? Why aren't you bowing? Mang Juchi scolded the old man who was chained up there. The old man didn't dare to say anything. He immediately bowed to Qin Xiao and the other two and said, "Welcome to the Full Realm Lord Manor, honorable guests." Mang Juchi smiled at Qin Xiao in satisfaction and said, "Lord Qin Xiao, please come in. My father was overjoyed when he heard that the three of you had come to our Full Realm Lord Manor. He put aside everything and personally set up a banquet in the main hall. My father is already waiting for the three of you in the main hall. Lord Qin Xiao, please come in." Qin Xiao suppressed the displeasure and anger in his heart. Now wasn't the time to be angry. A little impatience would cause chaos. There was no other way. As for his private advisor, he could only think of a way to save him later. As Qin Xiao walked forward, he asked casually, "Ju Chi, what's going on with that old man who was kneeling there just now?" You should be a second-step ancient saint, right? Why would such a supreme existence kneel there to welcome guests? Look at how tightly he's chained up. Could it be that he's committed some serious crime? But even if he did, he shouldn't be punished like this, right? If that's the case, wouldn't it be even worse than killing him? Lord Qin Shao. Maybe you don't know. Mang Juchi laughed and immediately explained, actually, it's a long story. Let's put it simply. That old thing is my father's enemy. That's why he's been chained up there ever since my father caught him. He's been kneeling there to welcome guests for over 100 epochs. We're all used to it. We just treat him like a guard dog. He doesn't even look as good as a guard dog. If it wasn't for my father keeping him alive, I would have killed him long ago. He's just an eyesore. Gotcha. Qin Zhao's fists were clenched tightly. At this moment, Qin Zhao's anger was erupting like a volcano. Qin Zhao really wanted to explode. He wanted to save his advisor, but he also wanted to beat up Song Juchi. How could he mistreat his advisor like this? How could he treat his advisor like a dog? That was simply too heartless. That was too much. But Qin Zhao knew that he couldn't show his might at this time. He couldn't act impulsively and ruin things. Such a thing was very painful and unbearable. But no matter how unbearable it was, Qin Zhao had to endure it. There was no way around it. Oh, over 100 epochs? That long? He's been chained up and kneeling here all this time? Qin Zhao asked in surprise. Mang Juchi nodded. Yes, at least I know that he's been kneeling here all this time. It's been over 100 epochs. I'm tired of it. That can't be right. Qin Zhao shook his head in disbelief. Let's not talk about a second-step ancient saint. Even a heavenly venerate ant wouldn't be able to endure such humiliation for such a long time, right? A normal person would have committed suicide, right? How can he continue to be placed here and suffer such humiliation? Also, the old man just now seemed to be quite obedient. He did whatever you told him to do. This doesn't make sense. Under normal circumstances, such a person would rather die than live. You should be fearless. This is a little strange. I don't understand. Pure Bro grinned and added, that's right. You guys are a little too much, aren't you? He's a second-step ancient saint after all. Isn't it a little too much to keep him locked up and humiliate him like this? This is a little strange. I don't know what the Fulor realm Lord Manor wants. Chapter 3085. Hearing Brother Pure's words, Song Juchi coughed awkwardly and said, sorry, Brother Pure. This is my father's decision. I can't interfere. That person is my father's great enemy. My father must have his reasons for doing this. Indeed, under normal circumstances, even an ordinary mortal wouldn't be able to endure such humiliation for so long. However, that old fart is only living an ignoble existence for the sake of his clansmen. Brother Pure grinned and said, damn, your father is so ruthless? Even if he's an enemy, he doesn't have to be so perverted to oppress them, right? Even if he wants to torture and humiliate them, he doesn't have to do it for so long. Eternal life, how terrifying is that? No matter what, he's still a sector lord. He's the ruler of a world. He should at least have some morals, right? Qin Shao saw this and purposely changed the topic for Song Juchi. Brother Pure, this is Fuo, sector lord's matter. Song Juchi can't decide anything. You can't blame him. I can't watch my father do something so immoral. It's not good for such an existence to have some stains on his reputation, right? Even if no one dares to say it, it doesn't mean no one will say it in their hearts. No one will disagree with this matter. Yes, Brother Chunji, you're right. Song Juchi nodded. You're right. Let my father do what he wants. As a son, there's nothing wrong with supporting my father. For such a small matter, there's really no need to throw away the reputation of our Fulua sector lord. It's not worth it. Yes, I'll go back and talk to my father about this matter. Thank you, Brother Pure, for your kind advice. I don't know what you guys are thinking or what your father is thinking. That's right. We're just here as guests. so we shouldn't say anything. Young Juchi, what we said just now was just out of curiosity. Please don't take it to heart. We are not targeting your father. Please don't misunderstand. Brother Chinja explained with a smile. It could be seen that Fu Luo realm Lord Gao Su really attached great importance to the arrival of Qin Shao and the other two. The entire Fu Luo realm Lord Mansion was decorated in a very festive manner. From the moment they entered the realm Lord Manor all the way until they entered the Great Hall, there were servants waiting to welcome them. This figure was none other than Jigao Shaw, the realm master of Fulual World, the supreme ruler of Fulual World. This was the first time Qin Shao had met Jigao, so the first time he had met the great enemy of his master, Old Man Liuha, a great enemy with whom he had a blood feud. When enemies meet, their eyes are exceptionally red. Therefore, as soon as he saw the jagged high shuttle, Qin Shao naturally felt a strong killing intent. Now wasn't the time. He couldn't act recklessly. Qin Shao had never liked such acting things. However, he was forced by the current situation. There was no other way. Such a matter was worthy of Jigao Shua's pride. If this matter was spread out, it would be a matter of pride for him. It was enough to cause quite a stir. Jigao Shua didn't notice anything. Instead, he looked at Qin Shao and the other two happily and said, "Three peerless geniuses of the Firmament Academy. Welcome to our Fuluor Realm Lord Mansion. This is a glorious moment for our Fuluor Realm Lord Mansion. Sai, what a pity. These disappointing things, none of them can shoulder the burden." Mang Gaosua's words made Mang Juchi's face turn awkward. Facing his great enemy, he had to be amiable and say some insincere words. This was really a kind of torture and pain. Although he said so, Qin Shao snorted disdainfully in his heart. He even wanted to curse. Facing Jigao Shua, Qin Shao couldn't be merciful. He had to be ruthless. Let's not talk about this. Come, let's go in. Don't stand here. The group of people entered the main hall, where a table full of fine wine and delicacies had already been prepared. Jigao Shua wasn't stingy. This table of good wine and dishes were all extremely precious. From this, it was enough to see how much respect Jigao Shua had for Qin Shao and the other two. He also wanted to curry favor with them. It was naturally the best thing to have such a good opportunity to befriend them. Qin Shao and the other two didn't stand on ceremony. They ate and drank. Jie Gaoshua and Jie Juchi both tried their best to keep Qin Shao and the other two here to play for a while. Qin Shao also rejected them a few times, but in the end, he agreed. I've already ordered people to clean this place and sent some good servants. Lord Qin Shao, take a look and see if they're suitable. Qin Shao and the other two weren't picky about this. At this time, a clear voice came from inside. You're so careless. You should be punished. Mang Ju scolded angrily. Scram, go to the punishment hall to receive your punishment. Jigao Shua scolded again. Qin Shao looked at the youth and felt that he looked a little similar to his master Lu Ha. So Qin Zhao's heart moved. This youth couldn't be from the Lu clan, right? Therefore, Qin Shao also felt that the young man before him was very likely to be from the Lu clan. Servants, it's inevitable that they will make mistakes. It's just an insignificant little thing. It's not a big deal. Just forget about it. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.